The 2026 World Surf League Championship Tour rewrote history in front of the masses at Snapper Rocks.
It's just a great challenge. I can show up against these young women.
Stephanie Gilmore silenced the critics and once again immortalized her legacy as the Queen of Snapper reclaimed her Gold Coast crown. In the men's drop, another Queenslander channeled his effortless power into excellence and returned to the winner's circle on home turf.
Oh, I feel so good.
In all the Aussie glory, two Brazilians lead the rankings.
See number one?
Now, the championship tour traverses the Tasman Sea to the dramatic and diverse landscapes of Ragland, New Zealand. 50 years ago, the World Tour's humble roots grounded on the North Island. 50 years later, the world's best return to compete at the Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Imagine what's next. Kia ora, good morning, and welcome to Dawn Patrol here for the Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Stop for the Championship Tour. The world's best are here to compete in Manu Bay for the first time in Championship Tour history for the men and women's tour. Leo Fioravanti, Connor O'Leary fresh off the final, a new world number one, Luana Silva's ready. Jake Marshall doesn't mind a little bit of cold coming from Southern California. And Griff focusing on his backhand attack here at Ragland. Eli Hanneman firing up. Italo's been winning a lot of the free surf. So yeah, he's caught over 200 waves in the last couple of days as we're enjoying this beautiful sunrise. History-making type event. Being here at Ragland for the first time at the CT level. These ruler edge lefts just peeling around Manu Bay in this rad, cool, rhythmic town of Ragland. It's a small town vibe, a lot of great surfers, and they are so thrilled that the CT is stopping here. Thanks for being with us and hanging out with us here at stop number 4 of the season. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and Richie Lovett. Jesse, I know you've made a few trips here to Ragland. There's been so much anticipation on seeing the world's best perform here. How thrilled are you?
I love coming back to Ragland. It really does have a special place in my heart. It's one of those towns that you truly do fall in love with really quickly when you keep coming back, and the wave's really fun. The people are beyond kind, and I am so excited to be here for the first time for the championship tour at Ragland.
Richie Lovett, you competed for a very long time. I imagine you would have put a jersey on at some point around here before.
Yeah, I have, Joe. A long time ago, which kind of shows my age. But it's you know what, though? It really hasn't changed too much. The wave hasn't really changed at all. The town hasn't really changed too much, and that's what is really special about Ragland. You know, it's still pristine, and it's amazing to be back in New Zealand. I'm feeling it. It's nice and chilly.
Well, it is stop number 4 of the season, so we've already finished 3 events. How quickly has that gone? The Aussie leg was thrilling, especially with the Gold Coast being one of the best events we've had at Snapper Rocks ever. Easy to call that. Miguel Pupo had an emotional win to kick off the season. Gabrielle O'Brien started off with the yellow jersey with her big win at Bells. Then it was George Pitar winning his first ever at Margaret River. Lakey Peterson did it for the veterans. And then the Aussie sweep, Ethan Ewing, Steph Gilmore. This was the big event that popped on the calendar, being here for the first time ever. After this, we head to the warm water rights of Punta Roca, Brazil, Chopes, Cloud Break, Lowers, and then the tour shrinks for the postseason. Everyone gathers again at the Pipe Masters, where that is worth 15,000 points for a win. We were so excited about this schedule for several reasons. Ragland popping up being one of them, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely. We get to go left. We can straighten out the spine a little bit more, start to swing for us on our backhands for our fellow commentator, Kaipo. He gets to go front side over here. And I feel a lot of the goofs would be pretty happy to see a traditional long-running left point break on tour.
Yeah, 100%. It creates balance. Having a performance left pop up here at stop number 4 of the season. It's a nice brisk Friday morning. Let's see if we're going to get things underway here on opening day. We'll say a big good morning to Vaughn Blakey with Renato Hickel.
Kia ora, Joe. Kia ora, team. And kia ora, Renato. Welcome. Now, you're a goofy. We're in the land of the long left-hander, mate. And what is the official call? Are we going to get this thing kicked off?
We will. The event is on 8 a.m. It starts with women round 1, followed by men round 1 and men round 2. We're going to start with overlapping hits at 44 minutes. And we will monitor conditions throughout. There is always that dicey moment through low tide, so we're going to check conditions. So a bit smaller than yesterday on a training day. Yesterday we had amazing waves, but it's still a lot of sets out there with a lot of waves per set. So anticipating an awesome day of competition. Sun is out, offshore winds. What else you could ask for?
Oh, no, not much, mate. And, you know, we're returning to New Zealand. How's the energy been for you, you know, walking around town and being down here on the point?
Incredible, incredible. It's we've been so welcomed by everyone in town and around here, the area of Manu Bay. The locals are ecstatic. The kids are in awe with the surfers. So one of the best welcome receptions we had on tour for a long time, and we thank everybody, all the locals here for that.
Oh, we're so excited to get going. Let's fire this thing up, Renato.
Let's do it. It's on.
Let's go. They're dancing down there because they're trying to stay warm, but also so thrilled that we're kicking things off here on opening day. Renato talked about the tides. That lower tide is later on about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's almost peaking at high tide just after 8 a.m. Overlapping heats to truly take advantage of the swell we have today. So that's Sal Fitzgibbons, Vahine Fierro out there first. As we've seen in the first 2 events of the season, using that overlapping format, Jesse, we can really accomplish a lot today.
Yeah, pretty sure we broke records over at Margie's. We did the most heats ever done in a day, but I really enjoy the overlapping heats. I feel like it gives us just a completely different way to look at competitive surfing. It's a different approach for all of the athletes as well. And if there's waves, let's make the most of it and get everyone out there.
Well, let's get a look at the Surfline maps. They're always sending us the reports on the championship tour. Thanks to the whole crew breaking it down for us. Richie, they kind of told us ahead of time that opening day would probably be a good one to compete.
Yeah, and you can see where we are here on the globe, New Zealand, North Island. And about 2 hours south of Auckland on the west coast here of New Zealand. And these southwest swells, they come right around from the bottom of Australia, move up in between the 2 countries here and produce long lined up swells, which we love here at Ragland. So looking at today's forecast, 3 to 5 foot faces, that's going to hang around all day long. And the wind's going to tick around from the offshore to the cross shore sort of throughout the day, but great conditions, nice and sunny as Renato said. And then looking ahead, sort of more of the same over the next 3 or 4 days. Consistent swell. The good thing is that when the sets do come, we're seeing a series of waves, you know, 4 to 5 waves almost in every set. So that's great signs, and that's why we've opted to do the overlapping heats. But wind and swell really turning it on for us today.
Love it. Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Surfline. And look at this man. Italo Ferreira has been putting on a clinic the last few days. How about that? That's a little teaser of how he's going to approach his match. So exciting, explosive. He can even get a soft section and go huge on it. That's going to be his secret weapon. And just to throw it out there, he's my power surfer on my fantasy team.
Stop it. I love that for you. Well, a good pick.
Yeah, looking solid. He's in round 2 already. He'll take on the winner of Ramsey Bookham and Seth Muniz as this one continues on. One of our favorite parts about being here, though, is meeting the locals and really feeling the culture. I saw both your faces at the opening ceremony. It was thrilling, but it's just filled with world-class surfing as well. And let's get a moment to really learn more about the Maori Board Riders Club.
Nau mai te ata, haere rā e te pō, tuturu whakamaua ki a Tina, haumi e hui e. Surfing is a cultural custom for Māori people. So the ancestors bring that activity to Aotearoa, and we're just following in their footsteps.
decided to start the Māori Board Riders back in 2023 for the whānau, for our children, especially the ones that can't afford to come out and surf. It's a very expensive sport. During our whānau days, we call it a whānau day, we don't call it a competition. We come down just to connect with one another.
Whangaroa Māori Board Riders is quite a special little club. Our community of surfing in Ragland and Whangaroa here that have started. A mixed bunch of people there. We've got people from all over the motu. We've been part of this surfing community for most of our lives. It's really not even about us, it's about our trying to create that space for our kids.
I just started surfing. It's really cool to come out here with my friends and whānau, and I can get coached from the older people that have been surfing for ages, and it's just really cool.
Recently we actually went down to Taranaki for the Māori Nationals, and we were the most successful club. So hopefully in the future with the Māori Board Riders, eventually we'll get these little Māori kids in the WSL and on the Pro Tour. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
I'm excited for WSL to come because I'm going to be surfing with the pros for the Rising Tide comp. I'm also excited because I'm going to be a caddy. It's just going to be like amazing to have all the pros here at Manu Bay.
So many smiling faces in the Māori Board Riders Club. It's fun to get to know them. They've been just so gracious with their time with us, and also thrilling that they'll be participating as board caddies for the best surfers in the world. I mean, you both grew up in board riders culture, and great to hop over here and really get involved with it as well.
Yeah, there's a word that comes to mind when you think about Raglan and the surf community, and it really is family. And it just really does channel throughout every single stream that they have going around here, whether it's the coffee shops or the local surf shop where you come down and it's the board riders. It really is this beautiful community that all looks after each other, and the Māori Board Riders really encapsulate that as well.
Looking forward to everything happening today. If you're just joining us, it is on opening day here on Friday morning, starting off with the best women in the world. We'll break down that heat draw, and also Steph is back. Can she take this one out and go back-to-back with her wins on tour? More on that after the break.
You say you're a fan? Prove it. Hit up your friends or go against the world. Leave no doubt. Pick your fantasy team. There's only one champion.
You got to listen to Jesse Starling. Pick your team, and you got to prove it. If you think you know who's going to win, let us know. Play at worldsurfleague.com. You can also pick your team on the WSL app. Remember, think about your power surfers. I'm just spilling the beans. I went Aaron Brooks as my power surfer on the women's side. Do you want to share any secret information?
I'll spill my beans. I went Molly Picklum as my power surfer on the women's side.
Wow, there you go. You get double points there. Rick, are you going to keep it a secret like you usually do?
No, I'm happy to spill the beans on this one. Aaron Brooks, I'm with you. Gabriel Medina, locked in.
double points.
Yeah.
It's going to be huge. Coming off a pretty stellar Gold Coast event. Easy to agree that that's one of the best we've ever had at Snapper Rocks?
For sure.
Still buzzing from it.
Yeah.
For so many reasons. You know, when you look at Steph Gilmore and the GOATs, we're telling the next generation what it was like when she dominated the sport. And well, they got a chance to see it in real time. Richie, this was one of my favorite wins of her entire career, and she's got many of them.
Yeah, she has so many, and just incredible to see Steph Gilmore back in vintage form here. And what a way to do it at a home break at Snapper Rocks in what was probably the biggest crowd we've ever seen on hand for a finals day. It was just so much energy and hype around it, and you can see Steph just getting swamped. But, you know, it was Steph just finding her form again. The first two events, a little slow. She had that competitive rust. She admitted it. She wasn't in fine form. Even at the start of this event, it just took a little while to get through the gears and really fire up. But looking great now. We feel like Steph's really starting to hit back into good form.
She'll have a match with Anat Leilior. Remember, Anat had the 8-3-3 at the season opener at Bells Beach, has fallen in the first round since then, but she's going to go all out. She'll be on her front side in this wave. But, you know, for Steph just to win her 34th, breaking her own record, saw her move into the top 10 where she belongs, now world number 7.
Yeah, exactly where she belongs, Joe. You nailed it there. It's weird not having the GOAT in the top 10, but guess what? Now we do. And I also just love how much it's changing. Now that we have this full year format, we really are seeing the rankings just chop and change. It's giving everyone a chance to fight for their spot in that postseason that we have coming up later in the year. Just wanted to have a notable mention, though, for number 9, Nadia Aristabe. What can 12 months can do for someone? I mean, this time last year, she wasn't making heats on the championship tour. She was sent back to the Challenger Series. Now she's earned her spot. She's a rookie on tour, and she really does look like she belongs here. So Nadia, it's insane how far she's come in the last 12 months.
And also looking at the top of the ranking for the first time in her career, Luana Silva wears the yellow jersey. What a turnaround it's been for Lulu, and the first Brazilian female to hold the yellow jersey since Jacqueline Silva did back in 2004.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Luana Silva, definitely the most improved on the women's side in my mind. Over the last season in particular. You know, she made that final in Bells last year, and then she's really just, started to get into this world title conversation this year already. Sitting at number 1. She hasn't quite got the win yet. She's 4-0 in finals, but that win is certainly just around the corner. But she's surfing with more confidence now, with more intent. The maneuvers she's doing with more impact, there's more spray. So everything she's doing is really starting to fall into place. Great team around her, and that beautiful front hand attack at Snapper Rocks was really on show. So Lulu in fine form.
When she lost in the quarters at Bells, Jesse, I could tell it wasn't enough. Like a quarter a couple years ago, she might have been like, okay, moving forward. And then finals, she has the same reaction. Second's not going to do it for Lulu this year.
I love how open she is about that as well, being like, I really, really wanted that win, but taking those seconds so graciously in her stride as well. I really do believe that. That's showing the amount of work that she's doing outside of the water. There's clearly a lot of headspace work going on. Time in the gym. She's looking stronger than we've ever seen in her career, and she looks great in yellow.
Look at this turnaround for Luana Silva. Rookie year 2022. Really didn't get going at all. Sent back to the Challenger Series. Repeated that same result the following year. Back to the Challengers again. Was a replacement for Gilmore, and then was able to surf a complete season. We saw the final start happening last year, and the improvement is still going sky high.
Yeah, it's been a meteoric rise for sure, no doubt. But as you mentioned, Jess, she's in the yellow jersey now, and that is a spotlight. It also acts as a bit of a target as well. All of a sudden, she's the one that everyone is chasing, and that somewhat comes with pressure. So let's just see whether she can handle that pressure. There's a bit of weight with that jersey. It looks good, but it's heavy sometimes.
Yeah, we're going to see how she goes with it at this event. First time ever, she's going to be world number 1. As we know, this is a special event for surfing history, being here at Ragland for the first time for the men and women at the championship tour level. However, we have had CT events here in the past. Paige Harrop, one of the great Goofy Foots, was on tour for several years, and an event popped up in her hometown of Taranaki. And look at the names that took it over. Carissa Moore, 2010 victory. That was in her rookie season. Sal Fitz won in 2011. Steph Gilmore, 2012. Those 3 giant names are in the draw here at Ragland. And then one of the best ever from California, Courtney Conlog, taking out a huge win. So it's been way too long since we needed to come back to New Zealand, and we've got some winning feelings for Riss, Sal, and Steph in the draw here once again here in Manu Bay, ready to compete. Remember, contest is on today. We're kicking things off with the overlapping format. Sally Fitzgibbons will be out there with Vahine Fierro. More coming up on Dawn Patrol right after this. Ethan Ewing took over on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks. 4 straight days of pumping conditions. The closest wave to his house at Stradbrook. He spent so much time on this sand point, testing boards from Darren Hanley. Everything came together for Ethan Ewing. One thing he mentioned, just how much fun he had. His friends were there. He was surfing for them, and he finally got his victory here at Snapper Rocks. Now a Bells champ, J-Bay champ, Snapper champ, all the classic right-hand point breaks. He's got them all.
Oh, and he just looked so sharp on the Gold Coast, and that's the form that we're used to seeing him in. And I love the fact that now we have Ethan Ewing in a spot on the rankings that we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, the whole topic was what's going on with his world title campaign. He was quick to answer at stop number 3, Rick.
Yeah, he sure was. Just really noting that the world title campaign is underway, and I actually love that he's vocalizing it. It just shows us how invested he is and how important that world title is for him. He's really going to try and run it down this season.
Also looking at that rankings, you know, Gabriel Medina back in a ferocious type of form, you know, after a whole season off, 32 years of age, a 3-time world champ, the most decorated surfer currently on the championship tour, has just bulldozed his way to world #1 this year.
Anyone who had any doubts about Gabby Medina coming back and maybe not having it still was so wrong, and he really did prove that throughout the GWM Aussie treble. Gabby Medina has just come back in this form where there's fire, there's feistiness. He's just ready to compete and take anyone down. Working with Adriano de Souza, it really has been this incredible combination for his career, but just so fast, so sharp. I keep calling him an animal because that's exactly what he is. He's a competitive animal, and I know he hasn't won an event yet, but just his consistency in comparison to what we've seen in other years where he's even won world titles, to have this much consistency at the start of a season, it's scary for everyone else who's not Gabby Medina, because he's just looking so happy, so in flow and ready for this year.
What impresses me the most too, it's like, you know, Bells hasn't always been easy for him in his career. Same with Margaret River, but he just found better consistency than maybe he's had at any point of his career. Now, what is he going to do moving forward now on his front side, Rick?
It's super scary is what it is, because they weren't pet events, as you said, and he's done so well, so consistent. He just looks happy. He looks confident. Like everything is falling into place for him. He's, for me, going to be the one to beat for the world title this year.
He was testing a couple of Channel Islands once again, along with his just classic Cabiancas as well. So we'll see what he ends up choosing when it comes to competition time. But we're just still enjoying the fact that we're here in New Zealand, this beautiful part of the world, and we are celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. In fact, the very first event ever in 1976 was in New Zealand, up the coast in Piha, won by the great Michael Peterson. Big legends like Al Byrne were in the final. I think he even got $50 for best wipeout. Those were awards back then. Wow, 50 years later, we're back here in New Zealand, ready to compete. Women's are called on to start off this Friday morning. Sally Fitzgibbons, Vahine Fierro, followed by Aaron Brooks and Yolanda Hopkins. We'll be right back for more after this. It was a wonderful opening ceremony just days ago with the world's best on hand and learning so much about the great culture in this region. Being welcomed into that ceremony was a really beautiful part of it for me. Knowing your intentions of how you're arriving here at Manu Bay. Seth Moniz had a beautiful speech as well, being a native Hawaiian, and also Vahine Fierro led a song as well from the islands of Tahiti, and just gave us some great feelings heading into what will be opening day, officially called on. That's such a big part of our surfing story, Jesse, is not just ripping waves, but also diving into the culture and the people that make this place so great.
Oh, absolutely. I think I alluded to it before, just the family environment that Ragland has, and that opening ceremony, it was full chills, it was full body goosebumps, sorry, and I love that we got to be a part of it.
So cool. The Blakey brothers were a part of it as well, and they were getting fired up for opening day. Let's send it to Ronnie and Vaughn.
Absolutely fizzing down here, Joe. We've just seen all the competitors warming up for now. It's on, mate. So good to be here in NZ. What a place and what a morning.
Yeah, just coming down in the dark, watching the sun come up over the mountains, seeing the lines just pumping in through here in Manu Bay was a great way to just get introduced to this beautiful setup. And yeah, we're so pumped to go. Like long winding lefts, you know, a wave that's going to require a real good tempo, real good rhythm. I think we're going to see a whole new personality from these surfers, especially, you know, a crew who we haven't really seen in this sort of conditions before.
That's right. We're starting with the women, and there is some big stories unfolding there. Carissa Moore really trying to ignite her world title campaign, as is Erin Brooks. Stephanie Gilmore, she won the last event. She's up here. She's feeling good, signing autographs for all the Groms who are absolutely fizzing, and they're going to get right behind Alani Morse in that opening round on the women's side. On the men's side, Vaughan, the Kiwis have plenty to celebrate as well. Tommy Butland taking on Luke Thompson in that first heat, but this one, heat 2, in that opening round for the men, that's a big one. Two of the best backhand surfers here, and Billy Stearman with a real dream to realise at this event.
Yeah, that's right. Two-time Olympian Billy Stearman. He's been, you know, a hero here for a long time, and this is the first time he's going to be surfing in a CT, especially at his home break. I'm expecting a real, you know, solid battle here, because Morgs is going to rely on really stabbing, powerful backside verts. Nooner alert, he's going to be punching it. But Billy Stearman, you know, the rhythm of this wave is in his blood, and I'm expecting to see him release the fins and really start doing a few big blowtails out there. That's his weapon.
And obviously they'll be progressing through into the second round, and there's some huge heats there. Probably none bigger than the Olympic rematch between Jack Robinson and Kelly Vass there. And we know Jack Robbo has work to do, Joe, but he is certainly capable and has proven he can win all over this tour schedule.
We're right there with you, Ronnie. Thank you, Vaughn, for the fire up this morning. That's going to be a great one. Jack Robinson, like Ronnie was alluding to, was in the category with Ethan Ewing, you know, leading into stop 3 of what's going on with the world title campaign. Australia's great on the men's side are with Ethan and Jack. Jack had the long off season to get surgery, get his body fit and ready, but he's got a real clean backhand. He'll be very dangerous here at Manu Bay. And Jesse noticed that he found a good-looking surfboard leading up to opening day.
Yeah, Jack's equipment looks incredible. I was lucky enough to come over a couple of months ago and surf a really fun swell that came through. It was pretty pumping, actually. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was like 6-foot Ragland. It was just so fun. And Jack was over here trying a bunch of boards, and JS was with him. And they were just rotating boards until they found this magic quiver. So I'm excited to see Jack put that in action with the jersey on today. But both of these ladies, they've also been looking super sharp in the free surf. I surfed with Vahine the other day, and she was saying she feels really good with her positioning and exactly where she wants to be on the different tides, because it actually is quite a shifty wave depending on the tides. So Vahine, she's been putting in a lot of time and she's feeling locked in for this event.
First heat, Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Vahine Fierro. It will be the overlapping format to kick off opening day here on Friday morning. So when we have 44 minutes cut in half, 22-minute mark, we'll see Erin Brooks and Yolanda Hopkins begin their heat. So a couple of different strategies will be underway. If you're the priority heat, you have right-of-way over the next heat that starts. So we'll see how Erin and Yolanda take this one. Richie, for Sally, she's got a great feeling heading back to New Zealand, knowing that she's a past champion back in the early stages of her career that were helping her get those runner-up in the world finishes back then.
Yeah, absolutely. Wherever you return to somewhere where you've had success, there's immediate confidence, a feeling of being settled in that environment. And Sally, we know just how strong she is, in particular on the backhand here. She'll be looking to wind up when we finally see a set roll in. But great action this morning, just checking out everyone warming up and surfing. It's always busy that first morning before we get competition underway. Everyone just making those final little adjustments, just really nailing the board that they're going to take out in their heat.
It's
great to watch.
Pretty rare for a surfer to like not want to kind of get wet and just kind of feel their board out before they kick off their heat. Some surfers don't mind, they'll just wait. The practice sessions were great over the last couple of days. They had men and women's practice sessions, then women's only, men's only, and then the whole tour was joined again. And during those lulls, you're like, wow, that is one of the most intense lineups I've ever seen. The best surfers in the world trying to figure out who's got position on each other, Jesse.
Even talking to some of the athletes afterwards, you know, trying to surf in those practice sessions, or trying to surf alone, it can be hard. You know, we've got local crowds and groms and everyone wants a wave, and that happens everywhere you go when you travel with the tour, but then to put them all out in one lineup, some of the surfers like it's actually harder to get waves in those practice sessions than it would be in just a regular one, because everyone is out there at one time and they're all as competitive as each other. And if you want to catch waves, you got to snake people. So
you
it's
really
pretty
do.
intense.
The heat sometimes begins in those practice sessions. Vahine Fierro, champion at Te Hupo'o, that's her home break. She is just so incredible to watch in heavy water waves because she still keeps her style so smooth in her approach, but so well-rounded as well. Has had some key heats throughout the season where she's shown some flair. We're gonna get the opening wave of the event right here. Sally Fitzgibbons tracking down the line, tags it and gets a one maneuver option and then steps off. Always interesting, Richie, with trying to get the opening exchange, playing some defense and positioning. Sally, though, only able to get one turn off there, Richie.
Yeah, just caught a little bit too far inside. And you can see Vahine just starting to come down further into the takeoff zone. So there's a significant ledge out in that takeoff zone, Joey, a rock shelf, as you will, that on low tide really hollows out and barrels. But at the moment, we're just right on high tide. So the girls are just going to have to come down the point just a little bit, and they'll start finding their position. But always a little bit of cat and mouse in the first heat before the before wave riding gets underway. So we've established priority now, and Vahine will look to get her first score on the board.
Yeah, Vahine with priority, the goofy foot, and then Sally on her backhand here, already knowing that she's won with some of the great lefts that were on tour back when she qualified, even with Sofia Molanovic that was on tour at the time. They'd go to Peru for CT events, which was a nice left-hander for world title points. The goofy footer from Huahine in French Polynesia, setting up that first turn. Real graceful in her lines. Second turn, another arc in the pocket. Throwing a series of similar type of wrapping cutbacks, and she'll get a rebound section here and hops out. 1.5 start for Sal. You can see the length of ride that you get at a wave here at Manu Bay. And I think the challenge for all surfers will be finding and identifying a big section. You know, when you can throw it down in a critical nature. For that one, it kind of forced her on the open face, but she definitely looks warmed up and ready.
It's interesting when you watch some of the local guys, especially some of those best guys here. I'll get back to this in a second. Vahine, I really like this wave. We're going to talk about the word tempo a lot throughout this event, and there was really nice tempo on this wave here from Vahine. Really nice wrapping calves. I love that we're seeing these goofy footers go front side for a while here. The one thing she's lacking on this is unfortunately just one of those big critical moments out the back. So on these high tides, it's really important to be trying to choose those waves where maybe you take off a half beat deeper and you hit that first section. Because there's high tide, it's going to give you an extra beat to be able to come around, and then you can go to your rail. But I really do believe to be making heats and going deep in the draw here at Ragland, you need a big exclamation mark on that first section.
Yeah, great call. You almost get little feelings of like reverse bells almost on some of these waves that are coming through, actually finding your pace and tempo and rhythm and knowing when to strike. And for our surfers being tested with the new event on tour, Richie, it's thrilling just to see how they're handling this. You know, there's so many events that are iconic and they've prepared for time and time again, but to have just a brand new event pop up and be tested, especially with a running left, it's fun to see how they're handling it. Vahine on her second wave of the matchup, snaps the first section, coming from behind it this time. Throws down a wrap, kind of changes gears on the cutback. Fierro just drilling it in the pocket over and over again with that fading cutback. Just hugging the power source, getting a rebound if she can. Raised on a small island, it was more important for her to drive a boat or a ski than a car. She had to get herself to waves, and her younger sisters out there too, just the outer reef setups, and loves her peaceful island life. Likes reading books, sometimes reads 50 books a year. Whoa. Ran into her a couple of days ago. I was like, all right, what are you reading? She found that book with Aki, where he had all of his journal notes and things that would pop into his head, and obviously with the best goofy of all time, she was thrilled to kind of get little insights from the great Mark Akalupo. So those are the pages he's been reading the last couple of days as we check out the round one bracket here. Sal and Vahine just starting off. We'll see Aaron Brooks coming up next. The exciting rookie last year is much overdue for a big win. Maybe it'll happen on her front side at this one.
Yeah, I think she's a bit of a favorite out here. She's been dropping some great clips lately on the forehand. We just know how fast and spicy and innovative she can get. particularly above the wave. She has that air game, so some great heats coming up. This is Yolanda Hopkins just prepping for her heat, just keeping the blood flowing. And water not too cold. 3-2 steamer seems to be the order of the day. And perhaps we may even see a little short arm steamer, you know, so it's not really icy water, which is great for our competitors. They can keep the body warm, keep it moving.
Yeah, water temp about 17 to 18 degrees Celsius, about 63 to 64 Fahrenheit. The air temperature this morning was about 10 Celsius. That's 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It should warm up a bit throughout the day and get into the teens for us, which is, you know, it is another factor. You're coming off the Gold Coast, you're surfing in boardies, and then you got to make sure you're warm, and if you're Lulu, you got a nice cup of coffee to start the day. It's her coach there, Leandro Dora, who's already had a great start coaching here in 2026.
Oh, incredible year for Leandro. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't change a thing.
Vahine will take this wave under priority of Sal. Nice flow. Board looks great as she just leans her back shoulder into that carve. More of a hack there. She's found a nice rhythm with some great open face decisions. There's a snap off the lip line again. Vahine creating more space. Love how she's just switching gears on that carve, you know, from knowing that she could get automatic with her body technique, and she'll just lean into it to change gears for the panel. Variety, it's always a big word in the judging criteria, and it would be easy to repeat yourself when the section it feels really similar, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll break down the judging criteria as we start to go deeper into the event, and it is slightly different to what the judges will be looking at when, say, if it was a beach break and they'll be looking for just single intense move. We need some rhythm down the line here, and beautiful kind of layback sort of a carve. And great variety here with a beautiful snap, another rail carve down the line here. So she had those moments, Jess, that you said were kind of missing from those opening rides. This one felt like the rails were a little deeper, a little cleaner.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see she's actually taking off a little bit further inside, so she's sitting closer into the rocks, taking off deeper as well, especially if you're on your front side. Think about waves like Bells. We usually do see natural footers sit just a half beat deeper because you can highline on that first section. Speed is your friend. We know that, but especially on a wave like Ragland on high tide where it can start to hit a bit of deeper water towards the end. If you can have speed at the start and really give the judges go, oh, okay, she's really working with just an extra 2 or 3%, it's going to be easy for them to throw scores their way, and Vahine ticking that box perfectly on that last one.
What a great number. 6.83 for Vahine Fierro. 4.0 was her opener. And now Sally Fitzgibbons looking to answer. Just had the 1.5 on one turn. This is her second scoring ride. As she throws down a snap, she's got more wall here. Second turn, draws through the open face into a carve. Now her fourth maneuver down the stretch for Fitz is just putting together a lot of backside turns, pushing harder through the ending part of this wave. And Sal will fade out of there. We mentioned her win here back in 2011. She finaled the season before when Carissa Moore won in Taranaki, New Zealand. Had a quarterfinal her third year competing here, and then 2013 a semifinal. That was the era where Sally never missed finals day. She had 45 straight quarterfinal appearances to where she kicked off her career, and she just didn't lose in round 1, 2, 3, whatever the format looked like as it evolved over the years. She just was so consistent, and even beyond that, she never missed events. When you look back at her track record when she qualified, she had perfect attendance. And an athlete competing at the highest level, that's huge. So let's watch this one, Jess.
She did really well to stay in the pocket on this wave. That's the first thing I noticed, that she didn't surf out of the lip. Watch her just sit on the foam every single time after one of these turns. She comes back to the power source. This wave, although it gave her a lot of opportunity, you can see maybe frustrated that she couldn't go super vertical on this, but this is definitely better. She had great speed. I love seeing her go left. You're going to hear me say that all day today. But just seeing that technique, that hand in the wall on the bottom turn every single time. You can see Sally, she puts so much time into her surfing, her technique, her style, and that run of results she had over here when they were competing over at Taranaki. She actually had 19 excellent scores in New Zealand in those 4 years, which is pretty crazy. Her first ever event back here in 2010, she had a 19-point heat total in one of her heats. So Sal definitely has a good track record with New Zealand.
Hopefully we'll see a perfect heat go down this season at some point for the women. That's 210s. We haven't seen it yet in surfing history. But Sal, one of those surfers that had 19-plus totals, especially in those years she was in the world title race. Last score for Fitz, 517, which is good because it's better than Vahine's low score at the moment, Rich, but still the high mark, 683 is the big comparison at the moment.
Yeah, and you can sort of see why. I think great judging this morning so far, bang on with the scores. Definitely that 683, it had that variety, it had that flair. It really kind of kept us fully engaged. If we have to be hypercritical on Sal's last wave, it was a lot of the same style of manoeuvres. The wave obviously didn't really cooperate in terms of giving it that one moment, but gee, she surfed it incredibly well. And that rhythmic approach that you guys have both referenced this morning. So Sal should be looking for a wave that's going to match that 683 now, and then she really will want to take the lead at that point.
Wow, we're off and running. Opening day. Let's say a big good morning and kia ora to our friend Kaipo. How you doing?
Kia ora. Yeah, I'm doing great out here, Joe. It's a beautiful day. Sun's coming up, anticipating a lot of surfing with these overlapping heats. And yeah, just happy to be out in the water. It's looking pretty epic, and I'm thinking things are going to get better as the tide drops out throughout today, so things are looking good.
Hey, Kaipo, how would the glare be affecting any of the rides at the moment? Do you think they're all right with their vision?
No, the glare is going to be a factor throughout competition for sure. Luckily, I have my ices on, but you can't surf with them. So the glare is going to be a factor with the surfers. We've got some waves coming through here, but maybe I can fit in one Art of War quote, Sun Tzu. Nah, I'm going to get back to that quote later. I'm going to keep you guys going. Vahine Fierro up and riding. Looks like she's banging the lips a couple times. Getting through some chatter right here, Joe. Big slash for Vahine. One more time for the Tahitian. Take it away.
And another wrapping turn there into the pocket. Fierro has just found a nice rhythm. She kicked out Kaipo. I'm ready for the quote.
Oh, so Sun Tzu, Art of War, the lack of preparation overrides acts of courage. I'm leaving you with that.
Love it, Kaipo. Thank you for that. Look at that, just serious delivery out in the water. It's the art of war, right? There's this mental aspect of competing, you know, where there's been stories of some surfers sometimes liking to get into the head of their opponent before the heat starts, during, after. Don't know if any of that's happening now, but Vahine is definitely enjoying her frontside attack at the moment, Richie.
Oh, she sure is, and I love this new kind of layback slash that we're seeing from her, and it's looking good, and it's really sending a lot of spray and putting a lot of power into that carve that she's doing. So she's giving the judges something new and keeping them interested.
Sally Fitzgibbon starting to get down the line with some speed. That section's going to land on her heels and forces her to step off. She's trying to look for improvement on the 1.5 she's carrying. You can see the paddle battle now for priority. The priority judge upstairs, a legend in New Zealand, Ian Ratso Buchanan, longtime competitor, basically seen every single change in pro surfing, even as a master's title. Traveled around the world with guys like Mark Akalupo. And I've heard him on the radio locally here, getting called up by a lot of the big media programs as they welcome him back home. Always great to ask Ratso about all things that are happening in New Zealand. Always sends you the right way to find some good waves in this amazing country. But he's got a big job, Jesse. You know, the whole priority paddle battle, he is just staring at them right now as they get to that takeoff zone. He awards Sally with first priority for the next exchange.
Yeah, Sally a lot deeper on the point as well. So Ratso, he knows this wave just probably better than any of us, just being here so many times, and he would know exactly where that takeoff spot is, where that X marks the spot for priority. Sal getting there first. Vahine can see already making her way over. Vahine's done damage under priority in this heat, so I really don't think it's going to factor in for Vahine right now, but you can see Sal, she's got that priority, and now she's moving down the point to where Vahine has locked in some of her scores. But Ratso is easily probably the biggest grom on the staff. I'd say no one surfs more than Ratso on the staff of the event. So, yeah, love having him a part of the team.
He's an absolute frother. You know, and Rich, just the importance of a performance left like this. We were chatting with Vaughn Blakey the other night, and he brought up a good point. If this event was on tour when you were on tour, you would have won this several times. The idea of that, though, is needing to have balance on tour and having a left that's not just treacherous, like we already have a few of those, and bigger, tropical reef breaks.
Yeah.
But to have, for the backsiders, an opportunity to show what they can do, just like we're always breaking down what the goofies can do throughout the Aussie treble. More on that in a sec. We've got Sal with an opportunity, but she goes down swinging.
Yeah, just got a little caught on that inside rail. She was starting to carve down. There is a little bit of chatter on the wave that you can see, that little surface texture that's created. It's, I guess, a slight off cross-shore wind at the moment that's coming up through the bottom of the bay and coming up the face. It's actually kind of hard to identify it on your screen, but when you're surfing on it, it definitely can disrupt that rail line through the bottom turn and as you execute the top turn as well. But Sal just coming unstuck there. Starting to feel a little bit of pressure in this one, needing that 7.43 to take the lead. Vahine feels like she's kind of got control at this point.
It's interesting, too, with 44 minutes, counting your top two. You know, that doesn't change. You still just need 2 waves. There's not a whole lot of mock heats happening out there where they're like 44 minutes on the clock. What's your game plan? You know, that's a lot of time to really be patient, look for the right waves. At the moment, Sally is chasing a 7.43 at least to take the lead off Vahine, as we have a really cool local crew enjoying the action here on opening day here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Great to be in your company, all you surf fans out there. We just heard another horn go off, meaning that Aaron Brooks and Yolanda Hopkins are getting their heat started. This is the overlapping format, so Aaron and Yolanda aren't allowed to take any waves that Sally and Vahine want. That's the priority heat. So if you're ever looking at your score bug on your screen, the heat with less time on the clock is the priority heat. And so once Aaron Brooks and Yolanda get started, they get their halfway mark done, they'll turn into the priority heat. It's pretty easy to follow, and it really helps us maximize a swell window to get a lot of heats accomplished. When you have a big lineup that can handle more surfers, you have Renato Hickel calling it on. So Aaron versus Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, part of the rookie class this year, Richie, and really part of that Euro force that came blazing from the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she was the first one in the lineup this morning. It was basically dark when we arrived, and you could see this little figure on the backhand just clicking away, and it was Yolanda Hopkins. She loves to be out there first in the water. And, you know, she's really starting to make an impact on the tour. She's got through just a couple of heats this year, so she'll be looking for more. And but she's going to have her hands full up against Erin Brooks. This wave just tailor-made, suited for her style of surfing.
Yeah, Jesse, where are we now with Erin Brooks? There was a lot of calls that she could match Steph and win a world title in her rookie season. Didn't end up going that way, but she still had obviously some brilliant performances. Where are we at now with her world title campaign?
She definitely needs a result pretty much now to stay in that world title run for that full season, but she still is a world champion surfer. There is no doubt in my mind that she will win a world title one day. She's too good. I don't know if you guys have been able to see the new Red Bull Nowadays film, but Erin's part in that is groundbreaking. There's a never been done before, 2 full rotes on one wave, and it was on a left-hander like this.
Running after this one in the priority heat, the Tahitian Vahine Fierro lays down a real stylish wrap in the pocket, then a snap off the top. You can see those ribs on the face Richie was noting with that wind direction, but she is just creating some smooth lines for herself. And just with that vision of being on your front side, it's starting to look like an advantage on this higher tide this morning, Rich.
Yeah, the wave has got a bit of a softer slope to it this morning, just in with that high tide. Where they're paddling right now, there will be rocks exposed here. It's about a 2-metre coefficient, so a change in sea height of around 2 metres between the high and low tide. So that's pretty substantial. And the interesting thing about this wave, though, is that it actually doesn't change too much between the tidal, high and low. It kind of keeps its form throughout, but we will see that outside ledge starting to get more exposed. Jess, you spoke about taking off a little deeper, and that's exactly what Vahine did on this one. And she goes to what is fast becoming a bit of a new trademark move for her. That carb to snap combination is really starting to serve her well out here this morning. Little catch there on that final turn, so question mark whether she will improve on that 5.77, which is the low marker that she's trying to get rid of here, but looking really good, Vahine, this morning.
Speaking of world champions, when you think about the world champions we've had over the last 3 years, and the likes of Molly, Katie and Caroline, they all have really good front sides, they have really good backside surfing, and they can all surf the barrel really well. There's not a lot of times where we get to see Vahine Fierro's frontside surfing because we don't have a lot of traditional left-hand point breaks onto it. Now that we do, I am a really big fan of her style, so she's got that. We know her backhand is insane, and she's incredible in the tube. So when you think about a world champion, she actually ticks all the boxes for it as well. So Vahine maybe needing to find a little bit of that special something that Lulu's found to kick off her world title campaign, because she doesn't lack any of the characteristics she needs to be a world champion surfer.
Well, the whole tour is just lifting as we watch a possibility here. It's up to Vahine if she wants it being in the priority heat. So she'll keep Erin Brooks and Yolanda patient in the non-priority heat with that speed, little down carve, perfect pickup off the bottom, and hits it off the lip. Out in front, there's that real cool lean back on the open face. Drawing it out in front. Board looks great. Just got a little stuck there. Yolanda is able to get started. Hopkins drills the lip line a couple of times and finds a nice, easy rhythm quickly against Erin Brooks. And our surfer from Portugal kicks out. She's paddling right next to Vahine, but it's not a paddle battle for priority because they're in different heats. But Vahine knows her options there. She understands this format. Now we've used it a couple of times already throughout this season. Fierro's looking very comfortable. 5.77 is her low score. Seeing if she can improve on that. Sally already needs at least something in the 7 range. And Erin Brooks finding some room here. Surfer representing Canada lights up the first section. Goes over the white water on that one, pushes off the top. And just slipping off, looking for something major. But nice to see the non-priority heat get started, Richie.
Yeah.
And Sally, meanwhile, is just dropping anchor out there.
Yeah, and she kind of needs to. She's waiting for that special set to roll around the point. It would be the high number of the day. That 7.17 is what she needs. But some great signs from Yolanda Hopkins on the backhand too. Really staying tight in that pocket and finding one of those little inside gems that sort of runs down the line at a good pace, but still had a little bit extra steepness on the wave face where she could really start to get that backhand hook. As we see here, streaking down the line. She'll square up off the bottom here. Kind of gets a little drift on this second turn. You can see just the fins slightly drifting through the turn. But nice top to bottom action here for Yolanda.
And then also here, Erin Brooks on her opening wave, getting started.
This was, I did get excited when Erin got to her feet, just seeing what she can do. That first turn was really nice. Slightly hung up on the second and then found some speed during that third. And that front foot just slipping off over her hillside rail there. So obviously there is a little bit of texture on the face. Richie mentioned we've got cross-shore winds at the moment. They are going to swing more to offshore throughout the day. But it is something these guys have to factor into the equation here. Noting that Erin took a smaller wave then, so she's obviously not in the priority heat, but she knows the shape she's looking for.
That's right. We've got some activity in the lineup with this overlapping format, Kaipo.
Yeah, a lot of activity, and you mentioned the bump, Jess. There is a couple of speed bumps out here, so you got to adjust your acceleration and fit the turns in between the speed bumps. But I did want to give you guys a reminder. Fantasy, as well as the bracket challenge for the men, you can still switch around your teams, okay? And battle the booth on the bracket challenge. Kaipo's #1 super mega league on fantasy. Set your teams for men. For women, you're already set. You can't change them right now because we've started the women competition. You got a chance to shuffle around. And I'm going to give you a tip. Actually, what I'm doing is I got a bunch of goofy foots on my team, and I'm just doing that purely, not necessarily logic, but just purely from the heart. So
sometimes that's how you want to pick, right? You can break down all the numbers, you know, and who's got momentum maybe on rankings, and hey, like Kaipo's a goofy, and that's his message.
There you go. Here comes a goofy right now.
Manu Bay. You can see the battle of the booth. You can join our clubhouse, compete against our teams, as we have Vahine Fierro laying down some tracks. She'll get stuck down the line, so that'll be a throwaway. In fact, she's throwing away a couple of 5s, a 4. She's throwing away a 3-5. She's catching a lot of waves here against Sally Fitzgibbons. And remember, the format changed this year. There's no non-elimination heats anymore. Straight into one-on-one matchups. Here's Yolanda in the heat with Erin Brooks. Yolanda getting out in front. Nice tag off the lip. Good patience off the bottom, and then puts it right back off the top again, throwing some water off the rails. She is loving this pocket. Throwing some nice backside snaps and still swinging a yo-yo. Finding some really good sections under priority of heat #1. That's a wave that Sally would love to tee off on. But she's sitting in a different part of this lineup here at Manu Bay. Yolanda's opener, a 4.5, and she did some damage on that one, Richie. Stand by for more waves. Sally probably hearing the crowd react to Yolanda, and she wants to get some backside snaps in. A little bit sticky at the start, and after a very long wait, Fitzgibbons goes straight down.
That's a tough one when you wait that long. Here we go, live action with Erin.
Erin Brooks just has that fun style where she's just ready to do something big, already off her first turn, then to a snap. The Canadian throws some water off the rails of that lost surfboard, back to the lip again. She is so quick. Quick little jam there to keep those rails moving. So prepared, so strong in her performance, and she puts that one together brilliantly in the non-priority heat. Two great scores coming in for Yolanda and also Erin Brooks, and then the fall for Sally Fitzgibbons. That fall definitely stung, knowing that the non-priority heat is kind of shredding right now.
Yeah, that wave for Yo-Yo, that's the wave. That's the bowl that you're chasing out here at Manu Bay. You could see it cupped and bent back towards the rocks, and it just allowed Yo-Yo basically to not move just from the edge of the whitewater, go upside down time and time again. It just kept offering her steep, fun sections. She also threw heaps of water out the back here. Rich and I were looking at each other and like pleasantly nodding our head because this was such a fun wave here for Yo-Yo. That turn was a bit of a setup turn to really start to slingshot her down the line here. See how this wave starts to bend back. Yo-Yo doesn't need to chase or move from the pocket. She is just perfectly in flow zone with this bowl, just allowing her to tee off time and time again. If we're going to be super critical, maybe not the most vertical turns, maybe slightly under, but I feel like with this little cross-shore wind, you do have to be potentially just under the lip to keep that tempo and flow going down the line. But Yo-Yo surfing with a lot of speed, a lot of intensity, and she looks ready to take on a lot of people's power surfers, Erin Brooks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Yolanda Hopkins brings a lot of fire. She's always super positive. She said she's got to be the most appreciative rookie on the championship tour. She's been through a lot over the years, and you can tell she just brings that gratitude every time she's out here before the sunrise. She is so prepared, gives it her all, and she's not afraid of a high-profile name like Erin Brooks. Of Erin being predicted to definitely make it to finals day, and now Yolanda's making people think about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting some pressure on Erin, which I think is a good strategy at this point. Put some decent scores on the board and really make Erin work for it. Let's have a look at the replay here. I did like this wave from Erin. Almost a little stall at the start, but great timing on the opening carve there. Connects with the lip. Gets nice and tight on that third wrap, and then a beautiful rhythm. Almost vertical on this turn down the line. Little check turn. And that these final carves here with a little bit more sting and engagement with the rail. So great pace to that wave for Erin. She's off and running now.
More waves on the way. Priority is with Vahine Fierro, and then the non-priority heat. Priority is with Yolanda over Erin Brooks. Hopkins on the wind-up, and she goes straight up and then straight down to kick out. That one's going to leave her behind. Judges taking their time with that previous exchange between Erin and Yolanda. So when they're taking their time, they're just waiting patiently for an update. 8:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Vahine still leads this one. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on that last exchange for Erin and Yo-Yo. That's why we love overlapping heats. The action, and both of them, getting really good waves. I'm giving you the water analysis. Yolanda had great tempo on her wave, but Erin had just a ton of power, and I think variety too is from what I saw out here. And Erin's just evolving, right, as a surfer. She's getting stronger every year, and so I'm really impressed on the leverage that Erin Brooks had on that wave. I know we're waiting for scores. I'm waiting for it on my Apple Watch as well. But it's great when we have this much surfing action, and even the non-priority heats getting into it really early in their exchange.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Good breakdown. And I do like that he mentioned the power. The surfer doesn't need to be 6 feet tall to have power. You can be really, really compact and precise with your rail work. And she has such a crazy coil up and how fast she is through her turns. That movie you were talking about nowadays that Red Bull came out with, it's really evident when you see how quickly she can go through the lip. And then she has an X factor where it can look like she's doing a snap, but she'll end up doing an air reverse, like off the, out of that pocket section, which is probably something she's going to keep in her back pocket when she needs it throughout this event.
Definitely, and we're so used to seeing it on her backhand on these right-hand point breaks where she goes vertical, and feels like less than a second between her coming down to her being ready to be going up on the lip again. So she has that same approach on her front side where she just can go in attack mode and just turn time and time again, but it's not repetitive, it's powerful, and it just feels like, I love this word, it feels like it's got a little bit of extra pizzazz.
It certainly does. Potts used to love that word too. Just bringing that little extra excitement. I see the 7-5, it just locked in. One judge threw a 7. That gets thrown out as the low. One of the high 7-5s out, and Erin Brooks has the new high number of the morning and getting it in the non-priority side of her heat. Yolanda Hopkins, 6.33. That's her best, but still requiring a 4.51. That one's far from over. Important ride for Sally Fitzgibbons. You can see it's a chatter off the bottom, still just searching for something in this lineup. We mentioned her track record in New Zealand, back-to-back finals down here, runner-up to Carissa Moore, and then had pocket 8s in the win the second season with a 16-point clean total there for her top 2. Her more recent win was in that shortened season back in 2021 on the CT level over at Wajimuk or Rottnest Island, Strickland Bay. where she used her backhand to great effect. She was so busy that year on tour, doing all the Olympic requirements. She had to take a win there, then fly down to a qualifying event for the Olympic Games, and it was a great timing for Sally. Makes sense that she'd be an Olympian, you know, one day, and especially the first Olympic team for Australia, where she got to represent Tokyo 2020, Richie.
Yeah, amazing stuff. You know, Sal is a real athlete. Incredible runner. You know, she's just always, she's a bit of a sporty spice, always doing stuff. But obviously surfing is the sport that she really honed in on, focused, and where the love was. So, I mean, she's achieved so much in her career. Somewhat of a veteran now on the tour, but still surfing incredibly well. Has dropped off and on the tour over the past few seasons, but so much determination and grit to just grind it out and find her way back onto the tour. She's going to have to find that, and she's going to have to dig a little deeper to try and get out of this heat, because with only 4.5 minutes on the clock, Vahine really has control. And Sal still needing that 717. She's just wave choice perhaps letting her down a little bit in this heat.
Enjoying this great view, the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam, looking at our competitors out there in the overlapping format. We are just so thrilled to have the first ever championship tour event for men and women here at Manu Bay. The first ever event in New Zealand was the first event for, well, the tour as we know it, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour this year. And stop number 1 in 76 was up in Piha, a couple hours north.
Yeah, obviously really important to...
It's Tyler Wright. Grabs her red jersey.
For us to kind of see where these surfers, what scores they're doing.
I know, I think she's saying that she felt like she left the run a little bit late. You could see she's got a bit of a pace on here, so she's heading towards the back of the point where you can do a rock jump and sort of paddle round into the takeoff zone. So she'll make her way down there, but pristine point here at Manu Bay. Ragland, it has not been really overdeveloped at all since I was here, you know, 20, 30 years ago. Great to see that, you know, this place is just so pristine and beautiful.
Yeah, you walk down, to the town in Ragland, and you could do a lap in probably under 10 minutes. There's some of the same restaurants I visited about 12 years ago, and still the same happy people, some great surf shops, and that'll put you in the right direction. This time of year, we're stoked to have, fun conditions for the last few days. A little bit colder in the air, but it's been warming up midday where you could take your jackets off, and then it gets really cold again when the sun goes down. Fun to have more of a colder feeling on tour at some of these stops to balance out the warm water events as we have 2:30 on the clock here. Vahine Fierro in a great position with the lead and priority. Sally's thinking about it, but Vahine most likely will take this wave. Here comes Fierro. Goofy footers just enjoying these frontside waves. She'll throw a nice clean carve to start. Not much of a turn there, just resetting, so it ends up being a defensive play. Sal's now opened up 2 minutes for herself to chase down to 7.17.
Yeah, so similar to what we saw over at Snapper just a couple weeks ago, some of those sets, they are going wide on the bank, and that they aren't hitting it and bowling up as well as we saw from maybe some of Erin and Yo-Yo's waves. So that was definitely just a blocking maneuver for Vahine. I just don't think the sets are really where the scores are. Don't get me wrong, there are some sets that come through and they really do hug that bank perfectly. They're harder to find on that high tide. That's when that low tide kicks in, where the sets start to become a lot more reliable. So Sal, 90 seconds, 717. I mean, crazier things have happened over her career. You can see a bit of frustration has been creeping in. Couple of falls, get the kick off on that last wave. So Sal just needs to channel that inner Sal that we saw her get big results here over in 2010, 11, 12, 13.
I think that's what's really keeping Sally so engaged, is having a challenge. We'll never forget when she won at Cloudbreak back-to-back with the bursted eardrum, where she duct taped her head together against doctor's orders, made her own decision to compete, and went on to victory. She likes those challenges in front of her, and right now it's the challenge of finding that winning feeling again against a new crop of talent on tour like Vahine Fierro that really set the pace in the early stages of this matchup, Rich.
Yeah, definitely. It's what gets Sal out of bed in the morning, really. It's that challenge. She loves it. And with 30 seconds to go, and doesn't look like there's too much on the horizon, things are going to be tough. And it's going to sting. You know, first heat of the morning and she's out of the event. It is cutthroat now. There's no, you know, second round chances. This is it. Once you're out, you're out.
15 seconds on the clock. Easy to follow the draw, and especially if you play the bracket on WorldSurfLeague.com. Winner of this heat does have to deal with the reigning world champion in the next round. That's Molly Picklum. And now that we've run out of time, it officially will be Vahine getting past the Australian legend, a past champion here in New Zealand. Sally Fitzgibbons has a round 1 loss, and her trip here to Ragland has ended quickly due to a great performance from the goofy footer from French Polynesia and representing France on tour. Looked real comfortable with her decision making, had a lot of time to enjoy that frontside attack, and that's why we love that we're here on this high performance left. Vahine now, we'll see how she fares against Molly Picklum coming up in round 2. We are going to take a Bonsoy brew break. When we come back, Aaron Brooks and Yolanda Hopkins will be the priority heat, and Tyler Wright and Francisca Veselko will get started. Thanks for being with us here on opening day of competition. Tyler Wright taking on Francisca Veselko. Kika Veselko, she's also known as, is another great rookie from Portugal. So she's got Yolanda in the priority heat. They've seen each other surf quite a bit over the years. Francisca from up the coast in Carcavelos. Yolanda down in the Algarve, down the coast in Portugal. They've seen each other rip for a very long time, got to qualify together. Yolanda the first to get the news that she'd be representing Portugal on the championship tour. That's the first time ever for the women's tour. And then Kika gave her some backup, and Teresa Bonvillatte almost got the jump as well. We asked both Kika and Yolanda in the Meet the Rookies piece that you could find on WorldSurfLeague.com. It was like, what's going on in Europe? And for Yolanda, she's like, well, it's kind of obvious to me. She was like, well, I was surprised it didn't happen sooner because we've got world-class waves, we've got events, we've got the attention of Portugal in the global spotlight in the surfing world. So for Yo-Yo, she wasn't kind of scratching her head going, what's going on? She's like, yeah, it's about time that the world gets to see it.
The European storm on the women's side of the Challenger Series last year was something that was so impressive, and you can see they're really trying to bring that onto the championship tour now.
Yolanda and Aaron Brooks are the priority heat now, and the backhand's already warmed up for Yo-Yo. Putting that one in the right spot, but she just ends up going down in transition. And now it'll be Aaron Brooks. Aaron Brooks spicing up that section. Nice paced wrap to see if this wave will build for her, and she will step into action again. Another quick snap off the lip. Brooks pushing into the pocket. Spending a ton of time in wave pool systems around the world. There's one in Waco, Texas. She was actually born in Texas. Back to this, Tyler Wright up and down. But she'd just go there for, 4 or 5 days in a row, book the place out, invite a couple of friends, and go for tons of air rotations. You can be like, hey, dial up the air section. Let me just really get those down. And then she's able to bring it to the ocean as well. And Richie, that's been a big topic. okay, first you get it done in the pool, but then can you bring it to the ocean? And Erin does that pretty well.
Yeah, I wish we had that in my day, mate, because it really is an incredible training platform for you to sort of perfect technique and, you know, that feeling of sort of taking off on a wave and rotating in the air can be foreign sometimes, you know, and to be able to do it repeatedly over and over again and get comfortable with that feeling, it's amazing, because then once you've got it down, you can go and repeat it in the ocean, which is a little bit different because it's less predictable as the pool setup. But what a training ground that we have now, all these pools scattered around the world. And yeah, Erin Brooks, as you can tell, has definitely honed her skills.
Let's catch up with the winner of the first heat of the morning, Vahine Fierro's with True Starling.
Thank you, Joe. Vahine, it was a tough heat with Sally. She's won here before, but you started off really strong, and you're saying it's a little bit bumpy and lumpy out there, but the 5'6" Mikey February under your feet was looking really good.
Yes, it's such an honor to be like the first seat ever out here at Ragland for the CT. And sharing it with Sally was a really big heat for me. Round 1 against Sally, she's so experienced, so I knew I had to like try to surf my best and be as smart as I could, because she's always like surfing underneath us and turning 3s into 8s. So I was like, okay. And yeah, this morning the waves were there, and then the wind picked up in our heat, so that was kind of hard to manage, but I had a really good board under my feet. I had good fins, and yeah, the body felt good, and I had an amazing team with me. So yeah, everything went my way.
You'll be coming up against Molly in your round 2 heat as well. We know that she's got a great backhand attack. What's the thought process going into that one?
I didn't look, so now I just found out that I was against Molly. But she's the reigning world champion, and those girls are the ones that make me progress and make me a better version of myself every day. So gotta show up, and yeah, I'm gonna have to do something.
I'd love to touch on as well the opening ceremony. You got to sing the national anthem of Tahiti. That was really special. Talk to me about that and just that experience to do that with pretty much your family there too.
The opening ceremony, I think it's called Pohiri here. And it was just goosebumps everywhere, like the way they all sang together. They did the Maori show, and then they like sat us down, and it was just very, very powerful, very intense. And they're like our brothers and sisters from another island. We're the Polynesian Triangle, so New Zealand, Hawaii, and Tahiti, and all the islands in the middle. And so when they asked us if we could sing a song or say something, it was our biggest honor to be a little part of that ceremony and share some of our Polynesian culture. And it was just a great reminder from this opening ceremony to be true to who we are, be true to where we come from, and share it to the next generation.
Thanks, Vahine. Good luck in the next one.
Great question. Thank you, True Starling, for bringing that up. Vahine Fierro was so wonderful on that opening ceremony, and it's a bit of that tradition where you do give something back of where you came from as well to connect everybody on that day. And I think that put Vahine in just a great headspace to kick things off in the opening heat. Like she said, it's hard. You're not coming up later in the day where you've seen what's working, what the judges are rewarding. You're out there with first heat. You can't look at past results of the CT in the past because there hasn't been any here at Manu Bay. And she did really well to just enjoy her forehand. That Mikey February model from CI looked brilliant under her feet. Looked like she can go to all of her favorite moves.
And there's really is 2 different mindsets where you can think about being that first heat of the event. You can think about it as a bit of an issue or a privilege. I just love the way that Vahine thought about that. Kika, on the other hand, loved that first turn. She really belted it. A lot of spray coming off that back foot here. So you can see Kika using technique to her advantage to give herself an X factor, being on her backhand. If you can throw a lot of water at this, it's going to give the judges something to think about. It was a smaller wave, but good signs in the early stages of this heat from Kika.
Kika Veselko, 3.67 on her opener. In the heat with a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright. Tyler's still the youngest ever to win a championship tour contest, a wild card at 14 years of age. and which just brings us to the narrative of the youth versus the experience that we came into on the championship tour, and also having the biggest roster we've had. It used to be top 17 in the world, opening up more spaces for the top 24 now in 2026, which really brought that whole old school versus the new school right at the head. And you look at it, and well, there's a lot of people predicting that the youth would take over, but we've got a Lakey Peterson title, we've got a Steph Gilmore title, so it sounds like the youth is ready to answer back. Keep that thought going for a moment, but we got to check in with Kaipo.
You were talking about Kika Francisca Veselko, and all year we've only seen her on rights, right? This is the first time we get to see her backhand, but we know the vicious backhand that she does have. We saw it when she won a World Junior title over there in Seaside Reef in California. Shout out to the Lot Trolls. And so we've already known that she's got this really strong backhand. So I think that's going to be playing in her favor against, a big challenge with Tyler Wright. But I think Veselko is going to be the sneaky kind of favorite in this heat.
Yeah, great call there, Kaipo. That World Junior title is impressive, to be the best junior on the planet. And then your next goal is to qualify. And she did that so quickly. And you've got to think that World Junior title gave her a ton of confidence. And, even though that she spent, most of her life in Portugal, she's got some, California roots. I've talked to her dad at the last event. She was able to spend some time in Southern California and actually see Katie Simmer, see Sawyer Lindblad make those finals in the amateur organization. So when she got on tour with the international field, it was much more familiar. She'd actually got to spar with them growing up, and also going back to Portugal, where she's got a lot of more waves to choose from, a bit more power as well than Southern California. So she had a great recipe to grow into the championship tour surfer she is today.
I feel like that's really helped add to her game as well, where she can take little bits and pieces from around the world, whether it be competitive strategy from the Portugal, the European side, because they are feisty competitors over there, or to get style and flair from the USA and their incredible crop of talent they have over there. Even growing up, Kika came in and lived with my family for a couple months over at Narrabeen, and she did a really big stint working with shapers and different coaches throughout Australia. So she's really diversified herself around the world and taken in every little inch she can, no matter where she's gone, and that has helped her get to the stage where she's at today. Not many people can say they're a world junior champion either, but Kika can, so she's growing each and every year.
It seems like, these people on tour are here for a reason, right? And it's not just overnight success. It's beginning from, their local lineup and maybe having the resources to travel if you have that advantage. It's really helped a lot of these surfers. We're talking about the Aaron Brooks story. Maybe one of the most well-traveled teenagers we've ever seen, more prepared than anybody. It doesn't always have to be that way, though. You can use resources at your local break, and as soon as you do get the chance to travel, though, it really opens up your eyes on what it would take to make the Dream Tour. Waves on the way. Yolanda Hopkins with priority. This is going to go to the non-priority heat. Francisca Veselko throws a sleepy little carve, then belts the lip line. Picking up some speed there, frames it up towards the lip. Trying to really put a lot into that backhand snap, but with that wind direction and that chop on the face, it's just going to push her out of the wave. Hard to keep that momentum down the line, Rick.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost like you have to do your maneuvers in between those rivets that are sort of creating this sort of jagged lip line. And I like what you said earlier, Jess, where if you go too high, it's actually going to be a negative for you, and you're in danger of sort of going off the back. And that's exactly what happened on Kika's last wave there on that last maneuver. You've really just got to place that maneuver perfectly in the right spot on the lip. Break it down here as we look at the replay of Kika's wave here. And she starts off with almost just a little off balance on the opening carve. That second snap, she connects with it. There was a bit more sting in that one. Almost a vertical hit for the third, and then just got caught a little high on that final turn. Just didn't power down through and accelerate down through the end of that one, and unfortunately that's not going to be a make.
So Kika turns in a 3.93, 3.67 before that in the heat with Tyler Wright. And the priority heat's got 7:45 to go. Aaron Brooks, 7.5, 5.07. 7.5, the biggest number we've seen so far this morning, as she wants to go back-to-back with Goofy Foot wins in the first 2 heats of the morning. Let's check in with Vaughn Blakey.
Thanks very much, Joey. Yeah, pro surfing is back in New Zealand. And, mate, if you want to see how popular it is, cop this line. Now, these people aren't just here to see Gabriel Medina. They're not here just to get Billy Stearman's autograph. They're here to cop the mean bean, the Ragland roast. Roasted locally, it is the best coffee at the contest site, and, of course, the official coffee of the contest site. Look at this. Little soy cap there, you beauty. Ragland roast, if you're going to get filled up and get jacked up on this comp, this is where you come. The mean bean, brah.
100%. That is delicious, Vaughno. You deserve it.
So good, Joe.
Can you put my order in, actually?
Yeah, what would you like, bro?
Same thing as you, man.
Little soy cap.
Beautiful.
Bonsoy, mate.
Good
Coming
man.
your way.
Good man. See it up in the town, too. You can find this Ragland roast up in Ragland town. I remember having it 12 years ago. It's so delicious. Just trying to buy enough bags to bring home for all your friends. It's a common souvenir when you leave Ragland.
Oh, definitely. I love Ragland roast. Also, just the people are so kind. Even this morning, we were here on Dark, and Vaughno and I are very keen coffee drinkers. And when we popped our head in, we're like, you guys open yet? He's like, come back in 5 minutes. I'll have it all sorted for you. They're just so ready to provide. So Ragland roast, definitely the place to get your coffee down here in Ragland.
I think they looked at you guys. You guys from the Northern Beaches? You know? Yeah. We need our coffee to kick off the day.
They'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
Look at this glorious Friday morning that we're having here at Manu Bay. Beautiful comp site. All the fans have been down here through the practice days as well. And a lot of the local media have been enjoying talking to the best surfers in the world. Alani Morris is representing this whole community as she won the trials. And just 15 years of age, she was at the press conference and had the biggest cheers every time she made a statement there. So get ready for this crowd to go absolutely ballistic in that heat. Number 8, the last of round 1 against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. The wild cards on the women's side this year haven't been successful with the heat win yet in round 1. Alani knowing this lineup better than anybody, even though she's 15. Let's see if she could really make a statement today.
Yeah, I think local knowledge definitely will be an advantage here today. It's a tricky wave. While it looks straightforward, to actually ride this wave with a lot of flair and to put the maneuvers in the right spot, you have to have a steady pace about you, and there needs to be that flow, and you need to connect it all. The judges really changing up what they're needing to drop an excellent score here. It's not, as I mentioned earlier, it's not as straightforward as just doing one big explosive maneuver. You have to do multiple maneuvers. You have to perform them with that flow and that power and stitch it all together beautifully. So local knowledge, we'll see what happens.
Definitely. And just the fun part of having a left like this, you think about if this is somebody's skill set and you don't have this wave on tour, you just don't get to see it. Carissa Moore preparing. Coming up against Bella Kenworthy, who would feel like her little niece, growing up. There's a classic photo going around social media where they're going tandem on a wave at a beach called Doheny in Dana Point, California. Bella being from there, and Carissa would come to town close to the entire family, and they'd go doubles on longboards, and you'd see little Bella just shadowing Carissa at the major events that were in California. And now they have a chance to actually compete against each other on the championship tour. That one's coming up next.
It's a pretty interesting concept when you think about it for Carissa. She's had such a hand in so many young girls' careers flourishing and getting to that top level, just like Bella Kenworthy did. So for her to see Bella in the CT, she'd be like, oh, this is so cool. And then for her to be in a heat, she'd be like, oh, this is awesome, but I'm going to beat you. Like, it must be such a funny mindset for Carissa to find herself in.
3:15 on the clock. Aaron Brooks will use priority on this wave as she blows the fins out the back, like you guys are talking about, going a bit high, risking it with the fin drift. So priority will go back to Yolanda Hopkins. Now she has 3 minutes to try to find a 6.25.
I love the approach from Erin, and I think that's what we're all expecting from Erin on these waves right now. It's just with that high tide, if you're going to go for that approach, you need speed.
Paddling into this one is Yolanda. As she winds up, goes for a nice speed turn through the pocket, snaps it. Third maneuver is a big windup into another off the top. She will drop back in and get that completion into another slash on the open face, finding her rhythm and just belting it numerous times. You can see a little chatter on her rails, dealing with that lump and bump, but just powering through. She's going to take this one to the boat ramp if she can. Just getting out of there. Checking her Apple Watch, sees that she's got 2:10 on the clock. Chasing a 6.25, Richie.
Oh, I think there was just a couple of moments there where she got a little hung up on a few of those turns, and obviously the final maneuver not quite a make, so the judges will, well, they'll be quite critical on those mistakes, I feel like. And again, you're looking for that one big explosive moment, and that's potentially what Erin's going to do on this wave.
Erin Brooks with 1:45 to go. Beautiful wrapping carve. Jams it on the second move. Third turn, throwing some water quickly through 3 big majors, and there's a 4th. Erin loads up again for another quick snap. So solid, so strong. Puts in so much hard work, and she just got to play with the open face there. Here comes Tyler Wright in the non-priority heat. On that Paizel surfboard, a 2-time world champ. Been very patient in her heat. Took a look at one, and now this is her true opener in the matchup with Kika Veselko. And now Francisca just ends up grabbing a rail on that backside cutback. Scores coming in for everybody in the water right now. And the important numbers are for the priority heat with Erin Brooks and Yolanda Hopkins. Remember, Erin fell in the fin drift. Yo-Yo got the wave after, put in a ton of backside turns together, got stuck a couple times, and then Erin went bananas to follow.
Erin definitely got the better of that exchange from the 2 women. Yo-Yo, I really agree with you there, Rich. Just felt like she had a couple moments where if she hadn't maybe powered through them just a little bit more, it would have been slightly more convincing to get her up into that 6-point range. Erin again.
Erin just up and out, managing her clock, and also just managing her just surf stoke to be having a fun wave to show what she can do on her front side attack. We're gonna run out of time in heat number 2. Will it be back-to-back Goofy Foot winners to kick off the morning? Bahine won the first and eliminated Sally Fitzgibbons. And it looks like Erin Brooks is gonna do the same. 6.7 for Erin Brooks. Last of Yolanda, 4.97, wasn't enough. And Erin Brooks improved again. Great job to all you that picked Erin as your power surfer, getting some points there. Moving on into the second round. Great job, Rich.
Thanks, mate. You too. Well.
But that was exactly what we kind of expected, Rich. Just seeing her looking that comfortable on her forehand. She's light, but very strong as well.
Yeah, she does have that explosiveness. I think that's one of the better ways to describe how she approaches the wave. It's almost like a pop and lock and then explode off the top. But yeah, she'll be feeling good about that one. You can see the smile starting to you know, really just come out on her face here this morning. It was all serious and almost frowns before she paddled out, but looking good now.
Erin Brooks moving on, and coming up next, we'll get to see Carissa Moore and Bella Kenworthy hit the lineup. Priority heat will be Kika Veselko and Tyler Wright. Back for more here at Ragland after this.
Welcome back to the show. Day one of the event window here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro. And we've got overlapping heats, so a lot of action coming your way as we see Tyler Wright up at the moment. Tyler surfing in heat 3, and she's got a tough draw up against the rookie Francisca Vaselko. Tyler finding some room to move here on the backhand. Ducks under the lip there for a moment. Working this one over right through to the inside. Some leg burners out here today as these waves at Manu Bay stretch out forever. Beautiful crowd building down here on the point. Loving the opportunity to see the world's best do their thing at stop number 4 on the championship tour. And we've also got Bella Kenworthy up here. She's up against Carissa Moore in heat number 4. And Bella looking to get a quick start. A lot of first-time matchups here in the opening round for the women. And Bella taking on her surfing hero and close family friend. And that's a positive start for Bella, surfing in her second year on the championship tour. Fought her way through last season with a nasty knee injury, getting back to 100% health. As we see the matchup there. This will be a fun one. As I mentioned, first time these two have met. And Bella used to enjoy hosting Carissa when she was competing over there in Trestles. Close family friends, and we'll see how they fare in this opening round. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the big bro Vaughn. Kia ora. How are you, Vaughno?
Good to see you, Ron Dog.
How good is it to be here? A beautiful day to kick things off here, and it is really special to just feel the energy of the competitors at a new location, the chance to straighten their backs after heading right for those first 3 events of the season.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. The waves look really cool this morning. They're right on the rocks there. It's amazing how close you are. We were talking sort of about how close you can get to the action at Snapper Rocks. This is right there. And it's really exciting. You know, you can really feel the speed of the surfers heading down the line. You can feel the tempo of the waves. And here goes Carissa.
Yeah, a couple of nice swoops from Carissa. She's been surfing so well, but hasn't really banked the big result just yet. But this wave standing up nicely through to the inside. And she goes to that beautiful, graceful, swooping rail work that's helped her fetch 28 CT wins, also a victory in the WSL finals for a 5th world title. And she's looking to really ignite her world title campaign at this 4th stop, as we see Francisca Vaselko from Portugal up once again. So she's trying to drop a 3.93 here to get ahead of Tyler Wright. She actually is chasing a pretty decent score because Tyler's last ride came through at a 7. So she's in a real position of power, the 2-time world champion.
Great start there for Tyler Wright. 7 points. It's a really good score here this morning, Ron. Yeah, but I love the wave Carissa got. Had a beautiful rhythm to it. And, you know, this high tide, it really makes wave selection just so critical. This is a replay here at Tyler's ride. And she's just doing so well to mix it up through the lip. A couple of different turns there. But, yeah, you'll find with this wave, you know, it doesn't always stand up all the way through. Some of the waves will, but this one definitely gave Tyler a few options, but she just did well to stay right in the pocket and add a bit of variety, you know, like push the tail out into a bit of release there as well. And then looking at this one, Kika, drivey out the back. And as we see the tide drain out, we'll see that back ledge sort of open up a little bit more. You'll see the surfers taking off from deeper. That'll give them a few steeper sections to attack, but this one did stand up beautifully. And you can see Kika here just really talking through the top part of her turns. And this is a ride that she was desperately needing. Gets the finish on the inside.
Movement on the outside once again. Tyler trying to get rid of that 5.5. This wave a little sleepy. Doesn't have the big opening section, so Tyler, she kicks out of that one. But the 32-year-old, you know, part of that cast of multiple world champions starting their campaign here in the opening round, looking to lift their seed. Here goes Bella Kenworthy again. Started with a 3.67. The feeling here in the booth is that Carissa will win that opening exchange. Bella wasting no time in just releasing a flurry of backhand hits on this one. And she's going to kick out there on the inside. But yeah, interesting to see all those multiple world champions starting here in this first round, as they really look to turn things around. I think they're so used to starting their years with huge results. When you look at Carissa's incredible track record as a championship tour campaigner, as a world title contender, she hasn't had a slower start in her CT career than she's had this year. Yet, you know, the surfing has sort of suggested that a big result might be just around the corner.
Yeah, I think even the Queens have come back to the tour with a little bit of head noise, you know. They're just thinking, wow, can I match it with this generation? There's so much hype. There's so much energy around the youth coming through. But as we saw with Steph on the Gold Coast, once the experience kicks in and they start to catch fire, it's going to be hard to pull them back.
So Tyler using that ultimate priority in the lineup here, trying to get rid of that 5.5. This wave is starting to wall up nicely through the inside. Couple of nice hits already as Tyler brings it home strong. Just gliding through some rail turns, so that higher tide, as you mentioned, sort of forcing the surfers into a rounder approach. But there is the sections there, and Francisca Paselko has tapped into a few now on this ride. Already dropped a strong score on her last wave. It was a 6. So chipped away at the requirement in a big wave, but she was after a 6.51 with that ride. And we'll see a replay in a moment. But right now, let's throw it down to True Starling and we'll check in with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ronnie. Erin, it was a tricky heat, but you just nailed it from the start. It looked like you didn't really take your foot off the gas. And surfing on a left as well, it's a different side of you we haven't seen this year yet.
Yeah, I've definitely been looking forward to going left. This spot couldn't have came any faster. Our first 3 were right, so I'm really stoked to be on the left. It was super windy out there, but I don't know, I was just so stoked.
As well, this is your first time in New Zealand, so ever, and coming here and surfing this wave, it's tricky, it's difficult to get used to, but once you kind of find those sweet spots, it makes it easy, and it looks like you found that in your free surfs, and it really showed in that heat.
I don't know about that. I mean, I was kind of like clenching my toes as hard as I could out there to make sure I stayed on the board. I was super, super nervous. I haven't really had the best start of the year, so it was really important to me to make that heat. So I'm just thankful to the Lord for letting me stay on my feet and get the waves that I did in my heat.
We saw a bunch of clips in your Red Bull Nowadays film as well, going left. I was really excited to see you in that heat. I think, you know, you've got that real progressive approach. Are we going to see a little taste of that throughout this event?
I hope so. I mean, yeah, I'm stoked you watched the movie. We had like all of our premieres, and I'm just really excited that it's out. Hopefully we get some like different conditions, so I'm able to like try some airs, because I know a lot of people were messaging me, and that's kind of what they want to see from me. So hopefully I can show them that side of my surfing.
Go big, Erin. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True. Great job. And yeah, Erin Brooks. Yesterday, Vaughan, I saw her put the fins out for such a long time. Just a huge, big nose pig finner on a tricky end section. So she's got those tools. She's got those big weapons that she can bring to these long walls and yeah, bring it on. But tricky out there today to get those airs going.
Yeah, made a statement in that first heat. You know, busted through into the 7s, and I think that her surfing out here is, like, despite her slow start to the year, which she admitted herself, I think that she's a red-hot favourite in this one. But you know, looking back at this wave of Carissa, she looks so on. I mean, she's really finding plenty of speed down the line and getting major turns in back-to-back. So the combinations are firing off. A great ride there.
How special to have not one, but 2 queens of the sport campaigning this year on the CT. And Tyler Wright, also one of the greats. And, you know, 2 of them out there sharing the lineup at the moment. But Carissa Moore, what an inspiration. I mean, taking a couple of years off despite some wild cards in 2024, welcoming her first child to the world. And, you know, what a treat for us as surf fans to see this 5-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist and one of the most winning surfers ever, back here competing and travelling with her family too, Kipes.
Yeah, Carissa, I mean, Mana Wahine, a powerful woman, right? And I love what I'm seeing from her right out here. You know, coming from the South Shore of Oahu, she gets a lot of backhand surfing at Ala Moana bowls. And so the bowl, a little bit shorter than this wave, but there's some similarities. This is like medium size Ala Moana bowl. So I feel like other than the water temperature, there's a sense of comfort for Carissa Moore. And the other thing that you guys said, how great is this overlapping heat format? We have 7 world titles in the water all at one time.
That's so cool. Yeah, we've been really impressed by, Carissa. Obviously, she's balancing that family life, Vaughn, as well as trying to campaign and get herself some big results. But fresh perspective. There was a sense through the first couple of events when she took her losses, she took them really well. Obviously, having a daughter there on the beach really kind of took the sting out of those early round exits. But on the Gold Coast, we got to see how much it means to her to break through big heats and get herself some momentum.
Yeah, and you saw just the expression from Carissa as she came up the beach after that heat with Tia Zabrowski. An amazing heat, a real seesawing battle, generational battle, and both women were super emotional at the end of it. But you can see what it means. Carissa has lost no fight whatsoever. It means the world to her to be back here, particularly under the circumstances you just mentioned. But yeah, it's not, I guess the good thing for all the women on this tour, like looking at the rankings just earlier on, is that no one's running away with it. There's no multiple winner yet on this tour. The door is wide open, and you get the feeling that the top 10 really think that they're in with world title possibilities.
Drinking in the view from the pure New Zealand, 100% pure New Zealand flight cam. Here at Manu Bay, it is sensational. Just drawing in big breaths of pure air this morning, Vaughn. So clean.
It is.
As are the conditions out here at the moment. And as Kipe said, just an absolute gang of world titles out there at the moment.
As well as inhaling the beautiful air, I've inhaled about 4 Ragland roast coffees with the... woo, I'm flying. Look at me, mate. But yeah, this is unreal. It's just so nice to see a new canvas. It's going to be a really refreshing sort of take on, I think, especially for the goofs. 3 right-handers in a row, 3 right points in Australia, I guess, if you count Margaret's as a right point. Traditionally, it was a left, but, it's been dominated by right-handers, and now we're going to get to see the goofs bring a lot more variety to their surfing. I'm so curious to see how the backhanders match that. Really, it's going to be about big combos and relying on the power game to make the most out of those pockets when they stand up. But it does sort of get you excited thinking about what Erin Brooks can do out here, what Sawyer Lindblad can do. Because they've been on fire. Nadia Aristabre as well. They've been on fire on the backhand, pretty much setting a new benchmark. But I'm really pumped to see what they're going to do on the front side.
Yeah, throughout the season, we've seen a lot of repeat matchups. And in this particular round, there is a lot of first-time head-to-head heats. For heats 3, 4 and 5, we're seeing surfers meet for the first time at this level. And there is some decent scores on the board. Carissa Moore started off beautifully here. 6.33 on her opening ride, 7.67. And she hasn't had the highest heat score totals on the CT and isn't even really near the top of the heat when it comes to her heat score averages. But the surfing has looked really nice and clean. She trained the house down to get herself ready to make her championship tour return. And looking at the numbers, this is one of the better heat score totals Carissa's put together. And she's only been out there for, well, not even 10 minutes. So this has been a magic start against Bella Kenworthy, who's got some work to do here, chasing an 8.83 in the opening stages of her clash with Carissa. Meanwhile, with just 5 minutes to go, Tyler Wright is still hanging on to the lead here over the rookie, Vaselko.
Yeah, well, Kika answered with a 6, which was a good score. Definitely looked busy. Had a fall on the tail end of that one. It's, that's a real bummer. She was really lighting that last wave up. For Bella Kenworthy, I thought that her attitude sort of like improved after she heard that first score of Carissa's. She really attacked her next ride, which was a 5.17. But Carissa has found a really nice rhythm.
She sure has. Yeah, it's interesting having a think about Bella Kenworthy and just how well she did last year under duress. You know, really kind of talked down the injury that she carried through the season, but wore a knee brace through the opening stages of the year. Still managed in her rookie campaign to get a 13th place finish. Didn't make the cut and get into the back half of the year, but obviously with the numbers growing on the Women's Championship Tour, the expansion there, she secured her place on the CT. So the 19-year-old had a great amount of space there to get herself back to full fitness. But I do feel that, you know, sometimes for a lot of the competitors who are getting back to 100% health, there's sort of an adjustment to be made, because you suddenly have an expectation when you did pretty well and you were cracking quarterfinals with an injury. You know, you sort of see yourself going further through the draw, and so far for Bella, you know, she hasn't made it out of this round yet this season. So this is a big clash, and she's got her work cut out already. So this is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's a similar story with Jack Robinson on the men's side of the draw, you know, coming back from an injury. He said himself, you know, he was winning, he was making finals with this niggle, that he finally got treated. That took a while to rehabilitate, and now he's back in, and the results aren't quite coming. I think there's just that little bit of, you know, head noise, like, am I going to get back to my best in time? Well, both these surfers, like, when you see them in the free surfs, you're going, wow, Bella is ripping. Yeah, it's hard to not sort of take those knocks, those early round exits, you know, on board. But without the cut there, I do feel like there is a bit of a cut hangover still for people who have experienced that. Like they feel this intense pressure to get through these early rounds at the start of the season. But maybe what you can do is just take the pressure off yourself, and if it's not the start of the year you wanted, like, get into it, you know, allow yourself to catch fire a bit later on.
Have a look at these images. Amazing. A micro grom. Bella Kenworthy there with her surfing hero, Carissa Moore, and that is the shot.
Look at that.
A little different out there in the lineup for them now. They got their own boards.
Look at Bella's steez in that photo.
Yeah, incredible. So a special friendship for these two. And at different stages, Bella Kenworthy was coached by Carissa's dad. So, you know, that is a really magic moment for these two competitors. But obviously, you know, only one of them is going to progress out of this heat. So I'm sure at some point they'll be able to look back on this heat and celebrate this moment. But right now, it's intense focus for both competitors. Carissa wanted to really get on a bit of a roll this year. We've got just a minute remaining in heat number 3, and Tyler Wright still holding the edge here over Francisca Vaselko. And Francisca, she's had a couple of ninths this season, but coming off the back for 17th, she would have had high hopes of cracking the quarterfinals for the first time this year. The competitor who finished 5th on the Challenger Series got herself a CS victory at Surfest last year, and just gets around the event with a very confident vibe about her. And yeah, she's going to break through for a big result at some stage, but right now she's right up against it. She does have priority, but only 40 seconds to go, and not a whole lot of swell lines rolling our way at the moment.
No, this is a tricky situation. She will have first choice, but you know, you can usually see those lines of swell coming from quite a way out. So this is tense here for Kika. But yeah, you're right. Really staunch competitor, super confident vibe, and has tasted victory on the Changa. So yeah, she'll be, you know, she'll be looking for a breakthrough here at some point. If it doesn't come in New Zealand, then further in the year.
The clock is winding down. You know, Tyler Wright, she's another surfer who's really been struggling to get herself into a final series. She's one heat closer now, taking the victory here in heat 3.
Yeah, and a little bit of a shimmy in the shoulders there from Tyler Wright. Happy with that performance. And so is the dog.
Yeah, Lily, Tyler's partner, Richard Dogmarsh down there as well. And they are thrilled because they know the importance of that heat. Tyler, a couple of ninths, a 17th. this season. She's looking to crack into the quarters for the first time this year. And as I mentioned before, one step closer with a victory here in the opening round.
And good numbers too. That's another good sign. Tyler actually didn't even surf at Margaret. So, you know, to be hitting good form and to be getting numbers is a great feeling.
This is Alyssa Spencer. She is out there in this lineup surfing against Brisa Hennessy now, and she's going to start with some flashy forehand work. Her backhands looked remarkable as she's moved through the opening stages of the season, and now shows us that on the front side she's got some absolute weapons as well, as she strings together a mean series of hits right down the line here. And you can hear the crowd applauding a fantastic start for the Californian. We're going to take a quick break. So much more coming your way from the New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy right after this.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the show, and it is a really pretty picture down here today for the opening day of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Manu Bay doing its thing, and the world's best are loving it. The chance to show what they can do here on the left-hander, Brisa Hennessy. Well, she has to be a pick, one of the favourites for the event with her experience on the backhand over there in Cloudbreak. She gets on the attack here. A number of hits on the pocket of that wave. She's up against Alyssa Spencer as Carissa Moore and Bella Kenworthy now move into the second half of their heat. Well, they'll have ultimate priority. Carissa already with a 6.33 and a 7.67. Find some space to square up and really surfing the pocket of this wave beautifully. And there was some body language in there that suggested she liked the feel of a couple of those hits. Bella Kenworthy's trying to stay on pace with her rival. Nice hit there as she drives up into another steep section, and the waves are starting to steepen. Great combination here from Bella, who's really trying to reel Carissa back in.
This is more like it. Love this. The tide's starting to come off the point here a little bit, and that's providing some steeper walls, as you say, Ronnie. And Carissa Moore and Bella Kenworthy flying into those sections. Carissa Moore went mad on that thing. Big turns, perfectly linked. And Bella Kenworthy had some great moments on her ride as well. Stinging attack through the lip, blowing the tail, and I think we're in for some good scores here. Could feel the energy just in the body language. The surfers, you know, when they come around that section and there's a steep wall there, you can't help but get excited. As you say, it was there for Riss. She felt like she was putting up quality surfing.
Yeah, it felt excellent, didn't it? And I think the judges' scores will reflect it. That number coming through. An 8.67 for the five-time world champion, the Olympic gold medalist.
Oh, that's epic.
Real positive vibes for Carissa returning to New Zealand as a full-time Championship Tour competitor this is where she broke through for her first victory. She did have a wild card win at Sunset in 2009, but 2010, on her way to a Rookie of the Year title, it took her just 3 events to figure out the winning formula. That was over at Taranaki. And let's have a look at the replay here, Vaughan.
Ah, this is awesome. That first turn, perfect. And drove through it as well. And you can just see the amount of water she's moving off the rails. And as this thing steepens up, pushes it just that little bit further. Doesn't lose any speed whatsoever. And it's really just impressive that this whole wave was put together with perfect flow. I mean, not one bobble. The speed through the transitions was really consistent, and that's a massive number.
The big thing about this location, Manu Bay, is, you know, you have to get your timing right off the bottom so you can square up. If you don't get that bottom turn right, you'll miss that opportunity. You end up too far away from the bowl there. And Carissa, as you said, she did it beautifully. Really well-paced ride, 8.67 the score. And Bella Kenworthy, even though she just dropped to 6.83, has a lot of work to do in the next 15 minutes to turn it around. Kaipo watching on from the lineup.
Yeah, that was Hawaiian right there. 6-7 goes excellent. I talked about like the familiarity. I think like just the background of growing up surfing all Moana bowls, you can apply that skill set right here to this size of Manu Bay. So, gosh, this could be a breakthrough event for Carissa if she stays in this form. I don't see she's gonna be really, really hard to beat.
Yeah, it looks deadly, Kipes. And you know, Carissa, often we see her. If she gets stressed in an event, you can feel the anxiety in her performances, but at the moment looking really comfortable and just very composed out there at the moment.
Yeah, just
content.
Well, just, you know, the mom in her, I think, you know, it sets you kind of, it broadens your priorities in life, not to get super deep out here on the sled, but then it just shows you that there's just more than just surfing, right? And I think I see a relaxed, confident Carissa Moore. Love seeing that.
Yeah, definitely. I mentioned that victory over here, and you know, no wonder Carissa feels good energy in this location. She won the inaugural edition of the NZ Pro, claimed her first CT win as a full-time campaigner, and she donated the prize money to a local board riders club. So, you know, I think some of that good energy is being returned to her here at the moment in the form of some nice long-running lefts with good scoring opportunity here at Manu Bay.
That's iconic. That is so good. And yeah, you know, wherever you have a win, not only do you come back to these places with fond memories, but everyone who was there and got to share that is giving you energy as well. Watching Carissa come down through the car park, people were sort of clapping and just so stoked to have her here. And she's putting on a show for the crowd. It's a big crowd. I mean, it was dark this morning. It was packed. And that's just how excited everyone is to have pro surfing back here in New Zealand.
Been a long time since we've had a professional men's event here, but the ASP World Tour, it ran 4 events here through the 2010, 2013, and there are your champions, and 3 of them competing in this contest. We lost Sally Fitzgibbons earlier on in this opening round, but Stephanie Gilmore, who's coming up in the not too distant future, and Carissa Moore, those multiple world champs, as we mentioned, are alive in this opening round. Tyler Wright winning through in that last heat. So scores through for the opening exchange between Alyssa Spencer and Brisa Hennessy there. Really close. Not too much in it as Alyssa finds one here on the outside. Medium-sized set wave, but Alyssa willing to take a chance on it.
Alyssa's got this really light-footed, high-speed down-the-line style in this surf, which I think will serve her well.
Here goes Bella. So she's got some work to do to get herself a realistic shot of progressing out of this heat. Carissa's been on fire. Bella's done some great surfing too, but there's a nice sequence through the inside. And even though this wave's a little bit smaller, some real clout. Just doesn't have the height in the face of this wave to match the kind of turns that Carissa laid down on that 8.67 though.
And a little behind the section for the first part of that ride as well. So it was, it did open up towards the end. Some speedy turns, but yeah, a little lack of firepower at the back. But as I was saying, Ron, you know, Alyssa, the noticeable difference between her and pretty much all the surfers we've seen this morning is just how fast she's moving down the line. And that really allows her to sort of open up and show a little bit more variety. She can lay it on rails, she can punch through the lip, and she's in incredible form. You know, like she caught fire at Newcastle and has surfed really well throughout the first 3 events, but, you know, wants to go deep in the draw here on this open face left.
It's been fun watching the warm-up sessions and watching people just try and figure this wave out. You know, it's not that mechanical type of high-performance wave like Snapper Rocks where, you know, you just come off the bottom and the wave is just standing there begging for you to hit it. At this location, you've got to get that timing right, as we said earlier, and that's the only way to get that board critical up in the pocket of the wave and turn in scores like Carissa Moore. We saw Brisa Hennessy there just working that one over, keeping in mind that with this overlapping format, you know, the new heat that enters the lineup has to give way to the priority heat. And at the moment, Brisa and Alyssa just finding some insiders and just hoping that it eventuates into something down the line and they can bank some solid numbers themselves. Doing pretty well at the moment with a couple of mid-range fives.
And Brisa's had like an awful start to the year in terms of, you know, what she would have set for herself, the goals she would have laid out. But she looks really determined here. You know, I felt like at Snapper there was a little bit of nerves in her surfing, but this looks like she's in for the fight, which is a great thing because, as you say, you know, her backhand is a real strength.
Hasn't made it out of this round yet this season, Brisa Hennessy. It's been a mean run of results, and not
the Kiwi me.
Not the Kiwi me. It's been cruel. Bells fell out of the mix to Francisca Vaselko. Yolanda Hopkins got up over in Margaret River and Vahine. And, you know, when you think about Brisa and her head-to-head record, that they're heats that you kind of would go, wow, she's going to have a fantastic chance with her strength on the forehand. But yeah, a little uncharacteristic, her start to the 2026 season. Just under 9 minutes to go here. Carissa Moore in a real position of power. And Bella Kenworthy still seeking out a 9.51. Early days for Brisa Hennessy and Alyssa Spencer. But one of our multiple world champs getting the job done in that opening round. Let's hear from her now with Jessie Starling.
Thanks, Bronny. Tyler there. It's definitely been no shortage of story this entire year so far where it's the vets v the rookies and this new generation battle going on between the two. Obviously, you had that with Kika. She's a rookie on tour. Do you feel the need to really take it in for the veterans and get a win over these new rookies?
Nah, we're so proud of them. I think it's so funny. These kids are our wildest dreams. Like, I just think how much our generation has put in, just like the generation before us, and I just feel like we look upon them, like I look upon them as kids, and I'm so proud, and they're becoming women and in this league, and they're growing up just like as I grew up in this league, and it's hard, it's really challenging. So, you know, I love going for it in a heat, but on land, it's, you know, you can't help it but be proud of, you know, how much they're pushing it, how much they're raising the sport, and how much, you know, when we sort of pop off and cruise and retire, they're gonna, you know, our sport's gonna be in great hands.
Looking to that heat, you're obviously surfing really well. There's been no shortage of your storyline with injury this year as well. Can you give us an update on where you're at with your injury?
Yeah, so, I got a small labrum tear in my hip, and I had one annular tear and a disc and a bunch of stuff, ankle and all sorts of things. And that was an accumulation of last year, and I just really struggled through the off season to get it better. I was out of the water for a long time, and then yeah, I'm actually on quite a lot of anti-inflammatories right now just to go left. Honestly, I've never taken them. They really work. And so, yeah, I feel like in the last 3 days I've learned how to go left again. And that's been a long time. It's really incredible because honestly, I really struggle turning my body that way for the last probably good 10 years. And so just this... like sort of the rehab what we're doing, but also, and at work, like constantly doing work at the moment to try and keep my body, the wheels sane on, you know. They've fallen off a little bit already, but so I'm very grateful for the team that's put in that work, and honestly, anti-inflammatories are really good. I've never taken them before, but highly recommend if you're in the sort of situation that I'm in, advised by doctors, obviously.
You can see that you've obviously been putting in a lot of the time. You looked great in the water. Someone else who's been doing that this season, it's paying off, is Luana Silva, and that's who you're coming up against in that next round. It's another rematch from what we saw over on the Goldie. What do you take from someone like Lulu who's found a lot of consistency this year, and what can you bring in a heat against someone like her?
Yeah, she got me at Bell, she got me in the Goldie. And honestly, I'm really proud of her. She's found, as you said, that consistency, but also that confidence to really push, to really battle, to really sort of elevate. She's in the yellow jersey for a reason, and it's going to be a good heat. This is, for me personally, left is not my strong suit, and especially with the sort of injuries that I've been managing and just honestly time in the water. I'm absolutely gassed after that. That was like 4 waves in a row. I'm like, oh my gosh, barely paddle back out. But honestly, I'm having fun, and that's the main thing that I'm taking out of it. I love watching Luana surf. She's been incredible this year, and I'm really excited to see her doing well as well. And so, yeah, it should be a really good heat, and she's obviously ripping right now. And, and for me, I don't know, I'm just having fun. It's part of the reason why I've sort of pushed through is because I'm really enjoying myself. I'm working with Dog, Connor, Leo, Ramsey, and my wife's here. We're having the funnest time. So as much as it's been a challenge, it's also been a really enjoyable process.
We love seeing you smile the way you are right now, Tyler. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Wow, completely transparent there, Tyler, with what she would consider one of her weaknesses, her backhand, but also fighting through injury. A strong performance despite all that. And an important heat win for her, and she is going to have her hands full because Luana Silva saw her this morning in the warm-up, and she's just looking deadly on the backhand. As strong on the backhand as she looked on the forehand at the first 3 stops, the world #1.
Yeah, but Tyler is looking great, isn't she? Her attitude and her happiness is so obvious around the comp site. She's just buzzing, and that family unit that she's got there with Dog and the crew is really important, having a great effect on not just her, but her surfing.
Love the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam here, taking in the view of Manu Bay. As we see now, Brisa Hennessy, who kicked things off with a 5.67, trying to replace a 3.93 to extend her lead here over Alyssa Spencer. Just looking rock solid on her equipment at the moment, as she keeps that board moving, swinging it up into the pocket a number of times. Another solid hit, flexing now as she comes through to the inside. This ride feels strong, feels like it will go into the top 2. And Alyssa Spencer's going to be drawing on, her own composure and attack to turn this heat around. Plenty of time here, 25 minutes remaining for Brisa and Alyssa. Is out in the lineup with 3 minutes to go, Bella Kenworthy. She's right up against the ropes here.
Yeah, it's been tricky for the priority heat here, just waiting for the best opportunity to get those scores. And unfortunately for Bella, it's Carissa who will have first choice of the next set. But that was just pocket surfing at its finest. This isn't the biggest wave, so all the power is going to be right where the whitewash meets the face of the wave. And you just watch Brisa here. She just stays with it. Really tight turns in that little power pocket and extremely busy. And that is as good as you can surf that wave. There's not a whole lot more you can do on this other than just go into full attack mode. And she places the board always where the power source is. And there's a nice replay. able to pull the board right down tight, and that'll throw that beautiful arc of spray into the air.
What a morning.
Gorgeous.
Here on the Aotearoa, and that means long white cloud. When the first Maori navigators discovered New Zealand, they saw a long white cloud in the distance. They knew there was land there. And they have kept this place just pristine, Vaughan. Manu Bay, you and I were here 20 years ago, travelling around the North Island with our dad, just taking in the beauty of this location, and it hasn't changed a whole lot.
No.
And it is definitely worth coming down and checking this place out.
Done so many trips here over the years. I used to come down and hang out with JC from Ragland Roast. And yeah, it was just always one of the most epic places to visit because, yeah, the people are friendly, the waves cook, the food, like, everything is amazing. But, like, I think more than anything, it's the vibe, right?
It is. The smiles of all the surf fans down here today is incredible. Whangaroa is the Maori name of this area, and the car park is absolutely chockers down here. So many big smiling groms. I mean, our mate from Ragland Roast, JC, he's got the biggest chompers on the North Island, and they're on show today.
Yeah, and Uncle Tone as well.
30 seconds remaining here. Carissa Moore, she's put on a masterclass here, dropping the biggest number of the day so far. I think we can expect a lot more. Super impressive. The groms are fizzing. 8.67 for Carissa. Backed it up with a 7.67. A very tricky heat for Bella Kenworthy to turn around here. But the Grom has a long season to chase down those big results. Just so fantastic to see her getting back to full health. It was always going to be a difficult draw with the glimpses of form that Carissa has shown through the early stages of the season.
Yeah, and this was a masterclass by Carissa Moore. Picked the two best waves of the heat by far as scoring potential goes, and just lit them up. A great start in this Cero New Zealand Pro.
Yeah, Carissa, we don't know how long we're going to get to see her, but this is really where she started her championship tour career with a big victory in her rookie season. And she's just taken a very important heat win. There'll be a big hug between the two. Family, friends, sharing a special heat out here, but the five-time world champ getting the W and moving on through to the second round. We'll take a quick break. So much more action coming your way on day one.
WSL in Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
We're going to do a huge beach cleanup.
An ocean coral restoration.
Planting some native plants, learning about how the plants really affect our coral reefs here.
And even if you aren't a surfer, the ocean benefits everybody in the world.
It's critical to our entire ecosystem.
To protect all these beautiful places and the ocean, and it's huge, and I'm super stoked to be down here.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
The first step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Let's protect this.
Welcome back to the show. We are into heat number 5 here. And it is Brisa Hennessy up against Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa up at the moment. She's in second spot, chasing at 6.57. Finds some release out of the lip there and gains a lot of momentum as she comes through to the inside section. A flurry of manoeuvres to finish this ride off. And she'll kick out right on the inside to a round of applause from a big crowd building down here on day 1. Welcome back to the New Zealand Pro. Alyssa Spencer trying to fight her way back into the heat with Brisa Hennessy, and we welcome heat number 6 to the lineup as well. Nadia Aristabe up against the rookie on screen at the moment, Tia Zabrowski, who is just an absolute phenom. Youngest surfer to ever qualify for the championship tour. Actually stitched up her qualification as a 14-year-old before finishing the job at Surfest earlier this year. She took that number 1 position on the Challenger Series. Didn't miss a final series on the Challengers last year. But the 15-year-old has been struggling to break through for a big result in the opening stages of the season.
And not through a lack of quality surfing. Like, she's just had those heats where she's up against someone who's completely on fire. And this is another sort of dangerous one, because Nadia Aristabe has been a sensation on this year's tour. You got to say, like, her backhand on the Gold Coast, I think, set a new benchmark, really. It was so aggressive. She squared it up that hard, blasted lips left, right and centre. And now she gets to showcase what she can do on the front side. And this is a great heat.
Yeah, Nadia is at her career best from what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
No, Nadia's like Bella Kenworthy, who lost out in that previous heat. Got the call up as a replacement surfer through the opening stages of last season, but carried an injury and hadn't even done a whole lot of surfing before getting the call up onto the CT. Now at 100% health, but just connecting with a CT performance that's fueled her with confidence. She always got around the event sites with a huge smile on her face, but her head was in danger of breaking in half. That's how hard she was smiling on the Gold Coast launch. She was, as you said, she was blitzing it. There was a lot of people calling some of her backhand surfing some of the most square and powerful backhand blast that they'd seen on the championship tour, which is a huge, huge tip of the cap.
Yeah. To really bank it off the bottom and go vertical up the face and hook it as hard as she was super impressive. But what that's done for her momentum is crazy, because last year, you know, she could have easily come away from sort of that taste of the World Tour and just gone, oh man, I'm not ready for this. But it's had the actual opposite effect.
Yeah, and look, she only just maintained her spot on the Challenger Series to crack her way into the CT ranks as a full-time competitor. So a rookie this year, Nadia Aristabe, despite the fact that she got some CT experience last season. And yeah, she's got a difficult draw here. Tia Zabrowski open with the 5.17. The talk has been really about the strength of Nadia's backhand, but it'll be fun to see how she goes on the forehand.
It will. That last score of Alyssa's just dropped in. And it's looking pretty good there, Ron.
Yeah, chipping away. Has knocked a bit off the requirement there, but is still looking for more. Needs a 5.24 now to get ahead of Brisa Hennessy after dropping a 6.07. This wave, Vaughan, incredibly special. A world-class wave that on its day can provide some incredibly long rides. But this section, Manu Bay, really does come back at the competitors, and a fantastic stage to get championship tour competition back to this beautiful island.
Yeah, and this morning you can see on the inside there the rocks were not exposed, they were underwater, so we're starting to see the tide drain out.
Here goes Brisa again. Little missed time there, but can make up for it through the inside, trying to improve on a 5.67 here. So Alyssa, she's chasing Brisa, but Brisa, you know, needs to be careful here, because Alyssa did have the best ride of the heat so far on her last wave, a 6.5. Kind of mixed that up a little bit when I was given the update before, but Alyssa had a 6.5, so Alyssa doesn't have a lot to improve on to get herself in front now. So Brisa chipping away at that one. Don't know if it's going to go in the top two. Just didn't seem to have the same kind of feel as her previous scoring rides.
The intent's there. You can see that. 5.2, so it does come in under. But, you know, there's so much attitude in her surfing, which is, as I was saying earlier, just so good to see. But, yeah, this one just didn't quite have the same fireworks as her earlier scores. The judges didn't think so either.
Yeah, came through at 5.2, so, you know, really did some work, but there was a bit more space between her moves before. They were a bit more accentuated, and even though it falls short just marginally of going into the top two, it feels like Brisa in these final 13 minutes has to get herself on some bigger waves. But Kaipo watching on from the outside. Equipment, Kaipes, the surfers that have been really trying to figure out what they're going to go to in this lineup.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a challenge at every stop, right? Dialing in the boards. With Brisa, it looks like it's a Channel Islands MFEB model, the new shorty. It has, you can see it has quite a bit of rocker in this board. And I think that's really to accommodate for this really short cuppy curve, short radius, short transition in this wave. So it helps if the board, you know, has a rocker that fits in that curve. So that's what I'm seeing from Brisa on her board. Now, of course, with a lot of rocker, you're going to have to work a little bit harder to get drive. So it's kind of this push and pull thing, but looks like it's working well.
Yeah, for sure. And like Vaughn said, you know, it just looks like there's a bit more of that kind of typical Brisa approach, bit of attitude in her performance at the moment, Vaughn. She's been beat up a little bit through the opening stages of this tour, and she wants to come out swinging here as we see Nadia Aristabe from the Basque Country moving through the inside, trying to get in on this opening exchange. Quality turn there from Nadia, but she's going to lose it as she tries to back up that one strong turn on her ride as Tia Zabrowski looks to back up the 5.17 opener. So got a few hits in, and you could tell there just kind of cutting that ride short and wanting to get herself back out there to get priority over Nadia. On the outside, Alyssa Spencer. So doesn't need a whole lot to get herself into the lead here against Brisa Hennessy, just chasing a 5.24. It's had some nice little hits and great mix-ups in her approach to these pocket sections. Nice hit there as she glides through a clean sequence of turns, cutting it back to the pocket. Really well rounded. Redirecting that board a number of times. As she gets to the inside, bashes it, and unfortunately doesn't stick that final move, which certainly would have helped in turning this heat. She might just do it with the clean outer work.
Yeah, Alyssa looks like she's figured this wave out. To me, she lets the carving do the talking on the outside section. And then as it stands up on the inside, that's where she got her scores on her last ride, and I think she'll get something substantial here. That inside bit where it stands up, she knows that she can start attacking the lip a little more. But just started that one off in a really nice rhythm. Just, you know, couple of cutbacks, couple of carves, and then goes into the lip.
Let's have a look at it again. You know, I think one of the real advantages for Alyssa is the fact that she can pivot so close to the pocket with this forehand.
Yeah, you can see here as the wave starts to stand up, she knows this is where the points are. Just those two turns in particular, into that like extra little bit of push on the cutty, those two in a row. Like they're getting the judges interested.
Wow, that would have been.
Yeah, that could have been.
Could have pushed it right into the sevens there, but just poking the nose a little bit, and Brisa Hennessy got one on the outside, Vaughn.
Yeah, this one looks like it's actually pushing off the point a little bit. So it was a slightly different angle, and that didn't allow much for Brisa there, but Nadia's found a second ride as well. She goes into the lip, but she's going to have to be really careful because Tia, even on that tiny little ride, looks so sharp. I was really loving the way she was sort of able to let go of the tail a little bit.
Wow, slick approach on the backhand. You may have heard some of the style comparisons that we've made to Carissa Moore with Tia Zabrowski's surfing. You can kind of see it again here, even on the backhand, just the graceful swoops off the bottom. And that was a really solid ride for Tia. There was great flow between the moves, no downtime, surfing rail to rail and mixing things up with each approach to the lip.
And just a bit more sting. Able to pull the turn a little tighter. It makes the spray go bigger. It makes it more dynamic. And her style looks unreal. It really suits this wave.
So fun to see how the rookies are going to deal with a left for the first time this season. Nadia Aristabe, you know, wrestling a great result away from the first 3 events and some big performances with her beautiful backhand. And Tia Zabrowski, despite the fact she hasn't got a big score just yet, she is looking deadly. And Alyssa Spencer has just taken the lead. There's the IC score update, the average from the panel, 6.93. And Brisa Hennessy in danger now with 7.5 minutes to go of failing to make it out of this round again. She's after a 7.36.
And Alyssa has priority. Crucial. That's a huge advantage here because Brisa hasn't been able to get a wave with just a bit more room. You know, she's relying on the power game. The attitude's great. The intent is there, but the wave selection hasn't really allowed her to get a score above or to pushing towards excellence. And Alyssa's been very calm in this heat. She's really built beautifully. You know, she didn't seem panicked when Brisa was putting scores on the board because the scores were well within her reach.
You know, I think too, when there's a bit of time on the clock, the competitors are not really panic stations, but when you get down to the 7-minute mark and there's not that much frequency in the number of sets rolling through here at Manu Bay, and someone drops a couple of mid-range 6s on you, you can feel like you've got a pretty big mountain to climb. As we see Alyssa up again, using a priority here. Great kick on the tail to kick things off. Glides around the pocket of the wave to ensure she gets that critical second hit in. And Alyssa building nicely, trying to get rid of a 6.5 here. This wave will stand up again, and she hammers the section. This wave just keeps providing some release in the tail there, setting the fins free for a moment. This time, making sure that she stays on her feet for the finish. Loading up for one more hit, brings it through to the inside. Hammered that section. And that is going to be a very strong rider, and likely it's going to go into the top 2 and potentially push the requirement to an excellent ride for Brisa.
Oh, that was so beautifully surfed, that ride. She used the ribs in the face as, you know, an opportunity to put more power into her turn. She wasn't being flustered by the bumps coming at her. She was utilising them to push the turns harder.
Such a good point. That's a real challenge for the competitors. You know, there is a bit of that devil wind coming up the face, and Alyssa just timed each of those hits so well. Never got caught, never got hung up, and picked her moves just perfectly to ensure she got the most points she could out of that ride. Here goes Tia Zabrowski, who is on fire here at the moment. She just dropped a 7.83, has another nice looking section. Unfortunately, gets a little caught in the lip there.
Oh, Tia's going off. She is ripping. And you said there's comparisons with Carissa Moore. I see a little bit of Joel Parkinson on the bottom turn there.
Absolutely.
There's this beautiful swoop. Watch the top half of the body as well. Just that little bit there reminds me of one of the great style masters of all time, and she's just attacking it through the top as well. She's found a really nice connection with this wave already, but this wave was just so good. Alyssa Spencer, you can see the lump through the face, but she times every off the top perfectly, pushing off those little lumps to bring it back to the power source. And through onto the inside, snaps here. There was some beautiful turns. That one there gets the tail release. And you know, that's not a steep section. She creates that. Can't wait to see what the judges throw out this ride. It's going to be a nightmare though. for Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, it's going to go into the... it's going to be knocking on the door of an excellent score, but I think ultimately, you know, she is just absolutely ticking boxes here at the moment because she starved Brisa of an opportunity by using a priority, and she continues to build. Started with a 6.5, dropped a 6.93. She's now dropped the 6.5 and replaced it with a 7.17. And Brisa Hennessy is after an excellent score now. After an 8.03, she's got priority. She's on the outside. She's got 3.5 minutes to turn it around and get out of this round for the first time this season. But right now, we are going to hear from the 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist with Jessie Starling.
Thanks, Ronnie. Carissa, let's paint a picture. It's 2010. It's your rookie year on tour. You've already had a CT win, but not yet your rookie season. You come to New Zealand and you find that win. So you've already won in this beautiful country. Now we're back. It's a different season of your life, but how good is it to be back in New Zealand?
Oh, it's so good to be back. And, you know, New Zealand has had a special place in my heart and will forever. I was really struggling my rookie year. I started off with 2 last places, and then I came here and found a sense of community and home and love and aloha, and I got my first win on the CT. And so it really feels like so special to be back here and bring my daughter. And, you know, I haven't had the best start this year either. So I don't know, something about this place just brings you back to like what's most important and meaningful, and the sense of love and aloha here is really strong. So it reminds me a bit of home.
It's so beautiful, and you can see that you really feel that connection when you're surfing as well. Obviously, 16-point plus combination in that last heat. Going into your next one, you've got Lakey. You guys are 10 for 10 when it comes to head-to-head matchups. You guys push each other so much. To draw her again in a place like this, it feels like you guys are going to have an incredible battle in that next round.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. Lakey's already off to a great start this season, and it's been super inspiring to see. I feel like she's doing some of her best surfing she's done in her whole career, and to see her win the second event was really awesome. I think, especially for our generation, super cool. And I also just want to give a huge shout out to Bella too. Like, that was a really special heat. I've known her since was like a mini Grom, and so and I absolutely just adore their family. I love them so much. And so for me, like, I don't know, going into that, I was like, I feel like I kind of win either way, whether I make it or if she wins. It would be just a really proud moment for me to see, like, my little sister. Just seeing her surf is so cool on the tour.
We love it, Carissa. Thanks for your time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Great to hear from Carissa. She's got that energy. And, you know, talking about Bella Kenworthy there, like, Bella is whānau. Family, as they'd say here. And there is Bella's dad. Bella will be heartbroken. She's desperately seeking a big result, but she is young, strong, getting back to 100% health. And yeah, she's going to be a force for a long time. But Carissa Moore, impressive, and it does set up another incredible matchup in that second round. Lakey Peterson, they've got so much history, even now in their head-to-head matchups. 2 of the veterans will battle it out for a spot in the quarters, as we see now. On the outside, just 20 seconds to go. Alyssa Spencer's been on fire in this heat, has built beautifully, has put the pressure right on Brisa Hennessy as Alyssa brings this one through to the inside. More of that really strong pocket work there. Nice tweaks on the tail. Kept her rails clean in a tricky lineup here. Brisa on the outside with an opportunity. Needs this one to stand up on the outside. Just looking a little disinterested in this one as she brings it through to the inside. And it looks like Alyssa's going to prove too strong in this one, Vaughn.
She put together a really great heat, didn't she? She didn't get off to a fast start, but she built beautifully. And you can see her top 2 waves were at the end there. She held on to priority, used it beautifully to keep Brisa off any opportunities. And it's been, it's a bummer for Brisa because, you know, I think that was the best attitude we've seen from her this year. She looked up for the fight. Just the wave selection was really, you know, tricky for Brisa. Alyssa gets the best of that one.
All right, well, we've got so many big clashes coming your way, including the 8-time world champion who'll be out there next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and we'll be back with Joe Tapel, Richie Lovett and True Starling right after this.
Stephanie Gilmore took over her home break once again for the 7th time in her career, picking up her 34th championship tour win. Her first win at Snapper, 2005. 21 years later, wins again. Those are GOAT-type stats. The easy comparable there is to Kelly Slater on the men's side. Being the greatest of all time, she's showing no signs of slowing down, put herself right back in the title hunt. And it was her longest wait in between victories of her career. Obviously took a couple of years off, but it was 16 events since she won in El Salvador that she participated in. The longest wait in between wins for the greatest of all time. The 8-time world champion has paddled out here at Manu Bay to take on Anatle Lior, part of the rookie class representing Tel Aviv. And she's got her hands full with the momentum of Steph Gilmore. Priority heat will be Tia Zabrowski and Nadia Arostarbe as we are flying through the opening round for the women. Check out this view. That's real life. Open countryside, beautiful community of Ragland, all watching one of the greats do her thing. Steph's always talked about, you know, her weakness being her backhand, but that's the GOAT talking about herself. She's won around the world going left in the past, and Anat's going to be happy to be on her front side. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Joe Tapel, True Starling, and Richie Lovett. True, this is going to be really fun to see where Steph's act is going to be like. Coming off an emotional win on the Gold Coast, hopping over, short flight to New Zealand, and now going the opposite direction.
It's really interesting because actually when Jessie and I were flying over here, we were right in front of Steph and we were having a chat and she goes, you know, I'm really glad I came back when I did, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have won that event. You know, and she's like, I feel the fire. I'm feeling it now. And she came here a couple of months ago with Macy as well. So she's put in the work. She's put in the time here at Ragland. And yeah, it looks like she's ready and she's fired up.
There's so many similar types of feelings on the podium that happened with Kelly Slater when he won Pipe in 2022. Steph and Kelly are used to this. People trying to plan their career for them on their behalf, going, are we going to see a mic drop happen here? And, you know, Kelly, when he won Pipe, he's like, no, I'm enjoying this tour. Let's go. Steph's like, wait, that win felt great. I want to get more accomplished this season. And I think they've been used to that their entire career, where they have so many diehard fans. Sometimes they try to play, you know, team manager or their idea of what their career might look like. Steph with clear intent on fighting for a world title this year, as we see a solid backhand snap and punching it out again. Tia Zabrowski's timing brilliant on this one, putting a lot of power into that backhand hammer and right back into the open face. The 15-year-old rookie phenom making that one look easy, Rich.
Oh, that was beautiful surfing from Tia Zabrowski. Just aggressive through every single one of those backhand hooks. Perfectly placed maneuvers, each and every one. And we've been waiting, you know, for Tia to just start getting on a bit of a roll in 2026. It's been a bit of a stop-start affair up to this point. Let's check out the replay. Hard off the bottom, off the top. Beautiful spray. Indicative of a great connection off the top. Great pivoting action. And I just love how steady she is off the bottom, and then that really aggressive turn off the top. Multiple times down the line, great flow. And I think she'll possibly ditch that 5'9" that she has in the scoreline.
She gets to choose her jersey number as a rookie. 78 has a lot of meaning to her. 7 representing Mana in Tahiti, and 8 being like the infinity sign. Number 78, already with a big reputation, had such a stellar run on the Challengers Series. But as we look at her season so far, True, it's been tough just to try to get out of round 1. So right now she's trying to get her first heat win of the season.
Yeah, it's been a rough year, and I think for Tia, maybe not what she was expecting. You know, everyone was saying Tia Zabrowski, she's going to come in and she's going to light it up, and those first 3 events were really emotional, particularly that last one, and sharing that with Carissa, and we just saw that with Bella Kenworthy as well. I think it was really special, and I think for Tia, she just seems like she's fired up and ready to go. And with Nadia getting into the semis, she's snapper. She's no easy feat in this matchup. But Tia's backhand is just looking so strong. I was actually watching her at D-Bar before we came over here, and I was like, oh, she's going in my fantasy for sure.
Oh, great pick. 15 on the clock. Let's get some more insight on Tia Zabrowski with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Well, checking the Apple Watch, it looks like Tia just improved upon her scoreline, 6.77. For the rookie. Could be a turning point for her, like you said. Has not had the best start of her rookie season, but the talent is there. And she's a very popular surfer. Every time she gets on a wave and every time she executes a turn, the crowd there from the rocks are cheering for Tia. So it seems like she's a crowd favorite here in Manu Bay.
Yeah, great call, Kai, but we could hear that as well, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, being 15, there's a lot of kids there that are going, hang on, I'll be 15 soon, and being the youngest ever to qualify was just groundbreaking, because we talked about that with Caroline Marks. You know, even Sally back in the day was the youngest at that time, but now there's a new record held by Tia Zabrowski. And you wonder what happens with being 15 and being on tour, you know, and what kind of pressure comes with that. Like you mentioned, True, the result that didn't go her way against Carissa had her just burst into tears, and then she had a great moment with her hero. As we look at Anatle Lior pushing hard on the open face in the non-priority heat with Steph Gilmore. She goes down. But yeah, pressure's a real thing. With Tia, I was talking to Marcio Zuvi and the Sharp Eye crew. And after any loss, they're just like, you're killing it, by the way. They're so proud of what she's accomplished already, but they are aware that she's under a lot of pressure to succeed. Their goal is just, hey, give her everything she needs with surfboards and not apply any pressure whatsoever result-wise. And Rich, you know how important that support team is, and when she's getting that positive feedback from her shapers and everyone else around her, that's going to be nice to go back, reset with some positivity, and get ready to swing at the next event.
Yeah, it's sort of the words that you're hanging on because the results aren't coming. So you need to get that confidence from somewhere, and if you're continually getting that verbal reassurance from I think not only your team around you, but other surfers and potentially even judges and people around the contest site saying, hey, you are surfing so good, it's going to happen, it's going to come. So I think that's the sort of situation that she's in at the moment. The surfing is without question amazing. The talent is there, and that confidence will really start to rise with the heat wins.
It's like the weird part of getting comfortable with like losing, where it doesn't define you, where you move on, because Tia doesn't really know what it's like to get knocked out in the first round.
Yes.
Going back to the Challengers Series, True. Like, she was always in finals days. She basically had a perfect track record making finals days at every event she competed at.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about how she hasn't gotten past that first round, but qualifying at 15 years old is a massive achievement in itself, and it just brings perspective back into it. And I think for Tia, you know, having an amazing year on the Challenger Series, as you said, Joe, maybe putting that pressure on herself to go, oh, I have to excel, I have to do this, I have to do that, instead of just surfing. And I think that's what we're seeing from her right now.
Well, True sister at the moment, Jessie Starling, is on the glass with Alyssa Spencer.
I am. Thanks, Joe. Liz, first time here in New Zealand, and obviously you're loving it. We were just talking. It's such a beautiful part of the world. You went to come here back in 2020, I'm going to say, and didn't get the chance to, but now you're here, championship tour, Ragland, it's fun, and you're on your front side. How good is the New Zealand?
Oh my goodness, I've been absolutely loving New Zealand. This has been like a bucket list place for me to visit for a long time, especially here at Ragland. Being a goofy footer, it's like a dream wave. So to surf out there with only 3 other girls in the water was pretty special.
Let's talk about the goofy footers, because obviously Miggy was really leading the charge over at Bells. You had a great run at Bells as well on your backhand, but as far as a left-hand point break, we haven't really seen that in quite some time. Are the goofy footers going to dominate here?
I mean, I sure hope so. I feel like it's right up our alley as far as, you know, being frontside. You have a little bit of an advantage, I think, with being able to find the variety and the turns and the lines that you pick. So I'm really just trying to lean into that and just, yeah, enjoying surfing a left-hander.
Coming up in round 2, you're going to draw Katie Simmers. Obviously, you guys have competed against each other for years. I mean, you guys did the whole junior ranks together. When you come up against someone like Katie, do you think about, you know, the competitive strategies that you learned from the Grom days?
I mean, I think just your competitive strategy has to be so sharp against any girl on this tour, and Katie is such an amazing surfer. I pull a lot of inspiration from her, just the lines that she draws, and I feel like she has such a fun energy when you just watch her surf, so I'm really excited for that matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. All-American matchup as well. And Liz, before I let you go, obviously Ragland, it's a different shape wave to snapper, obviously. We've seen a lot of people change up equipment, maybe go for a slightly flatter rocket board. Did you change anything?
I'm riding the same model board, but it just has a round tail, so it's actually pretty much the same board that I was riding at Bells, and yeah, I've been loving it out here too.
We love it. We love it. Thanks for your time, Liz. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Alyssa Spencer had a really positive start to the season. She's not a rookie. She's been here before, but on her comeback to the championship tour, the backhand was flaring. And back-to-back days in Winky Pop, got her best result ever of her career on her comeback to the tour, and had her biggest scores as well on her stat sheet, getting into the excellent range. But like most goofy footers, thrilled to face this wave on her forehand, and now we get to see how she mixes it up. She's just as dangerous going left as well, True.
Yeah, she is. And I think for Alyssa, you know, she drops a lot of clips back at home going left. She knows how to find the barrel. She knows how to get a little bit progressive as well. And I think we'll see that from her, hopefully, you know, throughout this event. And for Alyssa going goofy, it's a different personality. We're used to seeing that backhand attack. We're used to seeing her, you know, really light it up and do some big backside blasts. But I love seeing the characteristics of her going left. It's exciting.
It's interesting with goofy footers because they're so used to preparing for the great rights of the tour, Rich. Yeah. And even with Nadia Arastarbe, when I caught up with her before the season started, she's like, maybe my weakness would be a smaller left, you know, because she's so used to going automatic, getting nice and vertical in the pocket going right. And we saw those big, powerful turns that gave her best result of her career at snapper. And so actually identifying sometimes frontside can be a little bit tougher to get bigger scores. So she's being tested with that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, I mean, personally, I favoured my backhand. I knew it was a stronger asset for me, and I really had to work on the forehand and perfecting those maneuvers front side. So, well, we'll see what happens now.
Nadia using priority, representing the Basque Country. Picks up that DHD, just kind of sits on that last turn. Fades in the pocket, trying to find something to really push off here. Got the speed up, but slips off on what would have been her biggest turn of that last wave. Chasing an 8.10. She'll still be looking for that number, as young Tia Zabrowski still holds priority. Tia got a 6.77 on her wave before, and a 7.83 before that. So Tia getting a little bit closer to potentially her first heat win of the season. Both in the rookie class. Nadia got a jump on all the members of the rookie class with that big finals day appearance, losing to Steph Gilmore in the semifinals. So she jumped into the top 10, moving up considerably. But if Nadia gets knocked out now, the battle for Rookie of the Year will get really interesting here at stop number 4.
It's exciting. I love watching that battle. I love watching, you know, everyone go up and down the rankings. And I think, you know, for Nadia, she obviously wants to make a statement this year. She wants to, you know, really push. And I think semi-finals against Steph, how iconic is that, you know, to be surfing at snapper against Steph Gilmore, one of the greats, is incredible. And you can see Nadia here. I mean, her forehand's strong. We just don't get to see it a lot, particularly on this higher level. And just the wave, it looked a little bit flatter. And then this turn here, so unlucky, that front foot just slipping. And it probably wasn't going to be the 8.1, but it definitely would have helped her a little bit. And Oh, that would have been a great turn, but yeah, you could just see the front foot slipping off, and unfortunately just not playing out how she was hoping.
Yeah, just managing tempo and timing, Rich. You know, trying to stay light on your feet when it's full and then really explode when you get the chance. Sometimes those targets aren't really clear as you're going down the line. She really wanted to load up. Slips off, doesn't have priority. Chasing excellence as Steph Gilmore will lock into this one. 8-time world champ, fresh off her 34th championship tour win. She's just as stylish, going left as she is on her forehand. Tagging a bunch of sections down the line. Finds a nice section there to go over the top of, and whips one towards the tail end. Will ride away and step off. Winning this event back in 2011 was an exciting time for Steph Gilmore in her career. She won 4 world titles in a row. 2007, 2008, 9, 10, 2011 was the year she really got tested by Carissa Moore. Now we'll watch Anat Leilior respond to Gilmore. Our surfer from Israel locks in a nice little hook. Pushes into the pocket again. She hasn't had a win since Bells at the season opener in the opening round. She just pushing that frontside wrap into the pocket till she gets down towards the boat ramp. So nice contrast there, rookie versus the greatest ever. Leilior started with a 3.67, and Steph Gilmore started with a 4.33, Rich.
Yeah, so just a little bit more than a point advantage to the opening rides. Let's have a look at the replay here of Steph. You can see naturally a little bit taller than her competitor. She gets great leverage off the backhand here and just ropes some of these backhand turns. Starts to wind up through the inside, connects with that section beautifully. And yeah, nice pivoting action off the top for Steph.
I like the different, you know, she's got that same style, but it's refreshing to see her go left, you know, and I think you can see she winds up there and identifies each section so well, whether she goes left or right. And I think it's exactly why she's an 8-time world champion, but also, you know, being here and having that experience at Ragland as well.
And then the contrast to Anat Leilior, Richie.
Yeah, a little sleepy cutback to start off. Now she winds up, bit more power on that one. Brings it through to the inside. The wave does start to sit down just a little bit, but Leilior keeps the power on through these final turns. Just that forehand wrap. You can see she's got it on lock.
Working so hard throughout her career, Anat Leilior, preparing for the Olympic Games in the past, and got the emotional announcement that she qualified back at Newcastle. All the cameras are around her, and it was such a real, honest moment, which is what we love about the season finale on the CS, is finding out who will be in the rookie class. Here's Tia Zabrowski, the 15-year-old rookie phenom representing France and French Polynesia, pushing that backside snap on the open face. Doesn't even need the lip. She can really just start it early and just jam it. Finding her flow, tagging that section and going down. And seeing another fall there from her opponent. This all-rookie matchup. Nadia Aristarbe going down. And they'll paddle back out with 2.5 to go. The goal for Nadia is to keep tabs on the top 10. She told me her goal this year was a top 10 finish. We've been talking about how she didn't belong, didn't feel like she belonged last year as a replacement surfer. That was another goal, to feel comfortable in the locker room, knowing that she deserves to be here, and coming off one of the best backhand performance maybe of all time at Snapper, with Nadia throwing some power off the roof of some amazing sections. The goal here is to keep that momentum hot. Last thing you want is to fall in the first round after the best event of your career. True, let's get caught up with Tia's last whip.
Oh, her backhand is so strong. She gets this little extra kind of kick. You could see right there on that last one on her backhand. She just pushes off that tail, and it's that little bit of extra power and spice that is really setting her aside in this heat. I mean, she's been on the better waves, it looks like, between her and Nadia. And you can see here, great high line, but just unfortunately digs the nose on that one. It feels like, you know, hasn't really lined up for Nadia, unfortunately. Like, the waves just haven't really worked out, and the timing seems to be a little bit off, and it's tricky, you know. You come off great results off a semi-final to another event, and maybe that pressure is starting to get to her.
We knew this season would start off just rapid fire. You know, talking to all competitors, how are you going to be prepared to just fly through the first 4 events of the season? Even like with George Pitar after the win at Margaret River, he was just like trying to catch his breath and try new boards for snapper, and he's just like, I don't have enough time to come down off this mountain and start from scratch again. We could be seeing a little bit of that for some of the crew here at Ragland, having, you know, just a few days to kind of wrap your head around Manu Bay and what's going to score well, Rich.
Yeah, it's the nature of pro surfing, though. You need to be able to adapt and really, you know, find your rhythm and find your flow out at a new location very, very quickly. A lot of the competitors, as we mentioned, they came here and visited Ragland prior to this event to try and get some reps in, to get to know the personality of the wave that changes so much within the tidal range. We had a high tide this morning at 8 o'clock, running right out, low tide this afternoon, and you will see the wave. It will have different sections on it. It will steepen up at certain parts. So it's really having that kind of intuitive nature to really get in the flow of the wave.
We've run out of time in the all-rookie matchup. It will be Tia Zabrowski picking up her first heat win of the season. Her last wave, even with the fall in the 6 range, ends up not even factoring in. She counts her 7.83 or 6.77 and gets her first chance to move on into round 2. Where, you know, we've seen all the pressure that she's holding to really perform. She's got to be so thrilled. She's finally gotten out of this first round, and she'll get another shot at Manu Bay.
I'm excited. I'm ready to see her in another heat. I think she deserves to be in Arashi and to keep surfing. We love it.
Looking forward to seeing what she's going to do into the next round. Tia Zabrowski throwing down some backside snaps here at Manu Bay. Her first heat win of many coming on the championship tour. Take a quick break. When we come back, Betty Lou and Alani Morris will be in the water. Flashing back to the early days of the tour with Carissa and Steph Gilmore enjoying that early rivalry. 2 phenoms just took over the world, and whenever they got in finals together, everyone stopped what they doing and watched. Going back to the TSB Bank New Zealand Surf Festival. This is back in 2012. Steph and Carissa met in the final, and it was Gilmore getting the win. 8.33, 7.43, battle of the backends. This tape is so fun to rewind because they're both back on tour together here in 2026.
How unreal is that? I mean, having Steph and Carissa in the Rashi and maybe even coming up against each other, it would be so awesome to see them, you know, compete, taking it back to, you know, the days of them competing with each other. And I think Steph right now, she's looking comfortable in at home.
That was a 2012 year, so Carissa had got the world title the year before. Steph answered back and got what would be her 5th world title out of 8 that she's collected in her career. Steph Gilmore down the line, mixing it up a bit, tagging the lip, going into some carves, and fitting a lot into that small shape of the pocket there. Just keeps the flow going down the line. She's in the heat with the Not Leilior, which is now the priority heat. Live action with the rookie throwing out a carve. He's got a little more wall than Steph's wave. And she's finding some nice speed there. Hits it off the lip, right into a wrap in front of Gilmore. Pushing hard just to keep that line into the pocket. Lays into it again with that powerful back foot, and Leilior steps out of one of her better rides in the matchup. Now into the non-priority heat that's just getting started from the island of Oahu. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson knifing some sections. How about that snap? Pushing hard, getting some water off the rails of the Mayhem. Still with room to move on the open face. Just some tight backhand jams. And Betty Lou is feeling it. Well timed getting that wave right at the start. If your non-priority start of that heat, remember overlapping format. 44-minute heats, still looking for your top two. Anat Leilior in the heat with Steph, so no paddle battle there for priority. And Betty Lou just taking in the deep breaths and knowing that she's got a local that she's competing against who knows this lineup better than anyone else in the draw. Young Alani Morse coming out of the trials at just 15 years of age to challenge herself against the best in the world today.
Let's see it. I saw Alani in Krui in Indonesia last year. She was competing in a QS there, and she made a couple of heats, and she was, you know, looking really, really sharp, and it was her first QS event she'd ever competed in. So on the WSL level and that international level, she's still new, and she's still figuring it all out. So to come against Betty Lou, one of the best in the world, it's, you know, going to be an amazing experience for her, and to do that at home with a home crowd is even better.
Well, we've seen how the crowd reacts to wild cards. I mean, Rich, how about the explosion of excitement for Dimity Stoyle that we got to feel back at Snapper Rocks?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's great to have these essentially wild cards in the event. They can upset, you know, our tour competitors. And, well, Alani's going to have so much support down here on the point. You know, it was packed this morning before the sun even came up. So I guarantee you, once she gets up on a wave and starts winding up, the crowd's going to really get behind her, and that's going to feel good and help her kind of relax into this moment, because it is intimidating. You know, she'd be feeling this. She'd be going, oh my goodness, I'm coming up against the world's best, and I'm doing it in front of my home crowd, you know, and there would be definitely nerves bubbling away. Hopefully she can just settle those, maybe with a good starting wave, and then she'll be able to get into the heat, and she's going to need to, because Betty Lou started quite strong.
At the press conference, Alani Morse was telling us that she grabbed her first jersey at 5 years old. 10 years later, she's grabbing a championship tour jersey. You could tell she was just like in disbelief, but also very proud of her trajectory in her young surfing career, and getting to do it at home, like Dimity Stoyle, like Bronte McCauley, like Ellie Harrison back at Bells. Let's see what happened here.
Ooh.
Just trying to set up this wave is Alani Morse.
I'm a big fan of the hustle at the start of those heats, and Alani is just stamping her authority. She's going, hey, this is cool, but this is my home break. I'm getting this one, and she knew that it was what she wanted, and opening up on her backhand. Love that little extra bit of slide on that last turn. So yeah, that was a good battle at the start, Rich.
No sign of nerves at all. But this was a gem that Betty Lou found. You can see here, just stinging off the top. Multiple times down the line, really placing that maneuver perfectly, coming from behind the section, not going too high, and then really just sort of carving down with a really aggressive action. Loved it. Here we go, Steph.
She's looking good. Just attacking these sections, and she still has that really drawn out, beautiful style, but the attack when she needs to. And I feel like for Steph, you know, she was even saying on the way here, she's like, yeah, you know, it's my backhand. I know that it's not my strongest point, but she's utilizing it to perfection right now. And Nat, she's drawing it out really, really smooth on her forehand. A little bit of a bump there, though.
Yeah, caught an edge on that second turn, and sort of highlighting a fair bit of horizontal work as well, where she's going out on the face and just bringing it back into the whitewash. But it doesn't have that beautiful up and down vertical motion that Steph had on the backhand. And we even saw Betty Lou doing it as well. You know, just different lines, more angular. And the judges really noting that sort of, with more angle, becomes more difficulty in those maneuvers.
Rolling into this one, Anat Leilior is setting up that forehand hook. Pushing into the pocket there. Throwing some water off the rails again. Third turn, another hook, trying to put a little more speed into it. And she'll have to settle for a lot of similar maneuvers till now. Now tagging the lip as she's switching gears, responding well. Nice speed off the bottom on those last couple of sections, and she'll get out of there. She'll get rid of a 3.67 with that work on her front side and try to get closer to the lead against Steph Gilmore in the priority heat. As she paddles back out, let's celebrate the first heat win of the season for young Tia Zabrowski hanging out with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joe. Tia, congratulations. Finally gets the breakthrough to get through that round. Tell us how you're feeling, because it looked like you were stoked.
It feels amazing. Yeah, finally being able to pass the first round, and yeah, it feels incredible to finally do an interview and not always losing. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I just feel amazing, and I hope I just continue about my surfing till the next couple of heats. And yeah, the wave was really fun, so just feeling good.
Oh, you were ripping out there, like you were fully going off, and it was great to see you sort of surfing, you know, at a level that you know you're capable of. But you've been doing that in all the other events. Has the tour been sort of trickier than you thought it was going to be?
I was kind of expecting, Leo told me that it was like way harder than Challenger Series, like completely different mood and vibe between like the other surfers and the judges and just surfing. And yeah, the first 3 events I was kind of trying to get used to, and I do a couple of mistakes too, and just learning, and it's like that is how I grew up. And yeah, it's kind of hard at the start, but I think the machine is starting, so I just hope I continue like that.
Yeah. Well, you've got a great heat coming up next. It's going to be a rematch of that incredible encounter on the Gold Coast with Carissa Moore. That was an emotional heat. How do you approach this one?
This one was incredible. I've always dreamed since I meet Carissa to do a heat against her, and it finally like came true. And I knew she's like incredible competitors and incredible competitor, and I had to really do my best, trying to not do any mistake to make it. And yeah, just like try to surf at my best, and it was also a really emotional heat too. I cried so much, and she cried too, and yeah, it was incredible experience, and I learned so much with that heat, and I hope I make the next one.
I think that you both really do bring out each other's best, and we wish you all the best in that one. Congratulations on making the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Tia Zabrowski. Congratulations on your first heat win on the championship tour, just 15 years of age. She's moving on, and this time it'll actually be Caroline Marks in round 2. So Tia versus Caroline this time. The heat they were talking about, though, is that emotional roller coaster on the Gold Coast with Carissa, her all-time hero. And the decision was made on the sand. The horn went off. They didn't know what happened. Tia had the lead. Carissa got enough to upset her. They both burst into tears. They had a great moment where they got to talk it out, and both saying just the most amazing things to each other moving forward. So, you know, we're going to look forward to that matchup happening again soon. This time it'll be Caroline taking Tia in that second round. Another world champ, though, that Tia's got to deal with, True.
She's ready. It almost feels like a when it rains it pours kind of moment. I feel like, as she said, you know, the machine's moving now, and I think it's going to be really hard to stop. She's looking really strong. She's just, it feels like she's surfing without any pressure at the moment, and against Caroline it's going to be a great heat. But you can see Nat, she's trying to take it to Steph, and she's actually got the jump on her in this one. She's locked in that last score, so Nat's gone straight to the lead, and I think, you know, she's finally finding that rhythm, finding that speed, and she got 2 steeper sections there, which has helped with that momentum and helped her jump up.
Also looking at the form of Alani Morse, she caught this wave during the catch-up with Tia, Rich.
Yeah, so Alani coming around this section gets a little bit stuck there. That's a better turn, little slide, almost tail release on the backhand. You can see that transfer of weight onto that front leg as she hits the top and really kicks the tail out. Nice spicy turns, but only in that 3 range at the moment.
Tia still the youngest in the draw. Alani just a little bit older than Tia Zabrowski, as we look at the form of Anat Leilior, finding a good wall once again, and good speed through her turns, managing her tempo really well to start this one off against Gilmore. and just fitting in turns on the flatter face through the ribs. Doing a great job. Now Gilmore needs to answer. The 8-time world champ, current world number 7. Finding some sections to work with. More of an arcing turn off the top there, already into the open face for the backhand cutty. Looking for one more, finds the lip line there, and she will step off. So little comparisons, you know, from the goofy foot of Anat Leilior, part of the rookie class, building to a 5.6, then a 5.27 before that. Getting the lead off Gilmore. Steph still needing something in that 5 range. So haven't seen anything major to completely separate these two at the moment, True?
Yeah, it's almost feeling like both of them haven't had that wow factor yet. We haven't seen that, oh, okay, there it is, that moment. You can see Anat, she's working up towards it. She's finding a little bit more momentum. There, she's really laying into the rail. She just, at the start of her waves, like we saw from Erin and even Alyssa, didn't have those steeper sections where she could go vertical, but she's making the most of what she's got, adding in the variety, that little drop wallet as well. It's, you know, what excites the people on the beach is what gets the judges even, you know, keeping their eyes open for it. And I think it's a tricky, it looks like it's tricky to surf when it gets a little bit lumpy, but these guys are making it look easy.
Yeah, a
these
little
girls,
easterly flow with that bump on the open face, but it seems like Anat's been picking the right lines to get through all those bumpy sections. How did Steph do here, Rich?
Let's have a look at the backhand attack from Steph. Nice and smooth. Great angle on that second turn. Little cut down. That one a bit more higher, and she repeats it down the line here. Steph stitching this wave together quite smoothly, but again, it's when she does that sort of cut down action instead of that top to bottom figure 8 motion. I think the judges will be aware of that, but you know, really good contrast in styles. You know, taller, standing a little taller on the backhand with Steph, and then Anat's that little bit sort of lower center of gravity, and she's really staying low and using that power on the forehand.
So Steph Gilmore trying to keep tabs on the rookie at the moment, both in the 5-point range, waiting on numbers for both of them. Anat Leilior has been building and turning in bigger and bigger numbers. She'll most likely do the same thing. As we see all the locals coming down here, met a great family from Auckland, just a couple hours drive away. That's where we flew in. Most of us flew into the airport coming from the Gold Coast. And they're so thrilled that the championship tour is here. New Zealand is just one of the most beautiful places in the entire world. Billy Stearman, who's in the draw, local, was showing us a waterfall just down the way. I get the feeling when you drive on this coast, I keep comparing it to places I haven't been, I've been before. I'm like, well, that beach looks like one I've been to in Brazil, or that little mountain range looks like Colorado in the States. You know, it's just probably all the best of the world packed into this amazing island nation. As we enjoy this view from the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam. Overlapping format today, and we've got our matchups already setting up for round 2. You know, True, it's a clean draw for the women when we look at the top 24. So round 1, 8 heats in round 2. If you're a high seed, you get to see your opponents figure out the lineup at Manu Bay early. Erin Brooks surviving this morning. She has Gabriella Bryan in heat 1.
That's going to be a good heat. I love Gabby's backhand. I love the approach. We know that she's powerful, but Erin just has that whip. She's got that whip to her, and, you know, she surfs so strong. I think in her first heat, she said she wasn't feeling 100% about it, and she was like, I didn't think I was surfing my best. And I'm going, okay, if that's not your best, then what's more to come?
Looking forward to that. Kaipo, you always have the best seat in the house. We came off the Gold Coast with the energy you feel at that event. What's the vibe like now from your view in the water?
What great surf fans we have here, Joe. I could hear the applause and the yells from the rocks every single wave surf, but especially for Alani, right? What a great story with such a young hometown wild card. You can see, even when you're making it down the windy road over here to Manu Bay, you can see Go Alani signs dotted amongst the road, which is really cool. It's such a great crowd over here, such a great country, such a beautiful place. And one last thing, wah, 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 wah. That's the warning lock in your men's teams for WSL Fantasy. This is the last heat of the women's. Build your bracket right now, battle the booth, and lock in your fantasy team. Remember to play Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League. Shop.
Very good, Kaipo, and that was a really important warning because Heat 8 is coming to a close. You definitely want to make sure that your men's team is exactly what you want, because you can still make changes at the moment. Your women's team's been locked since we started off this morning, and I know there's a lot of people looking at Billy Stearman to do it for the locals. One of the most prepared wild cards that we'll have this season, 36 years of age, never made the championship tour, and that was always his dream. I'm just so happy that that's fulfilled, and now he's going to go perform and doing a lot of double duty. I mean, I don't know how many people I've seen ask questions to Billy Stearman on how to do well. He's a pretty open book too, you know, sharing that knowledge along with reigning world champ Molly Picklum jumping in her corner as well.
Billy's amazing, and he's one of those competitors and people that is happy to give as much knowledge as necessary. And sometimes it's a lot, you know, and everyone takes it in and they're like, thank you for giving me so much, because they need it and they want it. And Billy himself, you know, when we put that competitive hat on, for Billy, he is one of the fiercest in the water, and coming up against Morgan Siblick, that is going to be an amazing matchup. I just keep thinking back to Morgs at Narrabeen a few years ago, taking on John Florence in that event. That was amazing. So I think this matchup is going to be great, and I know that as soon as Billy heard that this event was going to be here, he was messaging people, wild card, I'm in, I'm ready. Give it to me.
Oh, he was so ready for it, a 9-time national champion. And just to give you guys an update on the plans for today, the goal finish women's round 1, followed by men's round 1 and men's round 2, with the overlapping format with 44-minute heats throughout opening day. Remember, round 1 for men, it's short. It's only 4 heats. The round that you really are hoping not to be a part of if you're full-time on the championship tour, Richie.
No, you don't want to be in that opening round of 4 heats, and it's tough, you know, it's almost eroding your confidence when you're in that round before you even kind of enter the water. But here we go, live action with Steph.
Steph Gilmore coming off a big first turn, already throwing it back into the pocket with a cut back. Arcs it off the top again. She's hoping to square up a bit more there. Better turn down the line. Off the lip again, pushing hard towards the tail end here. She's running out of room. Gilmore still trying to push her points through this inside section. And she hung in there just for that last real little lip slap off the top, and she steps out of there. Getting past a crazy draw on the Gold Coast, including a final with world #1 Luana Silva. Got past Katie Simmers. Moved up to world #7, but now have to wait to see what the judges think about that last wave. And here comes Alani Morse. Pushing hard on her backhand in the heat with Betty Lou. Betty Lou's opener, the 6-8-3. Meanwhile, Morse has put up a couple of 3-rangers. Back to Sakura here. Being very patient in this heat, picking the waves with scoring potential. And really enjoying Betty Lou's backhand attack here. Don't get to see it enough. She'll step out and wait for her last score. Her lead will extend over Alani Morse with that one. And the heat still getting wrapped up with Steph Gilmore and Anat Leorich.
Yeah, it's, you know, it looks like it's going to be a win for Steph Gilmore. We're still waiting for those final scores to drop in, but looks like Steph's going to get the win there. And she increased her lead, I believe, on that last wave, or I think she did, because she surfed incredibly well. That opening turn had some real sting to it. I think that was probably the best backhand hook that she performed in that entire heat. But Betty Lou, at this point, looking really strong as well. Just ridden 2 waves, and they're both counted.
Yeah, Steph really had to dig deep. Anat had the lead for a moment, and then in back-to-back waves, Steph got into the 6 range, 6-3-3, 6-4-7, got the 2 best numbers of the matchup on her last 2 opportunities. And she's able to continue her momentum from that big win on the Gold Coast, and she is off and running into round 2. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break, and the heat will be with Alani Morse and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson before we get to the men's opening round. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Corona Zero New Zealand Pro. And, mate, things are starting to fire up down here at Manu Bay as the Kiwi trialists and wildcards hit the water. There is a lot of local support down here. Now, the trials was supported and presented by Backdoor Surf Stores, and that's where we are right now to get our official event merchandise. Come on in and just check out how many crew are frothing on the event merch. You can get everything in here, man. You can get your Tios, your hats, your beanies, your koozies, you can get your towels, and you can also get your athlete rashies right up the back there. But have a go at how chockers this joint is. Mate, New Zealand is that pumped to have pro surfing back. And Backdoor is the place to come if you want to get yourself a little bit of memorabilia from this famous event. Backdoor Surf Store sponsoring the trials, and those trial winners are out in the water right now, Joey. Let's go!
Let's go, my friend. Yeah, Vano. Diehard surf fan right there, enjoying his job today. A lot of happy fans meeting Vano. Blakey, he had a really fun show the other night with Ain't That Swell. With himself, Jed Smith brought up some absolute legends and icons of this area and great surfers that are on tour. There was a packed house in the lead up to this great event. Just to wrap up that last heat quickly, it was Steph over Anat Lior. Anat got a interference at the end because she caught a wave after her heat came to a close. As we get caught up with what happened here, Alani Morse deep on this one. Betty Lou getting out of there. And when she got to the open face, she's thrown down some clean little backhand moves on the open face. True?
Yeah, after that little hiccup at the start, she just really opened up. It didn't even phase her. And for Alani, she's looking strong so far. Betty Lou just has that little extra bit more of that drawn out line. She's got a fierce approach on these waves. Her backhand is strong, and you can see that she's just teeing it up. She's on a bigger wave here, and for Alani, that's going to cause some trouble. But Betty Lou, she's backing it up really strong. Her two waves are the best two that she's had, and she's already, asking Alani to, surf for a big, excellent score.
Betty Lou knows what it's like to be Alani Morse. We saw that at Haleiwa, when it was a Challenger Series finale, and she just took over her local lineup, and she had banners with her name on it. She got to feel what Alani's feeling now, and she took a huge win. And for Betty Lou, she's worked hard to get to where she is today. Last year, starting to win events for the first time. She was on the wrong side of the rivalry with Molly Picklum, and then finally figured out a way to beat Molly a couple times last season, working with Ross Williams, then jumping into the camp with Tommy Whitaker. So she gets to learn a lot, not just from Tommy, but also the Colapinto brothers in that stable, Katie Simmers as well. And one thing you always learn about Betty Lou is her confidence, the way she likes to control heats. And we're seeing her do that at the moment too, Richie.
Yeah, it's been a natural progression with her performances, but also her mental game. And she is a lot more confident now. That sense of belonging is absolute on the tour for her. And with each of one of those event wins that she's had now, you can tell she's kind of going, okay, I truly belong here, and I'm actually going to start thinking about a world title campaign. And the surfing's there. So.
And she looked strong against Steph Gilmore on the Gold Coast. It really came down to maybe a positioning error when she had priority to try to shut down Steph. She just was sitting a little bit further down the line. Steph fit in all the moves she needed before she got to Betty Lou, and that was the difference. If Sakura had a little better positioning up the point, she would have taken that wave off Steph, and the whole story would be different coming into stop 4.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's always tough when you're taking on Steph at a home break, and she's got that, you know, it's a real energetic connection with Snapper. But, you know, I really liked what you said, Richie, belonging. And I think once you find it on tour, it feels like it's sort of hard to lose. And for Betty now, she's like, cool, I belong. What's next? You know, where can I go from here? How can I reach? And how far can I reach? You know, and I think a world title is, you know, it's within grabbing distance for her.
Definitely. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, dangerous in basically every wave on the calendar, especially when things will end up back home in her backyard at the Pipe Masters. She's thrilled that there's more points on the line there. You know, she's just been under the stories of, you know, the Katie Simmers, Molly stories of just been outside of winning that event. She had maybe one of the best heats of all time in surfing history. In the semifinal she had with Molly, you know, at Pipeline, trading barrel for barrel, you know, in that great generation of coming up on the tour, and already taking on that wave with so much bravery and skill set as well.
How amazing is that too, to be competing at, you know, your home with one of your mates? You don't get it very often, and you don't get to experience that, and then to have such an iconic heat that people still look back to, still rewatch, still talk about. You know, it's, for women surfing, it's really exciting, and it just continues to keep pushing this side of the sport. And I think Betty and Molly, Katie, Caroline, all of those women, Erin, you know, that there's so many that just keep asking for more and wanting to just keep pushing and keep striving for just acceleration in the sport.
Alani Morris trying to get the first win for the Wildcards on the women's tour this season. Ellie Harrison is always a force back at Bells Beach. Bronte McCauley has spent years on the championship tour. Multiple times semifinals that was taken out. You can almost say upset in the first round because she's so deadly at main break Margaret River. And then Dimity Stoyle had the barrel and had to kick out in time with Sawyer Lindblad taken off. I mean, even though she didn't make that heat, it made a lasting impression on that event. And now the torch has passed to Alani Morse, you know, rich part of the local board riders. She's at her home break. She knows everybody on the bluff here. And you can tell, even though she hasn't gotten out of the 3 range yet, being scored on the CT scale for the first time, she's making some bold moves. She's going for it. And with priority now, with 12 minutes on the clock, it's allowing her to maybe pick the right wave to really challenge Betty Lou today.
Yeah, it's definitely a pivotal moment in this heat right now. She has priority and she needs to get back into it because Betty Lou's put some nuggets on the board. She's got some good scores. Surfing well, has basically constructed this heat perfectly up to this point. But great to see Alani Morse. She looks good on the waves that she's surfed. Like, she's looking confident. She looks like she's up for this moment, but what an experience as well. Like, regardless of what happens here, this is going to serve her really well in her career and her future, and you know, give her something to strive for. But what an amazing experience for her to be out here right now.
Well, it's pretty wild what comes with it. You're in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Your name's right next to your heroes. She's getting called up to the press conference, and she handled it so well. Every question, she just delivered. Feeling so good for this opportunity. Said they don't come every day, and she wanted to really soak it up. 11 minutes to go to see what she can do here. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Steph Gilmore is with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Steph Gilmore lighting it up on the backhand. What? Feel like we don't get to see that enough.
I know, me neither. It's fun, you know. I was thinking back to a women's event we used to have in Peru at a wave called Mancora, and it was kind of similar to this, like cobblestone left-hander, and I actually got a win there. It was like 2007. And yeah, I just thought, oh yeah, you can do it. Just knuckle down and look fierce and look hungry, and And I think, you know, the judges really appreciate it when you just look like you want it. So for me, that's kind of half the problem. I always look a bit too, what do you call it? The Parko problem, where you just look a bit too lazy.
He'd love that. Hey, look, obviously you've surfed your way back into top form. The last heat at Snapper is the best we've seen you surf this year by a long way, but you've brought that energy here, as you say. How hard was it for you to just rinse that off and sort of go back to square one in the lead up to this?
Yeah, I was really nervous for this heat, and Nat's an incredible surfer, and you know we've seen what she can do on her backhand. So I was actually, it's one of those things here at this wave where you're sort of looking at your draw, hoping you've got. As a natural footer, I really wanted a goofy footer, so you have that point of difference. And but yeah, it was just about wave choice, and I wanted to do my best. You know, every time I surf a heat, I want to surf my best, and I think for me, I'm still like you said, I've won a lot, but I feel like I'm still learning. My surfing's got a lot of room for improvement. So yeah, I'm happy with that heat win. But my backhand, it's fun to surf a new wave. I think everyone's excited to be here and surf somewhere different and meet all the local crew. It's awesome.
And I asked you this, and I'm at the Goldie, sorry, and I might ask you again, just seeing as though we're here. But you know, after a slow start to the year, getting a win really does put you in a great place for a run at a world title. The conversation starts to lean that way anyway. How realistic is that goal for you this year now that you're back here and the adrenaline's worn off from the goal?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you you doubt yourself when you get a couple of bad results, and then to kind of shake off all of that and get a win, and then you start to go, oh, maybe it's still in me somewhere, and if I can apply myself properly and really surf smart heats and sort of capitalise on mistakes and stuff, then you can definitely put yourself in a position to go for the world title. But it's a long year ahead, and all the locations ahead of me are places that I'm, you know, really probably my weak points in all my surfing. So yeah, like I said, I'll definitely do my best, but I don't know, I look at all the young women on tour and they're just amazing. So I'm just stoked to be here. Every heat I make is just another bonus to what I've achieved in my career, so I'm just stoked with that. But stoked to win a heat on my backhand too. That's rad.
Yeah, well, we'll get to see you again against another goof too, Soy Lindblad, in the next one.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. Sawyer's a great surfer, so looking forward to it.
We look forward to it too, Steph. Congratulations.
Woo.
Thank you so much, Vaughn. A lot of great memories, great conversation always with Steph Gilmore. She referenced that win back in Mancora in Peru. That's when Sofia Milanovic was on tour. It was Steph's 5th win of her 34 wins that she has achieved. It was just the beginning of, you know, her run at just owning professional surfing, along with 4 straight world titles. Great to see her moving on into the round 2. Meanwhile, we've got the local wild card, Alani Morse, finding some open wall here on her home break at Manu Bay. Mixing it up a bit, trying to break free of the combination that she's in against Betty Lou. You can see all those ribs on the open face coming from that easterly cross-shore wind. And the 15-year-old will step off. Few threes at the moment in her score line, and Betty Lou went hammer town during that talk with Steph Gilmore. 6.83 was Betty Lou's opener right at the buzzer, and she's also built to a 7.33. Let's take a look, Drew.
Yeah, this was just next level. It looks like she's really finding her confidence out here. She's looking comfortable. That was so smooth, and just gets that rotation, that little bit of extra on these turns for Betty Lou, and that's why we're seeing her, you know, just put Alani in, you know, a really difficult position. And Alani, she's trying to answer back, and as you mentioned, that CT scale for the judging is so different when you haven't experienced it before, but she's not even letting it phase her. Deep bottom turns into some really nice top turns, but you know, that flow that we're seeing from Betty is really standing out compared to, you know, with the comparison between the two surfers. But again, an amazing experience for Alani. I mean, to be competing against the best in the world is awesome, and she's really trying her best to stick it to her as well.
Steph was mentioning to Vaughn that she was happy to have a goofy footer for a point of difference. You know, Richie, we're seeing 2 backhanders going blow for blow, where the judges are looking at easy comparisons, going who's pushing harder in the pocket, and that, you know, that's making the situation a bit tougher for young Alani Morse.
Yeah, because it's obviously harder to put your your sort of best assets on show and when someone's trumping what you're doing, and just to kind of highlight the differences in the score lines at the moment. Betty Lou's board is just the angles are tilting a little deeper. The rails are really digging into the face of the wave, and that's creating more power and a sense of connectedness through her turns. Where Alani Morse is, she's surfing fantastic, and I don't want to take anything away from this moment for her. But the board's just sitting a little higher on the water and staying a little flatter through her turns, and that's why there are the differences in those scores.
Last heat of the opening round. We're transitioning into men's round one right after this. Alani Morse was on the panel at the press conference with Tom Butland. He's representing Taranaki and New Zealand. He's taken on Luke Thompson in that first heat. Luke, part of the rookie class, who's hoping that he's not a part of round one later on this season, but being a low seed, he's starting off there, and he'll have to deal with the trials winner.
Let's see it. I've been watching Luke and Tom surf. They've been out at around about the same times, and it's going to be a really fun matchup, I think. They've both got a really cool style. They're different and different approaches, and I think, you know, Tom, he's been down here from the start to the finish every day. He's watching, he's looking at it, and he's analysing, and I know that this experience isn't going to be, you know, left to waste for him.
Love that there's like underground stories still involved in pro surfing.
Yeah.
You know, Tom has a full-time job. He's an electrician, or a sparky, as you'd call it around here. And, you know, he got some well-earned time off to surf at the highest level of professional surfing coming up next. 3:50 on the clock here. One spot left in round two. Winner of this heat will take on Isabella Nichols in the second round. Tia Zabrowski has Caroline Marks. Lakey Peterson has Carissa Moore. Molly Picklum will have Vahine Fierro. We saw Steph win over Anat. She's got Sawyer Lindblad, so she'll have another contrast there with a goofy footer in the second round. World number one, Luana Silva, another rematch with Tyler Wright. Katie Simmers has Alyssa Spencer, and Gabriella Bryan has Aaron Brooks. There's a lot of goofy versus regular or natural coming up in that second round, though the women will have the rest of the day off to watch the men take the lineup at Manu Bay for the first time in championship tour history.
How's your fantasy looking for the men?
You know, pretty leaning towards goofs. You know, I kind of I got really carried away with the warm-up sessions from Italo, from Gabriel Medina, from Iago, you know, as well, of just enjoying their front side. They all just want lefts like this on tour. They're dangerous when sections are hard. That's when they really separate themselves from the pack.
Cole Hauschman was a standout for me too.
And he's a guy who really needs a big result here at stop number 4.
Yep.
There's Luke with a pack of grommets he just gave his time to, which could be a little secret for success, a little fire up from the local kids to take the pressure off himself, knowing that all he has to do is do his brand of surfing against Tom Butland here.
Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, Luke, he was so stoked to make a heat, and in his post-heat interview, he was literally jumping out of his skin. And he goes, if I can get through the first round and then get through another round, you ain't seen nothing yet. So I kind of want to see that. As much as I want to see the local lad do well for everyone on the point here. But it's going to be a great matchup as we get into the men's.
Yeah, Tom Butland likes to push hard. He kind of has that like free surfer brand to him a bit. Blew his knee out doing a roundhouse just as hard as he could. The big cut back and sidelined him, so he started riding a mountain bike, and then he busted his shoulder, and he just can't help but charge. So all of a sudden, recovering for an injury, he had more injuries, and he was just telling me how thrilled he is to get back in the water, which is a gift, and you're grateful for surfing when it's taken away, and then all of a sudden winning the trials, you just can't believe how fast it's gone in a positive direction. That one's starting in about 1:15. Betty Lou controlling this one really well. Managing her heat, really efficient, 3 waves ridden, with priority now to run this one out. You're good friends with Tommy Whitaker, her coach. He brings a lot of positivity and fun in between heats, but man, when it comes down to just nuts and bolts and really helping your surfers improve, he's clearly one of the best.
Yeah, he brings a really good energy to his whole camp, and the way Betty Lou has constructed this heat is very, very similar to the way Tommy Whitaker used to perform at the CT level. He was very selective with his waves, but then, you know, got the work done, and Betty Lou's just put in a flawless performance here against Alani Morse, excuse me. But I don't think it'll sting too hard. I think she'll be better for the experience. I think she'll be stoked with having the opportunity. And if anything, it's just going to fuel the fire, and she'll be like, oh, I want to get back to here. This is what I want to do. And she'll know what she has to do now, a little bit more work, and, you know, what a great day for her.
It shows you the level, right? You know, you're experiencing this here with Betty Lou, and it goes, okay, this is the level. This is where I need to be. And I think it's an amazing kind of experience for her to just go, okay, I know what I need to do now to get here.
Yeah. Great job for Alani Morse winning the trials, getting into the main event on her local break as Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes a convincing win, a 7.33 at her high mark. She will take on Isabella Nichols in the second round later on in the waiting period, because the rest of the day will transition to the men, starting off with Luke Thompson taking on Tom Butland from Taranaki, and then a local boy here at Manu Bay. A dream come true for Billy Stearman. He's in heat number 2 with Morgan Siblick. A lot of emotion will come out of New Zealand in the next couple of heats of the round, as we're looking forward to fireworks here at Manu Bay. Round 2 set for the women. Now men coming up next in round 1. We'll do a booth swap and be right back after this.
The point board riders were started in 1962-63. That's me there. We were starting to surf a lot more radical. It was just a group of guys that started out here, and it was a friendship thing. There was a builder. He found an old hut, so that we drove out here and installed it right on the point. But unfortunately, it was very good surf that day, so not a lot of work got done.
We're definitely one of the longest standing clubs in the country. I think we have stayed true to our roots. We have a voice on behalf of all of our surfers and on behalf of our community. I'm really proud of the interaction that we have between different generations within our community. We have a club day and we'll have 12-year-olds mingling alongside 60-year-olds. We all support one another.
Hey, brother. Happy days. The old members, they're super wise. They've done it all. You know, they're all amazing, so I've learned a lot.
We've got a lot of guys and girls that have come through the club, and they've obviously gone on to great things.
I've been a part of the Ragland Point Board Riders since I can remember. Yeah, they've supported me through my journey so far.
Oh, look at the bum. I'm so excited for the WSL to come here.
To have the contest here in Ragland is very special to me.
I wanted to compete in a CT event, so just this opportunity is super cool for me.
Hopefully the whole hill here at Manu Bay is covered with people, and I want to enjoy the whole process and welcome everyone with open arms and hopefully make my family and friends proud.
The Ragland Point Board Riders, they got a lot to celebrate today. The world's best coming here. Stop number 4 on the WSL Championship Tour, the Corona Cero Open. New Zealand Pro, excuse me, presented by Bonsoy. Beautiful scenes, a magic day to get us started here, and some nice waves running down the point. Round 1 in the bag for the women. Incredible matchups established in the second round. Ronnie Blakey with Jessie Starling. Jessie, how good is this? Time to get the men out there and get some more big matchups.
Yeah, I mean, the women were great. I loved just that storyline of goofy v natural, and a lot of surprises for me. Vahine Fierro, her style really stood out to me this morning. Let's see what the men can offer.
Yeah, we saw that feature on the Point Board Riders. They're going to have Billy Stearman in the second heat. But Tommy Butlin, he's from Taranaki. He broke through here, an incredibly stacked field. 112 competitors in the men's division. And Tommy B reigned supreme, got that important win and his first big major event here, and just a huge opportunity for him. He's surfing against South African rookie Luke Thompson.
Oh, I love this matchup. These guys have actually become great mates over the last couple of days. Tom, he's one of the friendliest guys out in the ocean as well. He's so happy to give you a bit of inside knowledge and lend a hand if you need it. He's also won an award for Best Moustache. It is honestly iconic. But Lukey, he's got a lot to answer for here. He's not had the start of the year that he's hoping for, but he's got everything to go really deep in this event right now. Luke, you can see picking off one of these waves that looks like it's going to taper a little bit down the line. So feels like Luke, he's got a bit of a lack of verticalness on this wave, but what he does have is power, and lots of it here for Luke. Just knowing exactly where to place his board and to stay really tight in the pocket. He's not forcing anything on this wave. He's just continuing to find momentum. Not even continuing, starting to find momentum in this heat right now. So Lukey, it's a good start, but I expect more from him by the end of this heat.
Yeah, numbers coming through for Luke on that first ride, 5.67. Tommy Butlin, just a throwaway score for him. But let's see, Luke's lining one up here on the outside. Let's see if we can find, as you put it, Jesse, a bit more vertical wall to work with. Already a pretty nice combination to kick this ride off. Kicking on that tail, nice sequence of turns. Then a lot of Luke's forehand in his quest to qualify. Good to see him on a left, showing that he can get it done both directions. And this has been a much cleaner face to work with, and should be a nice little backup to that opening ride.
That felt like it had a little bit more in it. It really did feel like he was pushing a little bit harder. He found his wave at the start, that 5, 6, 7, we'll call it a settler wave. And then he really started to just drive off the bottom a little bit more. Tommy Butlin now.
All right, Tommy. Let's see what he can do. Obviously, he'll be feeling some nerves, but rock solid on the opening exchanges here. Clean rails. He's a nugget of a human. He's got a nice bulky frame, and he puts it to good use there. Great combination, and that'll get him back on track with Luke. I think the danger for someone without that experience is falling behind in the opening exchanges and playing catch-up. But that's going to be a confidence builder for the man who, you know, is really loving getting a break from his day job here.
Yeah, I mean, no matter where you go across the world, right, if you're a wild card, you want to do it for your hometown. You really want to put your best foot forward and showcase to your community that you're representing them and you're flying that flag. But even more particularly here in New Zealand, where we haven't seen the Championship Tour event here in a really long time. And it's the first time we've ever seen it here at Ragland. So Tommy Butlin, you could see there was a big Taranaki sign down on the rocks there. He's surfing for more than himself. He's surfing for his community. And just the hill, it's going to start to really light up here. He is easily the underdog in this heat. Doesn't have CT experience, but what he does have is a lot of grit. And you could see on this wave here, staying so tight in the pocket, pushing hard on that back foot. What I particularly love as well is this board looks a little bit longer, so opting to have a bit more foam under his feet, but he's whipping it around like it's absolutely nothing. And then Lukey. This is that CT class, that caliber that we're used to seeing from Luke Thompson here. Love that third turn. Felt like you've got a really nice tight whip off the top of that wave. Again, both of these guys opting to stay slightly under the lip too. With this cross-shore wind, we saw it with some of the women. When they went too high, it forced them off the back of the wave. So Luke and Tom both really reading the lineup great right now.
It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go here. Tommy's wave really provided nice canvas on the outside to get big combinations going, and he kicked out of it knowing that wave was kind of flattening out down the line, so it was sort of a confident move. And just a little bit of a strategic manoeuvre to get himself priority, but I think he'll score well, even though Luke Thompson's wave took him right down to the inside. Tom just had the power in those first few hits. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Ron, this is a heat of new. You know, we're getting to know
Tom, you know, a local wild card. So this is the first time we're seeing him. He's making his debut to the large surfing audience, right? So we're getting to know Tom. Another thing new in this heat is we're getting to know Luke Thompson's backhand. We haven't really seen the South African on the backhand a lot. I mean, all of his success has been in right-hand points. We saw him as a wild card at J Bay. Even on the Challenger Series, most of his outstanding performances were on rights, and then we came off of an all-right Aussie treble. So I like just how much newness that this heat's bringing to open up the men's round.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Love to see a local story unfolding. And Luke Thompson, you mentioned his trials through the opening stages of the season, Jesse. It's been a tough introduction for him. He did get a heat win. He's had a couple of heat wins, but hasn't progressed out of that second round just yet. So he certainly wants to avoid a second 33rd. He suffered that result over in Margaret River. But he's a kid who's just built a lot of confidence competitively over the past couple of years. The big victory at home in Bolito, it just was a springboard to another level for him. His surfing's looked really strong.
Yeah, it has, for sure. And he's got this great mentor. Not sure if you've heard of him before, Geordie Smith. He's, no, I'm kidding. He's really does stick by Luke like glue, and he just holds this incredible presence to him where he's leaning this, well, giving this advice to Luke at the drop of a hat. And you could see how much Geordie wants to see Luke do well. And South Africa support him to the max. You know, they love having another South African on tour. I heard him on the phone to Maddie McGivelray the other day. So just getting advice wherever he can. You can see on screen there, 2 17ths and a 33rd. Considering we have this new full year schedule, you do have to pace yourself in that sense and not get caught up in those early losses. But it would, of course, play into his brain, you know, and he would really want a big result here. So Tommy Butland, he's going to use priority.
Yeah, Tommy Butland, he did fall short on the opening exchanges. Only got a 4.67, so judges will want to see him take these rides right through to the inside and just keep adding those extras down the line. And there's a solid hit. Each of the competitors are having to really negotiate a tricky lip. It's got a couple of ribs and bumps in it. Tommy's still hammering down the line on this one. The wave stands up. Nice little kick on the tail there. A lot of flair. You follow this guy on Instagram, you're going to see him tucking into some big pits, throwing some huge airs. Most of that work done on the forehand. So another one that it's sort of refreshing to see what he does with the left.
Yeah, he's really open about that as well. He loves big barreling right-handers. He goes over to strike missions to Indo to score some pretty pumping waves. He's got amazing waves where he lives as well, down at Taranaki. So seeing him stick to his rail, he's open about that not being his 100% strong point, but he's done a lot of time here at Ragland, and you can tell this wave had a really nice inside bowl section. Love that turn, how he's just elongating the turn by staying in the top of the lip for just an extra second or so. And you can see it with this finishing turn through the inside. He does the exact same thing, comes around, paces, kicks the fins, stretches out that turn by hanging on the lip line for just a slight second longer, which is going to give an element of drama for the judges. It's going to make them go, okay, he's got more to give here. Love how hard he was pushing on that tail through the top of the wave there. So Tommy Butland getting one all the way through, and it feels like this is going to be a heat for Tommy where it's going to be a momentum heat, and he'll keep getting better as the heat goes on.
Luke Thompson, though, finding the edge on the opening exchange on both rides. So almost trying to make up a whole point with his highest scoring ride and Luke's lowest scoring ride. So he is playing catch up at the moment. Luke's in that position of kind of control with priority on the outside now. The 21-year-old who grew up in Durban, has moved down to Cape Town in recent years, but really he's been living life on the road. Just refining his craft, getting his performances championship tour ready.
He just moved over to DHD surfboards as well, so he's been spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast refining that equipment over with Darren. And it's funny to listen to them all talk about boards and how they want them to go. And with Ethan winning on a Juliet over on the Gold Coast, I think Darren would have had a lot of Juliets ordered for a quick turnaround before Ragland. But Lukey, you can see they have a really cool connection, those two, and they push each other, and Luke's just trying to figure out, not only to be a rookie on tour, figure out just life on the road, but this new equipment as he moves over to DHDs. They look to be working really well under his feet, but it's always hard when you draw a wild card. I mean, Luke's been a wild card in competition before as well. Think back to J-Bay last year. Him and Geordie had an incredible heat where they both dropped 9s. So he knows the caliber of a wild card. Last year, think to how good the wild cards were in Australia. Julian got 2nd on the Gold Coast, Morgs a 3rd at Bells, and Jacob a 5th at Margie's. This year we haven't really seen that same dominance, but it is always a threat when you draw a wild card, and it does not fall short to Tom Butland.
No, Tommy Butland, he seems up for the challenge, doesn't he? As we have a look here at the opening round for the men and the road into the second round for the winners. Obviously, it doesn't get easier. You're coming up against those form surfers, those top seeds dominating at the pointy end of the Championship Tour ranks. Yago Dora will take on the winner of this heat.
Ethan Ewing against Morgs or Billy. You got to think that that's going to be a really great matchup. Power v style and class, and then it's always hard to be in that opening round and then to look forward and see names like Gabby Medina and Italo Ferreira as your next opponent. It is a hard road to make it through that second round, and it's proving that way for someone like Luke Thompson. But Lukey's got to find his X factor against someone like Yago. Speaking of wild cards, this is probably the scariest one to draw.
Yeah, Billy Stairman, he is strong on the backhand. That's his true weapon. And he's going to be surfing at home. So it is going to be a big test for this man, Morgan Siblick, who's been, I really believe, one of the form surfers. But he hasn't collected the result yet this season. But he looks so sharp in the lead up to that first event. He smashed his way through the Challenger Series last year and even into the new year with the Pipe Challenger and the finish at Surfest to keep his place on the, or get a place back on the CT. But yeah, that is going to be a really fun heat. Two really strong backhands fighting it out for a place in the second round. Right now, 29.5 minutes to go. Tom Butland he is playing catch up at the moment. And what's been the difference in their approaches so far, Jessie?
Luke's got an element of power, and I feel like he's turning ever so slightly higher up the wave face than what we're seeing from Tom Butland. You can see the tide, it's starting to drop out now.
Starting to steepen, and Luke really doing some good work right there in that critical section. Whip fast with that backhand vert as he now rolls through to the inside and, well, continues to add to the scoreline here. This has been a great ride, and that's the power of holding that priority and getting your pick of the set waves as they roll in, but he just catches the nose on that final move. I still think this replaces the 5.67 and might even be his best number yet. So just on 28.5 minutes to go. As we see on the outside now, Tom Butland, that wave just never looked like it was going to be the number that he needed. So he opts out of it. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat of the women's opening round, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with Vaughan.
Betty Lou, always a tricky proposition when you draw the trials winner or the wild card, but you were in great form out there, attacking on the backside and really getting to unleash a little bit of that weaponry that we don't get to see too often on tour.
Yeah, no, it's so fun to come to a left. But yeah, going up against the wild card, didn't know what she was about. So I got to study her in the free surfs, learn about her, and yeah, she's such a sweet girl. She's so young, and she's just getting started. So it was an honor to share a heat with her.
For sure. The crowd was obviously right behind her, but they're so stoked as well to have the best surfers in the world here. Could you feel the support when you were getting your good scores?
Yes, definitely. They're so welcoming here. They're so happy to have us, and I think that just that really good feeling of the locals wanting us here, just makes it that much better for us. And we're all so happy to be here, and this place is beautiful.
It is. Tell us about your year so far. Where are you at personally with the way you've been going?
Yeah, it's been a rough start for myself, but I'm trying to get back into my groove, figuring it all out, going back to the basics, and I'm really liking the way I'm surfing, and I think I just need to flourish into some better waves in my heats and have better heat strategies and be more focused with just myself in the ocean. So, yeah, that's my plan.
Oh, it's a good plan, and you're surfing yourself into some beautiful rhythm. There was some unreal, clicks off the lip in that last one. You're going to have Isabella Nichols up next.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That next round's important to make. That's one of the biggest point jumps there is on the tour. So, looking forward to it and want to go more left.
Congrats, Betty Lou.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Betty Lou marching on through and really keen, like all the competitors on both these tours, to raise their seed, and that means avoiding starting in that opening round.
How far into the season do you think it really counts towards not getting knocked out in those early rounds? Because obviously Gargo rewrote the script last year. He lost in the elimination round at Pipeline and then went on to win the world title. So now with the season change, what part of the year does it really be like, oh, you can't be losing anymore?
Well, it's once you are hanging on, once you've had your two bad results, excuse me, any poor results you have after that are keepers, unfortunately. So I think after everyone sort of has those two throwaway results up their sleeve. It doesn't matter really when they come, but that becomes an issue if you're, say, campaigning for a world title, but also a big goal for those that maybe don't see themselves in title contention yet is getting themselves right up above that cut line. The field still gets whittled. Prior to the final event, we've got two contests where we're going to have a smaller field fighting for the top end of the ranks. And that's a huge loss financially for competitors that don't make those two events. But
and
yeah, it's a different year. Obviously, in previous years, you've had competitors all starting in that opening round, non-elimination, and that kind of gave some surfers the opportunity to dodge around, and we don't have that anymore. We've got elimination from day one. The opening round of competition, you've got to come switched on, and for a lot of competitors on the women's side, which we saw this morning, getting out of that opening round's been really difficult, and I think it ends up becoming a big psychological demon that you've got to defeat along with the competitor that you're surfing against.
Yeah, just listening to Betty Lou just then, it kind of sparked a thought in my mind, because she mentioned, that's the biggest point jump that there is on the championship tour, to go from round 2 into the quarterfinals. So just hearing her identify that and knowing that it is such a high pressure sport and so much of surfing is out of our control, for her to identify that, it did really make me think, how far into the season it is too late to not have a result. So for someone like Luke, yeah, this is a really important round. Every round from here on in has to be a good result for Luke Thompson, considering he's had a 33rd and 2 17ths.
Yeah, definitely wants to get into that position where, it's 9th place finishes or better. But Luke, as a rookie, wouldn't be heaping the kind of pressure and expectation on himself that maybe someone like Jack Robinson, for example, would be feeling after a pretty poor start, just based on what he has achieved in the past. So yeah, Luke just sort of figuring it out, but it is, a long year. And as we saw, at the last venue, Stephanie Gilmore, she barely scraped through a heat all season, and then got to the Gold Coast where she felt right at home, and all of a sudden she's back in that title conversation as an event winner now. 23 minutes remaining in this one, and Tommy Butland, he's still looking to, I think, drop a big score here. Luke Thompson did improve his situation, dropping a 6.5 on his previous wave. He's out in front, and we'll see if the wildcard can fight his way back with just under 23 minutes to go. What a magic day to get things started here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. We've worked our way through the opening round for the women. Unbelievable matchups are established in that second round. World champs going up against rising stars, and we've got rising stars and relative unknowns fighting it out for a place in the second round here. Luke Thompson and Tom Butland out there. And we can see more competitors joining them in the lineup now. This is Morgan Siblick. He is up against the wildcard, Billy Stearman. And Morgan getting on the attack. We know he's got a lethal backhand. And he's putting it to good use here at the moment on a long-running right, finding some space out there. With Luke Thompson and Tom Butland holding ultimate priority, it's amazing he picked that one off. But here goes Stearman now. And already we can hear the local crowd getting behind this surfer who grew up in the Ragland Point Board Riders Club. That's a trademark turn for Billy Stearman. Can't make it stick on this occasion. And Morgan Siblick's going to win the opening exchange.
It just gave shades of the 2020 event that we had at Narrabeen. And I heard my sister True alluding to it earlier in the day, where she just can't get over how good Morg surfing was on those left-handers there. So you knew that he was going to have something pretty special in the bag, but to come out with that much authority, that much flair, under the priority of the priority heat too, and get the inside off Billy Stearman at his home break. And look at these two fighting to get priority on the way back out. We knew this was going to be a good matchup, and these guys really living up to the hype right now.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick, he is, wow, he has got the ultimate fire starter in his corner. And when it comes to getting ready for a big heat, Nathan Hedge. Morgan Siblick taking on Billy Stearman. Billy Stearman, he's basically got this entire point right behind him. His Board Riders Club, this town, and all of New Zealand. He is one of New Zealand's finest, having represented his country at the Olympics a couple of times, 9 national titles. As we see Morgan just instantly going on the hunt for a backup score here. Nice punch in that first turn. The wave now starting to flatten a little bit, but Morgan just keeps that board on rail, working through these in-betweeners to set up this steeper last section down the line. Just pushes. We've seen a bit of that on that final section. As Tom Butland in heat number 1, he's still trying to drop a big number to get himself right in the fight with South Africa's Luke Thompson. And here goes Luke now. Drives up into the section. Nice rhythm to his surfing at the moment. Just seems to be placing those turns nicely. That wave didn't really feel like it was eventuating the way he liked, but he gave it a chance to wall up on the outside. So we'll see where the numbers fall in just a moment. But right now, we are going to hear from someone very special, Vaughan, a surfer that's just enjoyed their first championship tour experience.
That's right, Ronnie. Before she disappears back into the Red Bull Athlete Zone, we have Alani Morse here, who has taken the day off school, believe it or not, to compete at the highest level against her heroes. Alani, congratulations, first of all. What an experience.
Oh, it was such an honour to share the lineup with those girls. You know, Steph, Baylor, Annette. I couldn't think of anything more special, honestly, and to represent, you know, this flag, Kiwi flag, with pride, and it's so special for me, and you know, I love this sport. So yeah, I'm just super excited to be here, and what an opportunity.
It's been amazing to watch you surf. You know, the whole town was right behind you. I saw you in the local papers, and all the support from the town has been huge. How has it been for you in the lead up to getting out there in that water?
Oh, it's just like, it's really hard to explain. Like, my heart is so full. Like, this community is incredible, and yeah, the support is amazing from both Ragland and New Zealand, and yeah, I just can't even explain how that support has been to me, and just this success is not just mine, it's everyone's, and it's super cool to share that journey and that experience with them. You know, on the beach, like, everyone's sharing, and I felt like they're out there with me, and like I just think that that's the best thing in the world, and probably one of the best experiences I've had in my life.
Oh, that's beautifully said. And I think that, for all these grommets behind you, having a World Tour event here in New Zealand is going to make a huge impact on them and maybe see them do the same journey as you one day. I saw you signing autographs and having a great time. Congratulations. It was so fun to watch you surf, and we know that you absolutely loved every second of it.
Well, thank you guys. And it's so good to see these guys here watching the WSL event and being inspired like I am. And hopefully they'll be here one day, just like I am, like hopefully paving the way. So, yeah, thank you guys.
That's awesome. Congratulations. You guys stoked on it? Alani, a lot of support down here. New Zealand's new superstar.
Oh, that is awesome. Thank you, Vaughn and Alani. She's just conducted herself beautifully. Obviously, an extremely proud moment for her, and the biggest moment of what is going to be an amazing career, because she had a couple of things. Yes, she cut school to take up this position and surf in her first championship tour event, but she also was foregoing a place in the Stab High Air Show event, Jessie. So, obviously she's a really well-rounded surfer.
Oh, she's got a sick backside straightie in her repertoire, and I'm sure she'll get the call up for Stab High Sydney later on in the year. So just shows how much it means to her to compete at home with the world's best, and like she mentioned, hopefully pave the way for that next generation. And I really do believe we'll see Alani back here on this stage.
We are really lucky at the moment because we've got one of the descendants of the Tainui Waka joining us now, Cara Rickard. It is so good to see you. You also are a broadcast superstar over here in New Zealand, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, e mihi ana kia koutou. Thank you guys so much for having me here. It's great to have you guys here at our home break, Waikiri, Manu Bay, and just in time, of course, to see our boy, our Wild Card Billy Steermate out there in the lineup.
I know you guys are so proud of him, and so you should be. A two-time Olympian. He's represented New Zealand, Aotearoa, so beautifully as he's travelled the world, and he really does share that magic spirit of this incredible country. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he fares, because he's up against Morgan, and both these guys, I think their backhands are true strike weapons, so this is going to be huge.
Yeah, especially on his home break. Like, Billy's backhand is world class, and he's grown up here. He knows this break better than anyone else, so I'm interested to see how it all shakes out.
Cara, we are just so blessed to be here, and especially on a day like today. Obviously, the land of the long white cloud, there's not a cloud in sight today. We're being really treated to some magic weather, aren't we?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, I'm not sure how you guys are handling the cold in the morning, in the evening.
My goodness.
It is a bit chilly, but I'm glad that, Tamanui Te Rā, the sun is shining for us today.
Absolutely. Talk to us about your relationship with this beautiful area, because you live just around the bay.
Yeah, so Waikiri is the traditional name for Manu Bay, and it's been protected, cared for and occupied by descendants of the Tainui Waka. Tainui Waka was one of the great migration canoes that came here from Polynesia, and they landed here. And the Māori name for Ragland is actually Whaingaroa, which means the long pursuit. And it got that name because when Tainui Waka came here, it was a long pursuit to make landfall because the waves on the bar were too big. So it had to take multiple attempts to get into the harbour, but it eventually did. And then, all of the descendants of Tainui Waka have continued to occupy this coastline ever since.
Tell us a little bit about the beautiful welcome that we experienced the other day. It was so special. A lot of it we kind of couldn't understand, but there was a lot of laughing going on as well as the local iwi, the tribes, welcomed us.
Yeah, it was interesting. I felt for you guys because there were definitely moments in the pohiri, the traditional Māori welcome, where we were all laughing because we could understand what they were saying, but you guys couldn't. But that is, when people come to Aotearoa and they come to a place, they're known as waiwai tapu, which means that you've never been here before. So it's customary for us to welcome you onto the land and make sure you feel that manaakitanga, that care and love that we really are enjoying and pleased to have you here. So that happened at Puihakina Marae, so a massive thank you to everyone who put that on, because there's a lot of work that goes into things like that. And it was really nice to have Seth and Vahine and the Hawaiian and Tahitian crew stand up and share a bit of their culture with us as well. So I hope you felt that aroha, that love and everything in the welcome when you guys were on the marae.
I had full goosebumps.
Oh,
I had
yeah.
full body goosebumps, especially when we were walking in and everyone was singing together, and it was incredible. It really was.
Yeah, it was really awesome talking to people after about how, even though you didn't really know or understand what people were saying and you'd never done it before, you could feel it in your wairua, I guess, in your spirit and in your body, that it was welcoming and that it was important, and that, a really good experience for you guys to have.
I'm kind of jealous too, because Jessie, you got over here a couple of months ago,
Yes.
and Cara gave you the full
Yes.
tour.
Cara and I got to hang out for a whole day, and we went surfing in the morning, and we got to go over and explore Hamilton, which is only 40 minutes from here, and it's essentially the city around here. And we went to Hamilton Gardens, and we went jet boating, which, put it on your to-do list, Ronnie, because it's actually so fun. And going back to Hamilton Gardens is definitely on my bucket list. If we have any lay days, I want to go and see more of that. But it's such a beautiful part of the world, and it feels like home so quickly here. It's one of those places where the community just soaks you up and welcomes you in. And Joel and I, when we came over, we were sad to leave. We were having such a good time. So coming back for the event, you know, we really want to stay and just enjoy every moment we can here, because we love Ragland.
It feels like a really great community to kind of integrate yourself into it. I felt by the time you guys left, you were part of the furniture. To see you like downtown getting a coffee every day at Ragland Roast.
Oh man. Yeah, she was touring us around town, which has been awesome as well. But this is a really pretty area, and Manu Bay a great stage for the world's best to do their thing. But around here, the mountains, the hinterland just behind this area is so pretty.
Yeah, that's something that's really special about Manu Bay. It is an actual amphitheatre, and our sacred ancestral maunga Karioi sits up in the back there, kind of overlooking everything. And even when you're out in the water on a nice clear day, you can look up and see the maunga, see the mountain. And it's really beautiful.
Here we go. We've got some movement out here. Here goes Billy. We're going to hear this crowd come to life now as Billy gets to work. This guy has competed on the international stage for a long time. There's that whip fast backhand. Clearly some nerves, because a couple of uncharacteristic falls for Billy here at the moment. And Morgan Siblick, he turned the heat up early. His first wave at 7.5. He's since backed it up with a 5.67. And Billy's playing catch up. The thing that's on his side at the moment, time, 31 minutes with this overlapping format. But Tommy Butlin here he's got to make use of the 9 minutes left on the clock, because he is playing catch up, and Luke Thompson built pretty nicely through the opening stages of their heat.
I feel like I just saw him splash the water a little bit as well. So frustration from Tom. You can see how much it means, even hearing Alani chatting to Vorno, how much it means to these guys to represent New Zealand and the flag on their shoulder. And Tom wants to have the chance to be able to do that again. And Luke, he's been really smart with priority right now, not going for these smaller inside ones. Tommy Butlin going to try and surf this one up.
Yeah, nice steep section here. Really well-timed hit, but has to chase the open face down the line. Gets on top of the roof for a moment. Needs some more high-impact turns if he's going to improve on his position and chip away at this requirement. There's a nice hit from Tommy B as he brings it through to the inside now. Would love a big finish down the line here. Another nice kick on the tail. Did drop a 5.33, so took a little bit off the requirement. But the feeling is that that one's probably not going to get him the 7.17. Will it improve on the 5.33 though?
I'm not sure, to be honest. The 7.17 has to be a big requirement. Let's think back to Morgie's 7.5. It just had this element of wow to it. It was a similar size wave. Maybe Morg's was slightly bigger, but he just absolutely belted it, and he was sitting right on the lip line, where Tom, although he's had to, because they're smaller waves and the wind is filtering in a little bit, he's had to sit slightly under the lip, which the judges are clearly capping him on here. So he's only had a 5.33 as his high mark. Waited a little bit. It was a nice first turn, but maybe lacking just a little bit of drama. Love the float. I'm a massive fan of a backside floater. Then had to go to his rail here. So a couple of carves, although they're really nice turns, and he's throwing heaps of water, so you can see there's a lot of body behind these turns as well. Just feel like potentially lacking a little bit of X factor to get up into that 7-point range. It can definitely drop that 4.77 and potentially maybe eclipse that 5.33. I just felt like that 5.33 had a little bit more speed behind it to add to the scoreline.
Yeah, just that clean sequence of turns. The combination of those major turns on the outside was sort of missing from that ride, and the score comes through. So much work, took it all the way down the line, and he really doesn't have the time to take those waves through to the inside if he can't convert them into those bigger numbers. At least just chip away at the requirements. So the 4.53 burns off a bit of energy, more time off the clock. It's kind of working in Luke Thompson's favour at the moment. Meanwhile, Billy Stairman, he's still looking for a really good score to get back on pace with Morgan Siblick here, who had a fast start. And there is a nice sparky hit out of the top from Billy, who just smashes this one, so does well. This is his local knowledge coming to the fore. Picked this wave off from really deep and has let go of a really nice sequence of turns right down the line, just continues to hammer away at it. And that's likely going to be Billy's best ride.
That's better for sure. Billy, you guys mentioned it before, he had a couple of moments where he fumbled the ball, he slipped or didn't capitalise on a section with catching the outside rail as he's trying to come back around. But Billy, on that moment just then, you could see the confidence grew as the wave went on. It almost felt like he just went, right, I need to make a wave and I need to surf it from start to finish with the best capability I can. It's not the biggest wave we've seen roll through, but it definitely had a really nice cupped out bowl along the rocks here. So Billy, that is local knowledge at its finest there.
Yeah, it's really good to see him relaxing into it a bit more, because I think we can't really underestimate the emotion that he's feeling out here now. It's always been his dream to compete in a CT event, and he's doing it here on his home break with all of his whānau, his family, his friends, his community, his board riders up on the hill cheering him on.
So cool. And Cara, we've got to ask you, you know, you're a local in these parts. You must have seen Billy come through the ranks as a Grom here.
Yeah, well, you know, he's talked extensively about how even when he was a baby, you know, there's stories and photos of his dad bringing him down here, and he's built his life around surfing at Manu Bay. And so it's so cool to see him competing in his first CT event here at his home break. And you know what? We also can never forget that he beat Kelly Slater at Mugs. As a 21-year-old, and if you haven't watched the video of that interview afterwards, I highly recommend it, because 21-year-old Billy was hilarious.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the big moments in what is an extremely strong career. He's been campaigning on the qualifying series since 2011, and it's had some really high finishes on the old QS system before it became the Challenger Series. His best finish, he got pretty close one year, 2014, got to 29th position, has been a mainstay on the Challenger Series and had some great finishes there. But yeah, it's just such a grind. It's so difficult, but he stands out. He has his moments, that's for sure.
Just talking about the qualifying series too, I was just a kid when it first came to Ragland, and all the surfers had to be billeted to our houses because there wasn't enough ACOM back then.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a number of former qualifying series surfers that are here, including Luke Egan, who took a victory in the qualifying series event back then. But this town, we've been marvelling about this area and just how little change there has been, even since I first came around 20 years ago. You know, it doesn't look too different.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about this community. I love that it is a town that, you know, if you come here, you're coming here. It's not a town that you have to drive through to go anywhere. And the community, especially around the points, have been here forever, particularly the Māori community and the descendants, like we said before, of Tainui Waka. They continue to occupy this coastline. All the houses that you can see up there in the back are all whānau members. So yeah, it's a really great community. I'm really grateful to have grown up here, and that my family are out there on the point as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, you chased a broadcasting career yourself, and what, the call of Ragland, this beautiful area, was too much?
Yeah, I mean, once I had kids, I just thought, why do I want to live in a big city? Why, when I can bring them home and they can go surfing in a board riders comp and have Manu Bay to themselves and their friends on a weekend, you know? Like, I loved growing up here, and so to have my kids, my tamariki back here growing up with their cousins and, you know, getting to surf with the likes of Billy and like DK is really a dream come true for them.
All right, well, we are down to that backdoor 2-minute countdown. And it is Luke Thompson still maintaining that position. Tom Butland, though, the victory's not out of reach. A 7.17, absolutely attainable. He dropped excellent scores on his road to winning the King of the Point, which was the ticket to get yourself into this championship tour event.
He got that win pretty clutch as well. I was chatting to Corbin Hutchings back home. He lives on the Gold Coast now, but he's a proud New Zealand surfer, and he was mentioning Elliot Parada-Reid pretty much had that final on lock. And then in 2 waves, right at the end of the heat, Tommy Butland found 8s to take the win off Elliot, who was arguably the standout surfer of the event, so earned his place to be here. He's got a fighting chance now with a minute to go.
Oh, this one, it just pushed into deep water there, and Tommy Butland was trying to sell that wave to Luke Thompson, but Luke Thompson, his wallet was empty. He wasn't putting down, and he wanted to maintain that priority on the outside, and now he's making his move to try and close this heat down. Bit of foam on the face, but the South African, he can make it work down the line here. He's trying to better a 6 to push the requirement up into the excellent range for the wild card. The winner of the trials, but this one's not looking like it's going to factor in. Luke checks the clock and basically says it's time to get yourself a spot in that second round. On the outside, you know, there's a medium-sized wave rolling through here, but not enough for Tommy, and some disappointment on show. But give him a follow, Tommy B, at Tommy B, and have a look at some of this guy's free surfing. He's an absolute charger. And this has been, you know, probably a nerve-wracking moment for him. Obviously, when someone breaks through the trials and gets themselves into a big major event like this, you know, it's the biggest heat of his life, and also one that he's so desperate to succeed in.
It's one of those things as well, when you're competing at home, for some people it builds them up. For other people, it can make you even more nervous. And it's hard to compete against to compete in front of a hometown crowd, but Tommy Butland did it so gracefully, and you could see him at the end there. He was frustrated by not getting through that. He wanted a chance to be able to do it again. However, Lukey, right now, he needs those points, so this is crucial for Luke's overall career.
Absolutely, yeah, Cara. I don't think the disappointment will last too long for Tom. He'll recover because he'll be welcomed to the beach by this beautiful crowd. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We got more big heats coming your way.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy.
We acknowledge the mana whenua of this land and the descendants of Tainui Waka who continue to occupy and care for this beautiful coastline. And one of the descendants is joining us now, Cara Rickard. And Cara, this is your home. How proud are you to see the, you know, surfers like Billy Stem, Tom Butland and Alani Morse competing here today in a championship tour event back here in New Zealand?
Oh, it's
it's so amazing. Like I was saying before, I remember when the QS came and there was so much hype around that as a kid, and it's just been amazing for our kids in this community to be able to see their heroes and also see people like Billy, Alani and Tom achieving their goals at home in Aotearoa.
Absolutely. Well, we got another big heat in the lineup. This is live action. Eli Hanneman, the Hawaiian, has got himself back to the CT. He's got the flair, and the Phenom swings his board into reverse there, looking for more down the line, can't spot it, but he is up against Oscar Berry, and both those guys are searching for their first CT heat win this year, Jessie.
Eli had an incredible run on the Challenger Series. He went close to winning it. Cowley ended up taking that off him in the final event over at Newcastle. But Eli said over at Pipe, he said, I have redemption with the CT. I've got a bone to pick. I want to come back and prove myself. And he struggled to do that a little bit this year. Has an opportunity to do it as well. We're going to see one of these guys' dreams come true right now. However, someone else is going to walk away with another 33rd. So this is pretty interesting between these two. One's going to jump up the rankings and hopefully go deep to get a big result, and the other one is basically forcing themselves in a corner to score big points every single event from here on out.
Yeah, Oscar Berry, he must have felt like the world was against him at Snapper Rocks, put together a great heat, and his leash string or a leg rope broke, and he lost his board and ultimately lost priority. It was devastating for him, that heat loss.
It really was. It was one of those things where he had second priority, Cal had first priority, so he sold Cal onto this wave, but as he's done that, he's gone over the falls and his leggy snapped, so then had to swim in, run back around, get a backup board and get back out. But the time that he had done that, Cal had already got the jet ski back out the back, regained priority, and then got the win over Oz. Right now, though, Morgs started off so strong with a 7.5, but then backed it up again with a wave like this. So Morgs, he knew he had a big task coming up against Billy Stammen. Every single competitor has been studying Billy, the waves he's taking, the lines he's choosing out here at Manu Bay. And Morgs, he's literally living up to the expectation of this is a big heat and he needs to answer to it right now. And the first we're seeing of Oscar Berry here, I've seen a couple of really nice clips of Oz where he's just using power to his advantage. Quite literally on that turn, as I was saying it was a really strong turn there. Goes over the hillside rail here for Oz. And then Eli, talk about studying Billy Stammen. I felt like I was watching Billy on this wave. Just the lines where he was drawing, not staying too far away from the pocket here, was really hunting that steep section. And then to come here, throw the reverse as well. That's a Billy Stammen classic out here at Manu Bay. Came through the insider and didn't quite get that pop he was chasing for a big finish, but I love that Eli is going to use progressive surfing to his advantage here. That is exactly what he has to do against Oscar, because Oz has Eli's edge when it comes to power. So Eli now needs to tap into his strong point, which is going to the air.
Yeah, he is an absolute force when the conditions really suit him. Been struggling for those big numbers, but he'll be happy with a 6 in the early stages of his clash against Oscar Berry. Morgan Siblick, meanwhile, a couple of 7-point rides for him now, and it is a big number needed for Billy Stammen, an 8-point ride. Billy's got 8-point individual turns, though, that he can call on. So we'll see if he can find it. He's got 15 minutes here. We're going to check in with the winner of that opening heat. We're going to throw it down to True Starling.
Thank you, Ronnie. Lukey, that was a tough heat up against the trials winner, Tom Butland. It's always tricky when you're up against them because you don't really know what they have in their back pocket, but you got the win.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be a hard heat surfing against him, the local guy. He's got so much knowledge out here, and I only got here like 3 days ago. Usually I get here like 2 weeks before, but I kind of just wanted to spend some time on the Goldie and just kind of relax. It's been a busy few events, so I kind of just took the time I could at home, or not at home, but second home at the Goldie, and then got over here 3 days ago. And it was kind of nice to just get straight into it and just kind of like, yeah, I just went out there and just wanted to trust the knowledge that I kind of built on the lineup the last 3 days. And yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough heat against him. So sick to see him in the event. It's cool. Yeah, you know, I got into as a wild card last year in the J-Band. It's probably like, it was like the best week of my life. And yeah, no doubt, I'm probably sure it's one of the best of his, and hopefully he gets more.
And Lukey as well, you know, coming here, you know, in the last 3 days, you've had a lot of surfs out here, a lot of boards to trial. What was the quiver or what was the board selection you decided with today?
I was riding a DHD Lightning out there. We recently went a little bit thicker and a little bit more leaders, especially for here, just because it's a not a very forgiving wave. So kind of get a bit of a board going, more lift off the bottom, just to kind of make it easier for me. So DH did a good job on that. But yeah, I've got so many good boards here. I was actually like yesterday, I had 4 boards and I was like, oh, I don't even know which board to ride. They all feel so good. And then today I was like, oh, this one's got fins in. I'm just going to ride this one. It feels good.
Love that. You're not done yet. You have another heat later on today. It's going to be up against Iago Dora. It's a big heat, but you know you've got it.
Yeah, I mean, those are kind of the heats you want to get. I feel like when you make tour, you kind of want to surf against those guys, and that's kind of what I want to do. I was actually chatting to Matty McGillivray on the phone the other day, and I was just asking him like what his approach was when he was a rookie, and he was just kind of telling me, he was like, look, you just kind of got to stop and smell the roses every once in a while, and the kind of theory to that is like, it's so busy, and you know, you just go from event to event to event, and all of a sudden you're like 3 events in like now, and you're like, oh, where did the last like 2 months go? And yeah, it's kind of just like, just want to enjoy the process and really just like enjoy this moment and like soak it all in, and just stop every now and then and look around and really like put perspective into it. But yeah, against Iago will be pretty cool, counter world champ. I'm excited for that. It's gonna be a fun one, and yeah, just focus on what I have to do, and yeah, hopefully get it going.
We're ready for fireworks, Lukey. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True. Oh.
It's all right.
Do you want to? Can he say hi to the fan back at home? Let's do it.
Well, I just wanted to say it's like, I think it's like 1 or 2 in the morning at home, and I know a lot of people stayed up to watch, so I really appreciate your support, and it means a lot to me. And yeah, thanks so much, guys. Thanks for tapping in.
Thanks.
Thank you, True. You got to get the shout outs back home, especially when it's 1 or 2 in the morning. But we have more action unfolding here as quality set waves roll through, and Oscar Berry now has had a couple of rides. This one's still standing up, and he is staying busy on the attack. I mean, the wave was pretty much over at that point, so not too much lost in not executing that final turn. But we've got a number of good scores that we're going to reflect on here in just a moment. Billy Stammen getting another decent number, but it was a 6.47. Billy's trying to better a 6.5 just to knock a little bit off the requirement. So that one not really factoring in for him as Oscar makes his way towards the Rebel ski there. 11 minutes to go, man. This has been a good heat for waves, with both the heat without priority picking up some good scores, Jesse, and those with it really capitalising.
When you look at the perfect tide for Manu Bay, it really is mid to low, and we've come past that high tide mark. We're really starting to hit that mid tide, and it's just starting to show its true colours. It's such a fun wave. When you hit that mid tide, it starts to bowl out and allows you to go upside down multiple times, which is what we saw here from Morgs, giving us his variation of the reverse there, and you can see a bit of confidence and maybe a bit of competitive ego coming into that, because that's Billy's go-to turn. So just trying to show that he can do it too. Oz, he's had a couple of really good waves, and I love the fact that he's gone vertical on both of his last 2 rides, where he's pushed hard, but he's got his board in that 12 o'clock position and then kept driving all the way through. Mentioned he didn't get this last turn in through this next section here, but it's not gonna matter because he got so much damage done out the back behind him. And Billy really needed a big moment to fight back into this heat. Morgs has really stamped a bit of authority with a 7.5 and a 7. So you can see Bill, he waited for this wave, and you could see the confidence from here on out really building. Went for his traditional nose pick. I love how hard he pushed it and how hard he threw that tail out. That wind forcing him up the edge of the face there. So Billy, that's what he needs to do to get an 8-point ride right now.
Yeah, that's, you know, the danger for Morgan Siblick, who can whip the fins himself on the backhand, but Billy kind of throws that tail on the backhand out of the lip, maybe higher than anyone in this draw. So he's desperate to find that section. 9 minutes to go. Kara's still with us. Kara, I think we can expect some decent numbers here for Oscar Berry. What's the Māori way to say awesome? Something incredible.
You could say karawe.
Karawe.
Yeah, which means awesome. Or you could say miharo.
Miharo.
Yeah, which also means awesome. Yeah, there's lots of cool ways that you can say it. It's interesting, like how spoilt we are for choice with the waves here too. Like we've obviously been at Manu Bay and talked about Waikiri, but just around the point is also Te Whanga, which is Whale Bay, and then we've got Tirohanga around the other side as well, which is Indicators, and then Ngarunui, which is our beach break. So those are all the traditional names for all the points that you on the corner.
Yeah, we've taken some of those in with that incredible 100% pure New Zealand flight cam vision that we've enjoyed all morning, this stunning morning opening day competition here at stop number 4. And the pressure's on from the opening day competition now with the changes to the format. And this has been a welcome addition to the championship tour schedule, because you know, you ask any goofy footer on these tours and they've been saying, hey, it's about time.
Well,
you
with
know,
the
Goofy Footers Union, they've been really upset.
With the last 3, you know, all being rights, and then seeing when people arrived here, like, man, Isolo was just ripping
Oh, yeah.
in the lineup. It's all the Brazilians goofy footers?
It feels
Not
like
all
it,
of
but
them.
not all of them.
There's, 3 of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Goofy footers,
Are
yeah.
goofies, but
And
they're...
they've been killing it in the practices out here. Like the locals, so special for the locals to see them out there. Although they were like, Italo, man, you can't. He's like the Energizer Bunny. When he's in the lineup, it's very, very difficult to get any waves.
Can I ask, an event like this, it's so big. It's the biggest in our sport. What does it do for the community to have this type of sporting excellence come to Ragland?
It's great, like, just in terms of being able to watch the best people in the world surf your wave. You know, we've known for generations that we've got a world-class surf break here. To be able to see world-class surfers surf it and the lines they pick and where they sit and how they navigate it is really cool. But also for the community, you know, we're a small town. So in summer, it's always pumping here. And then in the winter, not so much. So even just that economic boost for people in town who work hard every day and have these businesses, to have people rolling through and eating their amazing food and, you know, going on a horse trek or going on a harbour cruise is really awesome to share that side of the community with everyone that's here as visitors.
Yeah, it's really cool, and it still attracts, you know, international music acts. I know Regurgitator played at the pub last night,
That was a
and
throwback.
I swear we were only there for a little bit. But no, the beer is cold there, so...
Yeah, well,
It's the best pub.
It's a beautiful
I tried to actually tell Jesse and Joel when they were here last time, there's other places that you can go to eat dinner in the town, but they just
Absolutely.
really had their, like, did you guys get, like,
No, we
start
went
getting a locals discount or something at the pub?
We went there 4 nights in a row and didn't eat dinner anywhere else other than the pub. We had St. Paddy's Day at the pub. They had Irish music blasting the whole time we were there. It's just, it really... That pub and that part of the town, I feel like really does encapsulate the whānau and the family environment that you get when you come to Raglan. It's just so easy to slot into the town here and feel like you've been here for years.
Well, it's interesting that as a kid in this town, the pub was the building that was there. There was like a dairy and a pie shop and the fish and chip shop. So the town didn't extend out in all 4 corners the way that it does now. It was just those, like, there was a supermarket, the pub, and like a dairy and a fish and chip shop, and that was it. So it's cool that the pub, or the Harbourview Hotel, is like right smack bang in the middle of town, and that's where it's been for hundreds of years.
Perfect.
And even back then, it was a dirt road out to the breaks, right?
Yeah, it was. And I remember having to come out here as a kid, and it, like, you being car sick, because even then the roads were so windy and narrow, and you know, like the amount of nearly head-ons you have with other people on the road, not because of anyone's driving, but just because the roads were small and, you know.
It's smooth access at the moment. If you're thinking of making your way down here, you know, there is a little bit of crowd control going on too. They'll shuttle you out to the event site, which is fantastic. As you said earlier, this point is just set up for watching this event. It's beautiful. You've got the local groms sliding down the grass hill between watching these heroes. I think that's going to be one of the big benefactors for the community here. You know, we've seen with Rising Tides, taking championship tour events and having the kids paddle out with the surfers gives them a very tangible dream to reach for. And even though there has been incredible surfers representing New Zealand on the world stage, like Billy Stearman, Ricardo Christie, Maz Quinn, Paige Harab, just a fantastic representative on the women's side for a long period of time too. You know, there's been a sort of a shortfall of Kiwi surfers on the championship tour. I really feel like this could change it.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just giving the kids an opportunity to see what is possible and the pathways that you can follow, and even be able to have a conversation with some of these pro surfers about what their journey's like and learn a bit about them, because some of the surfers on the tour will definitely say that it hasn't been an easy road to get there. So it's nice for them to hear those stories and engage with the pros and kind of just give them that little push that if that's what they're dreaming of doing, then it is definitely achievable, especially when they live here and they're so spoilt for choice. Like you could see before in the background, there was people surfing out at Te Whāngai, and you could see some little heads bobbing out at indicators as well. So it's cool too that even though the event's here and no one's allowed to surf at Manu Bay, like, you know, there's a car park up the back for all the locals that want to go surfing if they want to go down to indicators, which is really cool. I think that's awesome that people are still out there in the water.
And a personal curiosity, you've spent a lot of your broadcasting in fighting sports, you know, MMA, boxing, everything under the sun. For you to come to surfing, how does it kind of compare for you as a broadcaster?
It's pretty, I mean, I wouldn't say it's uncomfortable, but, you know, like I could watch a combat sports broadcast and not stop talking, but I'm kind of watching surfing being like, I know what this wave is like, but I don't know if I could commentate it. But it's fun, you know, because I know the break. Yeah, but I don't know if surfing commentaries are anywhere in my future.
I don't know.
I mean,
doing pretty well.
It's much nicer to watch than watching your friends fight. Like, you'll know when you've been doing this job for so long, you become friends with the people that you're commentating for. So that can be difficult when you're watching an MMA broadcast and someone's getting beaten up. But, you know, so this is a lot more gentle, a lot calmer, a lot less stressful, I would say.
It's a lovely sport.
It's a lovely, calming sport to watch.
Well, we've got just a minute and 40 seconds here for Billy Stearman to keep his dream alive. He's got the priority. He needs an 8. I mentioned it before. He's got those individual turns that can turn in an excellent score. He just needs to find that section. He's just looking at his clock now. He's just begging for the opportunity, but Morgan Siblick's been so strong in this one, Jesse. Kicked off with a 7.5, backed it up pretty quickly with a 5.67, dumped that and replaced it with a second 7-point ride. And that's spelling danger signs here for the wildcard.
Similar to what we spoke about with Luke at the start of his heat, it really is getting to that part of the year where it's crucial for these guys to get a result. Morg started off the year already seeded into round 2. So based on results he's had, he's slipped back into this opening round, and there is an element of ego that would be hurt that comes into that. As a professional surfer, it can be quite a selfish sport. So Morgs, he had to come out of the gate swinging here. He knows at this point in the year, he needs a good result. He's had great results on lefts over his career. Billy is easily the hardest wild card you could draw, no matter where you go across the world. It's like drawing Vahine Fiera at Chopu. It's just, he's a master at his game out here, and Billy, he was always going to put up a really good fight. I'm sure he felt like he had a lot more in the tank than what he had, but he's got such a beautiful crowd waiting for him on the beach. I mean, there's still 10 seconds. Crazier things have happened, but Billy Stearman, he's a great competitor, and I hope, you know, if we come back, we'll see him get another chance to compete.
Yeah, I think regardless of the result today, everyone up on that hill, the whole community, are so proud of Billy and everything that he's achieved in his career, and that he's out there representing Whangaroa Ragland on the world stage and doing such a good job of it too. So, yeah, I'm gutted for him, but surely, hopefully, you guys will come back again and maybe he'll get another chance.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm sure we'll get Billy into the booth to call some heats with us at some stage as well. Matewa, thank you.
That is it, Matewa. We'll see you soon.
Great to have you in here, Cara, and have you shed some light on this beautiful culture, and yeah, looking forward to chatting to you again.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, guys.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We got so much more action rolling your way from the New Zealand Pro. We're going to bring in Joe, Rich, and Alyssa Spencer for the call.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Thanks for being with us. The opening day continues. And what a day it's been for surfing history. First time ever having the men and women here at Manu Bay to compete at the Championship Tour level. We've had some events in Taranaki in the past for the women, and even had the season opener for the men back in 1976 up in Piha. Let's hope we see more and more big events like this in the great country of New Zealand. Thanks for hanging out with us, Joe Trappell, Richie Lovett, and fresh out of a heat win this morning, Alyssa Spencer joins us for the call. First off, great job today.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, being a proud goofy footer, enjoying the forehand opportunities you had at Manu Bay. What was your secret to success in the win over Brisa this morning?
Yeah, I think that I'm just really trying to enjoy being out here with only 3 other girls in the water. It's a perfect left-hand point break and really allows you to like draw some really nice lines. So it was fun to share the lineup with those girls.
Stoked to get your insights on this matchup. Alyssa Spencer joining us for the call here as we start off with the rail work of Ramsey Boukiam from Morocco, taking on Seth Moniz. A couple little power wraps from the man who's about 6'1", 185 pounds, and has been around for a long time, looking for a bit of more of a role in this event here at stop number 4 of the season. Hasn't been the easiest start for Ramsey this year, and I guess similar situation for Seth Moniz as you see them on the back of the rankings there, Rick.
Yeah, it's been a little tough for these guys, somewhat stuck in this opening round of the event so far. Since 2026 kicked off. So, well, contrast of styles. We've got the big forehand attack from Ramsey, and then that real spicy backhand flare from Seth Moniz. Nice, tight, pockety style of surfing that he loves to do. He also can go to the air, as we know. So this is a really cool matchup.
So priority heat is Oscar Berry and Eli Hanneman. Eli with priority needs a 7.33. Ramsey representing the Morocco, first to qualify from that region. His father passed away when he was a teenager, so his mom moved Ramsey and his younger brother to France, and then he found a lot of big competitions to enter. He became a European junior champ, won a big QS 6000 soon after, and got on a roll. Even had a wild card opportunity in 2011 at the Quicksilver Pro France, where he actually got past Joel Parkinson when Parko was in the world title race. As we look at this view of Manu Bay, this is what Alyssa Spencer has been enjoying the last few days. We'll watch this one live with Eli Hanneman. That one's starting off real slopey, but this guy can find speed just about anywhere. Gets a little sticky there on the wrap, but now finding the lip line to drift the fins. Carving, nice grip on that carve with that Violas into a fin throw reverse. He was waiting to show that off. And he will shut it down with a little bit of excitement, really surfing that section up. Been doing moves like that for a long time coming from Lahaina. And now attacking is Seth down the line, looking really comfortable, picking off a nice wall and showing some power down the line as well. Fun little back and forth for the backhanders. You know, Alyssa got to look at it on her forehand, but just identifying a big section like we saw with Eli going for broke there. Has that been pretty easy to find since you've been here to Manu Bay?
I mean, I feel like this wave, it's really important to capitalize on those sections that come, and Eli really did a great job on this wave, starting off with a carve. And yeah, he was just kind of setting up this part of the wave, but he got a couple of really nice turns, like this one here, and setting it up some more. And then this maneuver was really exciting. He's so good at keeping it exciting and just always having some sort of surprise for us.
So cool to see him pace to start and then explode with one of his signature moves there, Rick.
Yeah, and I think that's what you were alluding to. You know, this wave, it takes a real intuitive mind to figure it out. And these sections just pop up in front of you, and you really have to detonate them when they come. And that's exactly what Eli did there. He was so explosive over the lip there. I think he even almost surprised himself through that maneuver that are done with so much composure normally. And this is live action of Seth.
Seth getting involved in that exchange. So after Eli, watching this one again, Rick, as he got some good speed through this part of the wave.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, excuse me. This was the replay. And Seth staying nice and busy on the backhand. You can see surfing with a lot of speed. Almost a little catch there, but he tidies it up with a couple of little rebounds. But a good opening ride from him.
See, as that tide starting to get lower, that little ledge has kind of shown itself on the takeoff there. This was the last of Oscar Berry, just up and out. He's in the heat with Eli Hanneman. And the overlapping format, we can really get a lot of action taken care of here on opening day. Alyssa Spencer, we always talk about support crews and the people you spend time with, you know, on tour, and hanging out a lot with guys like Jake Marshall, Eli Hanneman, being coached by Chris Gallagher. It must be a fun team to hang out with.
Yes, it's such a fun team. Both of those guys have great positive energy, and having Gally with us on the road has been really special, and he's an amazing coach that just helps, you know, get us better at surfing every day, and also just puts us in a great mindset when going out into heats. And yeah, I feel like we have a great mojo going for this event, and we all feel like really at home. I feel like this wave has a lot of similarities to Seaside Reef, where me and Jake grew up, and for Eli, he says it's a lot like Lahaina Harbor. So I feel like we all feel kind of at home here and are really excited to just explore this new place.
That's been going on for a long time. I think, Rich, when you're on tour, you're always going, wait, this reminds me of home.
Yeah,
You want to take that with you around the world, don't you?
Yeah, familiar vibes. You try and channel those wherever you go and make little similarities to you. And that's a comfort mechanism that you're searching to try and, you know, make you feel good about the place where you're at and to give yourself confidence. But Alyssa, what's happened? Because I'm saying that you yourself and Luana Silva, in my opinion, are the most improved on the women's tour over the last sort of 12 to 18 months. What's changed for you? The surfing is definitely improved. Has it been a mental shift as well?
Yeah, I would say so. I feel like I've definitely put a lot of work into my surfing over these last couple months or over the last year. I feel like from the time that I was on tour before to now, I've just really looked at a lot of my weaknesses in my surfing and really focused on those things to try to just grow my, I guess, repertoire of maneuvers and things that I'm trying to add into my surfing. So it's been a really fun process, and yeah, I feel like I'm loving surfing more than ever and having so much fun with getting better.
Awesome. Stoked to hang out with you, Alyssa, for the call here. We just came off a huge heat. Billy Stearman lost to Morgan Siblick. Morgan is hanging out with True Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Morgs, that was on paper already a huge heat, the heat of the round, in my opinion, and you got the win on that one over a very fierce opponent, Billy Stearman.
Yeah, it was super nerve-wracking. I kind of said before the heat draw come out, drums are tickling me, feet behind me. Before the heat draw come out, I just don't really want to get Bill. He's got all that local experience and he's won out here like 10 times or something. So, yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking, and he's just got such a good backhand. We've always known that, like competing with him for years on the Kiwi, and I was really nervous, and I'm just stoked to put a good heat together in the end and get the job done.
you would have had many matchups with him on the qualifying series, but for that heat, that was your highest heat total that you've had on the CT so far. So, as we said before, you're kicking boxes, ticking goals, and I think you've got a great support team behind you here for this event with Nathan Hedge. And what is some advice that he's giving you to really help you get to that next level?
I know, just showing a bit of gratitude. We get to come to all these awesome places, and I'm pretty grateful to be able to come here to Ragland and New Zealand in general. It's just such an amazing environment, and the locals have been so epic since we've been here. There's I don't know, probably a world record amount of Groms running around just asking for signatures, which is amazing. And yeah, I don't know, just working on a lot of gratitude. Just remember, we're just so stoked to be here, and I don't know, we're just super lucky to be on the world tour and be traveling all these spots to surf these waves. And yeah, stoked to just be on here, and yeah, hopefully can put together a real good performance this event and get back in the race.
Having a left on tour is pretty nice too.
Yeah, I know, I'm stoked to have a left. Nobody gets to go left on tour high performance, so it's epic, and it'd be awesome if you got another one as well, South America or something. Could be sick.
Let's do it. Good luck in the next one, Morgs.
Sounds like Morgan's going to work with Tours and Competitions, kind of work out another venue on the tour. I like where his head's at, putting together a solid heat. That was always going to be a big one against the local hero, Billy Stearman. And props to Billy. I know it was a dream come true to put the CT jersey on for the first time, and it took the CT coming to his home. He was the easy pick as a wild card. But Billy's not going to go anywhere. He's going to watch every heat. He's also going to be coaching surfers like Molly Picklum. So Morgan knows how big that was. It's only getting harder, though. Round 2, he has Ethan Ewing, who's fresh off the win on the Gold Coast to now world number 4. Stearman has given about 1,000 high fives since he's come up the rocks on his local break, and I know he's just taking it all in right now, Rich.
Yeah, what a special moment for Billy. He's traveled the world as a competitive surfer for years now, but this is a special one, competing again at this level with this amount of crowd on hand to support him. He's getting a whole bunch of attention now, which is really cool.
Yeah, local wildcards, Alyssa, those are some of the most dangerous in surfing history. I love how it's a part of every event. You never know what to expect. Let's just switch gears here. Bonsoy replay of Eli Hanneman, Alyssa. Let's walk through the points here. Another wave there, he had to pace to start.
Yeah, and then he got a couple of nice moments here. This wave had some potential through the inside here where it stood up a little bit more. The outside was a little slow, and he got another one of those classic fin drifts. But yeah, unfortunately, the rest of the wave just didn't quite shape up how he wanted it to, I think.
Then also a solid one setting up for Oscar Berry here, Rick.
Well, you can instantly see a little bit more power, and just by sheer nature of the size of Oscar. Big lad here, beautiful backhand arc. He comes up to this closeout section. Does he get to the finish? Just lost it. So points left on that wave. And then this was a replay here of Ramsey on the inside. You can see all these little shelfy sections that just pop up. These surfers need to be able to react really quickly, projecting down the line here. And then there's that big roping carve that Ramsey is so famous for. So much power. This guy is one of the fittest on tour. Just a chiseled physique, and gets a nice little tail flare on the forehand.
And just rapid fire surfing. A lot to look at here. Seth Bonice getting involved on this last exchange, and great to see him on a performance left here, Alyssa, really opening up for us.
Yeah, this was a great smaller wave that really hit this inside section, and it's so fun when you just get to tee off on this little inside section that really stands up nice, and Seth did some great work on this wave. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that start.
Yeah, just a nice long ride. A lot of great points that he hit there. He's in the non-priority heat with Ramsey. Tons of scores coming in, but we got to talk to the local hero. Billy Stearman is standing by with True Starling in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. Billy, that was a heated round. I said it to Morgs. I'm going to say it to you as well. Both of your backhands are so strong. Not getting the jump on Morgs would have stung a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, I've travelled a lot with Morgs over the years, and I know he's got a feisty backhand, and he's been looking good in the free surfs and the warm-ups and stuff. So coming up in anyone in this competition is always going to be a big task, but honestly, I've just felt the love all week and over the last few days, and all the kindies and all the schools and all the families have been so supportive. So I kind of had I had super fun out there. Obviously, I really wanted to do well in this event, and I believed I could, but unfortunately, Mother Nature didn't really play ball at the end there. And yeah, I'm stoked. I'm happy. I'm healthy. You know, I've got my friends and family here, and there's a lot of love and support around. And now I can kind of sit back and enjoy the show and kind of give back to the kids in a way, and yeah, and just have fun with it.
It's your hometown, you know, you have a lot of knowledge here and you're giving that up to a bunch of competitors as well. Talk to me about who you're helping here and, you know, some support that you're giving.
Yeah, obviously I'm back in the Kiwis. I was back in the Kiwis at the start of the event as always, and unfortunately we all went down, which is pretty tough, but hopefully everyone had a good time down here supporting everyone. So yeah, I have been in Molly's corner, which is pretty exciting, obviously world champ and all. But yeah, we got some good aura, good vibes going on, and I can't wait to kind of focus on her now and help her hopefully go deep in the draw. And yeah, I just want to have a fun week now, you know, like the pressure's done, all the work's done. I achieved everything I ever wanted in surfing, and I kind of just want to hang out with my friends and my family and all the kids around and kind of just have a good rest of the week and weekend.
Having this event here as well with, you know, so many children and kids around, it's insane. You know, you can't even move around here and they're all just frothing and loving it. You know, how special is it for them to have this event here?
Yeah, it's amazing, honestly. I'm so stoked that like Whangaroa and Ragland can, you know, welcome everyone with open arms, and it's super inspiring for the kids. Like, you know, they've been out here all week trying to surf with everyone and kind of, you know, motivate everyone and kind of get signatures, and I think like seeing in their own eyes is just like a massive inspiration. And obviously we look up to these guys so much, and I remember looking up to, you know, my favourite surfers when I was a kid. So to have them, you know, to see them in the flesh and the surfing they're doing and kind of the energies they're bringing, it's super inspiring. And yeah, hopefully they can learn from it and become world champs one day.
Surfer hat off, coach hat on. Thanks, Billy.
Thanks so much, True. What a great moment for not just Billy, but for New Zealand, for the community at Ragland to really get to see that dream come true for Billy Stearman, 36 years of age. Just headline news back when he was 21, beat Kelly Slater at Margaret River, and that was his kind of coming out to the global stage of a guy that was going to be really tough to deal with, two-time Olympian representing this country. And we'll have a lot more talks with Billy Stearman as this week continues. What a great sport as well. You know, for sure that loss stung, and you could see it's just so much positivity coming out of him.
Yeah, for sure. Bill's had a great career, and you can feel him transitioning into maybe more of a mentor role now as he kind of, I guess, the competitive itch just starts to settle. But yeah, Bill will be around, and he'll be passing on some of that knowledge. Interesting that he's working with Molly Picklum here.
Yeah, that's a big one there. Alyssa Spencer, obviously working with Chris Gallagher, who's got crazy experience, competed on the championship tour level. It's good just to have that really grounded personality behind you. And, you know, when you got a team like that includes more than just yourself, and like with Eli and Jake, do you ever feel like you guys rise together when one of you wins, the other one's like, yep, I got this?
Totally. I feel like we all feed off of each other's energy, and it's really great to have those two guys that are just such positive human beings as well. And I feel like everyone just lifts each other up, and, you know, going through the ups and downs of competing, it's nice to have that family that can be there and be that support system for you. So yeah, it's great to see us all kind of feeding off each other and rising to success together.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy too, just coming from the same local break as Jake, you know, and when you guys accomplish something, the town backs you and the board riders backs you, and the local restaurants and surf shops will have you over to celebrate what you've accomplished. That must mean so much to be able to have it for yourself, but also share it with someone you grew up with.
Yes, of course. It's really cool to see how far me and Jake have come from, you know, surfing seaside as little groms and growing up in Encinitas and both achieving this dream. It's really special. And yeah, being able to travel together and have the same coach is something else that's just worked out to be really cool as well, and kind of have that family where you feel like you have a piece of home with you on the road.
So the call was to do the overlapping format. First of all, how do you like the format, and what's the strategy that you guys were seeing with, you know, 44 minutes in the lineup?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous this morning, but the ocean really provided in our heats, and I feel like there's been enough opportunity for everyone to get waves, which is nice. But yeah, that last 20 minutes is just so important to really capitalize on that priority.
Minute 22 to go in the heat with Oscar Berry and Eli Hanneman. Both these guys just dying for a win here. For Eli, Rick, he had such a high position on the CS, finishing under Cowley Vost, the end of season rankings. He didn't really have to deal with this first round, but he's drifted into it now. Eli up now looking for a 6.10. Couple of nice calm carves. He's already stalling. Looks like he wants to go for something big here. Nice, clean, solid backhand snap. Pushing some water again. And looking for a big drifting finish in the closeout. Eli letting go of some big emotion there. Heading that direction is Seth Moniz in the non-priority heat. He's against Ramsey as he's throwing some backside hooks, really picking off a gem of a wave in the non-priority heat with some wall to it. And Seth will step off. Look at the numbers for Eli and Oscar, both with 13+ totals. Hanneman chasing a 6.10 to see if he could get the jump into round 2.
0.1 of a point separating these two guys. Eli needing a 6.10. Oscar Berry, he gave him that wave, Joe. Oscar was sitting there with priority. I was kind of tripping out, thinking he's not even kind of covering him, and looking down the line as Eli was showing a lot of interest in that wave, and he surfed it so well. So, he's given himself every chance to turn this heat right in the final moments, and if he does, Oscar is, he's going to be kicking himself for not covering him with priority.
Oh, just after the heat that Oscar had on the Gold Coast where his leash broke, he had to swim in when he had priority to shut down the heat with Callum Robson. It slipped between his fingers. Cal obviously surfed up and did the combo to take it at the win, but now another close decision that hasn't been decided yet. Eli needing a 6.10. Let's go to someone in his support crew, Alyssa Spencer. Do you think this was enough?
I think it's going to be right there. I mean, Eli surfed this wave so well. The start was a little bit slow, but there really wasn't much else he could have done on those first couple sections. But as it stood up through the inside here, he really teed off on this turn, getting a nice projection wrap in as well, and then got the fin drift to finish. So I feel like he did as much as he could on that wave and gave himself the best opportunity that he could.
Yeah, if it didn't have this final turn, which was, it went vertical and then had that little moment, as you said, Alyssa, that little fin drift, tail waft on the backhand, which was kind of exciting. So they're definitely, he's asked the question here, and the judges just taking their time.
What a battle. Eli trying to be careful coming up on the rocks there. Judges waiting to see if it's enough to turn the heat. They've got all the comparisons they need. Eli had a 7.23 on his third wave in the matchup. It's got to be better than his low score of a 6 just by a touch. And Oscar is just going, oh my gosh, did I let that one slip away?
Wow.
Was he covering him enough?
Well, with priority under a minute to go, you are literally shadowing your competitor. The IC scoreline
comes
starting
in for
to drop.
Eli Hanneman, it's a 6.27. It's enough. Right there at the end of the heat, he gets the win off Oscar Berry, and the struggle continues for the rookie representing the Gold Coast and Yamba. Another close one slipping between his fingers, and Eli Hanneman rises on the last wave.
Oh my goodness.
That was huge, Alyssa. I mean, for your win this morning, Eli, you passed the torch to him. That had a lot of drama to it at the end of that wave. Are you just hearing what your coach Galley might be waiting to say to Eli when he comes in?
I'm sure that he's so proud of him, and yeah, Eli's been surfing so well in all of the free surfs, and it really was just a matter of time for him to get on a roll. So I'm super excited to see him, take the win in that heat.
Absolutely magic. Always fun hanging out with you, Alyssa. Great job this morning, and stoked to see what you do in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Enjoying New Zealand and enjoying the championship tour here for the first time at Manu Bay for the men and the women. Eli, buzzer beater moments, takes that win and moves into the second round. When we come back, Jordy Smith and Crosby Colapinto will start off their matchup. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us. We're going right into action with our Moroccan Ramsey Bokiem setting the rail, hitting the whitewater section, waiting for this wave to build. Tide still dropping until about 2 o'clock this afternoon, 12:53 p.m. local time. Bokiem pushing down the point, famous for a big backhand, but his forehand just as lethal. Perfect timing on the snap. Big full arc to come out of that big combination, and then loses his footing on the vertical. Certain sections get full. He had a good wall. His tempo has just a nice pace, almost like a big prized fighter just waiting to pounce on a big section. Good contrast again, Goofy versus regular in the heat with Ramsey and Seth. That's the priority heat. Now we've got two guys that are compared to a bit. You know, Crosby has flashes of like a young Jordy Smith. Jordy with all the experience in the world, coming off one of his best seasons to date. Even without a world title, he'll go down as one of the all-time greats, with or without one. But I love that he's still committed to chasing that dream this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see Jordy. There he is there, just quick in and out. But 18 years on the tour, I believe, and he wants 20 in a row. So, you know, he is one of the senior members of the men's tour, but so well respected globally and within the class of his peers. You know, Jordy has had an incredible career with many event wins, and even had another crack, as you mentioned, Joe, at a title last year. So he'll be looking to back that up. The results in 2026 haven't quite started to drop yet, but perhaps here in New Zealand he'll find that mojo.
And just the personality that he brought to the tour, it just was electric. He had so many just keeper sound bites when he was qualifying, and he wasn't afraid to set his goals out there. Sometimes people reacted like, oh, wow, he's a little too confident, but we loved him for it. He's, you know, it was at the time when there felt like there was too many canned answers. You know, it was like saying the right thing all the time, where Jordy just would share how he was feeling. He said, hey, I'm going to win a world title in my 3rd year on tour. And even though it didn't happen, he finished world runner-up that year. So he actually came very close with injuries, busting his ribs open in Tahiti. He went through a lot and actually almost backed his call of when he came on the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And the tour was tough back then too, man. It was kind of at the peak of, you know, Kelly Slater and Andy, and then, you know, Jordy came on around that same era as Dane Reynolds, and there was so much talent on the tour, Taj and a bunch of that crew. A bit of a transition period through that decade as well. But, you know, Jordy's seen a lot, done a lot, got such a strong rail game, so revered for his flow and power on the forehand. But, yeah, on the backhand, it's going to be great to see what Jordy can produce.
So Jordy had to equal 9th at Bells, then a couple of 17ths to follow at Margaret River, and then on the Gold Coast. So still waiting to really catch fire this year. Last year, it was all about him winning at Margaret River. In fact, Jordy and Crosby had a semifinal heat there. And Jordy got past Cros, then got past Crosby's big brother Griff in the final that day. And it was a celebration of returning to the podium for Jordy. It had been several years since his previous win. But then he did it again in El Salvador. And it was a huge one for South Africa because it was Matty McGillivray who was runner-up at Punta Roca that day.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from both the South Africans. And a special one for Jordy too, riding a board shaped by his dad. So some sentimental vibes there for Jords, getting that win. But an incredible 2005 for Jordy Smith.
Yeah, when you think about the boards that he rides, if Jordy calls any shaper in the world, they're going to be like, yeah, yep, I got you. They'll stop what they're doing and make him some equipment. We'll continue that story in just a moment because Eli Hanneman is standing by with True Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Eli, that was a tricky heat and a buzzer beater finish that's always got to be full of nerves and adrenaline.
Yeah, that was a close one, but stoked to get the wave at the end. I feel like I worked really hard for that heat, so yeah, stoked to get through.
That last wave as well, talk me through it, the thought process, you know, how you were feeling paddling into it, because you knew you needed a score in that moment and Oscar let you have it, so that was a win immediately, but on the wave you had to perform.
Yeah, I was really focused on like wave selection out there because I wanted to put myself on the best waves, and I felt like I did. I was on sets and Oscar was still like getting scores equally as good as mine on smaller waves, so I figured at the end it looked like there was something bigger out the back, which like I don't think it was necessarily a mistake for him to let me go on that wave, because I think we both thought there was going to be another set, but I was like, hey, he was getting smaller waves and I was getting sets, and so maybe his waves were lining up better than mine through the inside, so I took a chance on that one and it worked out.
Let's talk about your next matchup as well. It's a big one. You're taking on Gabriel Medina, which is huge, but exciting as well. You guys have two really different approaches and styles. You know, how are you going to roll into that one and go head-to-head with him?
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, you work your whole life to get to this level, to surf against guys like him. He's been around for a long time. He won his first world title when I was like, you know, just getting into, you know, competing seriously, and I've been watching him for, you know, probably a decade, and yeah, it's cool to go up against him and yeah, give it my best, and yeah, just do what I do.
Thanks, Eli. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True. Eli Hanneman breaking down the back end of that heat for us, both thinking that there might have been a bigger set coming through.
Yep.
He took the first one. There was really nothing left for Oscar Berry, and he was able to get the jump to take on Gabriel Medina. This is Eli's return to the championship tour. He already had his rookie season, almost won the challenger season. As we watch now, Ramsey up and out in the priority heat with Seth Muniz. But you can see just the intensity on Eli's face for a few reasons. I think, you know, he's actually trying to stay in go mode, because that heat with Medina that True is telling him about is heat number 3, you know, coming up very soon.
Yeah, perhaps won't even get out of his wetsuit. Maybe just will go and jump in the spa or even the sauna and just stay warm, stay hydrated, and keep eyes on the lineup. That's going to be a solid matchup, I'm sure. Gabriel Medina has been a popular pick in the Fantasy Surfer you know, situation there. He's certainly got a spot on my team, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. That's just a giant matchup, and Eli said all the right things. It's why you qualify for the tour, to be able to compare yourself to some of the all-time greats. And he'll be on his backhand in that heat as well. He's got that crazy backhand fin throw that he could turn into a full rote on demand. He could switch gears with variety with explosive backhand moves, and you know he's going to be going all out against a guy like Gabe. Coming up on heat 3, so heat 1 of the second round is Jordy and Crosby. We'll get Griffin and Al Cleland Jr. in the water before we get back to Eli again. For Seth, though, he's got a 6.5 and a 5.6. We talked about Ramsey having a tough start to his comeback for the tour. Seth has been stuck with just consistent 17ths every event so far through the Australian leg, and then he drifts into this opening round for the first time this season.
Yeah, it's a step backwards, which is never a good one. And those 17ths, they kind of weigh heavy, and then all of a sudden you start fearing another one. You start fearing bad results, which puts you in a defensive mindset rather than an attack mindset. So Seth will be really keen to get out of this heat and start getting that good energy.
Those are those results that he had to deal with. He even had to surf against one of his best friends on tour at Bell's, Baron Mamiya, in challenging conditions, but just didn't want to repeat those same results. So he knows he needs to really dig deep here. Surfing looks solid still, working with Doug Silva, and actually had a nice moment to hang out with him on the Gold Coast, and he seems like he's in his happy place, you know, traveling around the world still, knowing that this is the dream, and he's not wearing those losses with him, which I thought was a positive sign. And then he was really happy to share his native Hawaiian heritage with all the locals here at the opening ceremony. He had a beautiful speech talking about his family and the generations of surfing that he's proud of. He's proud to share it all with the next generation as well. And he said he really feels connected to all the Polynesians here in New Zealand. So that magic was felt to kick off this event for Seth.
Yeah, really, really cool. And I think it was Vahino who referenced the sort of Polynesian triangle of New Zealand, Hawaii, and Tahiti. So, you know, Seth feeling that energy. And back to the sort of performance, he looks really good at the moment. You know, a noticeable increase in speed and the way he's attacking the lip. So, you know, all positive signs at the moment, and he is out in front in this heat against Ramsey.
Seth Muniz 6'5" and a 5.6. Jordy just took a couple of looks at waves, so Crosby will have priority in the non-priority heat. Crosby Colapinto learning so much from his big brother Griffin, and now has his own goals this year on tour. But he said, yeah, Griff told him that he had to surf a lot more if he really wanted this. He really needed to apply himself, and he did very quickly. And now he's got a lot of strengths in his surfing that might even outshadow his big brother.
Yeah, he's got some very big, intense moves. This is George up and riding.
Just rolling in, checking out a wave. The veteran of the tour is now starting to swing. Nice casual snaps down the line for Jordy, just keeping the motion going, tight in the pocket, and just putting it all together on a small little one-footer.
Really shallow there where Jordy was just riding that whitewash. This looks like Ramsey.
Ramsey in the priority heat with Seth. Needs a 6.38 here, working with Richard Dog Marsh this season. Starting to drive, hoping that he gets something big, and just is left searching for something and has to step off. Advantage Seth Muniz since Ramsey went chasing down towards the end of Manu Bay there. Ramsey's had quite a career. We mentioned that European junior title that he achieved when he moved over to France. And those early wild cards he got in the Quicksilver Pro, he already had CT talent. And I think the big thing coming from Morocco is that, oh wow, he's got one of the best backhands in the world. But when you finally get to the main stage, you get to show everybody what everyone else knows around you. And he made that crazy finals day at Chopes when it was absolutely bombing, and kind of achieved warrior status. He was willing to go on any set that came his way, and really proved that he's one of the hardest charging athletes on tour. As we watch the footwork here of Jordy Smith again.
Yeah, just almost a little starter for Jordy, just to get the feet in the wax, start to get that rhythmic motion on the backhand, some nice spicy little turns down the line. It's not going to be a huge score, but it'll start sort of giving him some momentum to get into this heat. And I think these guys perhaps learning something from the last final moments of the previous heat, watching Eli Hanneman taking one of those smaller ones that actually grew down the line. The swell line started to wrap around the point here and gave him plenty of opportunity down the line.
4:25 to go. Seth, just like Ramsey, started with wild cards. Seth actually got a wild card to represent his home over at Pipeline. And he was very successful in that first try on the championship tour. Had fun names back in the day like Tomas Hermes in his opening round heat. Ended up beating Owen Wright to upset a guy that was a world title threat. Griffin Colapinto always has Groms hanging out with him. One of the most popular surfers in the world right there. Honestly, he's still kind of a little kid in a lot of ways. He never is afraid of laughing, playing fun games with his crew when they travel. He's just got that charm that always reminds us a little bit of hockey.
Yeah, he does. Fun-loving nature for sure. Always looking for the good times. George's up again on an insider.
Representing Durban, South Africa. Two-time world runner-up, getting going down the line. Smaller wave here, but he just likes the wall on it. And he's staying active while Crosby's dropping anchor. And just throwing the tail out casually. The big man throws down a backside air reverse.
I like it. I like what I'm seeing. Even on, you know, I guess one of the smaller waves we've seen ridden in the last little while. But George still engaged and throwing it into the air. Something that we don't see as often is we did in his younger years. But I mean, for a period there, regarded as one of the best aerialists in the world. I still reflect back to that one air that he did at North Point in WA, one of the biggest ever.
That was enormous. One of the best combos I think ever laid down. A gigantic alley-oop to follow a big pit. Small little running wall, but he's been enjoying it and was able to kind of spice up the finish a little bit, Rick.
Yeah, like Ramsey, one of the biggest surfers on tour, comes to this little inside section, gets a little backside road, and gets to the finish. So down at eye level here, you can see there wasn't too much projection, and to be hypercritical, didn't get a full rotation, but still nonetheless, did get a lot of pop for how much speed he actually had on that wave.
Jordy Smith, first wins were back at Jeffreys Bay, representing all of South Africa. He actually went back-to-back with those championship tour victories. First a final with Adam Melling, then the following year a final with Mick Fanning. It's a stormy final that year. He had Mick, and he was able to own that wave, which he now resides on. Posted right up. That's the Super Tube section. Had a nice long off season, enjoying his life as a dad these days. We just have seen him grow up in the spotlight from the early days of bidding wars for space on the nose of his surfboard. That, gosh, had us all on the edge of his seat. You'd see him just wearing a different brand of wetsuit or clothing, and you're going, okay, has he signed something yet? Has he signed something? And there's so much hype for good reason. You know, everyone wanted to attach themselves to this superhuman talent in the ocean.
Yeah, he was subject of a bidding war is never a bad thing. And industry was thriving.
And they did some really cool chats recently. Stab Magazine, one of Jordy's best friends, and a guy who's helped him in his career quite a bit as well, Damien Farrenfort, has been having these fun chats with Dane Reynolds, and they actually got Jordy on recently to talk about the rivalry. Was it created by the media? Was it just the fact that they got on tour at the same time? Was it the fact that they were doing the most high-performance surfing in the world? I think the answer is yes to all of them, but I think they said the media really kind of pushed that. However, Jordy said he was looking at Dane and being inspired by what he was doing. So, you know, rivalries don't have to be vicious. They can be really positive, and I think we all were lucky to see how much respect they had for each other. And it really changed the tour at the time. And Jordy's still here, enjoying the world title race as we run out of time in the heat with Seth and Ramsey Bukiem. Seth Moniz will take a first heat win of the season and get past Ramsey. Ramsey eliminated in round one. Will now start preparing to get his backhand fired up again in the warm water of Punta Roca in El Salvador. And Seth knows that he is just getting started. Heat win, he's back in round two where he originally started off the season, so he needs much more out of this event before he takes off.
Yeah, absolutely, but a win's a win at this moment, and the feeling, the energy around the win, it gives you confidence. So some nice surfing there for Seth Moniz on the backhand, that compact little style, serving him well in this heat against Ramsey, who will unfortunately have to go back to the drawing board. And his run in this year, 2026, of negative results is sort of starting to stick with, so he needs to shake that off.
Seth Moniz will have Italo Ferreira coming up in the next round as we see a bit of the frustration from the Moroccan. Ramsey has been just ripping in the free surf sessions, had a little bit more size yesterday, and he was throwing down some big power turns. Was really well prepared for that one. And now round two is set completely. Seth with Italo, Luke Thompson with Iago, Siblick has Ethan Ewing and Eli Hanneman, Gabriel Medina. Those are the four surfers successful in making it out of round one. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Griffin Colapinto and Al Cleland Jr. will start up their matchup. The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Pretty easy to say that this is one of the most gorgeous places you'll ever visit in your lifetime. We really want you to check out this place someday. Come to New Zealand, check out Ragland. Here in Manu Bay, you'll meet some of the coolest people in the world and see a great coastline filled with waterfalls, mountaintops, and world-class waves. Round 2, Heat 2 features one surfer from Southern California, San Clemente, California, Griffin Colapinto, taking a man called Al Cleland Jr., representing Mexico and Pascuales. Big heavy water beach break that Al Cleland Jr. grew up with, compared to, well, the beach break at T Street, which is a different type of skill set. However, around the corners, lower trestles, which is a stop on the championship tour. And has given Griffin pretty much everything. His dad's a lifeguard on the beach. He's out there with his family surfing. And he almost came up with a world title last year. So Griff and Crosby are in the water together in opposite heats. They've done this before. As we watch Jordy Smith commit to this wave. Wrapping turn, speed run down the line. Section off the top for the big man. He steps off. Just talking numbers, Rick. Just those little running lefts he's been enjoying in the non-priority side of his heat. Nothing out of the 4s. So he's warmed up, but I'd imagine those both will be gone at the end of this heat.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to want something a little bit bigger than that. Here we go. This is live action of Al.
Al Cleland Jr. getting some nice speed off the bottom and just a misread off the roof there, and he's down. Another similar situation of the topic of trying to get their year started. That's what's going on for Al Cleland Jr. He's a pretty open guy. He's honest about it. If you ask him about this year so far, he's like, oh yeah, it's been tough. I mean, he's not afraid of, having a conversation. He knows he's capable of taking down the big names, but yeah, it's just been repeat 17ths throughout the year, from Bells to Margaret River and the Gold Coast, and he really hasn't had a heat where he's shown the world what he could do, like he did last year in his rookie season.
Yeah, for sure. A couple of his heats have been a little lackluster for Waves. We know how good he is. Incredible surfer. Real power game that Al brings to the table. He's got a spicy backhand. First indications on that opening ride were really good, and just kind of lost it on that little floater. Also noticed that Crosby kind of gave up priority to Jordy Smith, who got that last wave, didn't really convert it into another, but now has priority again and is sitting on a 5.83. So has the high number in this heat so far.
Crosby's so fired up for the championship tour. Last year, busted his elbow training at Pipeline and had to miss a couple of events. There was the whole midseason cut thing last year, and he knew his back was against the wall, but just came out firing. Now with more motivation than ever. Wants to reach his goal of winning events this season, but also have the best time that he can while he's traveling. 5.83 that he got was his best so far, and has a 0.43 of a low score. But kind of like making a name for yourself is one thing when you live in a town that's arguably one of the best surf towns in the entire world. Where you go to Lowers and T Street and you can't stop naming names of absolute shredders. So you can kind of get lost in the crowd. And I guess, Crosby, when he was really young, wasn't the first guy you named. He was a late bloomer. There's all these other talents around him, but surely that provided a lot of motivation for him to step up.
Oh, absolutely. I think Kolo Andino is the name that comes to my mind, of course, inspiring these guys and really helping them to get where they are today. Looks like Cros is going to have a look at this one.
Crosby setting up this one. You can see that ledge showing up when it's a bit bigger. You can see guys get shacked on the takeoff on the lower tide. But the smaller Southwest we have today is making it just a nice little takeoff spot, and then to start belting sections down the line. Super smooth, has a lot of range with that tall, lanky frame, and Crosby's putting together an aggressive climb. Really wanted to surf that section up. Ends up losing control.
Oh, just pushing a little bit too hard. on that final manoeuvre, Joe. So that he's left some points on the board there. I was just about to say, you know, this wave is starting to look really good as he worked his way through all those manoeuvres with a lot of flow and flair, and then unfortunately just pushing a little bit hard on that final turn.
So Crosby will get some points, though. That'll get rid of the .43. You see the asterisk on that screen means he's got this score to lock in. Just a fade to start, Rick.
Yeah, big body torque swoop. Just staying with it until this wave hits these inside ledges, and now Cross starts to wind up on the backhand. Great body extension, really bringing a lot of sort of power and movement into these turns. Comes down the line here, throws it up vertical for a little roof drift, and then comes unstuck. And then behind him, this was Geordie. So Geordie just S-turning, just patiently waiting for the wave to build up. Now it starts to go. Geordie winds up. Quick snap to start off. Bit more body extension, streaking down the line, projection floaters, and just like Cross, overextends on the final manoeuvre.
Now back into live action. It's the big brother, Griffin Colapinto, getting started with some flaring turns, really flashy type of backhand surfing. That brought him to a victory in performance conditions at Cloudbreak a couple of years ago. And just stepping up and out is Al Cleland Jr. Al Cleland Sr. often travels alongside his son. He's present here in New Zealand. Had a fun career as a pro surfer, even got shots in Surfer Magazine. Back when you would send your photos to your sponsors. How did that work, Rick? You had to, like, with photo incentive, and
Yeah.
depending how big the shot was, you know, cover being the best for your payday.
Yep.
You turn them all in, and then you get your check for all your photo incentive. Those were the days.
Those were the days, mate. And it doesn't really happen anymore. It's more based on Instagram likes and following. But certainly a metric in the past that was very important as we look at the replay here of Griff. Just watch the body and the board working together. So much power that he produces down the line. I love it when Griff ignites off the lip here. You can see how explosive it is. 3 turns in a row. He's going to drop a good number here.
Back into live action, just seeing Al Cleland Jr. step off again. Now we've got a chance to catch up with the Hawaiian. Seth Moniz with a heat win over Ramsey Bukiem. He's on the glass with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Seth, congratulations, mate. I mean, no one wants to start in the cellar round. It's a scary place to be, but, you know, you tapped into the rhythm of this joint and got some good clicks off.
Yeah, you know, the last three events I started in round 2, didn't do well, and now I'm in this round. It's just as gnarly. Like, everybody on tour this year is, like, so gnarly, and I wasn't very happy to start in that round, but, you know, it's almost good, I think, for me to just surf and catch waves and get a warm-up before, you know, the main event.
Mate, tell us a little bit about the difference between, you know, this year compared to previous years with the cut and stuff. Like, even though, you know, you had to go backwards in a way to go forwards, at least that pressure isn't there, and you can actually use this to build into some momentum now.
Yeah, you know, the cut's not there. If the cut was here, I would probably be off tour already. It's, you know, event number 4. I haven't even made a heat yet. So, but really excited. We have a long year to go, a bunch of events that I'm looking forward to. So just keep my head down, you know, keep working hard and go forward.
Mate, you made a beautiful speech the other day at the opening ceremony, really feeling connected to the Polynesian energy here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've never been here before. It's my first time, but I feel real grounded, and the people here have been super welcoming to me, and it's amazing to see the culture is so vibrant and alive. And, you know, it makes me proud to be Polynesian and to share a piece. You know, in a way, we are the same here. And, yeah, just super special moment at that opening ceremony.
And just a little bit on your read of the wave, mate, because, you know, it was a little bit slow, your heat, but when it scoops out, there's some really nice lip lines to smash into there.
Yeah, it's a really fun wave. I think just in that heat, it just went dead low tide, and so it kind of just stopped breaking. I was in that heat with my brother, Ramsey, and we're really good friends. We have a lot of fun together on tour, but, you know, 15 minutes of not kind of getting opportunity is not always fun, and, you know, I feel bad for him, but he'll come back strong.
Well, hopefully, no more bottom of the tide heats for you, mate. You can get busy smashing more lifts in future rounds.
Oh, let's go.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. Seth Moniz competing in his 60th championship tour event of his career. It came out blazing his rookie season. Still has some of his personal best moments, but a few years later made the final with Kelly at arguably one of the best events we've ever had in surfing history. Kelly getting his 56th win, and Seth being close to Kelly had an emotional moment in the water with him when Pipe was absolutely flexing. He's always been known for being brave and sketchy Seth, and just really enjoyed him putting together just a solid heat, you know, to really kick off his season.
Yeah, you could tell, you know, just in that post-interview that Seth was happy to get out of that one and finally get a heat win. And perhaps that's just the thing that he needed to give him that little boost and start that momentum.
Gabriel Medina warming up. He is so ready for Manu Bay. He got here nice and early after his loss to Toledo on the Gold Coast, and he has been just turning in so many surf movie type clips on this perfect left-hand point break. You can see Medina's preparing for Eli in Heat 3. We already have Griff and Al Cleland, Jordy and Crosby in the water right now in the overlapping format. An all Brazilian battle to look forward to. Two regular footers with their back to the wall here in Heat 4. Toledo, two-time world champ, takes on Joao Chianca. Then we'll get to Jake Marshall, Liam O'Brien, just the rail savants in Heat 5. Typically breaking down what they do on their forehand. Now it's going to be their backhand rail work. Same story for Ethan Ewing, Morgan Sidwick in an all-Aussie battle in Heat 6. And a little bit of Japanese representation in Heat 7. Rio Waida, his mom's Japanese. He speaks Japanese. He'll have Connor O'Leary, Rio representing Indonesia, Connor representing Japan, and Cronulla, Australia. Then we'll get to George Pitar and Alejo Muniz. Alejo in his final lap around the world. And then also George coming off the greatest moment of his career at stop number 2, winning his first major championship tour event. Rolling into this one is Jordy Smith. He gets a little sticky on the carve, but it could have more wall down the line, so he still looks interested. Needs a 5-3-1 for the lead. Smith loading up. Chuck tail into reverse. He's able to get that move and quickly back to the top to combo it up. His hope there was to really get more open wall to follow that backhand rotator. And now driving, getting some speed. Al Cleland Jr. reaches for his air work, pulls off the reverse, and then shuts it down with the backhand climb.
Nice. Okay, I like it. Good stuff from Al Cleland Jr. Just, I'm going to say, Joe, sometimes can be guilty of just looking a little disinterested when the moments start to compile and things aren't going right. But I love seeing Al just super engaged, just hunting for speed. Beautiful pop on that air rev on the backhand. So this is going to, you can see him even paddling with a little bit more intent now. So he's really starting to back himself.
Yeah, these guys working hard for those ramps, aren't they? They're not just those big, giant sections that they're typically looking for. It's coming down the line where they're really hoping for speed against this cross-shore chop. Jordy pulling off one on a shorter ride. Al Cleland as well, trying to get his year going against Griffin Colapinto, who's accomplished so much for himself and also for California's hopes for a world title threat. He's come close last year, runner-up in the world during Al's rookie season. And we'll watch a series of replays here. This was Al's wave.
Wow, it didn't look like much where he took off, did it? But then it started to build down the line, driving for speed. Watch the stance, widens, hits the lip, gets a beautiful rotation. Just a moment where he was a touch off balance, but then did so well to get on the heel side bottom turn and then throw the board back up in the lip. So great combination there for Al.
And now running down the line is Crosby Colapinto in the priority heat with Jordy Smith. Covering some ground with those backhand carves, then to the lip line to crush it right there. Well-timed turns. He's putting a lot together on this one-footer. He's a big guy, but he is so mobile down the line. And just aggressive little power hooks. Put a lot into that wave.
Yeah, he sure did. And, you know, as you mentioned, Joe, he's sort of a big guy, Cross, and does so well to generate that speed and uses that leverage and the height to wind up on the backhand. And when he does, it creates a really explosive moment. Let's have a look here. So big body torque cut back, just check turns to get into the spot. Waiting for this wave to really stand up through the inside. Now he starts to drive for speed. The stance widens a little, gets to that kind of balanced fighting position on the board. And through this inside, tags it there, really connects with that lip, and again, and then a third. So a series of, well, 3 little punches that had some impact on the final moment of that wave.
Such a great read for Crosby, being more selective in this heat than Jordy Smith and putting a lot of maneuvers in, but every move looked like it had intent. He wasn't feeling out different parts of the wave. He really pressed hard and kept his speed up from start to finish. He hasn't beat Jordy Smith in a one-on-one heat yet. It's still 2-0 in Jordy's favor. Like a lot of these guys, everyone starts off with a wild card before they qualify. Crosby had that chance in Portugal against Jordy a few years back. Setup work getting started for Griffin. He loves a rampy section. Let's see if he's gunning for one now. Just building more speed as he's tracking down the line here at this left-hand point break. And he'll just get stuck trying to push down the line. Griffin already does have a 7.17 for some flashy backhand turns. This is that reminder once again, when you give someone a stage and a platform, they can show you what they're made of in performance conditions. Griffin's lethal with his backhand attack. He doesn't need it to be nice and round and hollow to perform on his backhand. And that win he had back in Cloudbreak as a regular season event was evident to that and the size of those conditions. But also wins in Portugal, where sometimes the lefts that he took were his major scores that got him to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Very accomplished in all types of conditions. Doesn't matter whether it's 2 or 20 feet. Griff brings it. So capable, and in particular on the backhand, some of the best surfing we've ever seen at Cloudbreak. And, well, Brother Cross is kind of in the slipstream, just getting pulled along with some amazing surfing that he's been producing. A little bigger, a little taller than his brother Griff. And as a result, he sort of taps into his power game as his strength.
Crosby's last wave of 4.87. Jordy 4.47 on his previous wave that had that little reverse that he had to really force on that small wave. So Jordy's in trouble here. Has priority, needs a 5.78. And Crosby's just got to sit next to him under priority. Crosby doing a lot of little mock heats with his brother Griffin in the lead up to this season and in between events with Tommy Whitaker, where they just paddle up each other's back and they push each other at the highest level. That's one of the benefits of having a brother that's a world-class athlete. You can just constantly get into a CT heat every time you put your wetsuit on.
Yeah, it's a great sparring partner to have for sure.
I don't think they ever just have just a normal session. It's always thinking about points, who's got the edge. And so they've played this scenario out multiple times. 30 seconds to see if Jordy can find a 5.78. Meanwhile, Griffin's surfing below them in the non-priority heat. You can see the boils popping up as we are still approaching the low tide. Jordy knows he's got to take on something here. 10 seconds to go. It's not really pushing him yet, but you never know when it can grow down the line. He needs a 5.78, so Jordy's just going to hang in there. Tough wave to surf. Didn't have a ton of opportunities with wave height, and Smith ends up just calling it a heat. Just a one-footer that didn't really open up for him. So definitely seeing less opportunities as we approach the lower tide here. And the longest serving member of the championship tour gets knocked out by Crosby. Crosby gets his first win over Jordy Smith. And we'll move into round 3. So still a possibility of getting an all Colapinto matchup in the next round.
Wow. I think the crowd are going to want to see that, Joe. Let's see what happens there. It's not a foregone conclusion just yet.
Yeah, and for Al, he wants to change that scenario around. He still has time with Griffin. Crosby will call it a day here. Effective with a 10.7 combined total and really efficient with the waves that he picked off here. We're going to take a quick break. Gabriel Medina hits the lineup. World number 1 taking on Eli Hanneman. We'll bring in the Starling sisters and the reigning world champ, Molly Picklum, for the call right after this Bonsoy brew break. The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
For the first time ever, we are seeing the world's best, the Championship Tour, hit the shores of Ragland, Whaingaroa, the Māori name for this beautiful coastline that we're just getting amongst today. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by True Starling and the reigning world champ, but more than that, a good friend, Molly Picklum, who's enjoying the photo book that we have on the table at the moment.
Light read. I'm just trying to read in and try and score myself some waves around here.
I love this, Mole.
Look at that little guy. Whoa.
I know. Don't give too much away. There's some secrets in this part of the world to be had. Molly, we're in Ragland. The world's best are getting it done. We're going to see you competing out there pretty soon. Our current world number 1, Gabby Medina, throws the fins, gets funky with it on the first and the second section here. Haven't seen 2 airs, 1 wave in a while here, but if anyone was going to do it, it's going to be Gabe Medina. He's going to take on Eli Hanneman, who's had quite a quick turnaround to get ready for this heat. We're also going to round out Griffin Colapinto and our Cleland's heat. But Molly, like I mentioned, we're on the shores of New Zealand. Don't believe you've competed here before. I was trying to think back to the Pro Juniors and Challenges. I don't think we ever came here.
No, I haven't. Here we go, Griff.
717 already to his name. He's looking to better a 2-point ride. Fair enough to say that he's going to do it on that one. There's potential for an all-brother matchup coming up if Griffin can hold on to the lead for the next 18 minutes. Our Cleland, however, will do anything to change the script here. Hasn't made a heat this year, so dying just to get into that next round. That's a nice connection here. You can see a little bit of wind starting to pop up, giving us some cross-shore texture here. Connects again nicely. He's got a really good tempo, bringing it down through the inside. Keep him busy on this wave. Maybe lacking a little bit of something, a little bit of just vertical grunt on that wave, Truce.
Yeah, just that wow factor, you know, that moment where you feel that, you know, you feel the turn and it gives you some sort of emotion like, oh, okay, that was strong. You know, some people are verbal about that and they go, oh, that was sick, you know. And Al is such an amazing surfer and he's, you know, really on point when he's on point, but this one just didn't really offer him the opportunity to really unleash. And you could see the start of it, the wave was quite flat. It's tricky to read. This is where he starts to open up a little bit more, gets the fins through, just a little bit of a slide, but you can tell he's wanting more, and that was really nice. Goes a little bit more vertical, but towards the end as well, he's like, okay, just up and down, up and down.
Legs are probably burning.
For sure. I mean, it's a long way. There's a lot of turns. Griffin, he's looking in form at the moment. He's just got that extra something that's really allowing him to just go into that good to excellent range that was strong and straight up into another one. No kind of downtime in between those turns, what the judges are really going to love. And those last 2 turns as well, executed beautifully. Gabby Medina too, Molly.
This is action, action, action. Wow, Gabby. I feel like he just knows he's got crazy talent, so he can just take off on these littler ones.
And
just
make
do
them
some,
big.
Yeah, exactly. Make some big scores. Oh, this is the one we cut to earlier maybe, and then he does another one here. Bing! He's like a full-on, if I was going to play a game of surfing, I'd probably choose like Gabriel.
It's like a video game.
Yeah, he's like playing a video game. Meanwhile, we're just like out there trying to fight the chop, and he's just going ting.
Pretty interesting chatting to a lot of the surfers, saying it's actually a pretty hard wave to get to the air on, but Gabby proven that the opposite here, Mol, where he's done it twice on one wave.
Yeah, for sure. I think what you'll see, like the chatter really creates kind of a target and a bit of a coping for the likes of Gabby and Italo and to kind of do the punts, but only, the really goated ones can do that. I mean, 2 punts on one wave. It was a small wave, and obviously you could see he was kind of what we would say chop hopping a little bit to force it, so I don't think the score will be huge, but yeah. He's just getting started. He's grooving.
I'm really intrigued, Mol, because you get to spend your whole life with these guys. They're essentially become your family on the road. They're some of your best mates. Eli and Gabby, it's a really interesting heat. Those two never met head-to-head. Really different competitors in that. For us who don't know someone like Gabe Medina super well, is he the type of competitor who would have analysed Eli for a really long time before coming into this matchup?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point even at the start that you said how all these new matchups are coming. I think them broadening how many people can be on tour, and it just creates all different matchups, which is so exciting. And Eli, obviously, he's kind of like a gamer, is like can do all the tricks and things as well. So it's cool to see them come up against each other. I think it'll be a bit of they have just such broad repertoire, so it'd be exciting. But no, Gabe's obviously, he wouldn't really be thinking about it. No way. He's just so focused on the way he wants to surf. And yeah, Gabe actually this year seems really, really focused, and I'm excited to see kind of what he brings out, I don't know, in himself and just this year in surfing. He just seems so motivated and hungry, which is always an exciting thing for us fans and viewers.
Yeah, it looks like he's taken off on a small one, hoping this one grows down the line a little bit. He's got speed now. This is quite a small inside wave. It's hugging those inside rocks. You can see this tide really draining out. Kaipo, you got the best seat in the house. What do you got for us?
Well, you're right about the tide draining out right now. I feel like the wave quality, some of the energy may have been getting sucked out, but the actual steepness of the wave, it's a little bit more of a double up out here. So just liking how the afternoon is shaping up, and I'm enjoying the conversation there on set with Pickles as well. So just, and did you guys miss me? It's been a while since I've called in from the water.
Yeah, of course we missed you, Kaipo.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm out here now, so
Come back
we'll
again soon.
We'll keep on observing. We got some great heats coming up too. Toledo, Shianka, watch out for that one.
Kipes, how's the wind faring out there? It feels like maybe a little bit more chatter on the face.
Yeah, it's cross offshore kind of, you know, so there is a little chatter. I think the low tide kind of handles it maybe a little bit better. And what I'm looking forward to too is like Eli, Gabe, when they get into their priority part, we both know what they do in the air, you know, so that could be kind of cool.
It could be really cool. I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup plays out. We mentioned earlier that there's potential for a brother matchup coming up with Griffin and Crosby. We already saw that down at WA already, where Crosby got the jump on his big brother. So we know Griff really wants the chance to be able to fight back. But for someone like Al, Molly, thinking to kind of staying on that topic where you know these guys so well, to have not made a heat yet this year and knowing that results are really important in this new season format, is this starting to creep into Al's confidence?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Every time you lose, it's nothing great. And definitely when it's happening over and over, it gets in your brain. But I don't know, you realise why you're here and what you're doing it for, the bigger things. And I actually heard Morgan in his heat was just saying how grateful he is. And I think Al's just so grateful to be on tour and just living the dream life, surfing, hanging out, probably partying a little bit and enjoying it. So, yeah, but obviously everyone wants to win. So he'll be looking to, I don't know, make a big impact in the back 10 minutes here for sure.
It really is the best life. It's the best job in the world. These guys, yourself, Molly, Crosby, Colapinto is one of those guys who just gets to live the dream tour, and he's into the next round.
Crosby, well done, mate. Job done. A couple of big bodies going at it at the bottom of the tide there. How hard was it to identify a good one?
Oh my gosh, it was so hard, especially like going on the low tide. It was just out the back would break, and then there would be a full flat section. You kind of have to just stay with the whitewash and wait for it to form up and almost hope and pray that it would like give you an actual wall on the inside. And even like Griffin got a 7 in his under priority heat, so it was pretty hard to tell. But I think Jordan and I were like a pretty similar match, both kind of tall, and I think like for me, my front hand is a little more stronger. So going into that heat, I knew it was kind of going to be grindy. The waves aren't really like that good, so we kind of just accept the grind and go head to head.
Mate, at Bells, we saw you kind of like looking a bit eggy. It just sort of wasn't clicking for you. And since then, you know, you've brought a new energy to your heats, and I felt like that was really obvious in that one. Like you were really up for it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I feel like Bells was just coming into the year. It was kind of just like some head noise, and I felt like I over confused myself a little bit rather than just simplifying. And even here, like some of these free surfs and going backhand out here, it's such a soft wave. So to create speed is kind of hard. And I felt like going into that heat, honestly, my confidence was like a little low in my backhand. So I had to like continue to like watch my thoughts and stay out there and just like kind of trust it and like believe in myself. But I definitely had like the little voice in my head coming in going like, your backhand's not good enough. So just like being aware of that and just noticing it and just like just honing into like confidence and trying to just stay in that little bubble of confidence.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you need some confidence with your backhand, just watch that clip you dropped last year from Cloudbreak, brother. Holy smokes. No issues there whatsoever. When you do get the section out here, like, it really does allow you to tee off, though, if you get the right one.
Yeah, I mean, once it, like, if you can find the wave that hits that inside bank, it definitely is, like, really fun. And I guess I found, like, some of those on the inside. I got, like, a 5 and a 4, which is, like, not the best, like, heat score to end up with. But, you know, we made the heat, so that's all that matters. And, like, sometimes you just got to get those grindy heats. And if Griffin makes this heat, we're in the same heat again, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Big Bro will be coming at you pretty hard, I'd say.
Yeah, it'll be a good one because I got him in the last one. And even in Snapper, we had the same setup. If we both made our heats, we'd be against each other. We both lost, so now it could happen here, and it's just a fun opportunity to serve against each other. So
it is, mate. We'll be looking forward to it as well. Good on you, Cross. Well done.
Thank you.
Love it, Vorno. Thank you, Crosby. Griff, all he's got to do is hold on for the next 8.5 minutes, and he's going to get that rematch that he's chasing right now. I know True and I, when we used to compete against each other, it was a real love-hate for when we would draw each other in heats like that. And Crosby and Griff, can tell they push each other so much, but they respect each other beyond words, those two. So I'd actually love to see a rematch. Ali's got priority here. Griff just is basically essentially playing defense. During that interview, though, Gabby Medina went wild. Molly, give me your best Richie Lovett technical breakdown of Gabe Medina's surfing.
That's pressure, Richie. I mean, obviously here he's just staying in the source of the power. And the closer you stay to the whitewater, you can kind of get a bit of steepness, and obviously he's teeing off there, but really he's eyeing off this section, maximising speed and height and magnitude for such a small and gutless wave. Here you go. These all different angles of the airs is fun to watch. He just has such good rotation, and he unwinds so well. Yeah, he's just such a freak. It's just an honour to watch, really, isn't it?
Yeah, scores locking in. I see the scoreline. It's a 7-6-7. A couple of judges going excellent there, Trues.
Yeah, it's hard not to. I mean, even with the size of the wave, his surfing was excellent, and you've got to reward it when you see it. And he knows how to choose a wave selection of a 4 or a 5 and turn it into 7s.
So true.
Yeah, it's such a talent, and it really, you know, it's why he's wearing that yellow jersey. It's why he's a world champion. And it's honestly, it's refreshing, and it's great to have him back on tour as well.
It just must be the best, though, being that surfer, if you can surf up a wave, because it just makes it so much more fun, because you actually get to do more surfing. You don't have to sit there and wait. And so much pressure on wave selection, you just go, oh, just give me whatever and I'll show you what I got.
Bro, do not sell yourself short.
I know, I was going to say.
No, it's not like that. Trust me. See, look, no one wants it because it's an average wave, and he just goes, yep.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and with, I don't know, the way this wave works, it can be slow at the start, and then you just get some steep section. And I don't think they're crueling too much like smaller rides compared to the bigger rides. It's just how dynamic and critical you can go. And obviously we saw him go, I don't know, super critical 3 times. And that's why you see the score go to 7s, nearly 8s.
Essentially, this wave, a lot of it is about wave shape and having that bowl where it starts to bend back towards you. You're working with Billy Stamond here. He would really help you identify those waves. Luckily for these guys, he's out of the draw. He was such a tough wild card, and luckily for you, he's got full coach eyes on now. But Molly, I just want to sing your praises really quickly because it's not very often that we get to do this, the 3 of us in a booth together. 28 excellent scores, 20,000 points ahead of everyone and the world champion. It was what your 2025 looked like. To give you a bit of an example, the next highest excellent scores by a woman was Gabby, and she had 13 over the entire season last year. So you had 15 more excellent waves than the person next to you.
That's crazy.
Was that not just the most wild year of your life?
Yeah, I mean, great research. Like,
Thank
that's
you.
actually a crazy statistic. I don't know, look, it just happened for me last year, and I think it's funny surfing. You can put in the same amount of effort and feel just as confident, but the waves may not come to you when you're like choosing to go, you know. So the excellent scores, I think throughout the year I just felt like I was in flow and just making the right decisions. I was always on the good side of the coin, and I still think I'm kind of digesting it, to be fair. Like, I just sit back and see all the people every single stop, and I haven't seen them yet, you know, so they're like still congratulating me, and even though it feels like so long ago and there's a whole new year on the line, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, you just got to be picking good waves. But having Billy here definitely, I think, will help a lot. And it has already. I've never really surfed out here. I came on a trip and I had broke my foot, so I was literally like kneeboarding. I feel like I'd have more luck out here if it was a kneeboarding contest than it was like. But nah, having Billy has been sick, and just watching him and just kind of having the family vibe. Here we go, Gabe again. He's like, yep.
He's already got a 7.67 and a 5.67 in his scoreline. Wow, you can see how quickly the tide is rushing out. This one, it's staying nice and bowly on the rocks here. He's going to patiently wait for this one. It's not going to do much down the line there for Gabe Medina. It's left Eli Hanneman chasing here, but they still got plenty of time on the clock. If we turn our eyes to the heat between Griffin and Al, there's 3 minutes. Al needs 8.5. If you think about what Gabby did on that 7.67 true, do you see it being done on one wave for an 8.5?
I think it's tricky. You know, I feel like an 8.5 from Al is going to look a little bit different to a 7.67 from Gabby. I think Gabby, you know, he's a goofy footer. He's got that approach, like we said before. He can turn a 5 into a 7 at the drop of a hat. Al needs a little bit more power, I think, behind the wave. He needs it to be a little bit bigger. Not saying he can't do it, because I think he can. He's got a lethal backhand. He just needs that solid set wave, as you said, Jessie, that has that bend, has that coping to it, for him to really go top to bottom and open up. And I think that's what Al is looking for, and why he's been sitting with priority and, you know, waiting for that one to come through. I mean, he hasn't given up in this heat, you know, 5.67 and a 4.83. He's putting up a fight. He just hasn't been on those waves that Griffin's been on.
And an 8.5, would that be like the biggest score of the day? I think it would be.
Yeah.
Which is like a huge ask.
On the men's side, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. We saw 8s from Carissa earlier today, and it's cool to see her back in such fine form after having a child, you know, and she's come back and she's still just putting up such incredible performances for us. We're going to see her coming up in round 2 alongside yourself, Molly. Obviously, while we've got you, you're taking a different approach this season. You're working with more localized coaches. We mentioned Billy here, but you had Tully Wiley down at Bells, Jerome Forrest over at Margie's, and I believe Phil McNamara at the Gold Coast. Are you enjoying learning from just those local kind of professionals, I guess, at each location?
For sure. I think we saw me like do that last year, and it worked well for me. And then this year, I think it's just like, I mean, obviously they know the wave so well, and they're such a specialist in each place we go, which is obviously so handy because, I don't know, I'm confident. Here goes Gabby again. He's just like eyeing off all these small little waves.
He's going to take this one.
This is surprising.
Far up.
Yeah, that's a bit too small. But yeah, I think like just having the confidence of, okay, the wave, and then ultimately it's just on us as the pro surfers to, like, you know, do the good surfing and make the right decisions when it's heat time. And then traveling a lot, like living out of a suitcase 8 months away from home, it's kind of been a real focus of mine to try and, I don't know, connect with people that are feeling homely at their, like, because it is their home, you know. And for me, it's just like such a warm welcoming each time. So it kind of is like a piece of home, but for 8 months of the year and to all these different locations. So they don't only just bring knowledge, they bring a lot of love and support and just like that homely feel for me. Wow, Eli. And you know what? That is so easy to do with Gabe sitting underneath you with like no priority. Yeah. He's such a seller.
Take a look at Al. He's got 35 seconds on the clock here. Needs an 8.5. Has to go excellent. It's a carve to start off and a bit of a sleepier second section. You can see it's building down the line here, though. Al, the body language was never super convincing going into that one. 20 seconds to go, and you can see it's so frustrating. And there's nothing wrong with his surfing. He's actually probably been one of the standouts in the free surf. He is so ready for this year, but just having such a tough time getting out of this round, Molly.
I know. There's been a few people, like friends even, that are like not making heats, and it's so disheartening to watch. Like, I'm such an empath. It's like sad to see people obviously lose consecutively because you just want, like, you know, a little win to give them a little bit of wind in their sails and make them have the belief again and have hope that they can re-qualify and or make bigger dreams happen. Gabe again, here he goes. Wow, he is close to these rocks.
He's surfing so far through the inside here. Gabe Medina just choosing fun little bowly waves here. He's already got a 7.67 on one this size. Can he go higher here? He's loading up, goes for another air reverse. You can see he's really found that rhythm, found that momentum on these waves. It's really forcing Eli to dig deep, be really conscious about his wave selection. But Gabby, on the other hand, is showing us that you really can force anything. But Griffin Colapinto taking out that last heat. It means we're going to have a brother duo rematch coming up in round 3. Let's see who wins this heat. Coming up between Gabe and Eli right after this break.
Welcome back to the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, and no surprises for guessing what the most popular spot at Manu Bay is today. It's the Corona Bar, and we've got the Corona Zeros, which are perfect for me because I'm on the job, but I can still have one. How good's that? But come on through, we'll have a quick look at just how awesome this bar is as we welcome pro surfing back to New Zealand. Right here is the ultimate seat. You can see the lineup out there. Medina and Hanneman doing battle at the moment. And a huge crowd in here. And as we walk through, you can see everyone's getting into the spirit of things here. We're going to walk it on through. Come with. It's worth checking out. Because cop this. We'll go around this way. Look at this. Yeah, crew. Let's go. And this is where the DJ's popping off as well. So we can all start dancing with the crew. On your lads. Let's welcome back to New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand. Fuck
Oh my goodness, the ultimate hype man is Vaughn Deadly. We're so lucky to have him on our team. And I bet we know where Vaughn's going to be for the next 18 and a half minutes. So he's got the call to come back up on the job. But right now, Gabby Medina holding down a pretty convincing lead. just to update you guys back at home, we have stopped overlapping. So we are going to run heats from here on out as just 2 men out in the water. Obviously, it's different. You know, I've never surfed an overlapping heat, Molly. To think about that, do you have a different strategy for the first 22 minutes than what you would for the back half? Because you don't have priority for half the heat.
Yeah, for sure. It changes things drastically, I feel. Because obviously when you're in a 30-minute heat, it's just like pretty focused in on trying to get the 2 best waves, and then you kind of have a free 20 minutes to roam, I feel like, in those longer overlapping heats. And I personally love it because you just get to go chase and kind of do the Gabby mentality of just going all these waves and trying to build your score as high as you can up until 20 minutes, and then normally you hopefully hit the priority 20 with priority like in your own heat, and then you just start fine-tuning everything and being a bit more decisive and critical of your decisions in the back 20. So it's always also too, as a viewer, a bit sad when we don't have the overlapping because there's not as much action. It can be a bit of sitting and waiting, but that's when we get to listen to you lovely ladies just commentate and entertain us.
And you, Molly.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not that entertaining. No.
Come on,
I'm just
mate.
entertaining in the water.
So with the change in action that we have this afternoon, it means we're only going to run up to heat number 8. So we're going to see Felipe and Zhao, just the 2 of them out there, and we're going to round out the heat the same. Looking to the scoreline, Eli, he got a 3. He's got a 0.5 to his name as well. He's had a really interesting run of events so far this year. Hasn't broken out of this round true. It was the first time we'd seen him get a heat win against Oscar Berry in the dying stages. And he mentioned that he's got a bit of a bone to pick with the championship tour. Wasn't happy with his first time round here. To make that round and then come up against the current world #1, you have to bring your A game. And right now, Eli, it basically has to surf a 16-minute heat.
There's no room for mistakes when you're up against guys like Gabriel Medina and, you know, anyone at that level as well. And I think, you know, that heat with Oscar, there was a buzzer beater finish there. And Eli was like, yeah, it was tricky and it was nerve-wracking, and you know, you never know what's going to happen. And, you know, from watching and viewing it on land, I was like, I thought that it was a mistake for Oscar to let him go that, but Eli was like, in the water, we thought something else was going to come. You know, so it's completely different when you're out there, and I think Eli is waiting for one of those bigger waves because he's like, I'm not Gabriel Medina, but we know he can go into the air, and I feel like he should really lean into that, particularly when it's just the 2 of them out there. So it's a hard heat, but it's not a big task because he does have so many big tools in his repertoire, in his toolbox, and he just needs to bring them out.
Thinking about Eli, obviously had his rookie year, fell off tour. It took him a little while to get back on tour, but he did it in such a convincing way on the Challenger Series last year. We'll get back to this. Gabby Medina, current world #1. He's been finding scores on these fun inside ones here. Needing a better 5, 6, 7. Not much is going to happen down the line here for Gabby. Molly, your rookie year didn't go the way you wanted it to go. You didn't make the cut. You fell off tour. In hindsight now, and being a world champion, having the success that you have, do you feel like potentially falling off tour actually helped you grow as a competitor?
Oh, for sure. It's so funny, you know, you grow up so quick in sport, and I think for these reasons, because it's just such big adversity or heartbreaks, and even like how we've been noticing a few people losing consecutively event after event. It's just like a part of your story and a part of your journey, and I think it really just like adds to the kind of the man or woman that you'll grow into. And yeah, I don't know, it always builds you for the moment that you kind of meant to be in. And I think, like you say, the adversity and challenges, like before I was going for the title in Fiji, I was so crook and sick, and I think if I hadn't been through certain, here goes Eli, priority needs to make a bit of a statement here.
Yeah, currently comboed.
Conditions look tricky.
Yeah, they do. It feels like the swell has definitely dropped a little bit right now. Eli is going to have to use that to his advantage here, just to know that he can surf these waves at this size. He's definitely got a lighter weight in comparison to Gabby, so use that. Try and find some moments to get the fins out just like that. And it's even moments like that where it's a start and it can give you a little bit more confidence to go back out and try and do it a little bit better and a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think it's so tricky because when it's small like that and it doesn't have that push and that power, it kind of limits what you can do. But Eli finding that speed is really, you know, where he needs to be and what he needs to be searching for on this one. It was a small wave, but he made the most of what he had. And right now, first task, get out of combination. You know, beat that 3.34 to just help him get into those single digits and then build from there. That was a really strong turn, super whippy. He's got a strong backhand when he finds those sections, and this last turn here, I mean, he got the 360 but just didn't get off the wave, which I feel like he's really hoping for at some point. He did what he had to do, but he needs to go bigger, especially to get, you know, a big score. I mean, he's broken that combination, but he still needs an excellent number.
Pretty interesting when you think about Ragland and it being a new stop on tour. As someone like yourself, Molly, who's competed a couple years now on the championship tour, get back to this in a second. Gabby, having a look at this one, isn't super interested in it. But back to my point, that having a new stop, it kind of forces everyone, no matter who you are, whether you're Molly Picklum or Steph Gilmore or Felipe Toledo, back into that rookie class where no one's really come here and competed here. You have to figure it out for the first time. Do you think that really evens out the playing field?
Yeah, for sure. I remember having that feeling in my first event when we went to Pipeline, and it was like one of the first events that all the females had to go and surf out there, and I fully was like, we're all on the same ground here because it's new for everyone. And honestly, just having a little left high performance wave is just a breath of fresh air. Like, I know it's new and it's definitely like new territory for everyone trying to figure it out. And I think that's why we've seen too, like, so many people putting so many hours out there. Eli just trying to pick up something.
Feels like there could be a little bit of energy out the back as well. So maybe just trying to create something on these inside ones here. That's a nice looking turn for Eli. Just starting to find his flow, building confidence here. Another great connection for Eli with a third. So this is his best wave by far, sticking to traditional surfing, and he's definitely an emotive surfer. You know when he loves it. Gabby Medina on a bigger looking wave out the back, throws the tail so high, gets the completion, comes back through. He's got more to work with down the end of Manu Bay here. That's exactly what Eli was waiting for with priority for so long. We haven't seen a set in quite some time. I was chatting to some of the locals and they said there's probably going to be some big lulls on this low tide and the swell that we have today. Gabby stayed busy at the start of that heat and then capitalized when priority came around. This is exactly what you were talking about, Molly.
Yeah, for sure. It's so interesting. Like, even when you look at Eli's heat, he didn't make that many mistakes. There was just, you had the world's best Gabe roaming underneath you with some small little choppy lefts, and he just surfed all these waves up. But now he's found himself a wave of substance, I'd say, for Eli. And, you know, you're just going to have to wait for your priority to come around. There's still 10 minutes to go, and I think there's still hopefully enough waves to give them an exchange. Here's a replay of Gabby's. It's so funny with this low tide. It's such a slow start, and obviously you can see here he's so keen at the moment to show us what he's got in the air. All this is like he's doing these maneuvers, but you can see his eyes are just set down the line, waiting and making sure he really capitalizes on his big moment here. That stuff's just incredible. When they get the tail so high, rather just flat spinning, it's just magical. Oh my God, someone's frothing on the back of the ski. So that
like
Kaipo or what? Kaipo might have just seen every single inch of those fins.
It was a pretty sick air. I mean, he is, I keep using the word animal too. He's just such a competitive mongrel. He's a beast.
A beast, yeah.
He is a beast. And for Eli, it's danger zone now. You know, that was the biggest wave we've seen Gabby get this whole heat, and he just nailed it. I think, you know, I agree with you, Molly. Those first three turns weren't committed for Gabby, but he committed to the fourth one. And Eli here, his surfing is so strong. You can see him really start to open up. He gets some momentum. He's looking confident. You can see the passion and, as you said, Jessie, that emotion come out of him. But it's just not looking like it's going to fall in that 951 range. I feel like for Eli, you know, it's a really strong turn and a really strong wave. Loving the confidence and the energy, but he needs more.
We know Kaipo's frothing because we heard a pretty little scream.
Yeah, it was cute, wasn't it?
When Gabby went crazy on that last one. Kipes, what did it look like from the water?
Well, that's my froth today. My froth today is Gabe Medina on lefts. Are you kidding me? He's the sensei, the Sifu, the 5th degree black belt of goofy foots. The right foot forward mob looks forward to that. This guy, doesn't matter what size the wave is, he's arm barring it. He's choking it out. He's making the waves tap all over again. What a show. I mean, it's little. It doesn't have a lot of push behind it, but he is making it look so good. And so that's my froth. Gabe Medina came out swinging, and he hasn't stopped. And the waves are just crying home. Oh, leave me alone. But also, I'll leave you with this one note. Think about this.
I'm ready.
Sometimes a cat fights best on its back.
I love it. I love it. I'll stew on that one, Kaipo. Epic. We love crossing to Kaipo. He's got the best seat in the house, and to see that from the water, it's sometimes the best angle you can see it. Gabby Medina, he's going to go again here. We're still waiting for that score to be locked in, but Eli Hanneman, he gets a 5.83. It's his best so far. You'd have to think Gabe's 5.67 is out the window based on that last wave. Let's see what he can do here. Bit of downtime. Gets the fins out on his first real turn here, and wow, pushes hard. Has no right in making that turn. He was completely off his board there. Gabe Medina is a wizardry of surfing.
Yeah.
The
Period.
sensei.
Yeah,
That's all we have to say.
Yeah, he's a sensei. I think for Gabe, you know, he honestly looks like he's having fun. The pressure's off. He's at a left. He's a goofy footer. He obviously has the goofy goggles on, so he's like, yeah, cool, I'm just going to have fun with this. I'm going to enjoy going left and keep doing it with a rashie on. And with surfing like this, you can't see why he'll go all the way. He just had to navigate it at the start, but I tell you what, really great wave selection. It was a little grower, and that first turn was so strong. In this last one, as you said, Jesse, no right to make it. You could see his back foot was off his board. And then that core strength and determination, that real grit, is what we see from Gabriel Medina to make this last turn as well. I just think huge surfing, we know equals big scores. I think it's going to be a decent number for Gabby.
You can see the fans as well just throwing their hands up. Just in just as much shock as what we are as well. Eli, we've got a couple of scores to lock in for Gabe. So we assume that 7.52 is going to be a pretty high number once these last two waves come in for Gabe Medina here. And there's no lack of incredible progressive surfing for Eli, but maybe hasn't quite tapped into that so far this year.
Yeah, I'm just still tripping on the surfing that Gabe and Italo, like even in the warm-ups and stuff, they just are on another level. There's some lines approaching here. I think this is going to be an exciting exchange, this next one. But yeah, in the free surfs, it's just like unbelievable the level difference, and I think we still have those X-Factor surfers like your Gabes and Italos that just have these tools and this repertoire and this like grit, determination, whatever word you want to put to it, that the rest of the field don't have. And I mean, that's how they win so many world titles. Like, it is unbelievable.
Who else would you put in that bracket? Philippe Toledo?
Yeah, Philippe's got it. It honestly, you change who's in that bracket for each location. Like, I think I say Gabe and Italo here because this wave's so high performance and it's very a video game like, and I know I've said that a few times, but it's literally like, here goes Eli. He needs to make something of this.
Eli right now needs a 9.37. Previous to last wave of Gabe Medina, locks in at a 7.53, so goes into his top two. This needs to go excellent here. It's pretty much a 10. He's gearing up for something big. He's staying high. Could see him building speed, but this one is going to force him to his rail. Didn't really have that section for him to go to the air. That's a good-looking turn. You can see such smooth lines when he gets the opportunity. Just can't quite find those moments to get into the air, which we know he wants to. However, Griffin Colapinto took out Al Cleland in that last one. He's down there on the glass with Vorno.
Griff, that was a super dangerous heat. I mean, Al Cleland is so desperate to get out of these early round heats, and, you know, you could see that he really meant business out there.
Oh, for sure. He's been surfing really good around here. I've seen some clips of him from, like, up the point and stuff, and he looks so on point, so I knew it was going to be about, like, who's on the best waves, and that heat was really tricky. I mean, the tide's bottoming out, so, like, a lot of the energy was getting sucked out, and I think that was almost, like, nice for me. I think I got a little advantage there with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you did, mate. Wave selection, absolutely critical, as you say. Trying to find the ones that'll open up and run is super hard. You did a great job of that. Let's just talk about your year a little bit. In the last event, you had an opportunity to sort of meet up with your brother again. There's been a couple of those heats already. That's what's going to happen in the next one. But sort of how have you viewed the year so far, and particularly in light of the fact that, you know, we're 3 events in now, this is the 4th, and world title campaigns are starting to become a big part of the conversation?
Yeah, for sure. I think after all the experience I've had on tour and like doing full seasons and just seeing like at any point there could be like a huge momentum run for anybody. So, you know, after the first 3, I haven't got off to the best start, but you know, I'm still believing in myself, and you know, as long as I'm showing up to each heat feeling the best I can and, you know, doing the best performance I can for the waves I get, like that's all that really matters, you know. And like there's so much unreliable things that happen in the ocean that you just gotta trust, like a full year on tour, it's gonna come through, you know. So yeah, I'm just focusing on trusting that, you know, the old cliche, stay in the moment, and that's it.
Being in the moment's going to be a lot of fun in this next one. It's another rematch. Cros got you at the last encounter that you had against each other. Yeah, what's your attitude going into this one? It's one apiece at the moment.
Oh yeah, I'm fired up. You know, the last one, it was funny because going into it, I kind of was like, oh, like it'd be hard to beat my brother, you know, like I'd feel bad in a way. But now it's like, now that he beat me in West Oz, it's like I have to get him back, you know. So it's like there's a little more motivation than the last one. So yeah, I'm pretty fired up.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, you know, as a big brother myself, I haven't beaten Ronnie at anything for about 1,000 years. He just wants to smash me, but I know that you'll be bringing it to Cros big time.
Oh, 100%. And hopefully we have some more tide when we surf.
Fully, mate. Yeah. Congrats, Chris.
Cheers.
On your Griff.
Thanks, Borno. Thanks, Griff. On behalf of all the younger siblings out there, let's go Crosby. No, I'm kidding. I will stand with the older ones. Come on, Griff. 90 seconds to go in this heat right now. Gabe, it's just surfed such a flawless heat. I mean, so sharp, so smart. There really is no other word for it than just absolute clutch. That could be the first mistake we've seen, and it's barely a mistake. He got so close to riding out that turn. He just has no right in making those turns. His board completely disengaging with his feet. 1 minute to go here. Eli Hanneman needs a 937. Like I mentioned earlier, just to reiterate for the fans out there, we're going into single heat, so that overlapping isn't going to happen anymore. So we've got 35-minute man-on-man heats, only 2 surfers in the water for the rest of the afternoon, all the way up until heat 8. Molly, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth. Obviously, like we mentioned, working with Billy, but just getting to go left. Ever since we were Groms, you've had an incredible backhand. So this is just fun for you.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually so pumped. Like, I love my backside. I feel like in the juniors, we were always going left in the little beaches and stuff.
Always, I swear.
Yeah, it's so fun to just bring it back. And I feel pretty confident on my backhand, to be honest. And I'd love to just do some strong surfing and see where it lands me here in NZ. And the knowledge from Billy, I don't know. It could be a good recipe, but I'm pretty surrendered to just, like, doing my thing and seeing where I end up. I don't know. We'll see. Like what Griff said, you know, the ocean, it's all up to her.
I've loved having you in the booth. It's been a really long time since the 3 of us have done this. We all used to be Groms running around on the Surfing New South Wales broadcast, chatting to each other. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Gabby surfs better than me going switch on this wave.
And me, to be honest.
Wow, he really is just proving that he deserves to be in that yellow jersey, and he's got such a great rhythm with this wave. Trues, it's been a pretty interesting day of surfing, but to see Gabby compete like that in person, it's a completely different thing when you can watch it with your own 2 eyes.
Yeah, it's special, and I think, you know, you're not surprised that Gabby's dropping big numbers and surfing like that, even on those smaller waves. You know, I feel like that's the approach that we'll see from Gabby and even from Italo as well, coming up throughout this event. And I just, you know, we see the lefts and we see the different personalities and characteristics of their surfing, and I'm really enjoying it. It's nice to see them do something different.
Molly, we love you, and we'll probably be hanging out with
Lots
you
of
later
love,
today.
girls.
So
It was fun watching you do your thing in here.
Yeah,
I
let's
do
do
my
it
thing
again.
out there. What
We'll
you
do
guys
it.
do here? Damn, Ronnie's staring at. He's coming in next.
Yeah, we've got a change up in the booth. We've got another really exciting heat coming up. It's going to be Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett taking you in through the call.
Kia ora, welcome back to the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy, Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and joined by Erin Brooks, who's going to help us call this next big heat. Felipe Toledo taking on Joao Chianca. Should be a fun one. Erin, congratulations on your performance this morning.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be going left finally.
Oh my goodness, I know. Everyone's getting the chance to straighten their backs out now. But talk to us about it, your experience over here in New Zealand so far. How's it been?
Yeah, this is my first time here, and I'm just so happy to have a left point break on the tour. I mean, switching up from J-Bay was a little bit sad, but as a goofy, I'm really stoked. It's so beautiful here. It's been really fun in the warm-ups, and stoked to see the comp on.
Oh, absolutely. As we get into this second round for the men now, and Toledo taking on a countryman in Joao Chianca. And Toledo up at the moment. He was electrifying on the Gold Coast, back to his best. A semi-final finish there, and putting up the best heat score total of the season. Getting off to a great start. He just looks so limber and alive on his boards at the moment. He is sharp and ready to make a tilt towards a third world title. Behind him, though, Chianca starts with a beautiful float, rides the lip, and stomps that move with ease. And now works his way back, just setting up another steep section down the line here. Both these guys have a lot of torque in their surfing and surf with plenty of speed and hit the lip with a lot of venom. Chianca's not done with this one. Just powering his way down the line. He is looking to make a big climb up the rankings here at stop number 4. As he loads up for a finish there, whips that board through a nice vertical hit and kicks out way down the line. Bit of a lull in that last heat. Hopefully we see a few more sets in this one. Manu Bay's given us some great rides on the opening day of competition here. But Rich, what do you see playing out here? Chianca's got some work to do coming into this event, sitting quite a ways down the ratings.
Yeah, Joao's had a tough start to 2026. And I was about to say, if he's going to try and match Felipe on very similar sized waves, I think Felipe is going to have the advantage just by the sheer nature of his speed. But Joao's just picked off an absolute gem. That's one of the better waves that we've seen come through in the last few hours. And Joao, by the sheer nature of the size of that wave, was able to kind of tee off a little bit more and make the manoeuvres look really impactful. First thing I'm picking up here on Felipe's first wave run is the equipment. The rocker through the nose looks a lot flatter. It also looks a lot wider as well. So perhaps Felipe dropping down onto a more fish style of a board, bit of a hybrid shape. We'll get some confirmation out of that. But what he's doing incredibly well here is maintaining this flow and speed between the turns and really just zipping all over the face of this one, extracting all the points out of it. Just didn't, it kind of, for me, lacked that one or two big intense moment. Geez, he kind of stitched everything together so well as we'd expect from Felipe. There's some great vision here from the water angle. Great technique, Felipe just pivoting so tightly off the top. And then this was Joao's wave. One of the first that we've seen that big extended projection floater off the initial maneuver, which is promising signs. And then one of the most expressive surfers on the men's side starts to tee off down the line here. So the wave stands up. Joao connects here and gets a really good rotation off the lip. A little bit more stop-start compared to Felipe's wave, but it had a couple of big moments on it. So slightly bigger wave for Joao and finishes well. Again, that real tight pivoting action up the top of the wave to finish off. It's that tail release. The fin's just drifting for a moment before he regains control and sets his line again.
The score's there on screen, and the nod goes to Toledo. A 6.83 versus the 6.17. We're going to quickly check in with the winner of the last heat with Vaughan, and then we'll come back and continue the conversation with Aaron Brooks here. Vaughan, take it away.
Gabe, there's 5 million people in New Zealand, and I think they're all here to watch you surf, mate. So much support down here. It's absolutely incredible. Every time you catch a wave, you know, it lights up. It was the same on the Goldie, Margaret's and Bell's. It seems like you're doing a victory lap, even though you're at the start of a world title campaign.
Oh, it's amazing to have the support. There's so many people here. That's really good for surfing, you know. And yeah, to surf here, to have people around, just scream your name, and you know, it feels really good. And yeah, it's special to be in New Zealand. This is my second time here, so I feel great to have the support.
Mate, it's the bottom of the tide, a little bit slow out there, but your strategy just seemed to be like, let's go surfing. You caught so many waves. You went absolutely turbo on every single one of them. Was it fun out there?
Yeah, it was fun. It's tiny, you know. I didn't surf today, so I was just trying to feel my board and try to read the wave, you know. But yeah, I was catching waves, just keeping busy. And yeah, that's fun. Going left is always fun, so I'm stoked to be surfing today.
And mate, you say this is your second time to New Zealand, but as I say, you like every single social media clip we've seen, you are just literally getting followed around like the Pied Piper. There's just kids everywhere. How are you finding it? Are they stoking you out?
Oh, it's good, you know. The kids are the best part of this world, I think. They are so pure, like they love you because they love you. You know, it's like it's so like true sentiment, you know. So yeah, just stoked to have the support from the kids too. And yeah, I know it's special because, you know, we don't come here often, so it's good to give back some love to them, you know. And yeah, I'm stoked to see everyone is happy here today.
That's cool, man. And the Red Bull Athlete Zone is literally like 10 metres away, but best of luck getting over there because you're going to get absolutely mobbed.
So many kids. Let's do this.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yep. Waikiki is absolutely jam-packed with surf fans, the traditional name for Manu Bay. And Aaron, you experienced that this crowd is huge. They're loving the opportunity to see their favourite surfers and, in some instances, share the lineup with you. You took part in Rising Tides yesterday. How were the Kiwi Groms? Were they frothing?
Yeah, they were, and we actually got like some of the best waves that came through all of day. So I was really excited to get the girls on some really sick waves when just us were out. It was so sick.
You have been setting off the kids in Rising Tides, giving them the opportunity to win a custom Mayhem board. Who got the board yesterday?
Yesterday, a girl named Summer got it, and she was so stoked. And it's like a fun surprise that I get to bring. No one knows it's happening. It kind of happens towards the end of it, and everyone claps and cheers the person on who won. And I've had like some people like tear up. It just brings so much joy to my heart, and I'm so glad that I can share the stoke with all the girls.
Oh, so good to have you in here. We've got a big heat here. We mentioned Chianka's really trying to reignite his season with a huge result here. Toledo, he already steadied the ship with a semi-final finish on the Gold Coast. His performance at Snapper was kind of legendary. Did it blow your mind?
It did, for sure. He was doing like clip-worthy stuff in heats, and I was definitely taking notes because I want to do that someday. He's definitely someone I look up to so much. I love his speed.
Yeah, it's amazing. I guess that's the ultimate goal for every championship tour competitor, and you're probably on the other side of that, where yes, you've had magic moments, you've had a big championship tour win already, but it's interesting. There's a lot of people searching for the freedom that they have when they are chasing clips in the CT jersey, and Felipe is one of those surfers, like Medina, like Italo, and even Iago, that really does produce those clip-worthy moments in the jersey pretty much at every stop.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, you see it, how comfortable they are in their airs and like big barrels, and you only have so much time out there, so for them to have that much confidence knowing that they can go to those things, even in like last minute scenarios. I remember in Bell's, Iago did that crazy air at Winky Pop in the last second. He just knew that he could make it, so that's insane to see.
Erin, how are you feeling about your performances in 2026 to date? Do you feel like you're putting your best foot forward at the moment, or do you still feel like you need to relax a little bit more in a heat situation?
Yeah, I mean, my first like couple stops, I thought I was surfing really well, but just the heat matchups I had were really hard. I mean, Lakey surfed so amazing at Bell's, and then drawing Steph at Snapper was like no easy task, and she definitely humbled me. So being in the first round, all I wanted to do is make it, and I was kind of surfing a little safe, so hopefully in the next seed I can open up a lot more. But that was one of my goals this year, is to just surf more freely. I mean, in the off season I worked so hard at my airs and things, so I'd love to bring it to the heats too.
Absolutely. We're loving the opportunity to chat with Erin Brooks here as we watch a couple of the Brazil's finest out there fighting for a place in the third round. Toledo with the stronger start, 6.83, but Chianka not too far behind, and deep on the ledge here. Toledo starts with a beautiful floater, and he combos it up with some great release, attacking the pocket. This is already on its way to a better score than his first, and he makes the most of that falling lip, really climbs on top of it beautifully. And like Richie identified, he has gone to a less traditional shape here, and this board seems to be working beautifully. And that's a big risk to take. But Toledo obviously just feeling very confident as he annihilates the final section and then calls for the ski. This is going to be a big score. Kind of feels like excellent surfing to me.
It really does feel like excellent surfing, and he's gone probably about a K all the way down, almost towards the boat ramp, where he'll get a lift out in the ski. But geez, that board looks just so loose and spicy under his feet. Might even get a look at it here. Yeah, as I expected, he's actually got it set up as a twin +1, like a stabilizer, which is quite unorthodox at this level to be going to equipment like this.
It's really cool, Erin. We see people sometimes experiment with sort of different takes on traditional thrusters, but this is something a little different. And when you go back through the history of the sport, really you got to go all the way back to the late 90s. Tom Curran taking a twin fin out in marginal conditions. Erin, why don't you take us through this ride?
Yeah, I mean, speed is like an understatement, and this is like one of the biggest waves we've seen in so long, and the way that he just like lined up his maneuvers, he did it so perfectly and got so tight in the pocket and did a really good job at the end to make it. You'll see it here, but yeah, just carrying so much speed throughout this wave and through like the fatter sections, and he went so far. He's like maybe 30, 45-second wave. Seems like he's at a wave pool.
Watch this final turn, just clicks and gets that super pivoting action, which we all know that's what the twin fins do. They also allow you to gain a lot of speed quickly. And this was Zhao. This must have been the wave after Felipe's, so really good signs here in terms of the last few sets that we've seen, starting to stand up. Oh, just skipping off the bottom there.
Whoa.
Just losing a little control. You could see the bumps in the face. He did recover on one sort of hiccup through a bottom turn and got himself a decent score. But the IC score update for Felipe Toledo has dropped an 8.83. Excellence achieved. And he just keeps adding to those massive heat score averages that he started to put together on the Gold Coast. And that's impressive. You know, one of the biggest set waves that we've seen, and sometimes going to that equipment can sort of take away your drive and your ability to really commit to those bigger turns. But as you said, Aaron, just pinpoint timing. And you know, with Felipe, it's the same as yourself. It's really the speed. It equals power. And that was really well constructed. All different turns too. Yeah, really great variety on that wave. And the point that you did raise that I also wanted to talk about, Ronnie, is just the adjustment, because Felipe would have been watching the heats prior to that, and most of them have been on those small little running lefts along the rocks, and we've been presented with two of the biggest sets that we've had in the last few hours. So he would have actually gone, oh, okay, I've actually got to maintain control on this board now, which he did just so beautifully on those last two waves, and he's dropped a huge number here, and really putting some pressure on Joao, who needs a 9 point, or basically a 9.5 to get back into this heat. You kind of get the feeling that Felipe's not done yet either. Yeah, just over 19 minutes remaining here, and a very healthy heat score total already, 15.66. And Felipe's had to, you know, really compose himself. Obviously came into this season with a lot of expectations. He looks incredibly fit. Has already said that he might be in, you know, career best form fitness-wise. Mentally, he feels like he's in a great place, but the results didn't flow for him through the earlier steps of the championship tour schedule. As we see Chianca here on the outside, right there on the ledge, takes off, gets into that first section, but doesn't get the opportunity to flow straight back into a second move. The wave slows up for a moment, and now it'll go again. And he'll look to get that rhythm happening. You can see he's trying his best to square up these backhand hits. Flowing, and then throws everything into the section. Just forces it up into the bowl there, and unsuccessful in executing that move. Well, he'd done everything right up to that point, and when the wave really stood up, unfortunately, Chunka just losing his footing. You wonder whether it's sometimes you can get a little slippery on the feet when you're walking over the rocks. Have you found that, Erin, or is it okay?
It's pretty okay. I mean, there's like barnacles on the rocks, so it's not like too like mossy or slippery as you would think. But like something I was gonna say earlier is Felipe doesn't even have a deck pad.
He doesn't, no, not on this board.
I was kind of chirping about that because earlier with like all of this wind coming up the face, it's super choppy and a little bit hard to hold on. So he must be using some really sticky wax. Yeah, it's a good pickup for sure, especially on those smaller boards, those flatter boards. Sometimes you sort of you want the reassurance of a tail block there just to stop your foot from sliding over the back. And it's not like he's holding back on those opening sections too. A couple of big floats. He's attacking. And I actually saw him riding these boards. There was a couple of them up on the Gold Coast. So he's been working on this one, obviously with Marcio Zuvi from Sharp Eye. Looking good under his feet. Just a great sort of idea of how confident Toledo's feeling at the moment, as Medina continues to sign away down here. 16.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break. Toledo leads Chianca. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
You can watch nowadays, and it is something to behold. Erin Brooks' performance in it was incredible. Erin, the premieres looked like a lot of fun, and had everyone really talking up your chances of a world title this year. I love your confidence and the fact that you back yourself. But just tell us a little bit more about putting that film together and traveling and surfing with your mates.
Yeah, it was so fun to be a part of. I'm so honored to be a part of kind of a monumental push in women's progressive surfing. I mean, we had Leave a Message so many years ago, but we're still competing against those girls nowadays.
Definitely.
But so many airs and barrels, there was never been done. Sierra Kerr did a backflip. I had one as well, but you got to watch to see what it was. And I didn't actually get to go on all of the trips that they did. Most of my clips came from one of the trips I did with Caroline to Macaroni's, and then just time at home in Hawaii, Rocky Point.
Awesome. So everyone can check that film out now, and I hear it's been going absolutely mad too.
As it should.
Yeah, it is. It's something special. You've actually dropped a couple of big parts recently. You've got another one too that's going to be premiering over here in the new Rip Curl movie, Sketchy.
Yeah, Sketchy was so much fun. I mean, it's not like a traditional surf movie. There's so much acting with Morgan and Molly, and I've been to 2 different premieres, I think, and the whole crowd was just laughing the whole time at the acting, but then they were just so locked in when we're doing the surfing. So it's just a fun movie to watch, and it keeps you entertained for however long it is.
Yeah, it is magic, and we've got magic unfolding out here from Felipe at the moment. Couple of big scores for him. Opened with a 6.83, but has really sort of just continued with the kind of magic that saw him collect a semi-final finish on the Gold Coast, an 8.83, looking solid and going with some alternative equipment. I reference a performance from Tom Curran, which was a big departure from your traditional thruster. That was back in the mid-90s, surfing against the number 8 in the world at the time, Matt Hoy, in marginal conditions. Tom Curran pulled out basically a kneeboard twin fin that he tracked down at a second-hand shop and took it out there and destroyed Matt Hoy in that heat. And it was just a genius call for finding the right board for the conditions that were on hand.
Yeah, it was some small little beachies. And I think towards the end of the heat when Hoyo actually, he was raising the white flag and they actually swapped boards and Hoyo tried to ride it and somehow just didn't quite have that same zip and spark that Tommy Curran was putting into that board. But yeah, a really great moment. And, most people have a twin fin or a twin +1 set up in their quivers these days because it's just such a functional board and really fun to ride. Erin, I know you were riding one at Rocky Point and did an absolutely diabolically huge air on it. So I'm stoked that you're tapping into that energy as well.
Yeah, in the off season, that was what I rode too much. I mean, so fun just going out there on that. I did the 2+1 setup with Mick Fannings and got one of my best waves I've ever caught on a 4.6 RNF.
So cool.
All right, well, we've got just over 10 minutes to go here and a bit of a lull. So let's go back and have a look at this 8.83. The variation is impressive.
Yeah, that opening turn, we haven't seen a pivot path that dynamic all day long and that extended in such a tight radius. And here just connecting with the lip. His timing absolutely impeccable on this wave. Just section after section, just placing the right maneuver exactly where it needs to be done. And just watch Felipe here. Watch the upper body twist, and then the lower body follows. Stays nice and compressed.
When I think about this guy, Rich, I really believe he is the master of variation on the forehander especially. You get a long-running right-hander that's got sort of similar sections down the line, and he will flex that repertoire better than just about anyone, and showing that he can do it on the backhand as well. Another excellent wave for him in 2026. And he is matched up there with Medina and Sammy Pupo with 7 excellent waves now. And yeah, I think there's a lot of surfers, Aaron, and you could probably speak to this, that came into the season showing such incredible form. And Felipe's kind of shown all of them who haven't got that big result yet, that if you're patient and you don't let the losses weigh you down too much, that, you know, the big result is just around the corner. Do you feel that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a long season, so you can't really let those like first events let you down. I mean, there's a lot of surfers that are really showing up in these last two, and like I said, such a long season, you just got to keep your head up and kind of have like a little goldfish mentality. Take away like the important stuff, but like forget about the losses and just focus on what's ahead.
It seemed last year, and you know, you can understand where you're coming from as a rookie when you've had so much momentum and you're winning so much, even winning a championship tour event before you've cracked your place on the CT. When you lose, it seems like those losses can be really hard to take. Have you found in 2026 you've been able to process your losses and learn from them a little easier?
Not really. I mean,
I respect that.
I worked like super hard in the off season on like my backhand. It was a little bit weaker than I would have liked, and there's so many rights, and then going into this season I felt like super confident, and then right away just like lost with like a super high heat total, and then it just kept happening, and it definitely did not make me feel good, but I'm trying not to let those affect me now and just stay happy, because I'm just like so happy to be on this tour. I mean, getting to travel to all these waves, surf amazing spots with only a couple other people out, it's kind of hard to complain.
I like it, yeah. Well, it's understandably heartbreaking when you have such lofty goals, but my observation, I'm sure Rich would agree, is that you're processing those losses a lot easier now and able to move on and set your sights on your next big goal, which, you know, I think there's probably a few rookies this year on both the men's and women's championship tour that are going to have to learn what you have in the past couple of seasons. Felipe Toledo, you know, so used to winning, and at venues that he's had victories the first 2 stops of the year, he didn't get good results. But stop number 3, he turned it around, and he's on a real positive rise back to the top end of the ranks here, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about this quite often. On this tour, you're going to lose more than you're going to win. You know, the wins are few and far between. The event wins in particular are few and far between. You take those little victories along the way of making finals series, but you know, you've got to learn to pick yourself up, and it's an emotional roller coaster, and that's part of professional sport. And that's what when you kind of think about having a good energy around you and having a good camp around you, and I'm sure Jake and all the crew around you have been really instrumental, Erin, in helping you out. Is that the case?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been on this tour for so long, not only surfing, coaching, and I have Steph and Kanoa who have been on this tour for a long time themselves, and they've been really helping me keep my head up and just stay focused and stay happy. So I really appreciate everyone in Snakes Camp.
Okay, we've got Gianca up at the moment. He's desperate on this one. He needs this wave to stand up. He looks like he's ready to take flight. Oh. He tries to find the section. He falls awkwardly on his equipment.
Oh, that almost
he
looked
checks
like
the fins.
That looked scary.
That was scary. Any moment where that board flips over and you land on top, it almost looked like he connected with the fins.
He was
Seems like everything's okay.
Quick to check that board. And Toledo on the outside doesn't really need this wave, sizes it up. He has an 8.83 and a 6.83.
I want to see him go to the air.
Yeah, well, I think that's what he might be looking for on this wave, because there hasn't been a whole lot on the outside, but now starts to find his rhythm. falls into place. He gets a little swamp by the lip there. One thing that's really interesting about this year, which I think you touched on, big matchups in the early rounds. We have some of the sport's greatest returning this year on both the men's and women's tour. And as a result, very early in events, we are seeing huge matchups. And the way this third round is shaping up already, it's looking super interesting. We've got the Colapinto brothers meeting again in the first heat of the third round. Gabriel Medina is going to take on the winner of this heat. At the moment, it feels like it's going to be Felipe. They had a clash, obviously, in the quarterfinals on the Gold Coast, but how's that been, having those huge names come up against you in the early rounds of events?
For me, it's been hard. I mean, I've had like the GOAT of women's surfing, Stephanie Gilmore, at her home turf and in West Oz. So like 50-50, I've drawn her, which wasn't like super settling. I mean, she's definitely coming back strong. She won that last event, and she's definitely carrying a lot of momentum. And then Lakey, she surfed so well at Bells and then won at Margaret. So, I mean, you can't count them out. Even though they're veterans, they're ready and they're spicy, so you have to be careful. But like seeing the men's matchup is so exciting. I'm so glad that I don't have to be a part of that.
There's some big heats coming your way this afternoon as well. And some big events. There's just over 3 minutes remaining here. Toledo's still well and truly in control at this stage, holding priority, now starting to defend that lead.
Just this move here, Ronnie, where Toledo just came in and parked himself with priority under Joao there.
This is what we can look forward to for the rest of the regular season. Some fantastic stops. Erin, I know you're going to enjoy your time here in New Zealand, but what events are you most looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to Cloudbreak again. I'm so excited to go back there, and Chopu and Lowers, because insanely hard to get waves out there, so it's really nice with only one other person. But Cloudbreak is number one for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of special memories for you there. But yeah, it's a fantastic looking schedule this year, and it'll be a lot of surfers' first crack at the cumulative point system, which is the sort of the most common way that we crowned our world champions in the 50-year history of this sport. How are you feeling at getting a full run at this marathon schedule?
I'm really happy that there's no more cut. I mean, that was super stressful, so being able to like get guaranteed a whole year on tour is super nice. But the start of this season isn't looking too good for the title run, but there's so many events that are coming, and I just want to get a win so badly.
We heard Griffin Colapinto say it before, though, you know, a momentum streak can be ignited still at this stage and get a title campaign back on track. I mean, Griffin had that last year, a terrible start to the year. At one point we were talking about him maybe missing the cut, and he ended up being a world title runner-up. So I guess you have to constantly keep your ears open for when those pieces of just absolute gold intel are coming from experienced competitors.
Yeah, you can never count yourself out. You just got to have faith in yourself.
So there is a minute and 20 seconds to go, and even though it's a monumental requirement for Chianca, he'd be holding on to that hope. But right now what he's got to do is find some space from Toledo, who's holding priority, swinging on the inside. He'll try and get some speed. He'll likely need to go to the sky if he's going to go near perfect on this ride. Working that board through these flatter sections. Now trying to build some speed. This wave's starting to shut down though. He doesn't get the opportunity to take flight. And Felipe, it's just a bit of a victory lap.
Let's see it.
Loading up, has some speed, keeps the board in the water for the moment. And now starts to accelerate again. Foot to the floor, takes the sky. He gets the lift, but can't get the completion. There's a good look at those fins for you, Rich.
Yeah, he almost had it. It's a classic MR template. And, you know, a courageous move from Felipe to take out, I'm not going to call it unorthodox equipment, but definitely not what we're used to seeing from the world's best. Take a little fish out, but geez, it worked well. Looked unbelievable under his feet. And great win there for Felipe Toledo. Some great moments for Joao Chanca as well. Some really good turns, in particular on that set wave. But again, he's going to have to dig deep try and pull his year together.
There's the numbers. Another impressive heat score total for Felipe, including an excellent ride. 8.83. We've got more big clashes coming your way. Up next, we'll see Jake Marshall taking on Liam O'Brien, as our competitors are about to get swamped by surf fans down here at Manu Bay. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the show. We are taking a look back to 2024, where Erin Brooks got a wild card into the Fiji Pro, went on a giant killing run and absolutely blitzed it to claim her first CT win. It was impressive stuff, Rich.
Oh, unbelievable stuff. Really, at this point in time, Erin, I think you were sort of sending a clear message to the world that you were coming to get them. This must have felt great, of course, having Kelly as an advisory during that event as well.
Oh, and props to Stace Galbraith, who helped coach you through the event. But Kelly was there at the end and obviously was delighted to see you take the victory. Chaired you up the beach on Tavarua. How was that?
That was like unreal stuff that I couldn't even believe it was happening in the moment. I was so happy to get the wild card at Fiji. It's like one of my favorite ways in the world, and getting to surf against Tati in the final two, she was probably like my favorite surfer when I was growing up, so it was all just like a fairy tale, and I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, chasing down that next big win, and obviously a full-time campaigner on the championship tour now, and you know, experiencing all the stuff that those championship tour competitors go through as well. You know, early round losses, and then the highs and lows, overcoming your heroes, the people that you looked up to as a Grom, and now on a bit of a run here in New Zealand. As we get back to live action, this is Liam O'Brien, who's up against Jake Marshall, and much like Felipe was in that last heat, Liam O'Brien just really getting his campaign back on track with the semi-final finish at the Gold Coast. And Liam has found a gem here through to the inside. I mean, we have seen the forehand on long-running right-handers. Now we see it go to work on these lefts. And that's a pretty positive start for him. Up against Jake Marshall, Rich.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. These guys both have very similar weapons. That sort of tall, lanky style on the backhand where they wind up, get a lot of leverage in their turns. Jake, one of the taller guys on tour. And you can see the numbers next to their name. Current ratings, number 16, number 12. USA versus Australia matchup. But Liam was very impressive on the Gold Coast. And I've been sort of saying it for a while now. I feel like Liam is one of the most underrated surfers on the tour. I don't feel like his results really, mirror the type of performances that he's capable of. And here's a replay of his opening ride. And this is right down at eye level, which gives you a better view of just how tall these waves are.
Out head high as he brings this one through to the inside. Actually starts to increase in size as he winds up. Tags that one. There was a bit of oomph in the way he connected with the lip there. Great technique on the backhand. You'll see, watch him just transfer that right onto the front foot. So it's all back foot here. Then once he gets that pivoting motion there, transfers the weight back onto the front foot. Directs that energy to ride out and reconnect with the bottom turn.
He kind of arrived at that final section a little late, but did well to stay on his feet. 5.33. But it's amazing the turnaround you can get this early in the season with a solid result. Liam jumped 11 places, and his year was looking pretty average. He kicked off the season with a 33rd. I think he wasn't coming into the championship tour with a whole lot of confidence because he only really survived the Challenger Series this year. He had to sit on the beach for basically the last 5 days of the Challenger Series event and watch others fall in order for him to claim that final place, 10th, to get onto the CT. But he has since caught fire and opened up with a reasonable score here. Opening up with a bang over here in New Zealand in that last heat. Felipe Toledo, he's down there with True Starling.
Thank you, Ronnie. Felipe, that was a big heat straight off the bat between you and Joao.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, me and Joao are good friends. I'm living in Rio now. We've been surfing together on the off season a bunch. Yeah, that's happens when there's too many Brazilians on tour. And the same with Australians and everybody. You know, you're for sure going to end up surfing against your friend. And that's where, you know, you kind of have to really lock in. And I know he's your friend, but there's, you know, still a contest, a heat, a win that we're going after. So, yeah, I was just kind of focused and watching the waves and seeing what the ocean was doing and scores and all that. And, yeah, ended up going my way, pretty happy, and felt good.
No friends when you're in Arashi. You got the highest wave score of the event so far, that 8.83. Talk me through it.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I chose a different equipment for this heat. You know, I was surfing on a Modern 2. It's a model that Marcio pretty much worked on for a few years, and we came up with that model, you know, waves. You know, and I rode it yesterday. It felt great. I was kind of nervous, you know, going on a different board to see what the reaction would be from the judges. But, you know, as I said, the board feels really, really good. And that wave stood up the whole way. Almost actually hit the yellow buoy right there. But, yeah, you know, that's the Ragland that we want, the wave that we want. And, you know, stood up all the way. And we love it.
Speaking of Gabriel Medina as well, you guys are matching up in the next heat. It's going to be like snapper all over again, but in reverse. Are you going to try go 2 for 2?
For sure. You know, I know again, huh? No, but it's going to be good. You know, just hopefully the waves, they show up and we can really perform. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one again.
Would you like to say anything to the family back at home?
Bom, queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo, família aí no Brasil, agora todo mundo juntinho. Um abraço, amo vocês, estou com saudade. Minha mulher também, meus filhos, muita saudade. E agradecer a Deus aí pela oportunidade de estar em mais um lugar lindo, que é a Nova Zelândia. E vamos para cima agora com tudo. Valeu.
Thanks, Felipe. Thanks, guys.
Felipe sending love back home to the fam and to his fans, which there is plenty of all over the world. You can't surf that good and put on a show like he does without just getting a huge response from the audience. He is looking so deadly at the moment, and we are in for a treat. Early on in the event, the third round, Gabriel Medina taking on Felipe Toledo. That matchup already established. That round 3 bracket taking shape as we roll through this second round. Liam O'Brien kicking off with a 5.33 here, and Jake Marshall looking for his first score. When it's like this, Aaron, and you get those big lulls, the importance of converting when set waves come their way, does it almost build pressure in you sometimes?
For me, it does. I mean, I tend to get pretty nervous during the lulls. I try to like do some breathing to calm me down, but it's more like excitement just to like you've been waiting so long, and then the wave's finally here and you get the chance, so you have to capitalize on it. But I know some people are so calm and collected. I like look at them in the heat. One of the girls is Gabby Bryant. I remember a heat we had last year in Tahiti. She was needing a score and she was just so calm, and we had like a 10-minute low or something, and then she ended up getting it, which sucked for me, but like seeing her stay so calm during that like bit when she needed the score was like super impressive.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's key. And right now, Liam O'Brien, he's feeling connected to his equipment, Rich.
Yeah, he really is. You know, he's been working with DHD for a long time now, and the boards just looked incredible under his feet up on the Gold Coast, and I dare say he's probably on the same equipment here. We'll dig into that a little deeper as this heat rolls around, but you can see showing a bit of interest in this one, but it's Jake Marshall with priority.
And Jake Marshall, let's see what he can do with it. Can he do better than the 5.33 from O'Brien? Just flowing now, starting to find a rhythm. Bit of tail release and throws the air reverse. He almost had it, just landed a little hard on that toe side rail and couldn't quite stick it. He's counting a couple of ninths as his best results this season. I mean, Margaret River, Bells, they're events where you see him doing really well. Even the Gold Coast, Jake just has that incredibly strong rail work on the forehand and is showing some, you know, great big fin release turns on the front side as well. So not really wrestling away a huge result just yet, but those ninths keep him pretty well placed in the middle of the pack. And with the finals appearance, he could really push ahead of many surfers in the field.
Yeah, exactly. You know, those single-digit placings is what you're after, and the lower the number, the better, obviously. Jake just has that 17th sitting in his scoreline at the moment, but you feel like he's on the precipice of really cracking into that final series and perhaps getting a breakthrough win this year.
Yeah, he's going to lose out on this opening exchange, but one thing Jake's always done pretty consistently is power through the first couple of heats of CT events. Here goes Liam O'Brien looking for a backup score now to go with the 5.33. This wave starting to stand up on the inside, having to negotiate some ribs and climb from behind the section. Just a unique turn there, just swung the tail out of the face of the wave. While it's technical and a nice mix-up to that repetitive kind of hit on the pocket, don't know how much credit it'll get from the panel.
Yeah, any sort of moment where you're kind of forcing, almost trying to do a little ollie or a little kickflip style maneuver off the lip, a forced alley-oop or a forced air reverse, never, I don't think carries as much weight as just doing a big, impactful power turn right at the finishing moment of the wave. But let's have a look at the replay here of Jake Marshall just ducking and weaving, connects here, builds a lot of acceleration and speed down the line, goes for the air rev, and as you mentioned, Ronnie, that toe side rail just digs in. Now, this one was a grow-up, just gets a little tap in. Liam O'Brien, swooping cutback, just waiting for the waves to stand up again. A little backhand slice down the line, just a little moment of being imbalanced. And this is that little kind of kick tail flare that he did. Yeah, I'm not sure. There could have been a few other manoeuvres he could have chosen for that moment.
What did you make of it, Erin?
Like you said, it looked like, I'm not trying to be mean, but like a little force. If he did like a big like fin drift out the back, then it probably would have had like a big score.
You need speed, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think that's what he was kind of lacking coming into that final section. To truly lay down a turn of substance, you've got to go into it with something. So he just gave a little release of the tail there, and he gets a 4.5. I mean, that's job done. He's eclipsed and gone beyond by a point. Jake Marshall's only rider at this stage, and I guess what they're kind of doing now with the lulls out there is taking their chance on some of those even smaller set waves, and just for Liam, it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it's a lot better that they switched from overlapping. I had a heat earlier that there was overlapping, and I was kind of getting a little bullied by the girls in the priority heat. They were taking so many waves, but as they should. I mean, they're in their heat, they're doing what they have to, but now there's like so much more opportunity.
Oh, we're going to see a big exchange here because Jake, he's on a jam, and on the outside it looks like another wall rolling in as Jake comes through to the inside, squares up and finishes nicely. That's a lot better for him, and Liam O'Brien will have a chance to build on a lead here. Gliding down the line, both surfers have plenty of flow in their approach, and Liam has a bit more spark on that finishing section.
Yeah, I just think that on Liam's wave, it seemed like his turns were just connected a little bit more. The transitions were a bit more connected in between the turns. Flow being a real spotlight for the judges at this event because it is such a long parallel wall and there's so many different moments to it. They really are trying to emphasise that flow element. Let's have a look at the replay here. Gets a lot of speed to start off. Little check turn. Gets on this little flatter section and then waits for the wave to stand up again, generating speed with each one of these turns. Little projection, float down the line, quick snap, and then basically gets vertical on that final hit. And in contrast, Jake Marshall, again, starts off very similar, just a big swooping turn, couple of check turns, and then the wave starts to go. So Jake winds up. Bit of a rock and roll projection floater down the line and a vertical hit as well. So very comparable, the two rides, really.
Such a interesting location, Erin. It's a very unique wave compared to other waves on the schedule, and just compared to probably a lot of other world-class waves. This one just, it has a different angle on the wall, and you've got to really pick your moves carefully.
Yeah, I definitely had like a way different expectation for this wave than it was, but it's still super fun. It kind of reminds me of a couple different waves in California, one of them being Seaside, and I think Jake lives like super close to there, especially that little boil in the beginning, so like pretty comparable to that. I know I had like a World Junior there a couple years ago and it was pumping, and a couple days ago when it was like super big out here, it was like kind of the same, so.
Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, you're seeing the competitors figure this wave out with every session, with every heat that we've watched unfold so far. But, you know, capitalising and getting it right when the wave offers you that impactful section down the line is the key to getting those big numbers. Toledo did it so beautifully in the last heat. I think both these surfers finished their rides brilliantly then. Unfortunately for them, the waves didn't have a lot in the start, so they were kind of forced to transition back and just to set up that inside run. Scores are starting to drop for the competitors now. And this one's an important one for Jake Marshall. He needs to get a good score on the board here because Liam O'Brien's kind of like one wave ahead on every exchange and seems to be building as well.
Yeah, he's definitely had a better pace on that last wave, and Jake needs to stay on pace with Liam O'Brien here and at least match the second score that Liam's dropped. Numbers starting to fall in.
So Marshall, he turns in a 4.93. 27-year-old from Encinitas is starting to build now. Liam O'Brien's still got a score on the way as well. Yeah, it's just so exciting, though, to be at a brand new location. And I guess for yourself, Erin, competing on a tour where there's a lot of veterans who have a real edge just with their knowledge of a lot of the spots on this tour. This is one where the field is leveled. You know, Alani, she was the local in the mix. She fell out of the draw pretty early. So it just feels like no one's really got any kind of experience that's going to give them a super huge edge or advantage over anyone else in the draw.
Yeah, I know a lot of surfers actually came here in the off season or like just before Bell started, and you could definitely see that in the practice sessions. They knew where to go out on the rocks. They were picking the best waves in the free surf. So for me, it's my first time here, so kind of just learning every time I go out, but I'm always having so much fun on this left.
Oh, yeah. Well, the key is getting that first rock off right, and you achieve that. That's the most important goal when you first arrive, isn't it?
Yeah, I followed Kanoa out the other day, and I was definitely a bit nervous. I'm not super savvy on the rocks. I don't have to do it very much. All the places I go are like very nice, gentle little paddle outs. So also snapper too, when the sweep was really bad, I jumped off those rocks, and that was even more scary. So I'm learning something new.
Oh, I love it. I love that it's a little bit trepidatious for you to jump off the rocks at certain locations, yet you go out at Pipe Tahiti, Cloud Break, and absolutely rip in. Well, a 5.47 for Liam O'Brien. So again, he wins the exchange. He's got a bit of a lead on Jake Marshall here as Morgan Siblett gets ready to hit the lineup. Coming up against Ethan Ewing next. Make sure you check out True Surf. Download it now, worldsurfleague.com/True Surf. Out there in the lineup at the moment, we are watching Liam O'Brien take on Jake Marshall for a spot in the third round. And Liam O'Brien, he's won the opening exchanges and has the lead. Jake doesn't need a whole lot, though, to get himself in front. A 5.87 will do it. And here he goes with just over 12 minutes to go. Weighing up his options as he gets some momentum, hammering down the line here. Clean combo. Still really searching for that one big hit. But Jake Marshall, there's some positive signs there. He's surfing with a lot of speed. Love the way he's able to transition down the line, Rich. Still gets the board on edge. Seen a couple of hits now where he's got the tail above the lip, not lost any speed, but he wants the opportunity for this wave to slow up so he can truly lay into it.
Yeah, and he's just chasing that little pockety section. And that's when you can really put that big exclamation point on the wave, that standout moment. But you can see there, like you were saying, Ronnie, transitioning from inside to outside rail, maintaining speed. That action in itself, it creates acceleration. See the weight shift forward, back foot, front foot. It's poetry in motion there.
We'll see. He's trying to better a 4.93. 11 minutes to go here.
You're about half an hour, Ronnie, past the low tide now. So typically here at Ragland, it does like a low to mid tide, and on the turn, we'll generally see the swells start to pull back into the bay here as the tide creeps back in. really big coefficients, as I mentioned this morning. All those rocks there that are exposed at the bottom of the screen, that's basically where the surfers were competing this morning and taking off. As the tide runs out, the takeoff zone sort of creeps up the point a little bit more.
Well, Jake Marshall just knocking a bit off the requirement here. A 5.53 his best wave, that last one, and he now needs a 5.27. So even though Liam O'Brien sort of seemed to be building some rhythm and momentum in this heat, it's just way too close. The requirement's too small at the moment. So Liam with priority, you can tell he's really hoping that he gets a crack at a decent sized set wave here. But this is a really even heat now. Jake has just converted on that last ride, turned in the best number of this heat so far, so he's right back in it.
Yeah, it's a really close one, actually. There's not much separating these two guys. As I said at the start of the heat, very similar styles, very similar technique and approach to the backhand surfing. I think Liam's just going to really try and take control of this heat and use his priority and get the best wave. Just be patient, give himself a good canvas to work with, and then attack.
Aaron, obviously the focus has been getting familiar with this location, getting a lot of sessions in prior to the contest getting underway, but what do you want to tap into the magic of New Zealand while you're here? Have you eyed off any little activities beyond the surfing yet?
I heard that there's some pretty cool waterfalls not too far from here, so I'd love to go check those out. And there's just so much to do around here, so I'm really excited to explore, but it seems like we'll be running pretty much the first few days, so I'm excited to compete as well.
Absolutely. There's plenty of time to check this zone out. Been lucky enough to visit this area a number of times, as have you, Rich, and yeah, it is just so pretty.
Top to bottom, New Zealand, North Island, South Island, you can't go wrong. Many people like to just get in a camper van and just explore the coast. It is sensational. Surfing, golfing, hiking, whatever you're into, this place has it all, and so much sort of kindness and openness along the way. It's a beautiful place to come and visit.
Yeah, up on the east coast, there's Tiari and Taraiti golf course. I know Rory McIlroy went there between events and played and said it's the best golf course he's ever played.
What?
So that's huge. Big tip of the cap. As we see here, Jake Marshall up again. He's going after the lead now. That's a nice turn. Needs a 5.27. Oh. He's on his way. Stabs it into the final section. And Liam O'Brien could be in trouble here, but he'll get a chance to respond. Section stands up, and these guys have had a really similar approach in each exchange. Great flowing surfing here from Liam, but needs to get a couple of big hits in down the line here to stay in front. Draws off the bottom, up into the pocket, and the section stands up beautifully for him. This wave is just stretching out forever, and he's sticking with it. Might get the opportunity for one more hit, and does. Well, that's an interesting exchange. Liam's ride stretched out for a long time, but it just felt like Jake Marshall found some more high-impact moves in that shorter space.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Length of ride is considered here on the judging panel. There's a number of factors that they do consider, but let's have a look at Jake Marshall. Opening snap was clean. Second wrap too, just staying right next to the foam in the power source. Connects with the lip, gets it going down the line and gets that vertical bash for the last turn. So beautiful flow. Kept that energy, kept his foot on the gas all through that ride. And Liam had to work a bit to get down the line. More of a check snap projection. And really all the points are going to come from this moment here. But I did like this extended bottom turn that he does here. Sits on it, then starts to attack the lip. Gets a beautiful pivot off the top. And a big swooping turn. So he had to work hard for that moment. And these water angles, always really good. See, you'll jump up on the roof of this one, comes down with the lip. Just working for speed. Then he'll get reset, gets on the heel side rail. Flattens the board out, snaps, pivots off the fins. Connects with the lip again. probably see the fins just disconnect momentarily there.
Big exchange, 5.5 minutes to go. I think both surfers are likely going to put a bigger number in their account. That speed Liam O'Brien's generating just as he moved across those sections, chasing the face, was pretty impressive, Erin.
Yeah, it was. After that little foam climb he had, though, he got like such a nice bottom turn and carried so much speed. That was definitely my favorite turn of that wave.
Yeah, well, he's going to win the exchange again here. So Jake Marshall is up against it at this stage. 6.5 for Liam O'Brien. Jake turns in a 5.93, so keeps the requirement relatively attainable. Needs a wave. He's got the priority now. So we'll see if he can turn it around in the final 4.5 minutes. Just a really interesting heat, the way these two surfers have been building on each of their rides. Jake, I think for the first time on that last one, really got the opportunity to coil up. He's almost sort of been chasing down the line, looking for a steep pocket to load up on. And here we go, some movement here. Jake Marshall's got a decision to make. He's going to pass this one up. Liam O'Brien says, I'll have a crack. Gets a little caught behind. This one a little sleepy to start, and Liam knows that he's trying to improve on a 5.47, and that's just not going to do it. So a wise decision there from Jake Marshall. And sometimes it's just a committed sell, isn't it, Erin?
I try to do it in my heats, but no one seems to
No one's
take
buying?
the
No
bait.
one's buying?
No.
All
They
right.
know.
We need to set up a lemonade stall or something for you to kind of really work that out, because it's an absolute just skill, isn't it? Just trying to invest in a ride that's not doing much down the line and selling that ride to your opponent.
I've definitely fallen into some lemons, especially in the last event against Steph. I mean, she was like looking at waves and I had priority, and I was like, if she thinks this is a good wave, then maybe I should go. But I fully just took it, and it was a fat one. So.
Oh, she put you on the duds. Yeah, it is. It's interesting. I think sometimes too, under priority in that situation, Liam O'Brien, he wants to get on his feet and have a really good look down the line too, because there is the chance here sometimes when the wave stands up on the inside that you get a clean combo happening and you can better a 5.47 pretty easily.
Yeah, I've seen it in the free surfs that some waves start out so small and then they just keep growing down the line, bigger and steeper. So that's probably what he was looking for on that one.
Yeah, I think earlier today, even though he didn't progress, Billy Stearman, when he didn't have priority in the overlapping format, found space and went deep on the point here and put together some pretty decent rides from that position. His local knowledge kind of coming to the fore, but Liam definitely didn't want to take that wave too far down the line because the sets have been coming in twos. This one might even have a couple more in it.
Yeah, definitely looking lined up. Corduroy lines. Looks like Jake's going to take this first one.
After a 6.05, Marshall. This might be his last shot at it. As we get to the back door, 2-minute countdown. Marshall attacking the pocket. This wave's starting to stand up, but it's going to shut down, and he throws that tail and can't reel it in, loses touch with his equipment. And Liam O'Brien is definitely in a position of control now and will likely come surging down the line with his priority to guard this lead. 1.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what he should do, and he is. You can see him just heading for his opponent here because, I mean, he knows this wave's so long. If a little sneaky set sort of passes that top zone and goes down the line, Jake could get some work done. But it looks like Liam's just going to stick to him right now and just try and block him in this final minute. But really even matchup with this one. Only 0.5 of a point separating these two. They've been exchanging sort of mid-range scores, really manufacturing, you know, the moments on these waves where they've been able to really show us what they've got on the backhand.
Liam here He's going to be very careful. Jake Marshall, happy for him to take this one. There is still 35 seconds to go. Liam doesn't even look over his shoulder because he is already committed to this ride, and he's just hoping that he can max the points out of it and push the requirement a little higher than that 6.05 that Jake Marshall is chasing. Coming through to the inside now, whips the board into reverse. Just showing that he's got some of those small wave tricks that he can call up. As he kicks out there, did Jake get one on the outside? He's paddling and just doesn't get into it, and this one's coming to a close. Yeah, Jake, his big opportunity came with the big throwaway finner. Couldn't quite stick it, but Liam O'Brien, you know, really did lead that heat from the opening exchange, Rich.
Yeah, he did. And I'm not going to say it was a convincing win because you just got to have a look at the scoreline. 11.97 to 11.46. Really, really close, as I said. You know, a really even matchup in terms of style and approach. And at this point, Liam gets the win and moves through. So continuing with, you know, this confident role that's been ignited at Snapper Rocks last week.
Most definitely. Aaron Brooks, so good to have you in here for the call. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your heat win, and you take on Gabriella Bryan next. You must be looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We've had a lot of heats together in my only year and a bit on tour, so I'm excited to get another one.
Bring it on, and we look forward to chatting to you again soon. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to have a change-up in the booth. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel, Jesse Starling, and a former CTer, a Kiwi great, Maz Quinn. Stick around.
We're feeling so stoked to be in this wonderful country here in New Zealand, scoring some fun surf the last few days here in Manu Bay, and still running through some heats here on opening day of competition. This is an all-Australian battle. Ethan Ewing taking on Morgan Siblick. These guys hustling for a quick start here. Morgan crushing sections, a lot of speed as he drives into the lip line. Beautiful connection there. Morgan hits it off the roof again, and now a climb to finish, knowing that he's got a huge heat, taking on world number 4, Ethan Ewing. Ethan fresh off the win on the Gold Coast, one of the greatest events that we've had on tour. And Morgan Siblick starting quickly, very aggressive to get the pole position, to try to get the jump early on Ethan Ewing. Judges aren't taking too long. A 6.83 to start. And we love being in New Zealand, and we love hanging out with New Zealand surfing royalty. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and Maz Quinn. Maz, so stoked that we get to hang out with you for the call. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, no, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been epic.
What a great time for New Zealand, and the whole surfing culture here is just thriving, having the World Tour stop by. And I mean, you waved the flag for everybody back in the day. Winning QSs, that was a big statement. Qualifying for the championship tour. What were some of your favorite memories getting to, wave the flag for everybody here when you're on the championship tour?
Oh, yeah. Well, before me, you have to mention Ratso Buchanan. He was one of the first ones. We had the contests here, like, I might sound old now, it's 30 years ago, it was 96, and we had, it was the first contest at Ragland. And it was smoking that day, that comp. And, we had, it's just, having it here in New Zealand is such a big deal. It's, you guys don't realise how important it is to have it here just for the community and for all the, the young kids who are aspiring to be, like these guys out here today.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, for your era, would have been amazing to be surfing with the likes of Sonny Garcia, Andy Irons, Kelly in his prime. Just unbelievable. The type of surfing that was going on when you were on the championship tour. Maz Quinn joining us for the call here as we see Morgan Siblick pick up this wave. 6.83 on the opener and already on his second scoring ride. He was kind of looking at what Ethan was doing, now committing to the wall, ends up throwing that one away. But Jesse, really impressed with Morgan's quick start, especially since he was having a tough time at home in Australia throughout those events. You can feel a fresh spark out of Siblick in this one.
Absolutely. Even listening to him take down Billy Stairman, sorry Maz, it was a big deal because Billy is arguably one of the hardest wildcards to draw, especially at a place like Ragland where he knows this wave better than any other competitor that we had out here. So Morgs knew he had to bring his A game there to then roll into your next tee on the same day. You've got Ethan Ewing, he's coming off a win. He's coming off finding momentum too. Morg still has to bring that A game. So a 6.83 in the opening stages of this heat is a big deal because in that last heat, these guys were battling for 5s and 6s right up until the very end. Morg's already finding that. Love that floater. The amount of time that he spent on that lip line, he was really just projecting and holding it up there. And then came through here. One thing to note is he's not trying to surf out of the pocket. He's staying really nice and tight. As soon as there's a steep section, he's capitalizing. Maybe slightly out of rhythm through that last end bit, but as far as this wave goes, he surfed it really beautifully. Gave us variety as well, from floaters to carves to snaps to Rios. So Morgs just yet again showing us that he means business here.
I almost feel like Morgan feels more comfortable in a way against big names on tour. Remember that run he had with John Florence in 2021? He's beat Ethan in the past, beat Ethan at Burley Heads last year. It almost frees him up to go all out compared to maybe someone he feels like he's more even with, as far as reputation or profile, where he seems to really go all out against the big names. Looks like Morgan's going to pick up a third wave here again. Looks back to see what Ethan's up to and decides to hop out. Maz, can you relate to that at all? Seeing what Morgan can do against, the bigger names of the sport and why that might free him up?
Yeah, well, he's got a sneaky good backhand, hasn't he? Like it's really impressive. And that heat against Billy, his first wave was amazing. Like it was out the gate, 7.5 or whatever he got for it. But he showed against John those few years ago on his backhand. He's lethal. And he's showing that today.
Yeah, really powerful. Love hanging out with Maz Quinn for the call here in this all-Aussie matchup. Speaking of Aussies, a couple of them hanging out. Vaughn Blakey is with Liam O'Brien.
Thanks, Joey. Lobby, mate, congratulations on the other side of the low tide. A couple of nice little runners out there for you.
Yeah, it was getting better out there for sure. Still a little bit tricky with the lower tide and that little kind of ledgy thing that breaks. But no, we got a couple waves, got a few sets come through, which was good. And yeah, fun. I mean, I've never been here before, so just soaking it all up. It's such a magic spot and pretty sick to get on the backhand as well.
Fully, mate. And, we actually have seen you on the backhand before. Your first ever wild card over there at Rottnest. You went turbo on the backhand there. We know how tight and how sharp your turns are. But man, what did you make of this wave? You know, like have you surfed it often?
Nah, I mean, this is my first time to New Zealand, so first surf out there this trip was pretty cool. I didn't really know what to expect. I spoke to a few people, and I think they kind of underplayed it. I came in with pretty low expectations, but it's a fun as wave. It's a bunch of sections. It peels off real nice. I was kind of expecting it to be a lot harder, so I've been loving it out there. It's good fun.
You can't underplay Manu Bay, mate. It's one of the world's best. It's so fun. Mate, you turned your year around, after a slow start, got some incredible momentum on the Goldie, obviously, and that was some of the best surfing we've ever seen you do at this level. Building beautifully through this event too.
Yeah, I've been working on my surfing. I'm always working on my surfing, and I feel like I've been making a lot of progress in the last few years, but it hadn't been quite translating to results. And I think I was saying at the last one, I was getting a bit sort of bummed that it wasn't translating. And I think I'm just trying to get into that place, like the same thing as Snapper, just do all the right things, do everything as well as I can, but not get too hung up on what the result is. If I put a good heat together and get beaten, then so be it. If it means I get through, then that's great too. But I'm just trying to keep my focus on what I can control and making good decisions, surfing well, and letting the rest take care of itself.
Well, great performance there, mate. So stoked that you got through that round. Look forward to seeing you in the next one. And a little shout out to me old buddy Maz Quinn up in the booth. Yeah, Quinny.
Yeah, bro.
Absolutely frothing and fizzing down there. Vaughn obviously has done a lot of trips here to New Zealand. Maz has traveled around the world for many years, member of the championship tour. And Maz also a 4-time national champion. Does everyone in your family have a national title, it seems?
Yep. Well, yeah, we do. Yeah, my brother, sister do have one as well, yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. Yep. Jay Quinn and Holly Quinn, your sister as well, won a national title. Surfing's in your blood. And also you've had the chance to give back as well. Haven't you hosted some Grom events over the years?
Yeah, we did a while ago, yeah. We did the Quicksilver Grom Fest, yeah. So that was really cool. We held it in Gisborne at my local beach, Wainui Beach, for probably 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it was really nice.
Oh, fantastic. Yep. Were you born in Hamilton?
Yeah. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Oh, that's wow.
No, I was born in Hamilton, yeah. Born in Hamilton and my parents moved to Gisborne when I was 3 months old too. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Is that the zone where Ricardo Christie's from as well?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, now we got it. Yeah, it's a really cool zone of New Zealand. Very different to this coast. White sand beaches and lots of beach breaks and lots of reefs. And yeah, we got a real nice corner of New Zealand there. And yeah, really nice waves, nice community. It's quite small.
I heard there's a great music festival there at the end of the year as well, the Rhythm and Vine.
Yes, there is. Yep, yep. Big festival in the vineyards. Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh, fantastic! Come check it out here in New Zealand as we'll look at Morgan on this last wave, Jesse.
Morgs is surfing so fast on what is relatively a small wave in comparison to what we saw from this morning. Obviously, this is a bit of a dying swell right now, but I love the fact that he's staying so busy. Thinking back to Gabe and what he did in his heat, he was just catching so many waves and surfing these waves up. That is what Morgs is doing. Eth here, you could see he pulled off on one before this, but then started to find his momentum on this wave. Loved that last turn, just how vertical he got into it, patiently waited for that last section there, and then it shut down the line here for Ethan. But you can see just that style and that flow, it really does translate from front side to back side for Ethan. It's just something that he has in the tip of his finger. It's his innate ability just to be so smooth on waves, and I love the fact that we're getting to see that showcase now at Manu Bay on a left-hand point break.
Yeah, Maz, I wanted your take on that as well. You know, on tour, we're always breaking down the backsiders that are usually, you know, the goofy footers because of all the rights that we have. Now coming here to Manu Bay, how do you break it down as a backhand wave, and how do you look at it for finding big sections to score on?
Yeah, it's quite hard to mix your turns up. Because I've noticed on the last few years, yeah, it's really important to mix your turns up on the CT. But yeah, on your backhand, it's that. Well, who we're coming up next with, Connor, like he did that really well in the Gold Coast. Like Snapper, he was impressive.
Maybe some of the biggest backside turns.
Just so powerful, like incredible, like so powerful. Yeah, it was really impressive.
I think Owen and Wilco were breaking it down, going, okay, no one's hitting it that hard backside, but he was also comboing it up and doing multiple powerful verticals at the last stop at Snapper Rocks, finishing runner-up to Ethan Ewing. Connor O'Leary was on stage at the Ain't That Swell show with all the Swellians in the audience, and he said he's already moved on from that. That's where his headspace is at competitively. He doesn't just try to stay on that high. He goes, okay, I know I have to start all over again. So with great humility and just that real good work ethic, he doesn't mind just cleaning the slate and starting from scratch again.
He would have learnt that as well, just for how long he's been on the tour, that it's a fast-moving tour. We go from event to event. We're already in the 4th event, and we only started 8 weeks ago. So it's back-to-back, and these guys know that you got to keep flowing with it. You got to keep rolling with the motions, and some weeks can be a great high, like a second place over at the Gold Coast, where other results he might not have been super stoked with at the start of the year. So Connor, just feel like he's maturing really gracefully throughout his time on the tour, and there seems to be something different about him this year where he's a gear above, and he knows it too. So I love that Connor, who's such a humble guy usually, and he is a humble guy, is also confident enough to know that he has an X factor and he's starting to bring it to the table.
Oh, he's just living his best life on tour. He's finding out how to be himself and trusting his strengths. At the moment, Morgan Siblick leading the charge here, 6.83 and a 5.83. Ethan Ewing, 4.83 start, is still chasing Siblick, needing a 7.83, trying to connect good results together. And he's been pretty good at that. He's won J-Bay, he's won Bells. He followed up with a quarterfinal after his Bells victory and an equal 9th. So he knows what it's like to show back up, you know, for Ethan. He says it's just so hard on this tour just to get one major win. We were all shocked when we're going, wait, that's his 3rd event title. For his caliber of surfing, you'd expect he'd have a whole lot more. The impact is great, though, for New Zealand here, Maz. Thinking about when you were, you know, coming up, you didn't have the CT, you know, coming to town. And he's looking at the opportunity that Tommy Butlin had, obviously for Billy Stearman and a young Alani Morris. That's got to mean a lot to you that they got to have that kind of opportunity to compare their surfing to all the CTers this year.
Yeah, and that's right. It's just and just the experience of it all, just the lead up, and you know, go surfing every day with these guys. And whenever you surf with, you know, the top surfers in the world, your level will improve. So yeah, for all those guys and just for the kids as well, seeing what level they have to get to if they want to be on this tour. It's it's amazing.
I mean, for you, and also just representing this region, you know, to get to the highest platform, was it hard at times, kind of feeling like you're on your own, or did you kind of have a good pack of international friends that you traveled with as well?
Yeah, we had a big group of New Zealanders that did it at the start. Yeah, Daniel Karopa and a few other guys came along, and my brother Jay, and yeah, it was hard. Like coming from New Zealand, we always had to go to Aussie to, you know, get to see where our level was at, because at that time Australians were, you know, at the top of their game. And then Ricardo came along, and there's just been, you know, a few guys here and there, and Paige, of course. But now, yeah, it just seems there's quite a big group, and yeah, it's just, like I said before, it's just amazing having comps like this so we can see the level and where we have to, you know, how the kids have to achieve it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, for these guys, Ethan and Morgan, Jesse coming off the Aussie leg of the tour where they're just household names, you know, even though they might be competing far from their home break throughout that 3-event series, you know, they feel the energy of the beach backing them. And, you know, for the crew here locally, there is just an infectious roar of joy. You know, as soon as Billy put his jersey on, it was running down to his local break.
There's always something special about competing at home, and Morg's got to feel that as well when we had that one championship tour event over at Newcastle back in 2020, where he got to go and do that and have that same feeling. So for Billy to come back to a place where he mentioned it in a Point Board Riders piece that we have on the broadcast, he can't remember a time that he hasn't been in the board riders here. So to have the board riders club, his family, I know his girlfriend Jess came over from the sunny coast, and just the entire community on those rocks, which are pretty close, by the way. You could hear someone yelling at you if you wanted. It's a really cool feeling, and some people level up when they compete at home, and Billy really is one of those people. He's won at Ragland like 5 times, whether it's the Rip Curl specialty event they have here or the King Queen of the Point. It's a shame that he's out of the draw so early, but Billy, he definitely represents New Zealand so beautifully, and both of these guys do the same with the Australian flag on their shoulder.
16:20 on the clock here. Morgan Siblick leading the charge, the low seed, trying to upset current world number 4 Ethan Ewing, who's still fresh off that win on the Gold Coast. So far, so good for Morgs. Take a Bonsoy brew break and continue the conversation with Maz Quinn. We'll be right back. Flashing back to the last stop of the season over on the Gold Coast. We ran 4 straight days. It was pumping, the sand was perfect, and it just kept going higher and higher as far as energy was concerned, and it was Ethan Ewing finding his flow. Came off a quarterfinal at Margaret River, but officially entered the world title race with a huge win at home. He's a Queenslander. He had all the fans on the beach backing him, and maybe one of the coolest chairs we've had in a very long time, through thousands of people. He's a pretty calm and collected cat, but right there, he couldn't help but just beam into that crowd. So stoked, carrying that energy over here to Manu Bay. Let's get into the flow and rhythm of Ethan Ewing pacing himself here, looking to better a 1.93. Always stylish, always controlled off the bottom, throws some water off that DHD. Climbs over that section and steps off. Remember the situation, he's chasing Morgan Siblick, needs a 7.83 to take the lead. Morgan came out blazing with a 6.83, which is still the best number of the heat so far. Hanging out with Jesse Starling, Maz Quinn. Maz breaking it all down for us at Manu Bay, surfing out here throughout your lifetime, Maz. And the interesting thing was we were trying to get notes on what to expect on this wave, you know, brand new to the CT, and whether it would favor the backhanders or the frontsiders. Obviously the Goofy's so thrilled to be going left and front side, but how has that been kind of over history of competing out here, of who's been favored as we watch this?
Well, during the New Zealand comps, it's usually been backsiders who have won all the comps. Luke Sederman's won a few on his forehand in his prime. Like I was saying in the break, I'm just really excited to see Connor surf with all his power out here, and Cole and Mandia and Italo. I just want to see what they can do out here.
Yeah, those guys go so fast. With Italo and Gabriel, they can create big sections for themselves. Medina stayed so busy in the heat with Eli Hanneman, taking little one-footers that could grow. Those guys can just create scores for themselves when conditions change. I don't know if anyone's better at adapting than Medina or Italo. As we watch now, live action, Morgan Siblick on his 7th wave so far. Made the top 5 in his rookie season. Nice blast there. Total control, ripping sections apart. His coach, a solid goofy footer from North Narrabee, Nathan Hedge, gave him some strong words before this heat. As he's loaded up and just chucks the reverse out, ends up losing the wave, so he won't get credit for that rotation. But looks like he's got intent in every section he's going after right now, JJ.
He knows how big this heat is in the scheme of things. I mean, Ethan, he's fighting for a world title this year, and obviously that win putting him well back in the conversation, but an early round loss is not what he's looking for here. So Morgs knew that Ethan was going to come into this heat fighting. And I love the fact, you know, Maz, you alluded to it earlier, Morgs is giving us variety here, and it's so crucial on the championship tour to have variety. Morgs going for a couple calves, but watch the mindset change through this inside section. He clicks into a gear and goes, all right, I need something more. If this needs to better the 5.83, I've got to go to the air. Goes for the backhand air reverse there, but you can see just too much on his back foot there, so the weight on the back foot and not enough energy in the end of that wave didn't allow him to get the completion. But how reactive Morgs is being on the wave during the ride, it's pretty impressive, and it just shows how locked in he is right now.
So true. That one point you were bringing up as well, Maz, about how hard it is to throw variety and how much the judges really kind of force you to change gears. And some of those airs, after you've gone that long way, and it's almost getting softer, it's not that real hard projection section that these guys are always going for, but they're so good with their body mechanics that they can just whip around a reverse even without help from the wave. We always talk about Morgan coming off blazing to the tour, Maz. You know, how have you seen him evolve, you know, on his comeback to the championship tour?
Yeah, he. I actually watched those last few Challenger series, and you could just tell. You could just tell that he was just locked in, and he wanted it really badly. And his performances in those last few comps was incredible.
Now with 9:30 on the clock, let's check in with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Hog, Morgs has had a really tricky start of the year. His surfing is on point. His attitude looks really good, but he's just not getting the rub. He came out in this heat, a round he's desperate to get through, and he's been on fire, mate. So what was that the strategy? Just get out there and get one straight away?
Yeah, well, look, we've just been bulldogging for the inside and get that first exchange, and he's been able to be successful in that, again, this heat so far. And I think that first round can be a blessing, you know, get a bit of momentum because everyone's starting from scratch. Like, everybody's got it's elimination even in this round for Ethan. So I think we just focused on that and put a little bit of salt and pepper on the top of that to really sort of highlight that, hey, you've got momentum coming in. You've got a 7 and a 7.5. So now's the time to, like, up the ante and just do some more good surfing. So
he seems to be able to really generate a lot of power out of the lip of this wave, which we haven't seen a lot of the surfers able to do today.
Yeah, he's just so compact and he coils up and he's so over that front leg, and you see his legs, he's so powerful. So he's actually built for this wave, and he's you know, he's deadly on the back end. I rate him a favourite at this event for sure.
Unreal, mate. And just finally, you know, how has his headspace been, you know, copping those losses even though he has been in blinding form?
Well, look, I think he's just stuck to process, and MF had a good chat to us, you know, a couple months back at Surf and Oz, and said, you do all the process right, you just be proud of yourself and you leave it all out there. And Morgs has been doing that, you know, doing all the things that he can control within his world the best that he can. So he's felt pretty at ease with, you know, what he's been doing, and then just the rub of the green, like you said earlier, just going to go his way. So a little bit of faith, a little bit of, like, PSI in the tyres, and things are going to change, and then the floodgates will open wide up. So he's been pretty centred and not too bad.
That's great, mate. Still some time to go in this one. We'll let you get back to it on your hoggy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Vaughn. Nathan Hedge, part of the championship tour for many years, longtime competitor. Used to have real long hair in those old search movies like Feral Kingdom when he'd travel with guys like Tom Curran around the world. Now one of the great coaches working with the Australians like Morgan Siblick. You could see Morgan's had this tactic a lot. He kind of catches a wave, see what Ethan's up to, looking for sets, and then he commits, Jesse.
Yeah, I love this inside track here. He's really finding a lot of his points just by going crazy, even if it's in 3 moments. But Hog's so right. He's not leaving anything out there. If there's a section, he's going for it. He's not getting caught up in wave size or wave height right now for Morgs. If there's a lip to hit, he's hitting it, and you can really respect that from Morgan.
Interesting changes this year, Maz, on the championship tour. You know, when you're on tour, I think it was still top 45 in the world, and now it's obviously top 34. We've had that for a bit, but now going into these one-on-one heats where there isn't that non-elimination round makes it very intense. You know, and for Morgan, when he wasn't getting the wins, you could actually drop into that first round and your seed can change. It is great for fans, as we notice. It puts a lot more pressures on the guys on tour.
Yeah, I think I was just talking with Luke Egan yesterday about that, actually, about how, it seems like some guys haven't sort of, their headspace hasn't moved into, you get knocked out in this heat and that's it. Yeah. So, it was pretty interesting to hear what he had to say. And, I guess everyone just has to adapt super fast, and the guys that do are doing pretty good. And, and Morgan, his backhand is, I knew it was good, but he's surfing Money Bay amazing.
Oh, crazy combinations from Morgan Siblick. Ethan Ewing, world number 4, has a nice easy pace. Needs to build though, needs a 7.83, trying to crush that section, but he goes straight down. Ethan Ewing not improving, still needing almost an excellent score to take the lead off Morgan Siblick.
I was thinking there's got to be some more energy behind it. Ethan's going to pick this one up down the line.
Ethan getting started. Quick fan off the tail. Easy backhand float. Off the bottom, fin chuck into reverse. Does get the rotation and steps off. His high score at the moment, a 4.83. He really wants to get rid of both of those 4s, but here comes Morgan now. Nice fade. This one could grow for him. Hugging the wall. And the man representing Meriwether Beach just attacks that lip. Nice transition off the bottom. Building down the line with energy. Good snap again. Wall staying open for Siblick. Snap to slide. Hangs onto it. Coils up again and has found some great sections. Opens up with an aggressive backhand climb. Just the energy is electric out of Morgan Siblick.
I think Hoggy's right. I think he's one of the favorites.
Maz Quinn backing that. And as far as changing gears backhand, Maz, I mean, he has a lot of options he can reach to. I just love that aggressive climb. He's being really spontaneous with what he can do on his backside attack.
Yeah, like Hoggy said, he's compact, and then he comes up and he just unloads, and he's really powerful for how big a man he is. And and the variety is just, every turn's a little bit different. And that's what, like I said, Manu Bay is really hard to change your turns, and he's doing that really well.
It's just a testament to how intense the tour is for Morgan's tough start through the Aussie leg. I think everybody was looking at Morgan in their brackets and wondering what was going wrong. And this is the Morgan everyone was expecting at the start of the season.
Oh, absolutely. Just with how dominant he was on the Challenger Series, let alone that, how dominant he was in his wildcards last year in the CT events. Morgs just went absolutely ballistic on this wave. I love those, especially those last 3 turns where it was power, power, power. Like, he just did not hold back at all. Ethan did really well to find this one down the line after a fall. You can see there's not much difference in between power for these two guys. Ethan could easily be doing everything that Morgs has done in this heat, but he's been sitting and waiting, and it would have been a really tough pill to swallow to turn around and see Morgs on the wave that Ethan was waiting for, because that was the shape that he was chasing.
I see the 7.5 for Siblick. The new best number of the heat is opener. A 6.83 is now a backup. Ethan Ewing's last, a 5.17. Hoggy's going to be proud of this approach. He's not surprised. He already knew that Siblick was a favorite. He's been working hard with him over the years. As we look at an important time for Ewing, 2:50 to go. He's got to act now. All fill-in work. He's just hoping this thing grows into a big open wall down the line here at Manu Bay. And the man from Stradbroke just putting it together, trying to really push hard in the pocket, and just a little off, trying to force a fin drift. And still, everything going Morgan's way.
Surfing's such a funny sport, isn't it? One week you're on cloud 9, the next week you just can't get it right. I mean, he's had moments where he's looked incredible, Ethan. I mean, there's nothing wrong with his surfing, but just hasn't been able to put a wave together from start to finish. And we literally were celebrating a win of his a week ago, and now he's got 2 minutes and he's still within a single wave score of a 916. So there definitely crazier things have happened. But it is such a head scratcher surfing, and like I mentioned, I feel like he easily could have won this heat if he had a similar game plan to Morgs here, Mats.
Well, it just goes to show anyone in this tour can win a comp, and the level is so high that doesn't matter who it is, anyone can win. Anyone can win the heat. So this is a perfect example. Like you said, last week he won in amazing form, and in this heat he just can't quite find that right wave. But hats off to Morgan, he's blazing.
I used to talk about that with Potts all the time. You know, when he was on tour back through the 80s, he's like, there's like a handful of guys that were winning events, really. You know, and it wasn't like the tour is today, where, like you said, when someone's all of a sudden hasn't won a heat all year, they can get on fire and go all the way to finals day. And that's just a statement for how hard everyone's working, especially in the high performance centers, how competitive the Challenger Series was this past year, which is bringing so much entertainment to the platform. Like a Challenger event is just such good watching. You know, you're watching pro surfing at its finest, and really hard heats, you know, with everything on the line. It's cutthroat, and, you know, Morgan just got off that again. For the last 3 seasons, he's been a part of that. So he's bringing a whole lot of heat to the tour this year.
Absolutely, and he hasn't had an off season. He has not. He's just been competing for the last couple of years. Since he fell off tour, there hasn't been any downtime for Morg. So to get wins in moments like these, I mean, there's still 20 seconds on the clock right now. It really does show to, Lobby alluded to it in his post-heat interview, these guys put a lot of time in trying to get better at surfing. They don't get to the tour and then stop. They get to the tour and want to continue climbing. Ethan Ewing is a perfect example of that as well. Him and Phil McNamara were constantly working on carving harder. And who thought that Ethan Ewing could carve harder, but he did that over at Snapper. But unfortunately, he's out in round 2 right now.
Big upset in round 2. Current world number 4, Ethan Ewing, upset in the second round by a fired up Australian named Morgan Siblick, who remains undefeated over Ewing in one-on-one heats. Morgan struggled at the first 3 stops, and that's all old history now, because that spark and fire is back, and he's moving on into the 3rd round of competition. 2 best waves of the heat, both for Morgan Siblick. A very convincing win. Even had a 3rd throwaway that was higher than Ethan's best score. Total domination from the man from Newcastle. As he moves on to the next one, it'll be Connor O'Leary and Rio Waida coming up next. And we're going to hang on to Maz Quinn to call one more heat with us here in round 2 action at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Big congrats to Morgan. Magic Sharp Eye surfboard could take him the distance in this event. We'll be right back. Beautiful opening ceremony that welcomed the best surfers in the world and just welcomed the event in such a special way. We're always learning about the local cultures and the traditions, and we learned a lot that day. You had to walk up and be accepted by understanding your intentions of why you're entering this beautiful place, and the locals had so many beautiful things to say about the best surfers in the world. Maz Quinn, New Zealand royalty in the surfing world, growing up in this beautiful place. I'm sure that meant a lot to you, just seeing that opening ceremony and how this event was really blessed before it got started.
Yeah, I wasn't actually here, but I did see a replay of it, and you know what was real cool was Tahitians doing a reply. That was amazing. That song they sung, it was cool. It was, yeah.
They're really cool. I was talking to Simon Zuvich back on Wadandi Buja, Ninja Bundy surfer, and he talked about that, telling his stories and actually being prepared to give something back, you know, and it was great that Seth Moniz has a Polynesian, native Hawaiian, and then also Vahine Fierro leading a song from Tahiti, and then kick this event off. This place is absolutely gorgeous and stunning geographically. We obviously want to come for world-class waves and big competition. I'm sure for you, Maz, over the years when people travel, they're always like, what do I do now? What do I see next? You know, what would you recommend for people who are coming here to surf and then they want to check out this amazing place on land as well?
For me, it would be, check out South Island. Yeah, incredible. Totally different again, totally different landscape. Like Ragland, not many people around, just crazy empty coastline, mountains in the middle all the way down the whole island, empty beach breaks, empty points. Perfect.
And yeah, we'll just ask you where to go at the right time. It's still cool that you can find uncrowded waves, you know, in New Zealand, which is great. I ran into Rambo Estrada, and he's got an amazing book that captures the beauty of this coastline. As we'll get caught up with the start of the seat, Rio Waida taking on Connor O'Leary here, Jesse. Rio getting started.
Yeah, I love how zippy Rio is as a surfer. He always puts time in at the places he goes to as well. Came over, had a pretty iconic wipeout video. I'm not sure if you saw it, did break the internet, that one. But Rio, he's learned a lot of lessons by coming over here, and not just here, but Margs, Gold Coast, Bells. He spent a lot of time at all of the places before we've gone there. And I think that really screams volumes to the type of competitor Rio is. He always wants to put his best foot forward. Coming up in a heat against Connor, he doesn't have power on Connor, so he would know that and would use his light, zippy, fast, progressive surfing to his advantage right now. So it's all about picking your poisons and figuring out your edge on your competitor. And Rio knows that no matter who he has, that he's got a really big bag of tricks and he's going to lean on it.
Connor O'Leary working with Richard Dog Marsh. Rio working with Glenn Micro Hall once again this season on tour, as they're both sitting right next to each other. O'Leary the one with priority. Connor knows that Ethan Ewing was knocked out. That was who he enjoyed the final with at the last stop of the season. I asked Connor about the feeling it was. You know, he didn't win. And sometimes, you know, competitors say that stings worse because you're that close. Connor didn't say that. He actually said it might have felt better than winning J-Bay because his family was there, his friends were there, the crowd was electric, and he kept looking at these faces that they showed up for him. And he said it didn't make him nervous, like, oh gosh, they all came here for me. He said, oh, I should actually feel more relaxed because they're gonna love me no matter what. Maybe I could just put on a show. And he just was able to release into a whole different type of form. Once he saw the judges rewarding those power blows, he's like, okay, I think I got this. And, you know, really pushed Ethan at the start. It was a 40-minute final. The back half was pretty quiet. But I think the main message we got was Connor O'Leary has even improved more from last season, winning Jeffreys Bay, That wasn't just a one-off. He's going to do a lot more this year. As we see our Indonesian Rio Waida get started. Just a little cutback. He steps out. Looks like there's maybe an opportunity for Connor here. O'Leary will paddle into his first wave. Little wrapping cutback representing Japan and Cronulla and Lennox. Wraps it again. Nice patience from O'Leary, pushing harder out in front. Driving into the pocket again. Has some nice speed, just a good tempo. Moving down the line with rhythm and authority on that carve. O'Leary on the wind-up, big vertical snap. He's changing gears for us. And it just went off speed on him, ran out of wave. But carried his speed really well. Good amount of variety and a good opening wave mass.
Yeah, like his flow then was really nice. And for me, it's just his board looks amazing. He's getting every little weave he does, you can see the push of drive he gets from it. Yeah, did a few nice real, it's a great first wave, like a few nice hacks and then that real nice Rio at the end there. And yeah, he looks pretty locked in right there.
Yeah, doing some magic with Darren Handley, getting some good boards for this event, Jesse.
He's had great wave selection over the last two events in particular. Just knowing that he's got size on his side, so let's go those bigger waves. Really, really strong calves here from Connor. Love that one in particular. Felt like there was a really tight coil, tight turning point on that one. Draws it out a little bit longer, but just so much power coming from Connor. Maz, you mentioned you saw him surf a couple of weeks ago when they came over to practice and he figured it out really quick. You can see it's translating over into the heat now. And I thought there's going to be more waves to come. You could see indicators was lighting up. So Rio getting a wave but pushing a little bit too hard.
So Rio trying to force it there as he'll roll into this one. Nice little setup turn. I love how some of these walls just will run down the point. Past the low tide around 2:30 this afternoon, so it'll be slowly filling in through the rest of the evening. Really lightning fast and a great backhand that he's been enjoying for a long time surfing Uluwatu. Back home on the island of Bali. Has Karamas on the other side, so he's got some world-class waves back home in Indonesia. Let's hear from Morgan Siblick with Vaughn.
Morgan. Mate. Congrats, brother. Like, you just, like, at the start of that heat, it was like you just dropped the clutch and just did a hell burnout out of the car park. Just got going straight off the bat. You know, dogged for the inside, but made it count as well.
Oh, I got so lucky. I feel like there hasn't been too many waves that'll let you get up and over on the first section, and my very first one just let me do that and then stayed steep. And I don't know, that heat was such a hard heat to surf, man. Like, I feel just a little bit bad for Eve because it's just like you don't even know what the waves are going to do when you're standing up on them. And then, like, when the good ones come through, they're just like an amazing canvas to rip. But I feel like I stood up on 10 waves and flicked off 8 of them. So I've got a bit lucky there, so stoked to get through.
Well, the 2 you didn't flick off were complete demo jobs, mate. The backhand's looking like a weapon of mass destruction right now. You're one of the few surfers that can really generate power through the lip of this wave at the moment. Like, how good does it feel to just be able to unwind on a wave face like that?
It feels good. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've had a pretty rough trot with waves so far this year in my heats, and it just feels really good to just get the ball rolling and actually catch a few decent waves in my heats. And yeah, I don't know. I've always liked my backhand for some weird reason, and I don't know. This wave just really seems to suit me, especially like at this size. It feels good. So yeah, hopefully keep going through the competition.
Yeah, man, and we've seen your backhand before, how strong it is at Narrabeen, at Rotto. Another guy who went well at Rotto on his backhand was Liam O'Brien. That's who you're going to be matching up with in the next one.
Yeah, I know. I'm so stoked. I just saw him in the locker room. It's going to be an epic heat, and I know it's just like pretty classic. Like, we grew up like surfing in the contest together, traveling together our whole entire lives, and now we get to surf another heat on the CT together in the round of 16, and at least one of us is going to get through. It's going to be fun heat for sure.
Yeah, it'll be great to watch, man. You know, both of you guys are on fire at the moment. It's great to see you get some momentum after a slow start to this year, and well done, mate. Some sick surfing in that one. I love that. Noon up, just bam, bird alert.
Nah, cheers, Bono. Good to get out of that. Well, hopefully out of that first round for indefinitely. Hopefully never go back into that thing, and yeah, hopefully keep getting a few results this year, and yeah, keep it going. Come on.
Good on you, brother. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thanks, Vaughn. Thanks, Morgan. They're going to be premiering a movie called Sketchy here in Ragland in a few days. Vaughn made the movie. Morgan's the star of it. They've spent a long time together making hilarious movie parts. Obviously on land, just all about comedic value. And in the water, absolute shredding from Morgan Siblick. The key takeaway about this round one, those 4 heats, everyone's haunted by it. Even Seth referenced it as like getting out of that to move to the main event, almost taking it like a trials as we catch up with Rio Waida here, Jesse.
Rio looking great on this wave, just fast. Went kind of over-inverted on that last one. His board wasn't actually, the back of his board wasn't actually hitting the back of the wave. It almost was hitting the side there, so he did really well to bring it back down under him. He's matching Connor in this one as far as scores go. I mean, Connor's got that big exclamation number out ahead of him, but to have Rio's highest score that he has, it's going to keep in the game right now.
Maz, when you reflect back on your life on the Dream Tour and competing professionally, you know, for these surfers on tour, they're living it now. And for Morgan, he'll never forget that heat with Ethan Ewing as a big stepping stone in his season. When you look back, do you have those key heats that you'll never forget as far as the waves were pumping or the type of surfer you had to battle against when you were on tour where you're like, oh my gosh, I have this guy coming up? Do you remember moments like that?
Yeah, the one that does fully stand out, I had Andy at Hossegor one year, and I was a wild card actually because I made it through the trials in France, and yeah, came up against it was like 6 to 8 foot and just crazy raw Hossegor, and we actually had a few drinks the night before, and we didn't realise the comp was going to be on. and then it was on. I was like, oh, okay. And then, yeah, ended up being a really, really cool heat. Like the current was so bad we couldn't even paddle back out. We had to run back around or get the ski. And yeah, I had him until the last sort of 30 seconds, and then he got me, and he got yeah. But it was such cool. It's just cool, just sharing the ocean of Andy for that heat, and yeah, you just never count those top guys out, never.
What a magic story, and especially a location where Andy was devastating in Hossegor in his time on tour and all those world titles. That was one of his pet events, and to be able to share that with him. Wow, that's a really cool memory looking back. And, you know, also the camaraderie that was there, you know, hanging out the night before. Next thing you know, you're trying to trade barrels against each other. You know, that camaraderie still exists these days on tour. And I think that's what makes the heats kind of lift. You know, you know you're out there to give it your all. And, like, let's leave it in the water and then shake hands, have a Corona Cero after it's all said and done.
Yeah, that's
you know?
right. Yeah, back then, yeah, there was definitely some fiery competitors, and it's always good to have that real, you know, strong rivalry. But then when you get back on the land, you can shake hands, have a beer later, and yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting too at the start of these heats, you know, especially when you're at a point break like Manu Bay, and some surfers that just will not give up their inside. What are the secrets to just positioning on this wave at this size? You know, is it pretty straightforward? Or does it take a long time to really figure this place out?
Well, yeah, I'm far from a local at Manu Bay. I've definitely had a lot of heats out here, and it is really tricky at this size. But yeah, generally there's places you sit on certain tides, and yeah, it's just like Morgan said. Some people surfing just really connect with the wave, and you saw it in that heat, and you're seeing it with Connor. And Rio, he's looking really lively right there. But yeah, it's a tricky wave to surf, but it's like anywhere, I guess. You know, you just got to put your time in, pick the right wave.
That makes sense. I think at the moment, Vaughn Blakey has a very special guest in the Red Bull Athletes Zone.
I do, Joe. It's Luke Cederman, one of the greatest ever Manu Bay surfers. That's what you told me.
Yeah, that's what I tell everyone.
Mate, what have you made of the event so far? It must be so sick to have pro surfing back here in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's it's been pretty good, really. There's waves, which is good. I mean, everyone was like, you know, asking me like I know what's going on. Should never have called myself the Ragland Surfer Book, because now people actually think that I know something about like weather for. I'm not a meteorologist, but it's good that there's been waves today and there's been some great surfing. That's all I have to say about that.
Mate, Connor O'Leary's on a wave. Why don't you take us through it?
I don't know how to commentate people surfing. He's doing well. He's gone up. He's gone down. He's come back around. He's doing that, and then he's going to do another one of them, and then he hopefully finish with a big tail drift. No, he didn't. I told him. I said, Connor, I was like, you got to do 3 big turns, and then today I kind of like changed up the strategy. I was like, you got to do 4 big turns.
Yeah, and you have been coaching everyone who's turned up, not just coaching them in the water, but telling them where to park, telling them where to eat, telling them which leg to put their leggy on. How's it working out for you? Have you had much success with these people?
Well, not so far. No one's really acknowledged me. But you know, like if I just keep chipping away, eventually someone's gonna, you know, say, "Hey, Luke, I want you in my corner. Your advice is invaluable, and I need you for success."
I think it's going to happen, mate. I can feel it. You know, as the conditions go on, someone's going to lean into your knowledge. Now, our good friend Maz Quinn is in the booth. Any messages you'd like to share with your old mate Maz?
Well, not really. I mean, I can just probably go and like see him when he gets out of the booth anyway. Like, that's not hard.
But he is royalty, right?
Oh, he's New Zealand surf royalty. I actually said that to him earlier today. First time I've ever said that to him. But yeah, I guess he is New Zealand surf royalty. I hate gassing him up, but yeah, he's done quite a bit for New Zealand surfing. I used to look up to him, not so much anymore because he's like 50. But he's a nice bloke. Sorry if I said anything that you don't like, Maz.
Mate, so good to have you here, mate. I've been loving all the socials that you've been doing for the WSL and the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro as well, mate. And look forward to seeing what else you come up with. And what about that T-shirt?
Thank you, Vaughn.
What about
Thank
that
you for being
T-shirt
here.
you got?
Well, this is my Billy Stearman unofficial supporters merchandise that I designed for this event.
Look at this thing.
And it didn't work, unfortunately. I mean, it was cool. Like, we had a whole bunch of people wearing them, and it was like a bit of a morale boost, but he still lost, which is kind of unfortunate. But still, I love this T-shirt, and you can't buy them exclusive, so yeah.
Well, mate, I think you maybe just needed some more flames coming out of the orca's mouth.
Could have gone with more flames. This is actually an art.
Best T-shirt of the business.
It's actually an artist's depiction of Billy's last Ragland Point board riders heat, where he got I think it's 7.5.
Thanks, Luke. Ragland Surf Report, Joey.
Oh my goodness. I could listen to that all day. Thank you, Vaughn. Luke Cederman, Ragland Surf Report. He's not a meteorologist. I'm going to stop asking him what the waves are going to do tonight, tomorrow,
he's
the
lying.
next day. He does know.
Lying. He
knows
definitely
everything.
knows. He's so in tune with this wave. He's selling himself short right now.
Yeah. Hey, Maz, do you want to respond to any of that? I mean,
No, he's pretty spot on with all of that.
Oh, classic. Definitely one of our favorite comedians in the surfing world and representing New Zealand really well. Love hanging out with Luke Cederman as we were watching a little left setup for Rio Waida. Started off with a lot of speed, definitely one of the fastest guys on tour. Now drawing off the bottom, good backhand snap, controlling it again, just like he would at Fun Size Uluwatu. Drives into the pocket, finding some flow. Nice bottom turn again, and is able to hit that end section. It's gonna roll out in front of him for the rest of the wave. But one of his better ones where he just got a nice flow going down the stretch, chasing a 7.44. Connor opened with a 7.17, backed it up with a 6.27. So he just went automatic back-to-back with his keepers. A good comeback wave for Rio, Jesse.
Definitely. That's the best shape wave I feel like we've seen come through in the last hour of competition. So Rio really identifying that. This, however, 6.27 from Connor O'Leary. Smaller looking wave. We were thinking he's going to be on the big ones to get points. We were so wrong. Connor is really converting with any opportunity that comes his way. Love that second turn. Getting those fins out the back ever so slightly. But he really got them out the back on this last one. Completely drifting that tail around, re-engaging the fins, getting the completion. So I'd say he listened to Luke on that one. That felt like there was 4 big turns there.
It really did.
This was the best wave that we've seen come through.
That's right. Maz, what did you see on this performance?
Yeah, he really turned it up on this wave. That turn in the last turn was probably the highlight of the wave. And again, he just, it was probably the best wave that's come through in a while. And apart from that last turn, I think it's going to be, what does he need, a 7.4? He's going to come close. I thing had come real close.
Well done. Rio Waida putting it all together on the back end with 13 minutes on the clock. Maz, you've been participating in this sport for your whole life and now watching it closely. How have you seen it evolve as far as performance is concerned when you watch Rio and Connor compete here at Manu Bay at this size? Are there some real obvious changes in the evolution of how they're attacking this wave?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just more precise, which is probably the best word I can come up with. Yeah, just more precise in the lip, under the lip and around it. It's just, and everyone's, yeah, it seems like everyone's got power these days. Like everyone works out, everyone, you know, is throwing tin like it's plastic in the gym. And yeah, so everyone's really strong and pushing water, you know, and just the boards, they're just, you know, they're probably just a little bit more updated than they were.
Yeah, always evolving.
Not on a 6.3 anymore.
Yeah, yeah, it's shrunk down quite a bit. It was really impressive what Felipe rode in his seat. He had that like 2+1 setup on that little fish that was probably about 5'6", and no tail pat. Just took a chance and it worked beautifully for a two-time world champ. Rio out front now, 7-8-3 on that last wave. I see the score lock in with 3 excellent numbers thrown from the panel. Averages out 7-8-3 and the lead. Connor O'Leary now drops to second. He's got priority and needs a 6-6-7. Remember, we lost Ethan moments ago. Connor was runner-up. Now he's in trouble. Let's see if Connor could find a way to come back against Rio in the back end of round 2. Heat number 7. Still hanging out with one of the best ever from New Zealand, Maz Quinn. We'll come back right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
What a story it's been for Connor O'Leary, representing Cronulla, where he grew up. His first sponsor was a local surf shop when he was about 14. He was always humble, talking about the competitors he battled against, from Jake Sylvester, Brian Callanan, Matt Banting. I mean, he had so many big names around him, and it just made him work even harder. Made the move up to Lennox, starts representing Japan. His mom, a competitor for many years from Japan, so he's always had Japanese competitors stay with him in the O'Leary household and help them cruise around Australia to get crucial points. Recently got signed by the Bonsoy team, and what a great team rider, ambassador of the sport, and just stoked. He has time for everybody. Even got a selfie with Luke Cederman the other day. He's a big fan of Ragland Surf Report. Those two guys were on stage together at that Swell show, and they just kept laughing the whole time. And kind of like, well, it's getting kind of late for Connor. He's got to contest to think about. And Connor's like, I feel natural in this setting. You know,
Oh,
he does
that's
work
cool.
hard. He knows he has to train, but he knows how to turn it off as well and have the right amount of fun. He said he's figured out the system at this age to balance the good times and also do the best job in the water.
You just have FOMO as well. Those Swellian shows are so much fun, and I wouldn't want to leave either. Those two are hilarious as well. I imagine that would have been a pretty funny combo between Connor and Luke, Ragland Surf Report. So we'll definitely got to, if you haven't been to a Swellian show, you got to go. It really is one of the sport's great treasures.
Oh, they do such a great job. Vaughn Blakey, Jed Smith, they've got the Ain't That Swell podcast you can find wherever you listen to your podcast. They're always breaking down pro surfing and come out with all the scoop after all the big days of competition. Connor, though, still waiting for an opportunity to strike. He only caught 2 waves before. Needs a 6.67. Rio Waida working with Glenn Micro Hall at this event. Crow is with Vaughn.
Thanks very much, Joey. Yeah, Crowy, this has been a good heat, hasn't it? A seesawing battle. You know, on paper, you'd think it's a mismatch in terms of the physiques of these two characters, but actually Rio is a super powerful unit.
Yeah, Rio is one of those guys. He's obsessed with the gym and the training aspect of this whole sport. So he's thick and he's strong, and obviously Connor's taller and he's a big lump of a human, but both of them are strong, right? They're strong athletes, and these little waves, they've got some punch in them. So, yeah, it's an equal match.
Yeah, the waves have been pretty fun for this one. Like, with the colours and just that long roping left, it's looking not unlike the west coast of Indonesia right now.
Seriously, I think Rio taps into that stuff too. Like, it just looks so beautiful. This country is just something special, and just seeing these points in the afternoon with the glare and the water blowing off the back, it's pretty special. You can't help it as a surfer be just like grateful to be here.
And, mate, Rio getting that last wave, probably the best wave of the heat. Well, easily the best wave of the heat, but also, you know, what are you liking about his composure and his ability to sort of get into the mindset to flip it?
Yeah, for sure. That was a big moment, like when the absolute wave of the day comes through and you've got the opportunity to get the score and turn the heat. It's like, you know, and that's what we kind of train for. It's what everyone kind of comes here to do, and those moments are exciting, but Rio loves it. He thrives on these kind of situations, but 5 minutes to go, it's not over, so hopefully there's another exchange, and obviously hope Rio comes out on top.
That's it. We'll let you get back to it, mate.
Oh, here we go. Let's go.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Glenn Micro Hall, Micro Surf Academy. Spent some time on tour and just turned people's careers around. He's been in world title showdowns, successful with Tyler Wright in back-to-back seasons. Coached Owen to that emotional comeback victory at Snapper Rocks. Made Wilco a world title contender. Got Molly Pickham really going and got her started on the championship tour. The list goes on and on. Rio really loves the connection with Glenn. And I know they'd be thrilled that he was able to turn things around after Connor had such a strong start.
Oh, definitely. And for Rio, it's moments like that that really do add up throughout the year. Obviously, he still has a job to do. There's 5 minutes to go. Connor is only looking for a 6.67. In the scheme of just the caliber Connor has set for himself this year, that's like a 4, really, in his realm. So Connor's still very much in this. He has priority. It really does come down to the wave, and if he gets another opportunity, which you think he will, that Rio, they're big moments for him to fight back and answer back to a guy who just finaled at the event that we were just at. And Micro touched on it as well. He loves really earthy environments. Obviously we're on Earth, but he loves greenery, and I got to chat with him on a podcast that my best friend and I have back home, Shay, and he really mentioned, you know, he loves going on hikes and he loves exploring nature, and by competing and doing what he does, he gets to live out another passion as well. So Rio would really love this part of the world.
I think Rio has the interest in hiking up Mount Everest. You know,
Yeah.
he's really into it. I would love if he could accomplish that. He definitely can. Nice cool evening light, 3:50 on the clock. One more heat to go before we wrap up the day. George Pitar and Alejo Moniz. And still enjoying our time with Maz Quinn, multiple-time national champ, a C-tier representing New Zealand. We talked about how things have changed in performance by just coming off a nice coaching interview there. How has that evolved with the coaches that were involved back when you were on tour, and where that's gone today?
There was no coaches when I was on tour.
So for you personally, did you just kind of figure everything out by yourself?
Pretty much. I mean, we leant on our friends that we travelled with, and the year I qualified, so did Mick Fanning. So, and he was it seemed like to me he was the guy who brought in the proper fitness routine, just headspace, and it seemed like it changed then.
3 minutes on the clock, whipping some backside turns quickly down the line is Rio Waida. Man, he's fast. Driving through that one again. Nice backlit spray off the lip line. Looking for maybe one more major here. Pushes hard to shut it down. So much speed in between his turns. Always a cloud favorite is Rio Waida.
Sorry, how did he get that wave off Connor?
I know. I know.
Good question.
Connor could have surfed that to a 6.67. I mean, it did break a little bit deeper than where Connor was sitting, but the bowl on it was exactly what you chase for out here at Manu Bay. So Rio identifying that. I still feel that there's still a gap in this heat. There is still a door open right now for Connor, but this wave was great, Maz.
That was good. That was a really nice inside runner. He had identified that wall it had, and it just kept running, and this was some of the best turns he on his wave he's done.
Maz, did you find it a lot easier to get out of your head going backside, where it was just a little bit more automatic in your decisions?
Yeah, I've always enjoyed going backhand, and yeah, it's for me, yeah, just going straight up there, 12 o'clock's pretty, it's one of the best things you can do in surfing. Like Connor's got that just on lock. But yeah, like I said, it's just so hard to mix it up, and Rio did that really well on that wave.
90 seconds remaining. Rio Waida looking to improve on a 6 under Connor's priority. And Connor started so strong, straight into a 7.17. Rio finally got the lead change and just found his rhythm, waiting on another number that could really just put this away before Connor even gets a chance to take off. And under priority, Rio Waida turns in a 7.37. The two best numbers of the heat back-to-back from the Indonesian. And now a minute to go for O'Leary, now needing an excellent score of an 8.03.
Connor would just be looking up the point right now. We saw a beautiful drone angle shot just there. We saw Whale Bay. There wasn't many waves breaking there, but when you look for, really does start to push hard up there. So let's see if we can see a couple more waves rolling through, but Connor would just be eyeing off indicators right now. It's called that for a reason, and he needs one of those bigger sets to roll through.
On the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, a lot of the blue jerseys are really sending it today, from Morgan Siblick now to Rio Waida, who's looking for a big result. He's been staying really positive this year, even through some tough losses. And
wow.
The two already shaking hands as we're counting this one out. Connor O'Leary upset here at round 2 after one of the best events of his career on the Gold Coast. But the backhand was electric from Rio, and he will move on into the 3rd round. Fun breaking down the action with yourself, Maz Quinn. Fun just hanging out with you here in New Zealand. First off, thanks for having us, and thanks for all you've done for the sport.
Oh, thank you, and yeah, thanks for having me in the booth. It's I've been watching on the last few comps, and always go, oh, it would be cool to be in there, and here I am.
Yeah, definitely. Let's make it happen more often. You'll be around the next few days.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and we'll keep the conversation going. Coming up next, it will be George Pitar taking on Alejo Muniz in the last heat of the evening here on opening day. We'll be right back for more after this.
Well, day one has delivered in a big way. A lot of good scores being dropped by the world's best as we get set to wrap things up. The final heat of the day, George Pittard taking on Alejo Munez, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, True Starling in the booth. This has been awesome, beautiful day. Couldn't ask for more, True.
Oh, it's been an amazing day. What a way to start off this event here in Ragland. I mean, we've had really fun waves. We've had some huge upsets as well, which no one was really expecting, but I think it's kept people on their toes.
Yeah, really interesting, Rich. The winner of the last event, the runner-up at the last event, now out of the mix here.
Yeah, crazy stuff. You couldn't predict it, could you? What's going to happen next, as they say, but it's been an incredible day, opening day of competition for this incredible event here in New Zealand, and we've got one more heat to go, and then we'll rip into the post-show.
Yeah, this is a big one. George Pittard's been on fire this year. A couple of ninth place finishes. The big victory, of course. Alejo on his swan song run on the championship tour. He's calling it a day at the end of this season, and he wants to collect some magic memories and really lap up the experience this season. He has been an absolute warrior, and this is a tough draw for him because George has established himself as one of the form surfers this year.
He has, and it's sad saying goodbye. You know, it's the final chapter, and it's, you know, goodbye in the Rashi, but we'll see some epic free surfing clips, I'm sure, from Alejo. And for George, he's been so in form. I feel like Margs was his event, and it always was. You know, he had some breakthrough performances, and for taking that one out, this is, you know, going to be a great matchup. Hopefully a bit of momentum as well. And he is from Queensy, but surfs North Narrabeen a lot whenever he's at home as well, so he's no stranger to going left.
I'm going to have to just correct you there, Trey.
No, non-stain.
He's
North
a
Stain
North
boy,
Stain
through
boy,
and through.
yeah, but Rich wasn't going to let that one go.
See, this is why. The Manly
Oh, mate.
The rivalry's
pipe.
there.
The Manly pipe.
You know
the
what?
rivalry's there. It's all good. It's
I'm
friendly.
going to pull Rich up too. He started at Queenscliff and then made his way south of the pipe.
No, I'm going to correct you, actually. I
Oh,
started
no.
at North Stain. Went and...
I got lured by the bright lights of
well,
Queenscliff.
North Stain dissolved just momentarily for a couple of years, and I had to...
No way.
I had to find some competition somewhere, so the Queenie boys let me jump in for a few years, and it was really enjoyable.
And you're off the hook.
Yeah, and then I went south again, so...
You're back. Loyalty's there.
Yeah.
Well, these two, you know, they did meet at the last event. George got the jump on Alejo on the Gold Coast. So Alejo not having to wait long to try and exact some revenge here. Alejo, he's had a number of third-place finishes. It was actually a third-place finish on the Gold Coast last year that helped him maintain a place on this championship tour. And, you know, I think we've been celebrating the resilience of this guy as he's made his championship tour return. He was plugging away on the Challenger Series for a number of years. And before that, the qualifying series, just to get back, to get this opportunity, and wants to set a great example for his son on just, you know, never giving up and staying true to your dreams. This is a guy that's had a career plagued by injury. So it's really awesome that he gets this opportunity now to travel to all the places where he's collected some great moments and some new places as well, and get the send-off he deserves.
Yeah, he's one of the most likeable guys on tour as well, has a lot of time for everyone. Obviously part of that Brazilian storm, and always willing to pass on some of that knowledge through the ranks. And it'll be sad when Alejo has departed us, but what an incredible way to finish off, just announcing that he's going to be his final year, so he can really enjoy it. And he's got plenty of heat wins left for this year, you can guarantee that.
It's pretty special to be, you know, experiencing a new place as well on your final year on tour, and to try something different and have new kind of, I don't know, just new approaches. And I feel like it might even change the mindset a bit for Alejo. The pressure's off, he can surf a little bit freer, and we might even see different parts of him that are starting to shine through.
Well, we've seen Alejo on the backhand over the years at various locations. Haven't seen too much of George on a high-performance left. Rich, how is the backhand approach?
Backhand's good. He's been working on it. Obviously, the forehand has really come a long way and looks super spicy and silky smooth. Let's check the form out on the backhand.
George just building at the moment, waiting for this wave to stand up. Conditions have been beautiful here at Manu Bay this afternoon, and there's been a lot of opportunity as these waves stand up on that incoming tide through the inside here. And George just staying alive, just trying to max the points out of this one. whips that board up into the pocket as the wave bottoms out on the inside here.
You can see that water has moved in so much in the last hour. All those rocks were exposed just an hour and a half ago, and it's that tide's really coming in quick. So these guys are going to have to adjust and just make sure they're right on that takeoff zone, and they're reading these waves. But not a bad way to start things off. So George is going to get the better of the opening exchange. Just a 0.57 for Alejo to kick things off, and George will drop the best number of these opening waves. Looked pretty good on this, I thought. Not too bad. Just starts off tic-tacking down the line. Now the turns start to dig a little deeper. Great snap, and again, just producing some really nice angles here. Stays energetic and light-footed, and I'm going to put him in the same category as Liam O'Brien and Jake Marshall, that taller frame. And these guys have the ability to tuck that back leg in and just make themselves more compact. And that allows them to get that tight pivoting action off the top, which is difficult to do the taller you are.
Yeah, form is good. We like it so far. And yeah, as you said, Richie, that back knee tuck, even though he is so tall, it allows him to be quite springy as well. You know, he can really lift off the bottom when he needs to. And he's got such a strong backhand. We don't get to see too much of it. So to just be really locked in on that for this heat is going to be, it's going to be cool to see where he can push and see where he can go.
Well, a 6-point ride for him on that opener. Pretty solid. Alejo with a chance now on a set standing up on the ledge here. This one, he starts with a fade to set up this first critical hit. Blast the lip. Chasing down the open facer again. Climbs the roof for a moment. Drawing off the bottom. Now swooping back just to set up a run through the inside here. The veteran linking together a nice series of turns as he rolls through to the inside. And he manages to kick those fins, staying very busy. Both these surfers, their trademark turn really is a forehand move. For George Patar, it's that arcing frontside wrap, full body torque that just obviously helps him to accelerate through his moves. For Alejo, it's a slashing frontside carve. On the backhand, pretty evenly matched. And that was a pretty decent ride for Alejo.
Yeah, he kind of hammered that down the line. A couple of big, strong turns. There were some moments there that I got excited about. Stance a little bit wider than George, and obviously not as tall. But yeah, there was a couple of moments on that wave where there was that power engagement, showed some aggression. We'll break it down when we get the replays.
Two different, you know, both natural footers, but two very different approaches on how they want to surf the wave. And I feel like how Alejo surfs on his forehand is very similar to on his backhand, in the sense that he's got that aggression and that power, and you can see he gets hungry and excited for every section that's in front of him. So even talking with Felipe before, he was saying, you know, he had that heat with Joao, and he was like, yeah, this is what happens when we have so many Brazilians on tour. You know, you come up against all of them, and Alejo is a part of that Brazilian storm, and he's, you know, ready to make a statement in his final year.
23.5 minutes to go here. And while we wait on the numbers to roll through for Muniz, let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Vaughan. It's Rio.
Rio, when I was watching you just scream along those beautiful emerald backlit lefts, I thought for a second I was on the cliffs at Hulu's. It dead set looked like mini racetrack out there, but of course, completely different ocean, and you're in the rubber, a lot colder. But man, it did look a little bit like home out there for a sec.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit small, but definitely look like a small racetrack. So I'm happy. It feels good, and but definitely a lot softer than Uluwatu. So I almost have to be on carbon, and then I'm glad that I have this board because it's been pretty soft waves. So I kind of been struggling, and of course I have to put wetsuit, so little struggle. But today and right now, the waves kind of turn on. Nice sunset, and the wind kind of calmed down, so I felt like home, definitely.
It was beautiful, mate. Yeah, great scenes out there. And look, you're your primary weapon is your backhand. Like, a lot of people don't really acknowledge that because we get to see you in right-handers so often. But, you know, that was a real seesawing battle. Connor got off to a flying start, but when the best wave of the heat came, you were super confident and you attacked it with everything.
Yeah, I kind of, when the heat started, I was kind of looking too much small one. And then as soon as Connor got 7, I thought, okay, I need to wait for the big one. And then, of course, I got a couple waves before getting 7. So it's kind of, okay, calm down myself and wait for the best one. And then thankfully waves come. And then just surf like the way I'm always do. So it was fun. And then I like my last one. It was a bit smaller. But after I getting 7.8, I just kind of feel a lot more loose, and then I feel like I pushed a bit more, so I was stoked.
That's awesome, mate. And yeah, sorry, that last one was sick because we could really tell that you were speeding down the line. Like, that was the fastest, some of the fastest surfing we've seen today.
Yeah. I need to watch back, but I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm feeling good, and then job's not done. I want to win. I haven't won the event in the CT, so that's my goal, and I want to do it. So I'm excited for more.
Fantastic, mate. We look forward to seeing you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, Rio, just a part of a bunch of surfers on tour that haven't had the CT win. What he has done, though, is crack a couple of finals. And that was a big name that he took down in that last heat. Starting to see some scores roll in here as we see a replay of George Pittar on his second ride here, Rich.
Yeah, it's just slide over extension on the second turn. Foamy face, so difficult to ride. George brings this one all the way through the inside section, just rhythmically working this backhand attack. Gets a little bit more flair on that final turn and rotation, but a beautiful looking wave here for Alejo. Just stings off the top. Kind of a triple pump to get to that next section, up and over the roof of this one, and down through this inside. Some better moments here. You can see he's sort of ripping through these turns with a bit more power off the top compared to what George is doing. And this finish here slams it and comes all the way through to the inside. So starting to build a campaign here for Alejo Muniz.
Yeah, the wave selection's giving him the edge at the moment, True.
Yeah, it really is. And he's finding the momentum and the groove, a little bit of extra power on those two. Gets more vertical for Alejo. And this one, you can see it start to, you know, get a little bit smaller, but he's going to stick with it because he found that little bend towards the end and tied the bow nicely to finish that one off.
Yeah, it's a really positive start for Alejo, but George not too far off the pace at the moment. He's got a 6, so he's just seeking out the highest number of this heat so far, 7.43. You know, George has really surfed those smaller waves up to those numbers, whereas Alejo's had the freedom to attack those opening sections. That's given him a bit of an edge on the exchange so far. So George, like Rio in that last heat, really just needs to settle with priority now and give himself a shot at the set.
Yeah, well, I think the judges have been pretty clear with the male, so he just needs to use his priority, as you said, and just sit tight now. He's not going to win it scrapping around for 5s and 6s. He really needs to get up into that 7-point range and even go excellent if he wants to take the lead or wrestle that lead back off Alejo, who's surfing really good. Geez, he looks just on at the moment. Conditions just mint right now. That wind is the best it's been all day. We're getting that late afternoon glass off, and well, that's when the surfers are going to do their best work.
Big shout out to everyone that turned up today here at Manu Bay. It has really been special for the competitors, I think, to put on a big show and feel the buzz from this crowd. For everyone that's joined us on the broadcast for the opening day of competition. A little bit of history being made. First time we've seen a CT here at Ragland. Seen a number of professional events to a world title since '76. That was the last time there was a professional event here. And yeah, this is spectacular.
Look at that view. Sunset. It's going to be so nice.
Yeah, that event happened up at Piha, I believe. So there's plenty of rich surfing history here, and you know, competitive as well. As we see on the outside now, George using his priority, needs to rip into these opening sections to turn in the solid number he needs. There's a nice kick on the tail, getting some release. This wave starting to bowl nicely through the inside. And George building for the big finish down the line, swinging at the lip. Didn't really unload that final turn the way he would have liked. That was one quality move at the start, though.
Yeah, better signs there. A little bit more open face to work with. And, well, that gave George the ability to open up and really to get that rail in. And just accelerate a little bit harder off the top and get that connection. But I agree with you, Ron, that final turn could have had a little bit more sting in it. Just got caught, and like, we're being hypercritical, but we're mirroring what the judges are doing as well. They are just looking for... they're looking for the plus and minus things that are happening on a wave.
And the competitors know it too. You know, George is aware with this second turn that he's on his way. He needs a big finish on this one.
Yeah, it's the 1%ers that really make such a big difference as well, and George knows that. And this is a really strong wave. I mean, the start was smooth, but just that one there, you could even tell he's like, okay, I didn't connect with that how I wanted to. And you know, unfortunately, they have to be hypercritical of themselves because they are being judged on these moments and on those small, slight little mistakes, and also those small, slight, big, you know, advantages as well. So even having Molly in the booth here before her just saying it's all about being on the best waves, and, you know, that's when you can really do your best surfing. And as you said, Rich, George just identified that one, wanted to go it, but now it's just about trying to get back on the attack and, you know, put more pressure on Aleo.
Yeah.
Whenever we get Mark Richards in the booth, I think he does a great job of kind of breaking it down. He always apologises for sort of giving the cliched answer, but he always says it's the surfer that gets the two best waves and then the surfer that makes the least mistakes. George has surfed his waves almost polar opposites. He started his first rides with nothing at the beginning of the rides and finished so strong. And on that last one, he started really strong but didn't finish it well. And he knows there was two glitches at the end of that last ride. And, you know, that's the detail that the judges are looking at. They're saying, you know what, it kind of, he was on his way, but we're going to just throw a 5.77 at it, which doesn't help him at all because he's already hanging on to a 6. So the requirement's the same, 7.43. And the danger for George is the fact that he didn't convert, and now Alejo's got an opportunity to improve on his scores. Looking to improve on a 6.43 here. Surfing with a lot of speed. Nice drawn out bottom turn to find the pocket with that last hit. And now starting to really work this one over through to the inside. Really nice sequence of turns here. Just mixing it up with an extended release on the tail, climbing up over the foam. And he understands that he's in a good position there. You know, I think there's a little bit of a sell, but he knows all the little points that he can add to the heat score total here, make the requirement harder for George, and there is a chance that he's chasing an 8-point ride in a moment.
Yeah, I think he's going to potentially just eclipse that 6.43 that he's got as his lower number. Surf that wave really well. What I did like is the transitions between the turns, very, very smooth. This initial direction change, bang, stabs it straight back to the power source. Connects with the lip there, but keeps the momentum down the line. Really sits on that bottom turn for an extra beat, and that set himself to hit that top turn at the perfect moment, and then literally tears the wave to pieces all the way through the inside. Just really on edge the whole way, full acceleration, and he knew at that point right at the end. You, as a surfer, as a competitive athlete, when you're in the jersey, you get to the end of that ride and you know everything's just clicked, and you know that's why he gave it the little fist pump.
Yeah, waiting on the scores here, but there is a feeling that George Patar's going to have quite a bit of work to do, and we're going to take a quick break and we'll update you on the situation in a moment as Alejo just continues to hammer the pocket here at Manu Bay. It's time for the catch-up at the New Zealand Pro. Day one getting underway, a beautiful morning, and the world champs stepping up in the opening round of the women's event.
Yeah, Tyler Wright gets that backhand attack here at Ragland. Beautiful surfing down the line. She found these pockety little sections, and the former world champ looking really spicy.
How good was Carissa Moore looking today?
Oh, she was on fire. An 8.67 and a 7.67, absolutely lighting it up here. And she's just looking absolutely in form. I mean, she's competed here before and she's ready to get back on the podium again.
She sure is. Came up against a family friend in Bella Kenworthy, a memorable heat for them both, but one that Carissa will take into the next round. Then we saw Stephanie Gilmore, who's had a victory here in New Zealand in the past. She'd love another one. Love to go back to back.
Oh, of course. Steph coming off the win on the Gold Coast. And we know that these left-handers can be a bit of an Achilles heel for Steph, but not today. She was in fine form, getting these beautiful waves all the way down the line, and a rhythmic performance from the 8 times world champ.
From there, we got stuck into the men's event, and the Colapinto brothers both progressed and are on track for another big clash.
Yeah, love the sibling duos. I mean, both Griffin and Crosby are absolutely on fire, and they're going to match up again in that next round as an older sibling. Go Griffin.
Yeah, Crosby getting the jump on Geordie Smith, and Griffin, he looks sharp as well. We know he's got one of the best backhands, Rich. It really does flow beautifully here.
It certainly does. Great tempo, great choice of manoeuvres, and a very well-constructed heat there. Unfortunately for Al Cleland, he's out of the event, but Griffin will move on, setting up another fun matchup between the bros.
That is going to be huge. And then we saw Brazilian brilliance. Medina put on a masterclass. He caught 12 waves in his heat to overcome Eli Hanneman.
And they weren't even 12 of the best waves. He just made those waves look so good, and he doing things like that. I mean, Gabriel Medina is on fire at the moment, and he is looking so strong and had the time for the local Groms here as well.
Haven't seen him take a win yet this season, but he's got to be closing in the way he's surfing. Really cool to see Felipe Toledo take out some different equipment, Rich, and drop the biggest number of the day.
He took out the twin +1 setup right into Mark Richards' fins, the master of the twin fin, and didn't it look loose and spicy underneath his feet. Coming off a great result on the Gold Coast, Felipe looks like he's in fine form here on the backhand. Some of the best waves we saw all day, and Felipe crushed it, going excellent.
Yeah, getting the jump on Chianca, and then it was Morgan Siblett causing a big upset, getting the jump on Ethan Ewing, who won the last event on the Gold Coast. We just knew this backhand was going to be deadly on these long lefts.
Yeah, Morgs is just in form on his backhand at the moment, taking out the wild card Billy Stearman to then go head-to-head with Ethan Ewing is huge.
And back to live action. In the last heat of the day, we've got George Pittar up against it because Alejo has constructed a pretty healthy lead here. Built after just a throwaway score, Alejo put a 7 up, got himself a quality set wave, and since then has really just had the rhythm in this lineup. But during the break, we did see George tap into a set himself. Beautiful start there.
Oh, how was that turn as well? Just gets the drift. GP is on fire at the moment. You can see that he's just extending through those turns as well. He gets that little bit of accentuation, I guess, off the bottom and off the top, and he's so effortless and smooth on his backhand. I love watching it. And this event, to me, it's just such a personality flip. It's like you're using the other side of your brain.
Oh, exactly. A completely different approach required. But when someone's in magic touch, they have the confidence, even when they get pushed up against the ropes. And we knew George was looking sharp on those earlier rides, Rich. What he really needed was a quality wave, and he just converted big time.
He sure did. It was almost like a 2-part plan, and I see the scores dropping in now for George Pittar. 8.27 on the IC scoreline, and that is exactly what he needed. And when I said a 2-part plan, he needed to kind of chip away. It was going to be a tall ask to do it in 1, but he's going to have to do it in 2, and he's lowered that requirement, still in 2nd, but now only needs that 6.16. That wave was beautiful. Couldn't have come at a better time. Completely connected all through those turns. I love what you said, True, about him extending on those more open-face manoeuvres and kind of locking into that carving rail game.
Yeah, it does a great job of just washing off the disappointment of not really converting on his previous ride too. But had he converted on that previous ride, you know, there's a pretty good chance that he's leading this heat. So he's still got a bit of work to do here as we see another replay of it. This shows just the height, the true height of that wave. And really did just unleash. Moved a lot of water on this ride. The body language was so positive down the line.
You can actually hear the Aussie crew just riding each and every manoeuvre, getting vocal, but great variety on that wave too.
Yeah.
It wasn't all just a repetition wave where he was showing us the same sort of manoeuvres. He had that tail flare and then mixed it up with some beautiful snaps down the line.
And like you said, Ronnie, as well, you know, on that last one where you had that kind of mistimed last turn, it comes back to those moments where it's like, oh, you know, that could have been it. But for him right now and coming back to that resilience, George is showing that right now. He goes, it's cool. I'm going to be resilient. I'm going to stay calm, stay collected, and just do what I need to do when I get the wave. And that he did that so well. And I think knowing that you need such a high excellence score it's a task, and you know that it's nerve-wracking, but George, he knows he can do it. He's won a CT before, so he's got all the confidence in the world.
Absolutely. And a stunning afternoon here. Waikato absolutely delivering Vaughan. Manu Bay just on fire at the moment, golden light, and it is a dreamy situation for the fans down here to be watching this last heat unfold.
My happy place, the Corona Bar. At the end of the day, you know, pro surfing, glorious return to New Zealand. Thanks to Corona, Cero, of course, who are bringing us all the action, the best surfers in the world teeing off. But this bar has been pumping all day long. Of course, I've been on the Ceros because I've got a job to do. But at the end of the day, when all is said and done, and we look back on day one of pro surfing's return, we can marinate in the fact that it has been an absolute blinder.
Yep. Cheers to that. It has been. Yeah, there's been some big scores, some great performances, and we're seeing a couple of surfers drop huge numbers in this last heat of the day, heat 8 of round 2. So we'll still have a few to get through to set up the bracket for the third round, but already some great heats established, which we'll be reviewing when we get into the Corona Cero post-show after this heat. So things are getting intense out here at the moment.
Oh, look at this. Manu Bay is popping off right now. This is incredible. Just the beauty of New Zealand really gifting us at the moment here in the final heat. Final moments, under 4 minutes to go. George Pitter needing a score. 6-1-6, Alejo Muniz with priority. He's in the box seat. He's going to have to defend. I want to see another exchange between these two.
Oh, yeah, well, Alejo's going to have to go this one. It's a one-wave set, and Muniz, he needs to hold off the charge of George Pitar. He's going to focus on improving his number as well, trying to better a 7 here. He looks fast and dialed in as he just gets straight on the attack. The equipment looks really quick under his feet. Keeps rolling down the line here, and this is a real chance at bettering his heat score and potentially pushing the requirement for George Pitar. He knows it.
Rock
Big
solid.
flex as he kicks out of that one.
Yeah, that was rock solid.
The veteran not laying down, Rich.
No, Alejo Muniz just standing up. Not that he was under pressure, but he did need to convert on that wave, better his score. George is probably going to need excellence again in the final few minutes here. And wow, Alejo Muniz, you could hear the Brazilian storm starting to flare up.
They're here, they're ready. How was that answer back? I mean, it's hard not to get excited about this because this was such a well-surfed wave. That first turn set him up beautifully for that one. The attack in that, the aggression from Alejo was huge. I mean, he's just gone back to back to back to back again and again and again.
Oh, he's burning rubber on these bottom turns too. He's pushing his board to the point that it's almost wanting to skip out, but he's holding that rail line so beautifully off the bottom. It's helping him get a lot of speed.
That's something that was not apparent on his previous waves. Sometimes Alejo can be a little guilty of doing that 3-stage bottom turn, that 3-stage pumping, line, and that gets him up there. That one was silky smooth from start to finish. Again, we reference flow. It's under the spotlight here at this particular wave because they are so long and these sections are so hard to weave together. He did it beautifully on that last wave.
Yeah, did well to square up a little bit more there too. his approach on each of those pocket sections, a bit more vertical and a bit more venomous in the attack, and he is going to be rewarded for it. 8.07. So improves his heat score total, and George now with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go is really going to be tested. He's after a 7.23, something standing up on the outside, and he's opting for this one, electing this wave to turn his luck in this heat. He has to go hard, up into it, has some speed, will get back out in front, needs more, has to throw something super dynamic down the line. It's a solid hit, but Alejo, he lifted the benchmark on his previous ride.
Yeah, it's lacking that gusto that we saw from Alejo on that last one. I think, as you said, Ronnie, he needed a little bit more. It was a really well-surfed wave, but a 7.23, it feels like it's going to fall short.
Man, oh man, what a beautiful setting. I mean, for George, it sucks at the moment because there's not a big set wave rolling through that sunset. But Alejo, you've got to give him props. Just when the pressure was back on him, he turned up the volume, Rich. There was so much speed in that last ride. And as a result, he's going to hold on for the victory, you'd think. George's score still on the way, but a 7.23. I just don't know if it's going to get there.
Yeah, just thinking back to Alejo's 7.43. He needs a 7.23. Just didn't quite feel like it had that sting and the intensity in the turns.
Yeah, it comes short at 6.57, so it was one of his better rides. But we kind of knew, just didn't start with the same fireworks that we saw from Alejo's last ride. So the veteran, at 36 years of age, is going to march on through to the third round. Super impressive performance from Alejo.
Very happy with that one. The crowd loved it as well.
And the Brazilian fans amongst this crowd, absolutely relishing that last heat performance. Solid stuff. Well, we've still got the Corona Cero post-show to look forward to. So stick around. It is going to be a lot of fun. We've got some big stories to break down, some magic performances on what will be a memorable day here at Manu Bay. Stick around for it. We'll take a break. Jesse Starling will run you through the big stories of today in just a moment.
Welcome in to the Corona Cero post-show of what was a historic day number 1 down here in New Zealand at the Corona Zero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. It felt like it was about time that we saw the championship tour come back to New Zealand, and why not do it for the first time ever at a new location right here at Ragland, Manu Bay. Saw some fun lefts throughout the day. It was nice to see the tour start to swing the other way. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my big sister, True Starling, and my other big sister, Richie Lovett. Guys, today was fun. I loved seeing, well, welcome to the family, first of all.
Thank you.
But I love seeing,
Honoured.
yeah, so many people just rise to the occasion of a new location here, Richie.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I think everyone was really looking forward to getting here at Ragland. And Manu Bay has produced. We had really fun waves all day. Fun to go left again. We know there was anticipation from all the goofy footers on the tour, on the men and the women's side. They didn't disappoint us. Some really some high scoring action, some great surfing, and some problems from some people actually trying to figure out the wave as well. So we had a little bit of everything today, but beautiful conditions.
Truzy, we grew up going left. Yep. We got to see the championship tour come to our home break at Narrabeen, so we knew a lot of these people could go left. But this place, it forced everyone to be a rookie again. Did it feel like it evened out the playing field a little bit more?
For sure. I definitely think so. And I think, as Richie touched on, it sort of created a couple of speed bumps, a couple of hurdles. But I do feel like you were able to see everyone start fresh, you know, and they gained a lot of respect for the place as well. And they were in a sense of like, okay, this is a new place. I can't come here with any sort of ego. I need to really reset and look at it with a new lens and look at competing in a different light in Whangaroa. I mean, we've had some beautiful waves. We've had some big heats. And it's been a great day.
Richie spoke about some people not figuring this wave out. One person who wasn't like that, he figured this wave out so beautifully, was Gabby Medina. What an impressive show that he put on today.
Yeah, incredible stuff. You know, it's we don't really need to say he's back. It's stating the obvious. You know, you look at the colour of the jersey that the man has on at the moment. He's top of the ratings right now, and he is in career best form. And really just taking apart these waves. He stayed so busy. I think he rode upwards of 12 waves, and each one of them just a clinic really of how to frontside ride this wave. Beautiful stuff. He kind of owned this heat from start to finish, just super confident, lots of power, gave us all the variety, ticked all the boxes. The judges were happy.
He just felt like he just surfed such a smart heat. True, we got to call this one with Molly, and we got to chat about how hard it is to break an overlapping heat down in two, and he really nailed every single box.
Yeah, as Molly said, she'd want to play him if he was in a game, you know, and I think he's one of those surfers that you really respect out in the water, but how can you not respect this on land as well? He stayed there for another 30 minutes to 40 minutes with all the local groms signing T-shirts and hats and anything else.
Gabby Medina, 7.67 and a 7.53, just a lovely opening round heat total. Took out Eli Hanneman, who fought back at the end of that heat, and it was nice to see him finally break out of that opening round too. It's been a while since we've seen Eli really put a heat together, but it feels like getting one heat win, it can start to snowball, hopefully, for other events for Eli.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Eli's he's one of those real hard workers, and dropping off the tour, getting back on, putting all the work in, and he got the heat win earlier this morning, and then obviously just came up against someone who's just on fire. Really hard to stop that when it's happening.
Someone who caught fire in that last heat, Alejo Meniz, he'd matched up against George just recently and lost. So this was a rematch. He got the win, and he's with one of our favourites, Vaughan Blakey, down on the glass.
Alejo, congratulations, man. What a beautiful afternoon to have a heat, and you got one back on Georgie Pitar as well.
Yeah, you know, I was worried before that we were going to still surfing today because the waves were really hard before. But in the end, we were really lucky. I think we got the best timing of the day. He beat me at Snapper, but he's one of the best surfers on tour right now. So it means so much for me to win this heat, you know, and to be here again. This is my last year on tour. That's why everyone is so happy that I'm making heats, you know. So yeah, I stoked to be on the next round.
I think everyone's happy to see you making heats, mate. We know how much you're like cherishing every moment that you're getting on this year's tour, but that's a pretty special one.
Yeah, it is really special. No, I'm traveling this year with Miggy, Sammy, Bruno, and they've been telling me every day, bro, I know it's your last year, but you can do it. Just like I've been putting the work, you know. I've been trying so hard, I've been carrying a knee injury too, which was like bad for the first 3 events, but here for some reason it felt good, and yeah, it's good to have them with me. Last year I already have I feel like I won already when I saw Miggy winning at Bells, and then to see Miggy and Sammy on the top 5 as well, it's really inspiring. So I'm just happy to make this first hit for the boys.
And one other thing that feels good, mate, is you're surfing on this wave. Like your style, it's just custom built for this, scooped out little wave face. You're obviously connecting with it.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a while since we had like a left point break on tour, and I don't surf much point breaks at home at all. But I feel good on my backhand. My board is working amazing, so yeah, I'm stoked to be on the next round.
Congratulations, mate. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, obrigado.
Awesome, thanks, Borno. Alejo is just one of those guys where he's really easy to love. He really is this kind, really approachable guy. I know George got knocked out, and George is your boy, Richie, but to see Alejo, it's his last year on the championship tour, to be making heats and getting results for his last time, it is pretty cool to see.
Super cool. You've got to pay respect to good surfing, and that heat was amazing for Alejo. He kind of did everything right, picked the right waves. He kind of wasn't holding back. He just got into top gear when he needed to. Surfed incredibly well. So yeah, hats off to him. He deserved the win.
Thinking to the women's side of the tour today, we obviously saw a lot of upsets, but we saw a couple of really cool matchups. No one better than this lady, though true. Carissa went excellent.
Riss is making mum life look easy on tour. I mean, she is on absolute fire at the moment, an 867 and a 767 to back it up. She is just causing upsets here. I mean, she's competed here at Ragland before. She's won here as well, and I think Riss is one of those competitors that you don't want on any day, and for Bella Kenworthy unfortunately bowing out, but you could see they had a cuddle and an emotional moment at the end, and she's really inspiring the younger generation to perform, but her backhand attack is lethal. Finding those moments, releasing the fins exactly when she needs to. She's just looking in form.
Bella Kenworthy, there's this great story between those two where Riss had a lot to do with her junior careers and getting to compete against her. She mentioned it was a win either way.
Yeah, coming up against your hero, it's always a special one, and this time Riss getting the nod. But, for me, Carissa's been in incredible form all year. I don't think it's been a case of, Riss is just trying to find her form. She kind of hit the Aussie leg, all guns blazing, and we were like, whoa, it's like vintage Riss. She's looking incredible. So the form's there, and now the heat wins are starting to come. Obviously, the emotional one up on the Goldie, but she looks like she means business here in New Zealand.
I love that she's finding rhythm here as well. She had her first ever win here on her rookie year over at Taranaki, and then she finaled in New Zealand 2011 and 2012, the 2 years following. So she has a really good connection with this place. She's pretty open to talk about that as well. Something we need for her connection to keep flowing throughout the event is waves. And today you can see it started to die a little bit, but on the right tide, we can get some really fun waves, Richie.
Yeah, for sure. The swell kind of hung in most of the day. We saw the frequency of waves in the set started to drop off a little bit as well. In the morning, we were sort of seeing 3 and 4 wave sets. And then this afternoon, it was down to 1 and 2 wave sets. So we are on a declining swell. But, fingers crossed, we're going to turn up in the morning and check it out and see what happens.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Surfline forecast. It's pretty interesting to see what we have coming up for the rest of the week, True.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. It feels like, today we started off really strong, but hopefully we'll wake up tomorrow and see some more swell. And it's one of those things, it just feels like you have to wake up and see, but thanks to Surfline.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see these purple blobs coming under Australia, and then it's that southwest energy that comes up between New Zealand and Australia, and that's what we're after here, these strong southwest swells that come up towards Ragland, wrap around into Manu Bay here. So this is what we're looking at for tomorrow, 3 to 4 foot faces. In the afternoon, it's going to tick down a little bit again, and then kind of more of the same for the next 3 or 4 days. So we're going to have to duck and weave and come down and check it out. We've got sort of cross-shore winds again, so similar to what we saw today. But, the forecast, it is what it is. We've got to deal with it. We've got to come down and check it out. And surprisingly, this is the ocean, though. Anything's possible. These little bumps can kind of present themselves, and there may be opportunities for us to run some heats.
I just feel like you never know until you come down here. It could be absolutely pumping, and we really don't know until we put eyes on the ocean. So I'm excited to see potentially a bit of an increase in the period on Sunday, so it might be a little bit bigger than what we're really thinking it is. So we'll just have to do a rock up and check it moment, Truzy.
Yeah, I love those kind of mornings as well.
It's our
you know.
mornings.
Yeah, we love it. You don't know what to expect. You go, you know what, I'm just going to wake up, I'm going to go get a coffee, go down to the beach. I mean, Ragland Roast are providing with the coffees, and the mornings have been beautiful as well. So I think, yeah, you got to hope for the best and stay optimistic.
Let's take a look at our top 5 moments for today, because it was, like I mentioned at the start of the post show, a historic day down here, and it was Morgie coming in at number 5 here, Rich.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick, he has been just such a good talent coming out of Australia for the past couple of years, but he's kind of been hitting these roadblocks, but he is back in form now. It's undeniable, and the backhand, I think, is one of his real strengths. So, you know, he had a tough match up against Ethan Ewing, and he got the job done, which is great to see.
This was an emotional felt one. You really wanted to see Tia make it out of this round, and she finally did that today too.
And she did it in fine form, Jessie. I mean, Tia Zabrowski just absolutely lit it up out there this morning. She was in form on her backhand, hitting every section perfectly, just turning on a dime. And I think, you know, she fought for that win. She didn't want to let that one go, and you could see there was a lot of emotion behind it as well.
Felipe Toledo, he's a standout no matter where we go across the world, but it was a weird tide here, and Felipe finding this gem out of nowhere.
Some of the bigger sets that we saw poured through in this heat, and interestingly, Felipe took out a twin fin, so go figure, getting the highest single wave score of the day, but just looked so spicy and fast. Really just ramping up on the backhand, gave us all the variety, gave us the big cutbacks and carves, gave us the under the lip slides, gave us the tail flare. He had it all, and was in real control in this heat, so great to see Felipe march through.
Dodged a buoy at the end there as well. Felipe is going to match up against this guy, Medina, who was such a standout today, Truth.
Oh, he really was. He was electric out there this morning and taking to the sky as we see him do, but just a little bit extra in that heat today. I mean, Medina was looking in fine form, and you know, he's so involved with everyone around him. He was getting yelled at from every direction.
And Riss doing what Riss does best here, Richie.
Yeah, Carissa back in form and back to that winning feeling. And I just feel like this is the start of what might be another title campaign for Carissa Moore. Just looking on point, and as you said, just channeling the mum vibes. I don't know, she looks like she's doing it easy in the water, but I don't know what's happening on land. I'm sure it's been a bit of an adjustment, you know, having Bub and hubby on board as well. But all good vibes for Riss and lots of smiles.
How cool that we got to break down day one of surfing at a brand new location. Richie, thinking back to your years on tour, if Ragland was on the schedule, you'd just be stoked.
I would have loved it. Again, you know, I preferred my backhand, so this sort of wave totally suits my vibe. I wish it was a CT when I was on the tour, but I get to sit in the chair and do it and watch every single heat, so I'm really, really happy.
And Truzy, your first day ever working a CT broadcast, it was a pretty good day.
It was a pretty good day, no complaints here. I mean, like Richie, I love my backhand. I grew up at a left, and I love watching people go left. So I was, really excited to see some of the best do their thing out there.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. That's it from us today. You guys have plenty of highlights to watch from what was an incredible day one of surfing. Call time tomorrow is 7:20 a.m, so check back in with us then to see if we're going to run some more heats here. Thanks, guys.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.